Boom, boom. Lightning burst forth as ghostly gleams roamed ceaselessly within the thunderclouds while rain poured down like a cascading waterfall. A howling gale swept up fine sand and loose stones, flinging them into frantic dance, and the weeds and wildflowers by the roadside were almost pressed flat against the earth. Under a dim yellowish sky, the rain fell in a wild torrent. In Xia, within Jinling City's second Tianwu High School at the place known as the Death Pool. It was the afternoon of June 10th. The rain fell in sheets, yet even so the sports field was still packed with a seething crowd, bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. Thousands of students stood trembling, their gazes quivering in terror as they stared at the scene before them. He killed someone. Young master of the Zhao family just died like that. This has to be fake. With so many eyes on him, he actually dared to kill. Don't forget, this is the Death Pool. Everyone signed a life and death waiver. But even so, boom, lightning flickered overhead. At the center of the dark mass of people stood an arena of unknown material. At its edge rose a black stone stele upon which two characters, Death Pool, were written in blood-red strokes. Yet what truly rooted the thousands of students in shocked horror was the figure standing upon it. Rainwater washed over bright red blood. The corpse of a young man lay sprawled upon the arena, eyes wide open in death, his face frozen in terror. Beside the corpse a youth stood ramrod straight. His dexterous fingers played ceaselessly with a special silver-white card, flipping it over and over between his hands. Facing the countless stunned gazes and the rising clamor from below the stage, the youth seemed utterly indifferent. His expression remained inscrutable, his eyes tranquil, as though he were merely waiting for someone to arrive. Boom! A streak of multicolored radiance suddenly descended from the sky. A figure glared fiercely as he arrived, his shout cracking like a whip. "Boy, do you have any idea who you just killed?" "Young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Ming," the youth replied. "Which family are you from? What is your name? How dare you be so outrageously arrogant?" "A nameless nobody." The youth smiled, then suddenly recited softly. "A gentle breeze caresses the medicine table, a clear sun shines upon the tea cloth. My quiet delight has yet to fade as evening dust takes flight over the eastern city." His voice paused. He bent slightly toward the newcomer and said calmly, "I am Jean Feichen." One day earlier, it was a scorching noontime in June, the summer sun hanging high, the wind unceasing, and the white clouds unchanged. On the asphalt road, blazing light, and a faint warm breeze filtered through the old trees' shady leaves with a soft rustling sound. Outside, the cicadas' chorus composed a symphony for their own midsummer. This was Xia, Shijiang Province, Jinling City. Inside an old worn apartment building. Clack, clack, clack. The chaotic clatter of a keyboard echoed in the dim room, accompanied by the surging shouts and roars coming from the computer speakers. "Joker, hey, get in there already. Yeah, hit him, do it. Hey, beautiful. Bro, you. Ring, ring. Ring, ring." The abrupt chime of a phone rang out, cutting into the seemingly intense gaming atmosphere. The youth slouched in his chair, lowered the game's volume, letting the noisy clamor gradually fade. "Hello, Jean Feichen, what are you doing? Didn't the brothers all agree yesterday to go up the mountain to burn incense, praying to awaken some awesome Siming Tianwu tomorrow? Why didn't you show up?" "I already burned it." "Huh, electronically." He spun his wheeled chair half a turn, and a beam of sunlight slipping through the curtain fell upon his body. The youth lounged lazily in the chair, playing with a silver blank card in his hand. His features were as fine as carved jade, with a high straight nose, his deep eyes like a quiet spring under moonlight, slightly wavy black hair falling over his forehead, and a faint curve at the corner of his lips. Handsome to the point of almost delicate beauty. "You really are something," the voice on the phone said. "You probably don't know yet because of that incident. Zhao Ming has already spread the word. He says after awakening tomorrow, he's taking you to the Death Pool." "Is that so?" Jean Feichen looked at the card in his hand and suddenly smiled. "What a truly sorrowful thing. You can still laugh? You'd better hurry up and burn some incense. Pray you awaken a high-level combat type, Tianwu, tomorrow. Zhao Ming has already broken through to the life realm with the help of the medicine his family gave him. If you're not worried, even the King of Hell will be anxious for you. The Death Pool. If I refuse, will it cause a lot of trouble?" "Sigh, every year the newly awakened students all go up there to spar. Most people who are invited don't refuse. If you do, it's just embarrassing, that's all. No big deal. Why are you thinking of backing out?" On the other end of the line, the person sounded a bit puzzled that Jean Feichen would ask such a question. "Then tell me this." Jean Feichen paused, watching the repeated pings marking his own position on the game screen, then suddenly said, "If I kill Zhao Ming today, would that mean I won't have all these troublesome matters tomorrow?" "Hey, what did you just say?" After a brief silence, a broken, slightly trembling voice finally came from the other end, flustered and panicked. "Ha!" Jean Feichen suddenly burst into laughter. "I'm joking. You didn't actually believe me, did you? You scared me to death. You've been reading way too many novels. Gave me a real fright there," the friend said with forced laughter. "All right, go burn your incense. I still have things to do, that's it." With that, he ended the call, ignoring the shouting from, "It's been 18 years. Jean Fachin kicked lightly against the wall, and with the wheels of the chair rolling, his whole body slid backward. He slumped bonelessly into the chair, the silver card flipping nimbly between his fingers. Jean Fachin tilted his head back, eyes vacant, as he stared at the ceiling, past days feeling like distant dreams. To use the professional term, he was a transmigrator, someone who had come from the former Earth to this equally blue planet, a world several times larger than Earth, its population as numerous as the stars. Here there existed a familiar technological civilization, and also the unfamiliar Siming Tianwu. 1,000 years ago, dimensional rifts tore open, foreign races invaded, and eerie beasts rampaged. With the unstoppable momentum of Mount Tai crushing an egg, they swept across the entire world. Technology was no longer omnipotent, and a united world was no longer the final Pandora's box. Yet at the very last moment, as though heaven itself had not yet grown tired of this grand struggle, it scattered spiritual energy across the world and bestowed the Siming Tianwu. Siming Tianwu were life-bound, innate artifacts nestled within every human body, presiding over the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and countless meridians. They were powerful, sacred, and all the more mysterious. With them, humanity was able to stand against its foes. By the time of the present era, the old age had passed. This was the new age. For 1,000 years, humans had fought against foreign races and eerie beasts, and countless nations had fallen, becoming burial markers of a bygone era. Yet there were also nations that broke free from the slaughter, establishing the current new era, rewriting rules, and composing new histories. In this world, everyone would, in their 18th calendar year after birth, undergo a ceremony to awaken a Siming Tianwu that belonged to them alone. After generations of evolution, Xia finally set this day as June 10th each year, the same date as the old era's college entrance examinations. In a single day, soaring ascents, fallen prodigies, and carp leaping over the dragon gate took place again and again, year after year. The result of awakening determined a person's future. In the span of just a few dozen seconds, all of one person's lifelong efforts could be rendered worthless, while a lazy good-for-nothing could be ushered in like an honored guest of spring. Even among the heaven-ordained artifacts of fate, there are differences in strength. Setting aside the fundamental divide between the outstanding and the useless, there is also a disparity in quality. From low to high, they are ranked with the simplest numbers: 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade. Above 1st grade, they are revered as special grade, and above special grade lies the so-called Huan grade. The word Huan signifies the universe, eternity, the world itself. A heaven-ordained artifact of such a rank, once awakened, becomes a priceless treasure of humanity. Its very meaning foretells the destiny of its bearer, world, cosmos, endless ages. Whether it is a 5th grade artifact of fate or a 1st grade one, there has never been a rigid, absolute classification for such objects. The scale is ultimately defined by people. A person of peerless talent can unleash the radiance of 2nd grade, even 1st grade, even if the artifact they awaken appears to be nothing more than a handkerchief. If everything below 1st grade can still be considered within the realm of the ordinary, then a special grade artifact utterly transcends the norm. Once awakened, it is like a dragon bursting through the clouds, driving people to madness with desire. As for the Huan grade, it can only be said that the appearance of each Huan grade artifact of fate has directly triggered a war against foreign races, leaving uncountable corpses in its wake. Through the efforts of generations, artifacts of fate have developed to a peak, their existence now intertwined with every aspect of the world. From peerless powerhouses to humble commoners, they have become as indispensable as life itself. Those who awaken an artifact of fate are all known as Fate Masters. Naturally, there are also distinctions of strength among Fate Masters. After generations of compilation and classification, a more intuitive hierarchy was established. From weak to strong, when the artifact of fate takes its seat within, presiding over destiny, spiritual power is like a freshly planted seed of fate. This is the first realm, the Ming realm, a realm where one transcends ordinary people and pushes the limits of the physical body. When the first sprouts emerge and a nascent edge begins to show, spiritual power resembles a seedling breaking through the soil. This is the second realm, the Zhan realm, where one begins to wield spiritual power and uses their artifact of fate to split stone. When arrogance gives way to steady advance, spiritual power becomes like a sapling with tenacious roots. This is the third realm, the Chun realm, where one analyzes spiritual power and transforms matter with a mere lift of the hand. When one stands tall and unyielding, elegant, yet indomitable, spiritual power resembles a proud, upright green tree. This is the fourth realm, the Lu realm, where spiritual power condenses into armor, rendering one unafraid even of shifting sands. When branches and leaves flourish and one gazes upon the azure heaven, spiritual power is like a towering giant tree piercing the clouds. This is the fifth realm, the Yu realm, where spiritual power forms wings, allowing one to borrow a small portion of heaven and earth's power. When layers of forest are dyed in myriad hues and ancient trees coil their roots, deep spiritual power becomes like a primordial tree whose roots reach the abyss. This is the sixth realm, the Gu realm, where spiritual power becomes wings that draw heavily upon the power of heaven and earth. When 10,000 trees rise in fierce splendor and all forms are held in disdain, spiritual power is like a boundless forest that blots out the sky. This is the seventh realm, the Zun realm. At this stage, one walks upon the air, without wings, commands space itself, pierces all barriers, receives a title, and is granted amnesty over the world. When branches extend into eternity and one bears the bearing of a heavenly willow, emperor's spiritual power becomes like a celestial azure that hangs across the firmament and cradles the cosmos. This is the eighth realm, the D realm, the culmination of all. All cultivation of spiritual power, aside from relying on oneself, can also draw upon rare heavenly and earthly treasures saturated with spiritual force. Yet such things are utterly out of reach for ordinary folk. Only great clans or mighty experts may obtain them. Fortunately, this world knows nothing of so-called cultivation manuals. Otherwise, they would merely become another means for the strong to monopolize power. Though there are no manuals, there exists something known as the Fengtian Jiwu, commonly referred to as Jiwu. As the name suggests, it is a special ability that fuses one's own artifact of fate with combat, divided into 4 tiers and 12 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Tian is the highest, Huang the lowest. Each tier is further divided into initial, middle, and high levels. Among fate masters of the same realm, the level of Jiwu they cultivate often becomes the decisive factor in victory or defeat. All of this, however, is only relevant to those fortunate enough to awaken a good artifact. If what they awaken is a useless artifact of fate, then no matter how clearly they understand these systems, it is nothing but a weary burden. Everything without exception will only be set in motion once awakening occurs. Tomorrow is the awakening. Jin Feichen sighed softly. He could almost see the scene that would unfold the next day. A brilliant awakening invites envy and provocation. A poor awakening draws consolation and ridicule. This damned world truly never changes, he muttered. Jin Feichen slowly clenched his fist, then flicked out 2 fingers in quick succession. A strangely patterned card appeared out of thin air between them. This card had manifested the instant his heart first beat at birth. It was part of a set of 13. He often wondered whether his death in his previous life had completed some final quota for Lord Yin, earning him this enigmatic deck as a reward. The card's surface was utterly blank save for blood-red peach blossoms resembling a playing card, yet vastly different. Its material belonged to no known substance in this world. It was indestructible, thin as gauze, razor sharp. Its entire body is silvery, sheen, all quietly emanating an aura of mystery. Jin Feichen still did not know what power the card concealed. His initial guess was that it might serve as some kind of recording medium for a blank card face, after all begged to be filled. For now it remained utterly inert. It seemed likely that only after he awakened his artifact of fate would he be able to use it. Troublesome. The drowsiness that had just begun to rise was shattered by the abrupt ringing of a phone. With a pair of deadfish eyes full of helplessness, Jin Feichen used his legs to push his wheeled chair back to the computer desk. Listlessly, he picked up his phone and without even glancing at the screen pressed the answer key. Hello. Hello, classmate Jin, it's me. A girl's voice flowed from the phone, clear as jade on ice, pleasant and crisp. You've got the wrong person. Goodbye. Jin Feichen moved to hang up without a second thought. Wait, hold on, I have something important to tell you, extremely important. If you insist on hanging up, I'll have no choice but to come find you. The urgency in the girl's tone spiked the moment she sensed he was about to end the call. Please be quick. As a token of gratitude, I'll try my best to save you on phone charges, Jin Feichen said. About Zhao Ming. I'm really sorry. But you have to believe me, I never imagined things would turn out like this. Please don't misunderstand me. I'll stop him, I won't let him cause you trouble. Her voice carried sincere remorse, and by the end, there was even a faint sob thick with guilt. Ah, so it's that serious. Jin Feichen drawled his words slow and unhurried, his tone seemingly casual and perfunctory. Since you sound so terribly guilty, then tomorrow help me undo my school uniform. Don't worry, I won't be too perfunctory in return. Edge. The girl was clearly stunned, then quickly grew a little indignant. Jin Feichen, watch your words. I'm trying to apologize to you. Please don't say things like that. Wow, just listen to that lofty tone of yours. As for what happened with Zhao Ming, you should be perfectly clear about how it all started. Jin Feichen replied, his voice flat, without discernible emotion. Yet his words were as precise as beads on a string, each landing squarely on the heart. If you truly feel guilty, then please go and die for a bit. Zhao Ming will probably be too busy mourning you to come looking for trouble with me. I imagine I would forgive you then. Jin Feichen. A sharp feminine shout burst from the phone, loud and trembling with anger at his remarks. All right, save your crocodile tears. If you can please bring me breakfast tomorrow. I might be late. But with that, Jin Feichen ignored the girl's shouts on the other end and neatly ended the call. The woman on the other end was named Leah. She possessed an alluring face but a mind that invited sighs. It was because of her that he who had always kept his 6 roots pure and untouched by worldly entanglements had been smeared with a mess as foul as dog shit for no reason at all. Meanwhile, inside a high-end cafe. Aunt, I'm so furious. Leah whispered angrily, sitting elegantly at the table in a purple dress, her small hands tightly clenched together. Her previously graceful demeanor vanished as she struggled to suppress her anger. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Is it that Jean Fachin who is being ungrateful? The girl across from her asked with a humph. Leah snorted lightly, crossing her arms. He knows I'm deliberately using him as a shield. Edge. The girl gasped lightly. Did someone tell him? Leah rolled her eyes at her and coldly replied, You can't really think he's as dull as he looks, can you? Although he always appears as if he hasn't woken up, he's actually quite alert and quickly figured out what was going on. You understand him so well, huh? The girl suddenly covered her mouth in shock, looking at Leah. You didn't really fall for Jean Fachin, did you? How is that possible? Leah immediately denied without thinking. What kind of person do you think I am? He's nothing but an orphan. If it weren't for his slight cleverness and the fact that Zhao Ming hates him, do you think I would use him as a shield? Leah paused for a moment, feeling a bit annoyed as she continued. This Zhao Ming is really something, insisting on confessing to me before the awakening. Should I agree or not? If I agree and he awakens as a useless destiny item, what then? If I refuse directly and he awakens as a good destiny item, what then? This fool is driving me crazy. The Zhao Ming she mentioned is the young master from the Zhao family in Jinling, a family that is absolutely significant in Jinling. Though Li Ya's family is viewed as a towering giant in the eyes of ordinary people, in the Zhao family's perspective, it is merely a lightweight. Everything depends on tomorrow's awakening. The next morning, June 10th, the day of awakening in the Great Xia. Jinling City Second High School for Destiny Items. Class 3-1. A cool-looking man in standard teacher attire wearing golden-rimmed glasses stood at the podium. His name is Hu Zhu, the homeroom teacher of this class, and he was seriously explaining the important points of awakening to the students. Students, I have repeated the key points of awakening many times, and I believe you are tired of hearing them, so let's talk about something else. The teacher adjusted his glasses, casually leaning on the desk, and said in the most ordinary tone, After today, perhaps we will never see each other again, perhaps we will never meet again, or maybe you and I will remember each other for a long time, or we may quickly forget each other. Your journey officially begins today. I hope you understand that awakening does not truly determine one's life. If the outcome is not satisfactory, please do not lose heart. Your life is still long. Awakening is merely a path one must take, and no one will win everything because of awakening, nor will anyone lose everything because of it. As long as you cross this path, you will already be remarkable. Finally, I wish everyone to achieve their desires. As soon as he finished speaking, before the students beneath could start clapping or crying, an untimely knock on the door sounded at that moment. Knock, knock. I'm really sorry to interrupt, although I have already interrupted. At once, various curious gazes turned toward the classroom door. There stood Jean Fachin, looking sleepy, with his signature dead fish eyes yawning nonchalantly. Oh, you're here. The teacher seemed unbothered, greeting Jean Fachin without a hint of anger. What a pity you missed my all-night speech rehearsal. I almost cried from what I said. Jean Fachin scratched his head and walked into the classroom expressionlessly, heading towards the back window seat, while responding, Don't regret it, I heard it. Just a reminder, your speech is tailored for the old generation and college entrance examinees, not suitable for now. The quality of the awakening represents whether one can still be human. I don't speak so lightly. All right. Just as Jean Fachin sat down, he abruptly stood up again and walked to Leah in front of countless puzzled gazes, tapping his finger on the desk. Leah was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Breakfast, didn't I tell you last night while in bed? Jean Fachin blurted out casually. Sure enough, this statement caused an uproar in the classroom. Last night? In bed? What the hell? Can I listen to this for free? This must be a joke. The goddess Leah, actually. You never know. Leah has said she likes Jean Fachin, but this is too quick. Let you two get to know each other, but I didn't mean for you to make a scene. The crowd erupted like a lit powder keg, various witty remarks flying around. As for why the teacher didn't intervene, it was because he was also excitedly enjoying the gossip. While some rejoiced, others were distressed. In the front row of the classroom, Zhao Ming with slicked back hair stared at Jean Fachin with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive, cold as ice. The sound of grinding teeth echoed from his fists, and his trembling shoulders reflected his currently turbulent emotions. Bang! As the main party, Li Ya's cheeks flushed as she slammed the table and shouted, Jean Fachin, what nonsense are you talking about? How strange, clearly the one who first spoke nonsense was you, right? Jean Fachin looked innocent. Isn't it you who disliked Zhao Ming's short stature and weakness, then turned to me saying you would bring him high-end breakfast? Really, once you're full you forget people. As he spoke, Jean Fachin lowered his head with a look of melancholy, feeling dejected. Wow. This statement caused another uproar among the onlookers. Jean Fachin, shut up. If you dare speak nonsense again, try me. Seeing the crowd's greenied gazes, Liu was nearly losing her mind. Try. Jean Feichen shyly smiled. Is it like last night? In front of so many people, aren't you embarrassed? Shut up. If you say another word, I will kill you. Don't you like me? Why would you kill me? Who would like a useless person like you? I'm just using you to refuse Zhao Ming. Liu lost her reason and shouted frantically. Unbelievable. Jean Feichen pointed at Liu and shouted, so you were lying to me, huh? This is truly a heartbreaking story, ha. Saying this, the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly vanished, returning to his expressionless demeanor as he turned and left without looking back. Thanks for the breakfast. Although having gossip so early in the morning can upset my stomach, it quenches my thirst, which is not bad. At this moment, Liu also belatedly realized she had misspoken. The sudden situation left her at a loss, and she stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Looking at the surrounding faces filled with realization, and then glancing at Zhao Ming's icy eyes, her clenched fists had unknowingly relaxed and began to tremble. Her face turned pale, her body stiffened, and she could not utter a word. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the classroom broadcast sounded. Class 3, 1, please pay attention and orderly proceed to the awakening room under the leadership of the homeroom teacher. Class 3, 1, please pay attention and orderly proceed to the awakening room under the leadership of the homeroom teacher. Class 3, 1, please pay attention and orderly proceed to the awakening room under the leadership of the homeroom teacher. Clap, clap, clap. Having just consumed a dull and uninspiring piece of gossip, teacher, who smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, then vigorously clapped his hands and announced in a clear, resonant voice, ladies and gentlemen, time's up. Let's begin. Starting from the first row, please follow me quietly out of the classroom. The sudden announcement of the awakening instantly dispelled all lingering curiosity. Students rose one by one, excited yet tense, and filed out in orderly sequence, forming a line toward the classroom door. Liu, spared from imminent peril, gasped for air like a drowning soul finally breaking the surface, her chest heaving as she fought to ease the suffocating tension. Glancing at the departing line, she gritted her teeth and joined her eyes sharp with venom, thoughts unreadable. Xiao Qi, organize the line. I'll check the rear. With that, teacher, who casually slung an arm over the shoulder of the student at the front and strode briskly toward the end of the queue. The classroom emptied entirely, except for Jean Feichen, who stood alone by the windowsill, a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips. Teacher, who utterly familiar with the routine, reached into Jean Feichen's desk, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and stepped beside him, exhaling plumes of smoke into the still air. A teacher smoking alongside students. That wouldn't look good if word got out, Jean Feichen remarked, idly leaning one elbow on the windowsill and glancing sideways at teacher, who. No worries, my second uncle is the principal. If anyone objects, we'll handle it, Heaton. Hu Zhu waved dismissively, unruffled. Jean Feichen let out a soft chuckle, then said nothing more. So, you're not going to the awakening? Hu Zhu turned his gaze toward Jean Feichen. Are you truly content to drift through life without purpose? Awakening. Of course I'll go, Jean Feichen replied with easy wry amusement. If I awaken something like a mouse, well, maybe my gaming skills will finally level up. Hu Zhu blinked in stunned silence. That's your aspiration. Where's your ambition? Where's your fire? Jean Feichen exhaled the last curl of smoke, flicked the butt out the window, and walked calmly toward the door. Perhaps I've already lost that youthful fervor. His voice faded with distance. His figure dissolved into the corridor, leaving only Hu Zhu standing alone, enveloped in drifting blue haze. Shouldn't life blaze forth as brilliantly as summer blossoms in an awakening chamber? And within the vast hall, all 22 senior grade classes from Jinling No. 2 Celestial High School had assembled, lined up neatly by class front to back. Their expressions varied, yet all bore the same undercurrent of nervous anticipation. I'm so nervous. I wonder what I'll awaken. And nervous about what? If it's fortune, it's fortune. If it's misfortune, no running will save you. I'm not worried. Whatever comes, comes. Brother, you're that calm, and guaranteed. And then why are your hands shaking, dear? A pun on fear in Chinese. B-E-T, na piercing chime cut through the air. Students fell silent at once, turning their gazes toward the elevated platform. The principal of Jinling No. 2 Celestial High School stood before them, eyes alight, with hope surveying the sea of young faces below. He cleared his throat and declared, voice ringing high and clear, no need for lengthy speeches. Let's begin. At his words, 12 impeccably uniformed military officers, 6 men and 6 women, marched onto the stage from side doors. Divided into 4 teams of 3, they took their positions before the crowd. They were national-appointed awakening officers, professionals entrusted with conducting the ceremony. Their mandate was absolute fairness, no manipulation, no interference from powerful clans, only transparency, integrity, and impartiality. On the 10th day of June, year 2025 of the new era, at 08:00 M, I hereby declare the Celestial Destiny Awakening Ceremony of Jinling No. 2 Celestial High School, officially commenced. Come along Class 2, this way this way. As the ceremony began in earnest, homeroom teachers guided their students toward the awakening officers stationed on stage. Only Class 1 remained frozen in place, motionless, bewildered. And where the hell is that little scoundrel Hu Zhu? At such a critical moment, the awakening, he vanishes. Seeing the stalled line, the principal rushed over and erupted in fury. Before any student could speak, a figure skidded into position with a dramatic drift and a burst of acceleration, appearing precisely where he should have been. Hu Zhu is here. Though late, he raised a hand, breathless, but grinning broadly at the principal. Let me make one thing crystal clear. Today is the awakening. If you dare falter, I'll tear your head off myself. The principal shot a glance at the waiting awakening officers, then seized Hu Zhu's ear and hissed low and fierce. All set. Leave it to me. Hu Zhu tossed his bangs with practiced flair, gestured grandly, and strode forward. Children, follow me. Before the awakening officers, Hu Zhu, uncharacteristically solemn, extended his hand. Greetings. We entrust the rest to you. Greetings. The lead officer clasped his hand firmly, voice unwavering and authoritative. It is our duty. Then raising 2 fingers, he swiftly traced an arcane, indecipherable sigil in midair. The sigil flared, imprinting itself upon the floor, whereupon concentric arrays ignited in unison. With a sweeping motion, he flipped his palm upward, and a crimson orb surged forth from the heart of the formation. The 2 officers behind him stepped back in unison, hands clasped behind their backs, eyes scanning the surroundings with razor-sharp vigilance. Hu Zhu retreated 1 step and addressed the anxious line. Zhao Ming, step forward for your awakening. Zhao Ming advanced with haughty grace, basking in the weight of every gaze. It's Zhao Ming, the heir of the Zhao clan, and rumor says he's already broken through to the Fate realm with family support. Don't get cocky, my dad's working hard too. And didn't Zhao Ming publicly challenge Jean Feichen to the death pool? Is that true? Yes, but wasn't that only because Leah claimed she liked Jean Feichen? Now that the misunderstanding's cleared, surely he'll drop it. Not likely. Zhao Ming bears grudges like a viper, petty beyond measure. After what Jean Feichen said today, he won't let it go, not for a moment. Who knows? Either way, it's none of our concern. As they murmured, Zhao Ming had already grasped the crimson orb, whereupon the formation's energy surged violently, erupting in a torrent of raw, volatile power within his palm. Puffed, and the orb detonated in his grip. Thousands of scarlet filaments burst forth from either side of his fist, then coalesced with breathtaking speed. A blood-red spear materialized, gleaming lethal, alive with latent force. And gradually the formation stilled. Golden characters shimmered into being midair in Rank 2. Emofu Spear in a Zhao Ming. Rank 2, Celestial Destiny Artifact, Emofu Spear. At the awakening officer's pronouncement, Zhao Ming exhaled in profound relief, and lifted the spear high, radiant with triumph like a peacock unfurling its iridescent tail. I am Zhao Ming. Should any institution wish to offer me special admission, please contact the Zhao family of Jinling. In behind the line, students couldn't suppress their whispers. Whoa, what a start. A Rank 2 right off the bat, and a spear. Incredible, and wait, seriously, a Rank 2 and he's already strutting around. Who offers special admission for Rank 2? You really don't know, do you? Pay attention, this is a spear king of all weapons. There are countless martial disciplines in Fengtian that specialize in spear combat, and this is a Rank 2 Celestial Destiny Artifact. Type 1 for good luck. And isn't that for reviving people? And it's universal. Next, Nigusi stepped forward to awaken. Zhang Su Level 4 Spiritual Item Ordinary Scissors. Jiang Kai Level 3 Spiritual Item Pink Hairdryer. As time passed, only a few people remained in Class 3 of the senior year. Hu Zhu looked at the dejected girl at the front and shouted. Leah stepped forward to awaken. Buzz. Leah Level 1 Spiritual Item Gilded Fan. Wow, what the heck, it's a Level 1. It's actually Leah. Just now we were saying she offended Zhao Ming, she definitely wouldn't have a good outcome. But now she awakened a Level 1 spiritual item. The Zhao family can't do anything about it. Leah is soaring high now. I feel a bit sorry for Jean Feichen. Our class only has 2 impressive awakenings, and he has offended both of them. Should keep your voice down, he can hear you. Jean Feichen sighed and turned to look at his classmates whispering nearby, saying, I appreciate you all for knowing I'm still here. Haha, sorry buddy. The 2 chuckled awkwardly and quickly moved to the side. He helplessly turned around, and just past halfway he saw Leah standing a short distance away, her eyes fixed intently on him. Jean Feichen ignored her and took a step forward himself. Next, Jean Feichen stepped forward to awaken. Hearing Hu Zhu's voice, Jean Feichen stepped forward and looked at the blood column floating up from the ground formation, slowly extending his hand to grasp it. Close your eyes, relax, and follow the source of everything, the awakening official said softly. At the same time, the teaching director standing not far on the stage noticed Jean Feichen and exclaimed, Isn't that Jean Feichen? He actually isn't late for the awakening today. Do you know this kid? Asked the principal, standing with his hands behind his back looking puzzled. He's in Huju's class. The director chuckled, nodding towards Huju, and said, he often mentions him, and over time I've gotten to know him. The principal was somewhat surprised. Oh, the prodigy actually has a fondness for a boy. What changing tastes. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter, perhaps noticing the frowns of several awakening officials. They finally restrained themselves. That kid is called Jean Fachin. He's always been unremarkable and often late. So, isn't that just a standard poor student? That's pretty normal. The director shook his finger and raised his voice. But once he scored first in the cultural subject with nearly a perfect score, and that was the only time there was a reward. The first place could win 1,000 yuan, and he got first place. After that the reward was banned, and he never scored first again. Wait, a bounty hunter. The principal joked, but then his expression returned to normal. Just as he was about to say something, a wave of overwhelming spiritual power surged forth, interrupting him. Boom! With a loud buzzing sound, a dazzling column of light shot up from the place where Jean Fachin stood, breaking through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. The vast spiritual power spread out in layers, filling the entire awakening room with a golden ocean, creating an extremely imposing spectacle. The classmates, who had never seen such a shocking scene, all showed expressions of surprise and began to step back. As the one involved, Jean Fachin stood amidst the light column, his autumn-like eyes shimmering with waves. He slowly raised a hand, and a silver-white glove adorned with black Tao patterns began to rise. Bang! The glove suddenly exploded, transforming into countless starlight points that flew towards Jean Fachin's raised left hand. Once the light points completely enveloped his palm, he clenched his fist. Wow! As the light in his hand dissipated, the black mysterious Tao patterns that had just adorned the silver-white glove were engraved on the palm and back of Jean Fachin's hand. A mysterious power seemed to thread through his organs, his consciousness, and soul, forced Jean Fachin to close his eyes, reading the information of this spiritual item. That is, what the hell? Several classmates, the first to snap out of their daze, gasped in shock upon seeing the characters forming in that light. The awakening room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping at this moment seemed incredibly piercing. Eyes filled with various emotions uniformly stared at Jean Fachin. Universal level spiritual item. Final sequence, garden. Prepare. Seeing this scene, the awakening official stepped forward with the two behind him clasping their hands, instantly moving to Jean Fachin's sides. The three surrounded him in a triangular formation, unleashing their spiritual power. Press. The voices echoed in unison, a blue triangle rising from the ground, enclosing Jean Fachin, while the golden light shooting into the sky gradually faded. During this process, all the information about his spiritual item appeared in Jean Fachin's mind. Final sequence, garden ability. Dawn's bloom. Analyze the blooming spiritual power and deconstruct it. Ability, last petal. Cherish withering life and assimilate it. Jean Fachin opened his eyes, looking at the blue light curtain surrounding him. He extended his left hand and placed it on top. Don't touch. The awakening official who had just awakened him quickly called out in warning upon seeing this scene. But in the next second he was dumbfounded. Deconstruct. A calm voice came from Jean Fachin, and the Tao patterns on the back of his hand glimmered. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly resonated, and in the disbelief of the awakening official, the blue light curtain exploded, transforming into countless red petals that fluttered in the air. Jean Fachin raised a hand, the petal-like rain swaying in response. He swiped down, and countless petals seemed to come alive, converging into a red diamond formed of petals surrounding Jean Fachin. He resembled an elegant dancer, concluding his most captivating performance with the most splendid pose. I like this ability. Teaching director. Principal, the Ministry of Education is calling. Principal, let it ring for a while. Teaching director, it seems urgent. Principal, it's fine, I'm not in a hurry. The crowd gradually snapped out of their dazed state, and the environment that should have been noisy was eerily silent at this moment. They were somewhat at a loss for words. Leah, amidst the crowd, stared blankly at the scene, her mind a blank slate. Her thin lips trembled, and her pupils contracted. The words Huan level echoed repeatedly in her ears. She was unsure of the expression on her face, only questioning incessantly in her heart why. Many awakened officials who had seen their fair share of the world emerged from their shock, murmuring, Huan level. A capability I have never heard of. You two quickly escort Jean Fachin to the local military base, without any mistakes. One person snapped back to reality first and issued a stern command. The three quickly assigned their tasks, and two of them strode towards Jean Fachin respectfully, saying, hello, we are personnel from the Independent Awakening Unit of Shanjing City. For your safety, please follow us to the local military base. Jean Fachin did not ponder much, replying thank you. He knew clearly what Huan level meant. If he wanted to survive, he had to comply with their arrangements. Only after the higher-ups assigned him a zhengxing could he move freely. However, just as they were about to leave, a figure intercepted them. Wait. Two awakened officials stepped in front of Jean Fachin, their expressions grave. Mr. Huju, is there anything else? Huju rubbed his hands together, and chuckled, well, I just want to say if I remember correctly, the strongest person in the exorcism unit of Jinling City should be Ming Zhongyi, right? That's right, it is Commander Ming. One of the awakened officials frowned. Do you have a problem with that? Well, you see. Hu Zhu adjusted his clothing and stated seriously that Kid Ming Zhongyi is at the 4th realm while I am at the 5th realm. Who do you think would be stronger in combat? You are at the U realm. The awakened official exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? How could a dignified U realm be just a teacher? Hey! Hu Zhu immediately became displeased upon hearing this, his body vibrating with a formidable spiritual power, and behind him appeared a pair of wings seemingly formed from numerous sword blades. He lifted off the ground, floating in midair, and pointed at the bewildered awakened official, shouting, "Are you stunned, little brother?" The awakened official's face turned slightly red, and after a long pause he finally spoke up. I apologize for the offense. You are indeed at the U realm, but your identity is not clear to us, so you cannot take Jin Feichen away. Tisk, why are you so stubborn? Call your Commander Ming, and ask him who I am, then ask Jin Feichen if he trusts me. Hu Zhu pointed at the air beside him. Hey, where is he? The three's expressions changed dramatically, quickly scanning their surroundings. After searching with their reddened eyes, they finally found a familiar figure by the self-service beverage machine. Once confirmed, all three accelerated with a burst of speed, rushing to Jin Feichen's side, panting heavily while looking at him. Jin Feichen casually took out a bottle of green apple-flavored soda from below and turned around to see the three of them panting like bulls. He blinked calmly. Even if you look at me like that, I don't have money to buy you anything. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Hu Zhu gritted his teeth and then looked at the two awakened officials beside him, asking, tell them, do you trust me? Huh? Hu Zhu's face, which was about to break into a smile, instantly changed. We've known each other for 3 years, and you still don't trust me. Consider yourself unlucky. Jin Feichen took a sip of his drink, speaking leisurely. Damn it, I can't rely on. Hu Zhu considered himself unfortunate and immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket, dialing a number. After 2 seconds of ringing, he handed the phone to the nearby awakened official. Young comrade, have a word with your commander. The awakened official paused, took the phone, and hurried to a corner, leaving one person to watch Jin Feichen. Jin Feichen sat bored, pulling out a silver-white card, and began spinning it to pass the time. About 2 minutes later, the awakened official who answered the call rushed back, and without a word, he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Who, I apologize for the earlier offense. I have received instructions from the higher-ups to hand Jin Feichen over to you. The Zhengxing will arrive tomorrow, so I will leave it to you during this time. Hu Zhu smiled like a dragon king, waving his hand. It's a small matter, we are all on the same side. It's nothing to worry about. You go to your work, there's no need to worry about this side. Feeling the fiery gazes of the surrounding students, Hu Zhu felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was probably what it meant to play the fool and catch the tiger, showing off and slapping faces. The arrival of the Dragon King and the appearance of the wife and child exhilarating. Let's go, little brother. Hu Zhu raised an eyebrow at Jin Feichen. Where to? To eat. It's my treat. The two quickly reached an agreement, synchronizing as they stood up and walked toward the door. Jin Feichen, do you dare to go to the death pool with me? Just as the two reached the entrance, an untimely shout rang out. Jin Feichen paused his steps and casually asked Hu Zhu, what if the Zhao family wants to kill me? Hu Zhu squinted and smiled. Then there will be no Zhao family in Jinling. Good. Jin Feichen raised an eyebrow and waved his hand without looking back. I'll give you a chance, keep up. With that, the two walked out of the awakening room against the light. At that moment, all eyes turned to Zhao Ming, buzzing with discussion. A good show is about to begin. Hurry up, let's go see the excitement. Who do you think will win? Don't say it's really hard to tell. Zhao Ming has been using drugs since he was young. He should be at the 4th turn of the Ming realm by now. Even if Jin Feichen is a Huan-level celestial being, he is just awakened and can at most be at the 1st turn of the Ming realm. So do you think they can go all out? The death pool is where every awakened person is invited to fight after awakening. Although it's legally allowed to kill up there, this is still a school, and I haven't heard of anyone dying over the years. I don't think so either. Zhao Ming has the backing of the Zhao family, and Jin Feichen has just awakened to the Huan level. Even though Jin Feichen is impressive, he has just graduated. How could he kill someone directly? Plus, there are so many people watching, it would be too influential. That's reasonable. Hurry up, or we won't get front row seats. I've never seen a 1st-level celestial being in my life, and now I can see a Huan level 1. Damn it, that's enough to brag about for a lifetime. Stop dawdling, let's go. The students who had awakened surged out like a tide, all eager to witness the splendor of the Huan-level celestial being. In an instant, the awakening room was empty, leaving only a few scattered individuals who had not yet awakened, watching the others leave with longing. The previous 3 awakened officials were naturally aware of the purpose of the death pool, but they did not stop anyone, because everyone knew that a mere 2nd-level celestial being could never compete with a Huan level. It was akin to a mayfly trying to face the vast sky. Don't say that. Oh, I also want to see. I've never seen what the legendary Huan level looks like in battle. Shall we go? A rainbound season that will not loosen its grip, a summer that cannot be forgotten. Vehicles sped along the roadside as raindrops pattered on the ground amid the surrounding clamor. The lawn drank the downpour, heralding another stubborn blade of green, pushing through the earth. It's raining. Jean Fachin stood atop the death pool, extending a hand to feel the weight of the drops. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the thunder followed in its wake. The students who had come to gawk murmured among themselves. How did it start raining so suddenly? Faster than my partner changing moods. It's the rainy season, inevitable. As long as I can witness a Wan-class Tianwu, I wouldn't mind, even if coins rained down from the sky. Same here. Hey, where's Zhao Ming? I didn't see him just now. Wasn't he walking ahead of us? How did he disappear so quickly? There. Look, what is he holding? A Shengxi Qi, a life and death contract. The crowd parted, making a path through the center. Zhao Ming, holding 2 brown sheets of paper, strode forward with an air of arrogance, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jean Fachin on the platform. Dare you sign? Zhao Ming tossed one of the brown sheets toward him and spoke as he did so. The brown sheet was a Shengxi Qi. Anyone who ascended the death pool could apply. If both parties subjectively affixed their signatures, the pact would take effect. Combat without restraint, life and death decided by force, and the agreement would be recognized by the Daxia authorities. Jean Fachin caught the life and death contract steadily. After reading its contents, a faint smile tugged at his lips. He pressed a hand to it, and then calmly tossed it back. Thanks. Thanks, Mich. Zhao Ming was plainly taken aback by the unexpected gratitude, then he curled his lips into a cruel grin. Indeed, you should thank me. Soon I will send you to meet the parents you have never known. He waved a large hand and placed his palm upon the other life and death contract. The 2 brown papers emitted a faint glow and drifted above the death pool, swaying gently. The glow signified that the pact had taken effect. Their lives on the death pool were no longer protected by law and would depend solely on their own strength. It's starting. They're really bold, signing the old Shengxi Qi just like that. Even if I disregarded every risk, I wouldn't be as quick as those 2. Among the crowd, Leah stood out like a crane among chickens, her eyes deep and contemplative. Rain-damp strands of hair clung to her cheek, lending her an extra touch of beauty. The raindrops fell placidly, but her heart was far from calm. At the very back, Hu Zhu had somehow produced a chair, sat with one leg crossed over the other, and watched the platform with amused interest. Amazingly, the rain seemed to avoid him. Though he sat in the downpour, Hu Zhu's garments remained unruffled, as if the droplets would not dare touch him. A gunshot cracked above the death pool. Zhao Ming summoned his Tianwu, twirled his spear in a flourish, and began to circle Jean Fachin. You truly surprise me. Surprise me in what way? That I'm taller than you. Jean Fachin replied in the same languid tone, as if half asleep. He showed no reaction to Zhao Ming's movements. A Wan-class Tianwu is remarkable, but it ends here for you, Zhao Ming sneered. Perhaps you should be grateful for your last stroke of luck, that you awakened a Wan-class Tianwu before you die. No, I should thank compulsory education, otherwise I'd probably be fighting in the canyon right now, Jean Fachin drawled. He continued, but seriously, after I awakened a Wan-class Tianwu, you still invited me onto the death pool. Did you not realize how important I am to this world? With a swift motion, Zhao Ming leapt behind Jean Fachin and suddenly thrust his spear toward the other's head. Without turning his head, Jean Fachin easily evaded. He spun and struck with lightning speed, seizing the long spear. Hey, I was asking you a question. Such rudeness. Humph. What I want is to shatter you before countless eyes. Zhao Ming advanced, and the power of his Ming realm fourth turn erupted. Spiritual force streamed from his soles into the earth and detonated beneath Jean Fachin's feet. Then those who would protect you will be forced to break the rules to save you. I will make the one who awakened a Wan-class Tianwu the object of the greatest ridicule. The ground burst open. Jean Fachin used the shock to flip in midair and landed with perfect poise. The lazy expression vanished from his face, replaced by a faint smile. You are not stupid. That plan would let you walk away unscathed while ruining my reputation. If that happened, the Zhao family would be thrust into the public eye. I could not rely on my influence to move against them. Instead, I would be compelled to protect them. If the Zhao family then suffered misfortune, everyone would say I was settling scores out of spite. My motives impure. Clever thought, but why do you assume I must be weaker than you? Jean Fachin suddenly raised his left hand. Black dao patterns had silently appeared along his skin. He made a snapping motion with his fingers and said, Do you know the name of my Siming Tianwu? It is called Zhongshu Huayuan. I prefer to call it Ma Shu Shou. Do you know why? Zhao Ming watched him warily, lifting his spear defensively. What nonsense are you talking? Never mind. Action speaks clearer. Jean Fachin laughed aloud and slowly rubbed his fingertips together. It's showtime. An instant later, a bright snap and an explosion of sound. A crisp note rang out. Before Zhao Ming could react, his spear suddenly detonated and blossomed into a sea of petals that surrounded him. Before he could mount any counter, an intense sense of discord rose within him. He had no time to hesitate and darted aside to avoid it. In the next breath, a silver-white card gleaming with a chilling light tore through the flower sea and whistled past. My spear turned into petals. Zhao Ming's mind raced. That ability was something Jean Fachin had used in the Awakening Chamber. When did he learn it here? A memory surfaced of Jean Fachin casually holding his spear and complaining to him. He must have had it then. Damn. Fortunately, Jean Fachin's power had transformed the weapon rather than destroying it, otherwise the Tianwu's backlash would have been fatal. Zhao Ming expended spiritual energy and summoned his Tianwu anew. He swung the long spear intending to shatter the petals with the shockwave of his qi. At that moment his ears twitched. Wait, the sound of rain is gone. He hurled the spear in a sweeping arc. The strike forced Jean Fachin back. Jean Fachin caught the returning card and mocked. Wow, impressive. Your senses are keen enough to detect the movement of raindrops. His tone was teasing barbed with derision. I am already Ming Realm 4th turn. Do you think I'm the same as you? Zhao Ming noticed the stunned faces in the audience and straightened his posture with pride. That is different indeed. Unexpectedly Jean Fachin nodded and curved his lips. After all, I am sick. In the next instant his cultivation could no longer be concealed. The might of a Ming Realm 6th turn surged from him like a tidal wave. For a moment the world seemed to have been muted, everything fell into a deathly absolute silence. 6 rotations? And what kind of joke is this? And how is this even possible? Impossible. And isn't he an orphan? And who the hell are you calling orphan? Does he eat your family's rice? You keep shouting orphan like it's a curse. Orphan isn't your father, you fool. No. I mean, where did he get the money to buy cultivation resources? In silence. Jean Fachin's cultivation aura erupted instantly, unleashing a tempest of shock across the arena. Even the principal, whose cultivation was profound, or the seasoned awakening officers, all stood frozen in profound disbelief. Only Hu Zhu remained calm, gazing at Jean Fachin on stage with quiet satisfaction. With a knowing smile he murmured, "You have truly become a mature dragon sovereign. No wonder I've been so meticulous with every word I utter. Now, savor the exhilarating thrill of this grand spectacle of revelation and reversal." Ha ha ha. On stage Jean Fachin stood in flowing white robes, stirred by the wind, his ink-black hair rippling softly. A faint, elegant smile curved his lips. His poised voice and graceful bearing seemed to whisper, the performance has only just begun. Applaud freely. Clang. And the Mafu spear clattered onto the ground, its sharp ring shattering the stunned silence. Zhao Ming's lips trembled. The sudden turn of events left him rooted in place, mind utterly blank. He could not believe what he saw. His eyes wide with panic, unfocused, drowning in disbelief, so thick it seemed almost tangible. This cannot be. And, honestly, you nearly made me forget. I am after all a 6th rotation cultivator of the Fate realm, Jean Fachin said calmly, deftly flipping a card between his fingers. I almost fooled myself. How could you possibly be 6th rotation? How? Zhao Ming screamed, inwardly his voice raw with despair. All my life I endured endless hardship. Relentless training, daily physical refinement, every precious resource my family possessed, just to reach 4th rotation in the Fate realm. And then how? How can someone who sleeps all day, who has no background, no lineage, how can he achieve 6th rotation? What gives you the right? In hearing Zhao Ming's deafening roar, Jean Fachin remained utterly unmoved. Oh, you're rather fragile, aren't you? Others shared Zhao Ming's bewilderment. After all, awakening a celestial artifact grants only a trickle of spiritual energy, barely enough for a single rotation. To leap directly to 6th rotation in the Fate realm without prior cultivation was sheer fantasy, utterly impossible. At Jean Fachin's reply, Zhao Ming ceased his accusations. Staggering backward, he clenched empty air, and the Mafu spear reappeared in his grasp. Don't think you're the only one with hidden cards. And suddenly Zhao Ming's crimson eyes blazed with savage ferocity. He raised his spear, cords of muscle bulged along his arms as he slammed his foot hard into the ground. Faint amber spiritual energy coiled around his body and spear. With a thunderous shout, Shadow Imprint Spear. The weapon shot forth like a dragon unleashed. He moved, yet seemed motionless. A pale amber afterimage peeled from his form, frozen mid-grip, and hurtled forward in an instant. The moment struck with such suddenness that no one reacted. By the time the crowd regained their senses, the amber phantom had already streaked past Jean Fachin's silhouette. Feng Tian Supreme Martial Art. N. Yellow Rank High Tier Supreme Martial Art. The Shadow Imprint Spear. N. Zhao Ming has mastered a supreme martial art. And wait, no. Look at Jean Fachin's chest. Null eyes snapped toward him, and pupils contracted in unison. There, a gaping wound bled crimson on his chest, and even the distant principal, startled, stepped forward, then froze mid-stride. His gaze narrowed as he studied the red stain. That's petals, and another astonishing sight unfolded on stage. And boom, and the familiar detonation echoed, and Jean Fachin exploded. Like the spear before him, he dissolved into a cascade of blossoms. Amidst the bewildered silence, a calm, unhurried voice rose from the swirling petals. As I said, I prefer calling it the magician's hand rather than final sequence garden. The petals spiraled inward, and from their heart emerged Jean Fachin, and scathed arms outstretched, his beautiful eyes alight with amusement, like a master illusionist concluding a century-defining act. Die! Shattered anew, Zhao Ming hurled his spear with desperate force. It pierced Jean Fachin once more, but inside his chest bloomed only scattered petals. What is this thing? En Zhao Ming screamed, his world unraveling before his eyes. En Zhao Ming. Jean Fachin appeared behind him, voice soft as a whisper. En Zhao Ming whirled around. Before a single word escaped his lips, Jean Fachin struck first. Raising one hand, he flicked 2 fingers forward, and between them materialized a card unlike any before, etched with arcane sigils. In the next breath, he whispered, "The magician's moment." And the card flared, and a familiar amber figure surged forth, spear blazing, piercing reality itself. Thwip! And splash! En Zhao Ming vomited a torrent of blood, staring in horror at the amber figure and the identical spear. This is the shadow imprint spear. How could you possibly? This must be false. Knit was his technique, down to the very afterimage which bore his likeness. Amber's spiritual energy gently dissipated. Jean Fachin strolled forward, one hand tucked casually in his pocket, the other idly twirling his card, toward Zhao Ming, now kneeling on the ground. Truth and illusion, substance and shadow. That is the very essence of magic. How did you do it? This shadow imprint spear is our Zhao family's forbidden art. You couldn't possibly. Ni's voice choked off mid-sentence. Jean Fachin passed him silently, the card in his hand now stained with fresh blood dripping steadily. Zhao Ming clutched the wound at his throat, then collapsed, defeated, speechless, 1,000 unsaid words dying with him. And the duel ended, not with fanfare, but with devastating, unexpected finality. You've wasted far too much of my time. Your abilities are now fully honed. Farewell, witness to my magic. Jean Fachin walked to the edge of the dead pool, standing still beneath the falling rain. No one knew how long passed, until Zhao Ming's blood began to spread across the stage, and the crowd below finally realized a life had been taken. Boom. The rain mist rose, and the lightning flickered, frequently roaring through the dark clouds. The fierce wind howled, thunder crashed, and nameless birds felt lost in the storm. The next day at the second high school in Jinling City, blood was washed away by the rain, and the air felt unusually oppressive. Dead. Dead. No way. It must be a joke. Jean Fachin has killed. No, it can't be. Wasn't it just a verbal conflict? This. In the crowd, Li Ya's beautiful eyes like autumn waters stared blankly at the scene, her body shivering, as if savaged by the extreme northern wind. She couldn't understand why things had escalated to this point. Hadn't they merely had a few disagreements? Why could Jean Fachin kill Zhao Ming so decisively and cleanly? They had been classmates for 3 years. Why? Ultimately, the conflict between Jean Fachin and Zhao Ming was instigated by Li Ya. Did that mean she would also? Countless speculations burrowed into Li Ya's mind, and the seed of fear was deeply planted in her heart, rapidly growing with the nourishment of Zhao Ming's blood. Li Ya's feet kept moving, retreating further back. She looked at the open school gate behind her, her steps quickening until she was finally running. Jean Fachin's devilish smile kept flashing in her mind, and the bloodstains on Zhao Ming's neck kept appearing. For some reason, Zhao Ming's face began to flicker in Li Ya's mind. Perhaps it was due to the dark weather and the frequent flashes of lightning. Finally, when the lightning illuminated the earth again, that face transformed into hers. And the tree named Fear began to rise wildly at that moment, breaking through the barrier of reason in an instant. The murderer must be killed. Boom. The rain continued to fall. On the death pool, Jean Fachin counted down the time, waiting for Zhao Ming's family to arrive. So boring. Jean Fachin, drenched, looked at the drizzling rain and sighed, wondering why such weather didn't occur when he was staying at home. What a pity, such good gaming time wasted on murder. Boom. Suddenly, thunder cracked and a streak of golden light swept down from the sky. Bang. The light struck the earth, and the person was none other than Zhao Fuyun, the current head of the Zhao family and Zhao Ming's father. Dressed in an exquisite suit, his hair meticulously styled. From Zhao Fuyun's slightly trembling fists, it was evident he was struggling to suppress his rage. My son, you killed him. Looking at Zhao Ming's corpse, Zhao Fuyun almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. He committed suicide by crashing into my card. You can't accuse me unjustly. Jean Fachin blinked, casually making up excuses. Do you know who you killed? Zhao Ming, the son of the Zhao family. Seeing Jean Fachin's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Fuyun's heart sank, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Could he be from another powerful family? Which family are you from? What is your name to be so reckless? Out of caution, he spoke coldly. An unknown. The young man smiled and recited, the breeze blows across the medicine table, the sunny day shines on the tea towel. The ethereal joy has not yet ended, the dust flies over Dongqing. He paused slightly, bowed slightly to the newcomer, and said calmly, I am Jean Fachin. Jean Fachin. Zhao Fuyun's mind raced, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't recall any family with the surname Jean. Don't think about it. I'm really just an ordinary person who loves to eat Huangmin chicken without an emperor-level father or mother. Jin Feichen noticed Zhao Feiyan's concerns and kindly reminded him. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyan's expression darkened. Although he believed the same, there were just too many doubts in this situation. It was true that his son had died, and as the head of the Zhao family, every word and action represented the entire family. He couldn't afford to be careless. Zhao Feiyan tried to calm down, pondering the doubts in this matter. First, regarding the opponent's strength, he was most familiar with Zhao Ming's power. Unless they were exceptionally powerful family geniuses, it was impossible for someone of the same generation to kill him. This clearly wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Secondly, there was the opponent's audacious attitude. If it were a normal person, they would definitely panic in such a situation, but this kid seemed to be taunting him at every turn, as if trying to provoke him into making a move. Not from a great family, yet unafraid of the Zhao family. Zhao Feiyan thought it over, and only one conclusion could explain everything: that this Jin Feichen had awakened some extraordinary divine object that required official protection. Indeed, how could one who became the head of the family be a fool whose mind easily filled with rage? Seeing Zhao Feiyan calm down, Jin Feichen immediately understood that the other party had likely guessed something. Boring. I have been busy today, so I didn't pay attention to the awakening ceremony of the divine object. If I guess correctly, you are a special level, right? Who knows? My brother is quite popular right now, why don't you inquire? Jin Feichen adjusted his dripping wet clothes and turned to leave. I'm off by. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyan immediately attempted to stop him. Even if Jin Feichen awakened to the special level and was under official protection, he couldn't just let the murderer who killed his son leave without a clear answer. The Zhao family was not some soft persimmon to be squished, but as one foot was just raised, a slender hand suddenly rested on his shoulder like a ghost. This child has a rather bad character, don't you think? Hu Zhu appeared behind Zhao Feiyan at some point, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, smiling lightly. When did he arrive? Zhao Feiyan froze as if struck by lightning, his pupils suddenly constricting. He looked at the familiar yet strange man beside him, who was chatting and laughing, and a surge of indescribable fear welled up in his heart, as if a cold hand was tightly gripping his heart. If he had just attacked Jin Feichen, would that hand not have been gripping his shoulder? So let him be a little bad. After all, he awakened a celestial-level divine object, right? One must indulge him, right? Hu Zhu continued to talk to himself, and the term celestial level struck Zhao Feiyan's heart like a heavy artillery shell. Celestial level. He muttered these two words in a daze, and the entire world seemed to quiet down, everything around him becoming blurred. Tisk, celestial level, you tell me? With over 8 billion people in our great Xia, only a few awaken each year. You can count them on one hand. This means war again, but it's fine. After all, this kid is now a treasure. Who would dare to touch him? Hu Zhu's chattering voice grew more distant, and Zhao Feiyan stood there stunned. Alright, enough about that. I need to go find that kid first. Oh, by the way, you can ask these students about Zhao Ming's matter. They are well informed about the gossip. Hu Zhu left. The students also left. Only the rain continued to fall. Zhao Feiyan stood there for a long time, already drenched. Is there any need to ask? Celestial level. It is no longer necessary. Zhao Feiyan cried and laughed, his mouth trembling as he tried to laugh at himself, but only silent sobs escaped. He slowly walked to the deceased Zhao Ming's side and squatted down. Previously, Zhao Feiyan was filled with anger and contemplation. His son's sudden death hadn't caused him much sorrow, but now that heart-wrenching pain surged up, the pain rocking his entire being. Zhao Feiyan gently stroked Zhao Ming's wide-open eyes, murmuring, "Just like this, in confusion, no matter whose fault it is, it no longer matters." In the torrential rain, Zhao Feiyan's silhouette gradually disappeared into the mist, leaving behind a hoarse whisper. "Perhaps I should be more reckless. Maybe then I could die on the path of avenging you. I think I will no longer be hopeless. Son, your father should be a bit foolish." The rain continued to pour down, and at the bus stop, Jin Feichen was bored playing with his cards. A honk sounded, and looking up, he saw Hu Zhu sitting in a blue Ferrari, raising an eyebrow at him. "Get in, bro, I'll take you for a ride." Inside the car, Jin Feichen glanced at the dazzling Ferrari logo on the steering wheel in Hu Zhu's hand and teased, "I think you should change the parents group into a shareholders group." "What kind of talk is that? I still have 32 years left on the car loan. How can I be a shareholder?" 32 years. Jin Feichen fell silent, the weight of it deafening. Hu Zhu shot him a glance, somewhat exasperated. "Stop talking nonsense. I just want to know if I'm handsome." "I was quite handsome, but unfortunately." Jin Feichen left his sentence hanging, leaving Hu Zhu in endless speculation. "Come on, before you talk about me, let's talk about you." Hu Zhu, seeing Jin Feichen's unyielding demeanor, simply gave up on pretense and turned to serious matters. "Are you asking me why I killed Zhao Ming?" Jin Feichen leaned against the car window, watching the flowing raindrops. "Smart. So tell me then." Jin Feichen didn't hesitate, speaking directly. 6 reasons. 1. I've never killed anyone and wanted to try you. 2. He had already shown intent to kill me. 3. Although he said he wouldn't kill me, just wanted to crush me and ruin me. That reason is enough to kill him. 4. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, my awakening of the heavenly artifact means that countless fools will come to provoke and challenge me in the future. I dislike trouble, so it's better to end it all at once. 5. Killing him helps to ruin my reputation, which I need 6. Actually, there isn't a 6th, but I like the number 6, so I threw 1 in. Huju's expression remained unchanged for the first 4 points, but he was puzzled after hearing the 5th, ruin your own reputation. Am I getting old and can't keep up with the thoughts of you young people? Can you tell me why? It's nothing much, just want to be a bit freer, I guess. Jean Fachin slightly lowered the car window, lit a cigarette, shifted to a comfortable position, and slowly continued. Look at the current living owners of heavenly artifacts, which one isn't a perfect little flower. That persona, even if placed on television, seems fake. Once a heavenly artifact awakens, one must always maintain a perfect hero persona in front of others, or else they'll be criticized by those fools online. I'd rather turn myself into a wreck from the start, so I wouldn't fear collapsing my persona. Hearing Jean Fachin's words, Huju nodded in agreement. That's true, but I didn't expect you to actually be afraid of being criticized. Are you okay? Jean Fachin suddenly turned to him, pointing at himself. Do I really look like a wise person, or do I seem like a monster who has lived for hundreds of years and seen through the mundane? I'm just a bit lazy and dislike socializing, not some high-minded person who doesn't care about anything. Ha ha, alright, I understand. Huju laughed a couple of times. So what's your plan for the future? I don't know yet. Let's wait and see. I'll ask when Zheng Xing comes tomorrow. Jean Fachin thought for a moment and realized he had no clear plan. Oh, you know what Zheng Xing is? Huju looked at Jean Fachin in surprise. What kind of fool do you think I am in your eyes? Jean Fachin looked at Huju speechlessly, a head full of question marks. Zheng Xing, named after one of the 12 stars of the Big Dipper in the Great Xia, anyone who awakens a heavenly artifact of destiny can be called a master star, which is the core star of the 12 stars of the Big Dipper. Zheng Xing is the star that guards the Master Star, and the Great Xia will send a powerful person to descend beside the Master Star, protecting it from persecution by other races, and also serves as a teacher. This is Zheng Xing. This is a privilege that only absolute geniuses can have. Even special-level individuals can only envy it. As long as you know that's content from class. I thought you forgot it. Huju scratched his head, giving a couple of awkward laughs. Alright, you rest. They'll call you when we get there. Jean Fachin fell silent, resting his head on the side, and gradually closing his eyes, contemplating the current situation. The heavenly artifact awakening such a destiny artifact was something Jean Fachin had not expected. Based on his expectations, it was likely to be one of the 3 levels secondary special or above. The reason he had such confidence was due to his physical condition. Logically speaking, a person cannot cultivate before awakening a destiny artifact. To increase the spiritual power within, one must rely on external forces such as taking medicine or consuming good food. However, Jean Fachin was different. Perhaps due to having crossed over, he could sense the spiritual energy in the world after his 17th year, and because of this he was able to cultivate for an extra year compared to ordinary people. But because the environment he lived in was severely lacking in spiritual energy, it took him a year to reach the 6th transition of the Fate realm. It was precisely because of this that Jean Fachin was confident he could awaken a secondary or higher destiny artifact. However, this heavenly artifact also brought him great surprise. The first ability, Bloom of Dawn, simple, yet powerful, can disassemble all non-living things, that is spiritual power attaches, to into blooming petals. Although it mentions non-living things, he can also complete the disassembly himself, greatly enhancing his evasion and defensive abilities. When faced with an attack, he can directly disassemble himself into petals to evade, and can reconstruct himself at any position where the petals remain. Aside from some consumption of spiritual power, it's practically a divine skill. The second ability, Last Petal, can disassemble lives that he has personally sent to their end. The disassembled life will give birth to a core petal, which contains a portion of the spiritual power of that life. What Jean Fachin needs to do is eat this petal to gain that portion of the ability, comparable to a cultivation cheat. The third ability, Eternal Garden. No, it is a sword. Its capabilities are unknown and undetectable, shrouded in a veil of mist. Perhaps it is because Jean Fachin's current cultivation is too weak to unleash its potential. However, just the first 2 skills are already enough to defy the heavens. One fully defensive, and one fully focused on cultivation. The only thing missing is an offensive means, which this mysterious card perfectly compensates for. With the awakening of the celestial artifact of fate, everything within him is now controlled by this artifact. He can officially redirect his spiritual energy, and the abilities of the mysterious card are finally revealed, imprinting. As the name suggests, any objects and supreme martial arts that he can see can be imprinted by the card, and then activated with spiritual energy, allowing them to be released. Even attacks made by others at the cost of their lives or other sacrifices can be imprinted and released at will without any side effects. Moreover, there is no limit to the number of times the card can be used, meaning that any ability can be released indefinitely, as long as spiritual energy is invoked utterly disregarding reason. Each card can imprint one supreme martial art, and once imprinted the card can be erased and re-imprinted with other objects or supreme martial arts, which is extremely convenient. Regarding this mysterious ability, Hu Zhu did not inquire further, perhaps believing it to be a power inherent to celestial artifacts of the highest order, or perhaps he did not think so. Ultimately, it does not matter. What is important is that Jin Feichen is the possessor of a celestial artifact of fate at the highest level, a rare genius among billions who enjoys privileges in a world dominated by martial might. If a genius of the highest level were to endure the same treatment as a level 5 facing doubts and injustices, then the very concept of privilege would lose all meaning. After a hearty meal, Jin Feichen and Hu Zhu drove to Hu Zhu's home. Since Jin Feichen lived in an old apartment crowded with people and distractions, it was wise to stay at Hu Zhu's place for the night to avoid unnecessary troubles. The rainy season changes like a child's face; it can transform in an instant. Just moments ago it was cloudy but clear now, with dark clouds retreating like a tide and a beautiful rainbow arching across the sky hanging in the clouds. The sky turned a brilliant blue resembling a dazzling sapphire. The air was filled with the fresh scent after the rain, invigorating and uplifting. At 2:40 p.m. on June 10th, a deep blue Ferrari drove into the yard of a 3-story villa on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving, Hu Zhu unbuckled his seatbelt and called out to the still motionless Jin Feichen, "We're here. Get out." "What are you thinking?" Jin Feichen stepped out of the vehicle, leaning against the car door as he gazed at the luxurious villa before him, clicking his tongue and saying, "Ridiculous." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "I'm in the Imperial realm, you know." "I'm very impressive." Seeing Jin Feichen's expression as if the world is doomed, Hu Zhu instantly felt a surge of anger and shouted, I understand. Don't worry, I won't say a word." Jin Feichen selectively ignored Hu Zhu's words, tapping his chest to signal that he wouldn't spill the beans. "Forget it." Hu Zhu sighed and waved his hand at Jin Feichen. "Come on, let's go inside." The latter didn't move, saying, "Wait, I'm thinking of something with my still functional brain." "What?" Hu Zhu halted, retracting his foot that was about to step onto the stairs. Jin Feichen leaned against the car door, one arm crossed over his chest, and the other stroking his chin, speaking almost to himself. "Did you notice Leah when I was at the Deadpool today? She seemed very flustered, her expression terrified. It seems my act of killing Zhao Ming had a significant impact on her." "So?" Hu Zhu tilted his head. "Does that mean the chances of getting with her have decreased?" "The conflict between Zhao Ming and me was 70% Li Ya's fault. Perhaps in her eyes my motive for killing Zhao Ming was revenge, and there's a high likelihood she would retaliate against her as the instigator." Jin Feichen paused, gazing at the clear blue sky, before continuing, "Anyone who faces a person infinitely stronger than themselves would likely fall into a state of extreme panic. In such a state, they are most likely to lose their rationality and may commit reckless acts." "And then, what are you trying to say?" Hu Zhu seemed to sense some possibility, and his brows furrowed. "Recklessness can take many forms, such as suicide, self-harm, destruction, or murder. The first two can be dismissed. Aaliyah has just awakened a level 1 artifact. She has a bright future ahead and wouldn't harm herself. As for destruction, it's only temporary. She's clever and wouldn't choose that to numb herself. The last option is murder. Kill you. Murderers are often murdered." Jin Feichen lit a cigarette to her. "I am merely a demon trying to kill her. Isn't it normal for her to want to kill me? From an old-world perspective, this could be considered justifiable self-defense protected by the law. But unfortunately, she has added recklessness to the mix, and recklessly defending oneself comes with consequences." "So you mean she wants to kill you?" Hu Zhu asked. "Perhaps. I'm rather narcissistic, a teenage boy prone to overthinking. Maybe she doesn't care about me at all." Jin Feichen smiled calmly. Although he was joking, his tone conveyed no humor. "The reasons and motives are completely sufficient, but the means to commit murder are lacking. She stands no chance." Hu Zhu shook his head. "Those who can kill a tiger are never rabbits. Using someone else's hand, borrowing a knife to kill. I think it's a good knife. Indeed. You know, friends, other races are not foolish. For example, like this." Jin Feichen raised the burnt-out cigarette, but in his hand, and flicked it directly at the villa's. In an instant, an unexpected change occurred as several weapons emanating black energy pierced through the door like venomous snakes, instantly obliterating the cigarette butt. The door shattered and 5 shadowy humanoid monsters stepped out from behind it, like phantoms slowly approaching the two. A wave of bloodlust surged forth, oppressive and overwhelming. Jin Feichen raised his eyebrows at Hu Zhu with a smile. "What do you think of the narcissistic ability unique to teenage boys?" "Alright, I concede." Hu Zhu sighed. "I am getting old." "Not too bad. Although you're older, who told you to have such a youthful face? You must still be quite popular." Facing the encroaching otherworldly beings, the two maintained a demeanor of light-hearted banter, showing no signs of panic or disarray. "They'll take that as a compliment about my looks." As Hu Zhu spoke, he raised 2 fingers. "By the way, do you know what my artifact is? It's not a cheap trick. No, it is a sword." With that, Hu Zhu dropped his fingers. In the next moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed as a sword descended from the heavens. Jean Fachin and Hu Zhu both rested a hand on the roof of the Ferrari, gazing steadily at each other with faint smiles. Beside them the space was filled with sword energy, blood splattering, and the sound of swords echoing as if reality was being reset and everything was flowing backward. Half a minute later, as Hu Zhu's large hand gripped the world fell silent. Looking at the ease with which Hu Zhu handled the situation, Jean Fachin felt slightly puzzled. 5 beings of the Yu realm can easily annihilate a city. Hu Zhu smiled as he revealed the cultivation levels of these 5 alien beings. Jean Fachin was somewhat surprised. You are quite strong. Mediocre, but in the same realm. Hu Zhu turned to leave, leaving behind a remark, I am invincible. Alright, although I don't really want to admit it, you were indeed quite impressive just now. Jean Fachin shrugged his shoulders, stepping into the open villa while stepping over a puddle of black blood. Fortunately, those few ruffians didn't mess up the house, or I would have felt awful for a while. Looking at the hall, which was intact, Hu Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps they can understand the hardships of working-class people. Jean Fachin walked to the refrigerator and upon seeing the green apple soda, revealed a satisfied smile. Hu Zhu approached, opened a can of beer, and took a big gulp. Ah, refreshing. Indeed, this is what a man should drink. The two of them slumped onto the sofa in perfect synchrony, simultaneously taking a sip of their drinks and letting out a sound of enjoyment. Hu Zhu tilted his head back and asked Jean Fachin, by the way, how do you plan to handle this matter? You're right. The latter replied, casually fiddling with the remote control while slumped on the sofa, he'll deal with it when the opportunity arises. Being too bloodthirsty isn't a good thing, young man. Then marry her, keep an eye on her for me, and I can rest easy. When should I kill her? There certainly isn't an opportunity right now. The fact that she can contact the alien race indicates that she has some means. She wouldn't leave herself with a handle. Let's see when she goes to the wilderness. It's so chaotic there, some people might just die unexpectedly, who knows. Have you forgotten? She awakened a level 1 destiny heavenly object. Jean Fachin chuckled dryly, turned on the television, and glanced back, saying, have you forgotten? I am a Huanjing. Beep. The television lit up and the host's voice followed. Hello audience friends. Today is June 10th, commonly known as Awakening Day. At our Jinling City's second Heavenly Object High School, a Huanjing Destiny Heavenly Object holder has appeared. This will be a matter of great significance for the whole world. As the saying goes, with greater authority comes greater oppression. Jean Fachin exhaled a puff of white smoke, raising an eyebrow with a light laugh. I just happened to be at the peak. Wow, you're so manly. The news of Jean Fachin being attacked by aliens quickly spread to the center of the Great Xia, to the capital city. At the center of the capital, in the highest council chamber, in an office, an imposing elder sat steadily in his chair, his calloused, wrinkled fingers gently tapping on the mahogany desk. The sound echoed throughout the large office. The elder's pitch-black eyes sparkled with a cold glint. On the desk lay 8 sheets of brown wood paper, with the topmost one detailing Jean Fachin's life experiences. Name: Jean Fachin. Destiny: Object: Huanjing. Final sequence: Garden. New age: 18. Gender: Male. Permanent residence: Great Xia Tian Palace Federation, Shijiang Province, Jinling City, Changhua District. Sengxiankyo. Water and electricity free apartment. Notes: Orphan parents unknown. Tian Palace ID 230888. Life history. After a long time, the elder finally spoke slowly. What do you think? In the empty room, a shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. The figure that appeared was dressed in a black robe, concealing their face, making it impossible to discern their expression. His parents remained suspicious. Is that so? The elder chuckled, pushing the topmost brown paper forward, saying, take a look. The figure in black took the paper with both hands and began to scrutinize it. At that moment, the elder spoke again. By the way, this kid was just attacked by aliens. That's to be expected. The figure in black nodded slightly, showing no surprise, as if accustomed to such events. We are connected to the aliens ourselves. The elder leaned back in his chair and continued, that was unexpected. The figure in black set down the paper and looked up at the elder. Do you need me to handle it? The elder shook his head with a smile. Let's see, this little fellow seems to have his own plans. Let him hone his skills. You seem to have other feelings for him. Seeing the elder's attitude, the figure in black was somewhat surprised. It's nothing. The elder had a chilling smile on his lips, stating casually, it's just rare to see someone different. It's a good thing for this country. I appreciate it somewhat. Following the rules is also a good thing. But that is always within the rules. Thoughts become limited. The country, but the world doesn't need them. The two engaged in a back-and-forth conversation, with the elder calmly stating, day after day, adhering to the rules does not count as skill. That's merely imposing a layer of effort on oneself, then settling down comfortably, creating an invisible cage for oneself. You should know what often traps a person is not talent, but thought. Since you have chosen this path of being a master, you shouldn't be bound by the rules. This isn't the old society's 996, where you get paid by the hour. If you want to succeed, you must be a bit more radical, right? The path of radicalism is bound with thorns. That's why there are so few successful people, haha. The elder suddenly burst into laughter, his demeanor unfathomable. The figure in black, seemingly accustomed to it, remained silent, quietly watching the elder laugh. After a long time, the elder finally stopped. By the way, who is the main star arranged for this little fellow? Luo Mingyi, belonging to the Exorcism Forces, 1st Division, Ancient Realm 9 Transformations. The figure in black paused before continuing. Fought before strength is decent enough to serve as Jin Feishan's main star. The elder pondered for a moment. Let him go, back you go. The figure in black was taken aback. What? You go be that kid's main star. You really are getting old. I'm not joking. The elder said with a serious expression. I just have a feeling that this kid is prone to self-destruct. It's safer for you to handle it. Seeing that the elder was not joking, the figure in black asked in astonishment, Me with this level of strength to be the main star? Haven't you been through hard times? How can you be so reckless? What are you talking about? He's at least a Huanjing, and back then, when he was a teacher, I put you in a tough spot, didn't I? That was indeed not a tough spot, but the main star is not a bodyguard, right? Alright, go ahead. You shouldn't worry about it here. There are others stronger than you. The figure in black remained silent for a long time before slowly stating, Alright, I have no way to refuse your orders. Go ahead. The elder waved his hand, issuing a dismissal order. The figure in black said nothing and vanished into a cloud of black mist. The room fell silent. The elder rubbed his temples, sighed, and leaned back in his chair. The world is about in Jinling City. At 9:42 p.m., the sky changed rapidly. The azure blue of the sky had vanished, and a light drizzle began to fall. The sound of raindrops pattering against the transparent window, coalescing into droplets that slowly slid down. Irritated, Leah sat up from the bed, hitting the bed vigorously twice. So annoying. She tugged at her hair in frustration, listening to the incessant sound of raindrops outside, her mood worsening. Leah forcefully pushed open the large window. A refreshing breeze mixed with rainwater blew in, slightly easing her taut heart. She lay back down in a starfish position, enjoying the gentle wind blowing in from the window, attempting to extinguish the fire of fear in her heart through this method. Leah turned to her side, facing away from the window, picked up her phone to glance at it, then set it down, repeating the action, unable to help but mutter softly, really still no news reports. Did those foolish aliens fail? Suddenly the gentle breeze behind Leah stopped. At the same time, a voice abruptly sounded behind her. Hello, let's have a heart-to-heart, madam. Leah lay there, her body stiff and uncontrollable, her pupils suddenly constricting. From a distance, Jin Feishan appeared by the window, sitting on the railing with his feet resting on the windowsill, propping his chin on one hand, gazing at Leah's back with a faint smile. Leah was still lying on her side, her back perfectly turned away from Jin Feishan. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling thunderclap erupted, blinding white light illuminating the room and revealing Leah's incredulous and terrified face. Jin Feishan. Leah suddenly turned her head, her pupils trembling as she looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar classmate she had known for 3 years. Can you tell me how you contacted the alien race? I'm quite curious, Jin Feishan grinned and said. Leah swallowed hard, her throat trembling with dread. I tell you, my parents are right next door. As long as you use spiritual power, they will definitely sense it. You can forget about it. Forget about what? Jin Feishan suddenly leaned in closer, curiously blinking his eyes. A teasing smile hung on his face, their faces mere inches apart. Leah's eyes widened. She could clearly see every detail on Jin Feishan's face and even felt the warm breath he exhaled brushing against her cheek. This close contact made her heart race, blood rushing to her head, and her thoughts became chaotic. At that moment, Leah suddenly recalled the scene of Zhao Ming's tragic death, the horrifying image flashing repeatedly in her mind, as if replaying like a movie. The fear and panic that she had managed to suppress surged up again, completely shattering the calm she had just. Her face turned pale, her lips trembling slightly, her hands clenched tightly into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Finally, she could no longer endure the fear and pain within, tightly shutting her eyes and letting out a sharp and desperate scream. This scream erupted from the depths of her soul, filled with endless terror and sorrow. In almost an instant, the door to the room was pushed open with a loud bang, and Leah's parents rushed in, frantically embracing their daughter, who was screaming on the bed. It's okay, Xiao, your mom and dad are here. Don't be afraid, tell us what happened. Leah's mother comforted her tightly. Leah's father, filled with spiritual energy, scanned the room with a fierce expression, then poked his head out the window to survey the surroundings, but everything was calm, with not a single shadow in sight. What happened, Xiaoya? There is someone. Leah buried her head in her mother's embrace, speaking in fits. I checked the surroundings with spiritual power, and there is no one here. Besides, if someone intruded into our clan, we would definitely notice. Xiaoya, did you have a nightmare? Leah's father gently patted her head, speaking with concern. Leah took a moment to calm down in their embrace, then cautiously glanced towards the window. Amidst her parents' anxious inquiries, she slowly spoke. I guess I just had a nightmare. Silly girl, you've awakened as a level 1 celestial being destined to be a powerful individual in the future, yet you're still so timid. Leah's mother sighed in relief, affectionately stroking Leah's head. Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight. Leah's parents exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. All right then, Mom will stay with you. Li Ya's mother looked at her husband and said, "You called the servant to prepare some food. Oh, let's have a heart-o-heart today." Leah was about to agree when she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly changed her mind. "No, not here. I want to go to Mom's room." "Okay, whatever you say." The three chatted for a bit before leaving the room. As the door closed, Leah turned back to cast a deep glance at the closed window. Bang! The door closed and the room returned to silence. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, unnoticed by anyone, Jean Fachin stood there fiddling with a regular playing card, a smile on his lips. Level 1 celestial being, how terrifying. He casually tossed the playing card, then fell backward. Bang! In the moment he hit the ground, he transformed into countless petals drifting away with the wind. The card that had not been casually thrown landed perfectly on the carpet at the entrance of the house, lightning flashing, illuminating the black ghost card. Perhaps in Jean Fachin's view, everything was under his control, yet in a hidden corner a figure in black had already witnessed everything that transpired. As Jean Fachin departed, the figure in black also transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished, as if it had never appeared. "You fell into the pit, it's been so long." Hu Zhu took a bite of a skewer of pork kidneys, looking at Jean Fachin, who walked out of the restroom, and said. Jean Fachin returned to his seat, taking a bite of kidney and a bite of garlic. "A friend lives nearby. Ooh, I just stopped by to say hello." "Li Yuf," Hu Zhu blurted out without thinking. "Are you a detective, Hu Zhu? Did you find any useful information?" This? Jean Fachin's expression turned serious, pondering for a moment before speaking. "The chest is unexpectedly large." Hu Zhu's expression also turned serious. "What color?" "White." "Pa, what are you asking?" "Ha." Hu Zhu laughed for a while, then changed the subject, stating seriously. "If I remember correctly, Li Ya's father should be in the deep realm, right? You weren't discovered by him." Jean Fachin shook his head. "If I'd been discovered, we wouldn't be chatting here." Hu Zhu raised an eyebrow with interest. "How did you manage that? A minor life realm like you actually evaded a spiritual search from someone 2 major realms above you." "I'm just a small petal. Even if he did sense me, he wouldn't take it seriously." "What a shameless ability that can work too." Hu Zhu appeared somewhat surprised. "It's just average, still manageable." Jean Fachin took a sip of green apple soda, wiped his mouth, and asked, "By the way, how many celestial beings were there this year?" "For more than last year, making a total of 8, including you." Hu Zhu's smile widened as he spoke of this matter. "The emergence of each celestial being represents an increase in the foundation of the Great Xia, and every citizen of the Great Xia would rejoice in this." "So many?" Jean Fachin couldn't help but exclaim. Last year there were only 4 celestial beings, which was already considered a golden era, and this year there were actually 8. Indeed, just in the capital alone there were 2. Hu Zhu clicked his tongue. 2, that's truly terrifying. But speaking of it, you're quite unique too. Jean Fachin looked at Hu Zhu in confusion. "What do you mean?" Hu Zhu paused and continued, "Most of them are from great clans. You're just a lone wolf." Hu Zhu paused and said, "Actually, it's all the same. They are all celestial beings, none weaker than the other. The only difference is the star position." "Is there a saying for that?" Hu Zhu nodded, saying, "Those from the prominent families usually do not require the official zhengxing dispatched by the authorities. Their own family's strong members serve as zhengxing. After all, one trusts their own more, and if they wish to engage in something unsavory, it is more convenient. However, do not overthink it. The strength is still quite comparable, mostly at the ancient realm level, roughly around the 5th transition. Moreover, if conflicts arise among the talents of the Huan level, families are not allowed to intervene. Once someone violates this order, the officials will step in again, so you need not worry about this." "Wait a moment." Jean Fachin raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Why should I not worry? I don't have any enemies." Hu Zhu waved his hand. Sooner or later you will have to deal with it. Why rush?" Jean Fachin had a puzzled expression, asking, "What do you mean by sooner or later? Also, which of my words suggested I was in a hurry?" Hu Zhu lightly coughed, stroking his non-existent beard, and spoke with an air of an elder. "Young man, you must understand that the martial world is not just about fighting you. It involves human relationships and social dynamics. Not to mention, regarding your personality, as your teacher for 3 years, and having known you for 7 or 8 years, I have a fair understanding and authority to speak. A reclusive boy who dislikes socializing with a cold exterior, yet a restless interior, seems clever, but is actually quite eccentric, and you can't stand the flattery and compliments exchanged among that group. Hence you will surely encounter some minor troubles, and where there are minor troubles, major troubles will follow. Do you understand?" Having finished speaking, Hu Zhu squinted his eyes, waiting for Jean Fachin to humbly seek a solution. After a long while, Hu Zhu had not received a response. Unable to contain himself, he opened his eyes to look, only to find Jean Fachin had unknowingly been surrounded by several girls. Watching the adorable girls with flushed cheeks surrounding Jean Fachin, seeking a way to contact him, Hu Zhu couldn't help but sigh. What is it about this kid that makes him so likable? However, upon seeing Jean Fachin's tall stature and his unreasonable face, Hu Zhu sighed again. The era of judging by appearances will never change. Hu Zhu and the escaped Jean Fachin returned home. After efficient repairs, the door and courtyard had returned to their original state. The round moon hung in the sky, stars sprinkled about, and the occasional chirp of cicadas seemed to tell people not to waste this splendid summer. Bang! The car door closed. As the two stepped out of the vehicle, Hu Zhu called out to Jean Fachin, who was about to enter the house. By the way, I remember you have a driving license, right? Yes, I do. Jean Fachin paused, saying, I just got it last month. Why? Hu Zhu smiled mysteriously. I have a gift for you. The two walked to the side garage of the villa. Beep. As Hu Zhu pressed the button to open the garage, the bronze door slowly swung open. As soon as the door opened, the roar of a steel beast echoed out. The pale moonlight shone into the garage, revealing a mid-sized SUV parked inside, its roaring fuel engine growling incessantly. Hu Zhu walked in, lightly patting the car's hood, grinning as he said, This is a specially modified Land Rover Defender with a 8.0 displacement V16 engine, and the entire surface, made from the highest quality materials of Dacia. Even the wheels are made of special rubber that can withstand most weapons, making it sufficient to handle various challenging terrains. Under the moonlight, the sleek black body of the car exuded an air of sophistication, with the striking red emblem at the front making it even more alluring. Hu Zhu smiled at the somewhat stunned Jean Fachin, walked over and patted his shoulder, then took his hand and placed a set of car keys in his palm. Now it's yours. Hu Zhu chuckled lightly, continuing, Before you reach the U realm, this will be an indispensable companion for you. Although I can't get my hands on the good stuff from those prominent families, I managed to get this for you. You? Jean Fachin paused, lowering his head, his expression unreadable. Why are you giving me this? What kind of question is that? You need it. Besides, didn't you say you're a magician? How impressive would it be to drive a big Land Rover to perform magic? Hu Zhu made a joke to lighten the atmosphere, then stepped forward, brushing past Jean Fachin, resting his arm on Jean Fachin's shoulder, looking at the round moon outside, and began to speak slowly. You are about to leave soon. Although I don't know where you will go, it certainly won't be this place. When you're out in the world, you need some means of transportation, right? Although as a Huan-level possessor these things are at your fingertips, can what is offered outside compare to what you get at home? Facing the unfamiliar term, Jean Fachin momentarily lost his words, unsure of what. We've known each other for 8 years now, so consider us family. Don't be so formal. Oh, just take it as a gift for awakening your Huan-level possession. After finishing his words, Hu Zhu patted Jean Fachin's shoulder firmly, saying, Alright, don't get all sentimental on me. It disgusts both of us. We need to head back. You have to get up early tomorrow. With that, Hu Zhu turned and walked out of the garage without looking back, leaving Jean Fachin alone to stare blankly at the car keys in his hand. Actually, I don't need this. Jean Fachin raised his hand, and a card appeared in his palm out of nowhere. He then pointed the card at the side of the Land Rover, channeling his spiritual power. Buzz! A flash of white light, and a blue Ferrari appeared beside him. I had already engraved it. But Jean Fachin walked to the Land Rover, gently brushed over the car window, and softly said, Thank you for the car. After speaking, he retracted the Ferrari, glanced at his first car, and returned to the villa. Half a minute after he left, a shadow stirred under the moonlight, coalescing into a figure cloaked in black. He approached the car, extended a finger to trace across the hood, and then gently rubbed his fingers together. What exquisite craftsmanship, how interesting. The next morning, June 11th, the sun was just beginning to rise, and the morning sunlight filtered through the old tree in front of the door, casting dappled shadows on the table inside. What are we doing today? Jean Fachin placed the coffee back on the table, speaking without looking up at his phone. Hu Zhu leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs as he watched the television program, saying, Waiting for your esteemed Zhongxing to arrive. He knows I'm here. More than that, I estimate that several thousand people in the capital know. Wow, saying it like that makes me shy. Hu Zhu chuckled. Hu Zhu raised his hand to check his watch, calculating the time it should be. Hu Zhu's voice suddenly halted as he looked up sharply towards the center of the hall. Hu Zhu hurriedly stepped forward to greet, extending a hand, and starting with false pleasantries. Hello, I am Hu Zhu, currently protecting the Master Star. The man in black shook hands with him, and coldly responded, Thank you for your hard work. He then directed his gaze towards Jean Fachin, cupping his hands, and speaking, Master Star, I am Yu Mingyi from the Supreme Capital's General Administration, officially appointed as your official star from this day forward. Mr. You are too polite. Young man, please take care of me in the future. Jean Fachin rose and returned the greeting. Neither of them doubted Yu Mingyi's identity. The reasoning was simple. If there were no permission from the Supreme Capital, someone stronger than Hu Zhu could not possibly appear here. As his words fell, no one responded, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere in the room. It seemed this official star was also a person of few words with a ruthless demeanor. Hu Zhu thought to himself, quickly speaking to alleviate the tension, Mr. Well, let's sit down and talk. You all continue chatting, I'll go make tea. No need to trouble yourself, we will leave immediately. Yu Mingyi waved his hand and said, Immediately? Where to? Hu Zhu was taken aback. To the Supreme Capital, to the Tiansu Academy, Yu Mingyi coldly replied. The other academies sent people here yesterday, but I intercepted them. My recommendation is for the Master Star to go to the Tian-Su Academy. Of course, if the Master Star has a specific goal, we can change it. Any academy or institution in the Great Xia can be visited. He then looked at Jean Feichen. The latter merely waved his hand casually saying, I'm fine with anything, you just go with the flow. This casual demeanor did not reflect Jean Feichen's irresponsibility, but rather his complete trust in the official star's recommendation. In other words, he believed in the value of his own level. A talented horse needs a good trainer, and certainly a talented individual requires the best guidance. Each official star is capable of monumental feats and is highly professional in guiding novices. Hence, Jean Feichen could fully trust the judgments of the official star or any expert, knowing they would be far more precise than his own. Upon hearing Jean Feichen's response, the man in black nodded. Then let's settle on the Tian-Su Academy. It is one of the 8 great academies of the Great Xia worthy of your status, and the academy is abundant in both cultivation resources and high-grade martial arts. Do you have any essentials that need to be prepared? Daily items need not be brought, as I have already arranged everything at the academy. If all is settled, I will directly take you across the void. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Hu Zhu was astonished, unable to believe what he had just heard. He rubbed his ears, suspecting he had misheard, and after a long moment he stammered, You just said, crossing the void. His voice was filled with shock and confusion, as if he simply could not accept this reality. After all, crossing the void is a notion that seems utterly fantastical to most, since it is something only Zune-level powerhouses can accomplish. What's wrong? Isn't this faster? Yu Mingyi asked, somewhat confused. What the hell? You are a Zune-level powerhouse. Hu Zhu couldn't help but utter a curse, staring incredulously at Yu Mingyi, who appeared unfazed. Jean Feichen shared the same sentiment, looking at Yu Mingyi with a stunned expression. That's correct. After receiving further confirmation, Hu Zhu began to question life, stammering. When did being a Zune level become so cheap? Your value is not less than that of a talent level. How could you come to be an official star? A Zune level, the next step, leads to the pinnacle D. Such a powerhouse is usually elusive, rarely seen, even by ordinary people. Even a mayor might not meet one in a lifetime. How could they come to become an official star? Could it be that the Great Xia has secretly developed to the point where Zune-level experts are everywhere? Numerous speculations flashed through Hu Zhu's mind. Meanwhile, Jean Feichen's mind raced. Logically, every Zune-level expert is a highly significant presence, either on secret missions or exploring mysterious realms, leaving them with no time to act as official stars. However, if one were to mention the relatively idle Zune levels, they would only be in the general administration of the supreme capital responsible for protecting that particular individual. The one just mentioned seems to come from the supreme capital's general administration. Could this be an arrangement from that individual? But how could he have such clout to have a proper Zune level serve as an official star? Is it because he can perform magic tricks? No, it seems quite possible. Yu Mingyi looked at the two, who were either scratching their heads in confusion or rubbing their chins in thought, sighed, and began to weave the flimsy lie he had long prepared. After an invasion of lies lasting 5 minutes, the two fell silent. What an ugly lie. Jean Feichen and Hu Zhu exchanged glances, both recognizing that Yu Mingyi did not wish to disclose his reasons, so they refrained from further inquiries. Watching the two in silence, Yu Mingyi thought to himself, although I haven't interacted with others for many years, I am still not out of touch with society. A lying still manages to convince people, which is good. Thus the three concluded their self-guidance and returned to the main topic. When asked if there was anything he needed to bring, Jean Feichen scratched his head. After pondering for a moment, he realized he seemed to have nothing but a worthless life. I have a car, can it be taken? Before Yu Mingyi could speak, Hu Zhu called out. Hey Jean Feichen, that one called the Land Rover Defender 8.0 V16, cold reaction, turbocharging, red label, the only Land Rover Defender in the entire Great Xia. Don't brush me off so lightly. All right. Jean Feichen comforted him as if soothing a child, then looked at Yu Mingyi. So can it be taken? No problem. Yu Mingyi nodded coldly like a machine. Good, then there's nothing else, let's set off. The three arrived in front of the garage, with Yu Mingyi standing a short distance away, while Hu Zhu and Jean Feichen exchanged the farewells that ought to happen. A few minutes later, Mr. Yue, it's ready. Hearing Jean Feichen's call, Yu Mingyi walked over. Can we set off? Yes, there's good. Yu Mingyi waved his hand, and vast spiritual power spread from his body, enveloping the vehicle parked in the garage with a black mist until it vanished from sight. He then turned around and lightly brushed his hand across the space before him. With a sound of tearing, the space before them was directly ripped open, creating a fissure. The lightning-like spatial rift opened, revealing an abyss of nothingness, exuding a terrifying pressure of spiritual energy. So this is the rift in space. Let's go. Yu Mingyi stepped forward, first half of his body entering the space, then turned back to say. Jean Feichen came to his senses and waved to Hu Zhu. I'm leaving, don't think too much about me. Hu Zhu said nothing, only showing a hint of a smile as he watched him. Only after Jean Facian's entire body had entered the space did he speak. We will meet again. June 11th. Morning. Tian's District, Shangjing City. The villa complex of Tian's Academy. Yu Mingyi stepped out from a suddenly torn spatial rift in the courtyard, guiding Jean Facian, who wore a dazed, bewildered expression. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Yu Mingyi jolted Jean Facian back to awareness. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, and upon seeing the utterly unfamiliar courtyard, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is Shangjing City, one of the 8 great academies of Daxia Tian's Academy." Yu Mingyi gestured toward the villa behind her and said, "This will be your residence henceforth. All facilities are fully equipped. No preparations are needed. Truly luxurious," Jean Facian murmured appreciatively. The villa spanned 3 stories covering approximately 200 square meters. With its expansive courtyard included, the total area likely exceeded 500 square meters, an opulence bordering on extravagance. You are a Huanrank cultivator. This is merely the baseline standard. Should Tian's Academy fail even this fundamental expectation, it would be time to consider seeking employment elsewhere. Having spoken, Yu Mingyi turned toward the open ground and swept her sleeve outward. A surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, and before them appeared a familiar Land Rover Defender. Your residence is equipped with an intelligent assistant. Should you have any questions during your time at the academy, feel free to inquire. Yu Mingyi continued, I am a Zhengxing cultivator. Unless you face mortal peril or encounter insurmountable obstacles in cultivation, I shall not appear. Rest assured, I am always watching. So act freely, unburdened by concerns of noble clans. Remember, I am at the Zun realm. With those words, her figure began dissolving into swirling black mist, vanishing entirely just as she uttered her final remark. At noon today, there will be a duel of modest merit at the 3rd death pool. Should it pique your interest, go observe it. What an overwhelming sense of security. Jean Facian muttered, then lazily stretched his arms wide. A duel of modest merit. If even Master Yu speaks so highly, it must indeed be intriguing. Jean Facian pulled out his phone to check the time. It's already 11:30, meaning the duel begins in half an hour. Realizing time was slipping away, he abandoned his plan to explore the villa first, retrieved his car keys, and climbed into the Land Rover Defender gifted to him by Hu Zhu. Vroom. As Jean Facian pressed down on the accelerator, the steel beast roared to life, its thunderous growl reverberating across the courtyard. Noticing the completely redesigned interior and the playing card charm dangling from the rearview mirror, Jean Facian once again felt Hu Zhu's thoughtful care. The vehicle rolled out of the courtyard. Though unfamiliar with the layout, he found directional signage clearly posted throughout the academy grounds. Inside the car, gazing at the scenery receding beyond the window, Jean Facian sighed inwardly, another fresh beginning. 15 minutes later, having parked, he disembarked and continued on foot. Along the way, clusters of elegant young men and women chatted animatedly as they all headed in the same direction. Evidence that today's midday duel held considerable allure. Wearing sleek black sunglasses and dressed in a crisp white short-sleeve shirt paired with relaxed fit shorts, Jean Facian exuded effortless charm under the golden sunlight. Still prefer gaming in dim, quiet rooms. After 5 more minutes of walking, Jean Facian finally arrived at the 3rd death pool, though this was no ordinary death pool. Its scale, architectural grandeur, and material refinement dwarfed even the one at Jinling High School. Surrounded by ancient woods, the area thrummed with dense spiritual energy. At each corner of the pool stood colossal statues of ferocious beasts, so lifelike that even knowing them to be stone evoked a subtle instinctive awe. Jean Facian settled into a shaded corner, observing the bustling crowd. He could distinctly sense that every person's spiritual resonance far surpassed his own. These must be second-year students. Indeed, no one admitted to Tian's Academy is ever ordinary. As he reflected, footsteps approached from behind. A card slipped silently into his palm. He turned and saw a portly young man flanked by 2 beautiful women strolling toward him. Oh, someone's here. The young man paused, appraising Jean Facian twice before remarking, a handsome fellow, eh? Then he frowned. He scrutinized Jean Facian from head to toe, stroked his chin pensively, and murmured, Ming Realm, 6th rotation. Such low cultivation. Ignoring the comment, Jean Facian offered a polite smile. Greetings. I am Jean Facian. Jean Facian. The young man searched his memory, puzzled. Never heard of anyone by that name at the academy. With cultivation this low, you'd be infamous for incompetence. Jean Facian. Jean Facian. Why does that sound so familiar? Yet the academy truly has no record of you. He repeated the name twice, scratching his head in mild frustration. Just then, one of the women beside him abruptly paled and whispered urgently into the young man's ear. His expression shifted instantly, from confusion to blank stupor, then to stunned disbelief, and finally, to utter bewilderment. A masterclass in facial metamorphosis. You're the Huanrank Great Father. He glanced around nervously and asked in hushed tones. Thanks to the woman's prompt, he recalled among this year's 8 Huanrank cultivators was indeed a Jin Feichin, a scion of humble origins who upon awakening had instantly manifested the 6th rotation of the Ming realm, and who bore the unprecedented title of Nu Sisho Celestial Artifact. Terrifyingly prodigious. Yes, I am Huanrank, but currently have no plans to sire offspring, Jin Feichin replied, solemnly nodding once. Upon receiving confirmation, the young man, his frame quaking like a hippopotamus, gazed at Jin Feichin with blazing starlit fervor. Brother, right now my eyes are radiant. I see true light. Do you have astigmatism? Jin Feichin glanced downward at the shadow beneath his feet. There's no light here, in this shade. Brother, you're hilarious. The young man chuckled breathlessly, wiped his palms hastily on his shirt, and extended his hand. Brother Chun, I'm Shang Buki. First meeting, please treat me as your own younger brother. A fine name, Jin Feichin replied, shaking his hand with a warm smile. It carries a melodic rhythm. Shang Buki burst into hearty laughter. Though he hadn't grasped the meaning, laughter was always the right response. Are you here to watch Wang Bai versus Lian Yulu? Jin Feichin waved dismissively. Just call me by my full name. To be honest, I've only just arrived. Came along for the spectacle. Before Shang Buki could reply, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Tens of thousands cheering in Young Master Lian, Young Master Lian, Young Master Lian, Young Master Lian, Wang Bai, Wang Bai, Wang Bai. A thunderous call echoed from all directions. 2 young men strode forward proudly from either side. Who are these 2? Jin Feichin leaned against the cool wall, watching the 2 attention-grabbing young men in the distance with curiosity. Shang Buki, hearing the question, quickly stepped forward with a forced smile and replied, Brother Chin, these 2 are famous second-year students from the academy. He first pointed to the one on the left. This guy is Lian Yulo from the Lian family in Jiangnan. His treasure is the top-tier Lotus Bow. He was also the 2nd place in the last new student competition currently at the Zhan Realm's 9th transformation, truly terrifying. Having said that, Shang Buki pointed to the other individual and said, this one is Wang Bai. His family runs an ordinary business with no significant background, and his treasure is the top-tier 10/knife. He was the 3rd in the last new student competition currently at the Zhan Realm's 9th transformation, powerful yet simple-minded. He has always looked down on Lian Yulo, so they often fight. It has become a common sight. But since they are famous, many are eager to watch, and it always attracts such a large crowd. Lian Yulo had a face that appeared to be that of a gentleman, smiling politely and continuously returning the cheers with courteous smiles. In stark contrast, Wang Bai was robust with a B waist and tiger back, possessing a face that would make children cry upon seeing it. All top-tier treasures, how frightening. Jin Feichin couldn't help but mutter. That shouldn't come from your mouth. Shang Buki remarked, then explained, after all, this is the Tiansong Academy, where among the 80 billion people in the Great Xia, 1/8 of all top-tier talents are here. Only these 8 major academies can see top-tier talents. They are hardly ever seen elsewhere. Jin Feichin nodded in understanding. He had never learned about such things before, because he never thought he would enter one of the 8 major academies. The 8 major academies were established 1,000 years ago by 8 pioneers of the Great Xia, attracting the world's geniuses diligently studying and fighting for humanity, serving as a sacred place in the hearts of every citizen of the Great Xia, nearly monopolizing all geniuses in the Great Xia. But speaking of which, Brother Chen, why did you arrive so early? New students shouldn't start until August, right? This is because Jin Feichin said, I was born with a love for learning, thinking I should come early to immerse myself in this app. Shang Buki couldn't help but give a thumbs up as expected of one who possesses a universal treasure. This attitude is worthy of an emperor's talent. Surely you will be the champion of the next new student competition. How could that be? I'm not the only one with a universal treasure. Jin Feichin waved his hand, smiling and shaking his head. You are the only one. Since you came to the academy, it means no other universal talents can come. Only this way can the balance between the 8 major academies be maintained. Shang Buki scratched his head and said, is there such a rule? Jin Feichin retorted, genuinely surprised that there were so many rules between the academies, thinking it would be like in novels where they compete with money. Shang Buki nodded and slowly said, the academy has strict rules for admitting universal geniuses. If only 3 are accepted in a year, they are distributed according to the overall level of the 8 major academies. If like this year 8 appear at once, it is certain to be 1 for each academy. Quite a few rules. Brother Chin, haven't you seen the vice president? Didn't he tell you? I haven't seen him. I came here shortly after arriving at the academy. That doesn't make sense. Shang Buki said, puzzled. You are a universal talent. How could he not take you to meet the principal and understand everything and receive the resources exclusive to universal talents, just letting you wander around like this? Jin Feichin chuckled awkwardly. Who knows? Hee. Strange, why do I always feel a chill on my back? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the vice principal's office of Tiansong Academy, the vice principal with his graying beard sat steadily at the desk, stroking his beard and smiling broadly at the person opposite. Lord Yue, your esteemed presence truly honors our school, haha. Before Yu Ming could speak, the vice principal continued, what's the matter? Is there an order from that individual? Yu Ming, clad in a black robe, casually placed the book he was holding aside, while sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa across, coldly stating, I came as Zhengxing, not on behalf of the Prime Minister's Academy. Zhengxing. The vice principal was clearly taken aback. What kind of Zhengxing are you? An arrangement from that individual. The vice principal fell silent for a moment, then leaned slightly forward. Really? Do I seem like someone who enjoys joking? Yu Ming countered. That certainly doesn't seem like you. The vice principal shook his head, denying it, then spoke again. So you mean the universal talent coming to the academy has already been determined? The person has already arrived. Clang. The vice principal sprang up from his seat, exclaiming, what? The person has arrived? Yu Ming glanced at the clock on the wall, calmly stating he should be watching the competition of that young man from the Lien family. Isn't it, Yu Ming, you're being foolish? You brought the person here, but didn't bring him to me. You let him go to that dead pool. Has your brain become foolish from training? The vice principal began with the language arts of the older generation after hearing about Yu Ming's actions. Hey, don't forget, I am that kid Zhengxing. I have the right to suggest he transfer. Are you threatening me? Fine. The vice principal shouted, then returned to his seat. By the way, which universal talent is it that allows you to personally act as Zhengxing? Jin Feichen. Upon hearing this, the vice principal immediately blurted out the newly emerged universal treasure, Final Sequence Garden owner, who killed a classmate on the first day of awakening and sneaked into a female classmate's home that night, avoiding the search range of two Qin Realm Fate Masters. It's him, right? Yu Ming revealed a half-smile at hearing those last few words. You truly have an eye for talent, vice principal. Don't spread such talk. I was only passing along hearsay. The vice principal hastily waved his hand. Yu Ming shook his head with a wry smile and did not elaborate. A precaution about that child. The girl he fancies will likely die by his hand sooner or later. Make sure it is handled thoroughly. Handled thoroughly. How would you handle it? This. The vice principal looked embarrassed. Surely his crime cannot warrant that. Even if Jin Feichen is Huan level 1, cannot so casually take a life. Yu Ming let out a light chuckle and pointed a finger upward. What he means is that the girl committed an unforgivable offense. The 3 clans are a lenient sentence already. As for the exact crime, you should know. The vice principal froze for a moment, then his expression shifted sharply. In a low voice he said, if that is so, the 3 clans' blood will not suffice. Leave this matter to me. All of that must wait until the youngster has acted with his own hand. Yu Ming reminded him. The vice principal nodded without obstructing. He ran through every scrap of information he had on Jin Feichen in his mind, then slowly said he has no family backing, yet upon awakening, he reached the Ming realm's 6th turn. That implies there are secrets about him. Yu Ming paused, his tapping finger. The terrifying spiritual energy of the Zun realm began to leak outward faintly. He looked up at the vice principal and said, I must warn you, a secret remains a secret because only he can know it. Understand? And do not forget, I am this child's true patron. The dreadful spiritual energy radiated outward, tearing jagged rifts in space. The entire building seemed to tremble, and the atmosphere in the room grew oppressively heavy. The vice principal instantly realized his misstep and waved his hands to deny it. What are you saying? I am, after all, the vice principal of Tiance, Shu Yuan. Oh, how could I covet a child's secret? Besides, the boy is Huan level, worth 10 times my courage, and I still would not dare harbor improper. At those words, the terrifying energy slowly dissipated, and the vice principal breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the bastard truly protects his own. His cultivation has advanced considerably. That aura is terrifying. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced a smile and asked, so do you mean you already have some arrangement for him? Not an arrangement, only a suggestion. No one can issue orders to a Huan level. I'll write a suggestion. Then could you tell me what you suggest? He is being ridiculously pedantic. The vice principal cursed inwardly. Faced with the inquiry, Yu Ming laid out what he considered a perfect cultivation plan. There are 2 months until the freshman grand contest. I intend to have Jin Feichen first claim the academy's gifted spirit gold and learn a suitable Fengtian Jiwu, Fengtian extreme martial art. That seems reasonable. The vice principal nodded in approval. And after that, go to Dahuang to strengthen his practical combat ability. How long? Until the start of term. The vice principal was dumbfounded. No way. Training at most lasts a week. You want Jin Feichen to stay in Dahuang for some 40 days. Normally Dahuang is a place only those of the Zhan realm dare go, but since he is Huan level, a premature adaptation is not impossible. Still, sending him there for so long at once. Are you insane? The vice principal looked at Yu Ming and, furious, could only laugh in disbelief. Only by training amid the myriad perils of Dahuang can one force a personal breakthrough. Only thus can his strength rise swiftly. He can seize first place in the freshman grand contest, claim the rewards, and make a name for himself. Yu Ming spoke with complete seriousness, seeming oblivious to the expression opposite him. Enough. The vice principal could bear it no longer and cut him off, adopting a stern, unyielding tone. No, I disagree. Jin Feichen is only of the Ming realm. He cannot even release his waves properly. It is far too dangerous. From the person he killed in the death pool, you can see Jin Feichen is different. His temperament and combat talent are rare. Combined with his Huan-level ability, there is no need to take such risks. He could easily secure the freshman grand contest without endangering himself. After the vice principal's lengthy harangue, Yu Mingyi remained unmoved. He again raised a finger and pointed upward. He thinks it is fine. What? Incredible. The vice principal's expression shifted rapidly, finally settling into profound bafflement. If you have such a plan, why enroll him in this blasted academy at all? Why not simply take him as a wandering cultivator? Mainly because you have so many good things. Why waste them? Yu Mingyi answered honestly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. My God, Yu Mingyi, are you a genius? Do you mean to make me your scapegoat? The vice principal, at a loss for words, raised both thumbs and heaped praise upon him. Good. That will do. Yu Mingyi glanced at the time, rose, and walked to stand before the vice principal. He naturally extended one hand. The stuff. What? Jin Feichen's cultivation resources. The vice principal froze for a moment, then began to laugh, as if deranged. My God, this is outrageous. The stuff. Yu Mingyi repeated with feigned blindness. What if I refuse? I will smash this place. Fine, fine. Yu Mingyi took a ring, checked its contents, then extended his hand once more. Next months. Give next month then. Even a Huan level must have limits. Don't squeeze until death. You really treat good things as nothing. The vice principal watched Yu Mingyi and felt his brow pound with vexation. Month after month. Haven't you ever been to university? Don't you know how this works? Yu Mingyi scratched his head and gave no reply, as if pondering something. Just when the vice principal thought it was over, Yu Mingyi spoke again. Then give me last month's. You haven't given it, have you? Evening fell, the full moon hung high, and the stars were strewn across the sky. Fresh from the bath, Jin Feichen sat naked on the sofa in the hall as the noisy television echoed through the room. He leaned against the side of the couch, propping his head with one hand and idly toying with a peculiar card. With a deft flick of his fingers, 4 cards materialized out of thin air. Together with the first one, there were the 4 new cards had been engraved today. The characters etched were, of course, Lin Yulo and Wang Bai. Their duel had been brilliant, and Jin Feichen's gains were equally spectacular. Seeing the fine weather outside, Jin Feichen casually threw a bathrobe over his shoulders and turned to head. Upon reaching the balcony, a cool evening breeze brushed against him, dispelling the lingering fatigue. He lit a cigarette, leaning on the railing, his dark eyes like a secluded spring under the moonlight. As he gazed at the scenery outside, he pondered his inner monologue. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he realized he was not a person with grand ambitions. He was neither a passionate fool nor a scheming villain. Perhaps he was somewhere in between, or perhaps beyond both. His original goal was to awaken a medium-level heavenly object, attend a decent university, and become a civil servant with moderate talent, living as a handsome waste of space supported by taxpayers. However, the appearance of a transcendent heavenly object shattered his complacent dreams with a heavy blow. From this, he concluded that no matter how many times one starts over, life will always contain regrets. In his past life, due to failing to complete a significant task, he entered society early. After many twists and turns, he ultimately became a magician on stage, not because it was a lucrative profession, but because he loved it. He enjoyed magic and took delight in bringing surprises to everyone except himself. Within the illusion lies the essence. Enjoy the deception. Puff. A wisp of ethereal smoke escaped from his lips as he stared at the vast night sky, seemingly speaking to himself. By the way, I believe I have heard of a powerful figure related to magic. If that's the case, then let me complete those unfinished performances. I am going to become the man of the Magic King. This is quite awkward. He felt the goosebumps on his skin, his lips twitching. That line is truly not something an ordinary person can handle, at least I can't. Just then a mass of black mist suddenly appeared in the sky ahead, coalescing as Yu Mingyi emerged from. Good evening, Mr. Yu. Jin Feichen smiled in response. What brings you here at such a late hour? Yu Mingyi flipped his palm, revealing 3 rings. These are your cultivation resources, Yu Mingyi said. I trust you have learned quite a bit today. In 2 months, the Academy will hold a freshman competition, and during this time I hope you can break through to the Zhan realm. After speaking, he used his spiritual power to lift the rings, presenting them to Jin Feichen. The latter took them and looked at the peculiar rings, saying, You must have made arrangements already, right? It's a suggestion, the decision still depends on you, Yu Mingyi reminded. Let's hear it. Spend a week absorbing spiritual gold along with learning a martial art from the Wu Pavilion, and after a week head to the Great Wilderness, returning to the Academy only once the competition starts. Yu Mingyi succinctly concluded without a hint of unnecessary chatter. Jin Feichen pondered for a moment before nodding. That works. By the way, can you help me look into someone? Who? Leah from the Li family in Jinling City, Shijiang Province. Tonight or tomorrow morning? Yu Mingyi did not ask why, only inquiring when it was needed. Tomorrow would be better. Receiving too much irrelevant information tonight will affect my sleep. Jean Feichen smiled lightly, speaking calmly. All right, at 7 tomorrow, all recent information about Li Ye will be placed on your dining table. In that case, good night. Jean Feichen smiled and waved his hand before turning to leave. Yu Mingyi also transformed into black mist and disappeared. Their conversation was remarkably simple, devoid of any unnecessary fluff, moving swiftly to the point. The next day, June 12th, at 0708. Dressed in home attire, Jean Feichen sat on the sofa. After placing his coffee back on the table, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thick stack of documents regarding Li Ye in his hands. They really have documented everything, even the time she goes to the bathroom. Upon seeing that Li Ye had left home early the day after her awakening to head to the academy, Jean Feichen's fatigue vanished, and he could not help but smile. It seems my little intimidation tactic was quite effective. She already thinks that her parents in the Chun realm can't protect her, and wants to rush to the school filled with experts for refuge. How clever and adorable. But it's a pity intelligence can sometimes be a double-edged sword. Li Ye's academy was named Tianpu Academy, and though it wasn't one of the 8 major academies, it was still a top-tier institution in the Great Xia. Quickly flipping through the documents, Jean Feichen casually tossed them into the shredder before rising to change his clothes. After getting ready, Jean Feichen prepared to go to the Wu Pavilion to learn the Feng Tian extreme martial art. As he reached the car, he suddenly stopped and spoke, "Mr. Yu." In the next moment, a cold voice echoed in his ear. "I'm here." Jean Feichen smiled as he said, "Could you help arrange something? I feel it's necessary for Tianpu Academy to send students to the Great Wilderness for some training, especially those who have just enrolled and are still naive. This way they can cultivate better right. When? In a week, let's choose a location near here. I'll go and foster some connections between the academies." Jean Feichen gazed at the warm sun overhead, his eyes slightly squinting behind his sunglasses, as if he had already planned this out. "No problem. Thank you." With that, Jean Feichen got into the car and drove towards the Wu Pavilion. Along the way, he reflected on the things he could now accomplish, and for some reason felt a bittersweet smile. What a sad world this is. The great web of power is eternally woven where there are people, haha. As Jean Feichen turned the steering wheel, sunlight streamed into the car, illuminating his jade-like face with a faint smile as he mused, born at the wrong time, like a high-flying crane. How tragic, how tragic. At the foot of the Wu Pavilion, Jean Feichen parked the car, watching the young people bustling around him. He smiled at the magnificent building before him. At the center of the building's entrance, the characters Wu Pavilion were inscribed in a calligraphic style. The entire building had 4 stories, but occupied a vast area. This is the treasure of an academy housing countless invaluable Feng Tian extreme martial arts from around the world. As an academy with nearly 1,000 years of history, the Wu Pavilion of Tian Su Academy certainly boasts one of the richest collections in the world. From swords to sticks, an innumerable array of heavenly objects could be found here, suitable for anyone ranging from yellow level to advanced earth level, making it truly a treasure. By the way, this heavenly object of mine seems to be a glove called Final Sequence Garden, quite unconventional, he muttered to himself as he walked over. However, misfortune struck. Before he could even enter, he was stopped. "Please scan your student ID." 2 burly middle-aged men blocked Jean Feichen at the door, their expressions devoid of color, their gazes fixated on him, as if they were trying to see right through him. Jean Feichen felt a bit uneasy under their stare as he suddenly remembered he didn't have a student ID, feeling like an illegal resident within the academy. Scratching his head, Jean Feichen looked puzzled. How should I explain this? If I just say I'm a newcomer and don't have a student ID, yet would you mock me? "We do not mock any citizen. Oh, please show your student ID or entry is prohibited." The 2 replied with the firmness of ancient pines. "Hold on a second, brothers, let me find a connection." After finishing his words, Jean Feichen walked to the side. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose to summon Yu Mingyi in a secluded place. If a powerful figure draped in black mist were to appear in front of the 2 guards, it would purely be inviting an invisible hassle. A crowd of seniors would come running, covering their mouths, and exclaiming, "Wow, it's a Huanjing level. Wow, it's a Zun realm powerhouse," and such. Jean Feichen was rather resistant to this show-off style of the Dragon King. After all, Huanjing level treasures are not something to flaunt. Not only that, with the special effects of Yu Mingyi's appearance, any normal person would think an alien race had invaded. "Mr. Yu, could you please issue me a residence permit? Otherwise I would find it hard to move." Jean Feichen quietly spoke to the air before him. "The student ID of Tian Su Academy requires special processing. They'll have the principal contact the manager of the Martial Pavilion, and you can go from there." Yu Mingyi's voice echoed in his ear. After hearing this revealingly connected remark, Jean Feichen, the worst has happened. Sure enough, when Jean Feichen arrived at the entrance of the Martial Pavilion again, an old man was already standing at the door, while a group of seniors surrounded him, chattering about something. Oh, this sense of the Dragon King's arrival. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jean Feichen quickly ran to the old man's side. "Dragon King, no Huanjing is me. Let's hurry in, if otherwise someone will question us soon." "Wait a moment. The old man interrupted, his murky eyes surveying Jean Fachin from head to toe before chuckling, truly a young gentleman from the countryside. Ha ha ha, the innate nobility you possess is truly rare. Jean Fachin glanced at the group of onlookers below the steps and urged, it is indeed an honor to receive your praise, but can we please go in first? It's quite hot out here. All right, let's go. The old man led Jean Fachin into the martial pavilion, and as they passed by the two guards he smiled and said, this is Jean Fachin, our academy's Huanjing for this year. His student ID hasn't been processed yet, so I will take him in. Indeed. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar among the crowd, and some even started taking photos with their phones. I do enjoy bringing surprises to people, but certainly not this kind. As Jean Fachin and the old man fully entered the martial pavilion, the noisy discussions finally began. Is this the Huanjing of this cohort? Looking so frail, he doesn't seem very strong. Be careful, every genius is a weirdo. If he hears you, he might send Jinxing into your bed tonight. The Taisher clan and the Wang family from the capital both produced Huanjing, yet neither entered the established Tiansu Academy. Jean Fachin, however, has quietly appeared here. If he had no backing, I wouldn't believe it, and this backing must be exceptionally powerful. But I heard he is an orphan. If you have heard of it, do you think it can be true? That makes sense. Why not test him? Would the result of testing benefit you? This thankless task is one I advise you to think less about. The people here are not fools. Since Jean Fachin has appeared in the martial pavilion today, it means he arrived at the academy yesterday. Those with connections inside the academy must have long been aware of this, yet no rumors have surfaced indicating they do not wish to offend him. Observing quietly is the best way to probe. We will find out during the new students competition, so why rush into it? Just 2 months' time, it will be soon. Besides, the second-year student should be getting impatient as well. Inside the martial pavilion, the moment Jean Fachin walked through the great door, it felt as though a mysterious power had transported him to another world. Inside, Jean Fachin was truly shocked. An endless starry sky and expansive universe close at hand, yet seemingly separated by tens of thousands of miles. The dim yellow halo flowed slowly beside the black abyss, striking awe into the heart. The stars of the heavens painted a magnificent river. It was bright, dazzling, and mysterious. At this moment, a sentence appeared in Jean Fachin's mind. This is how it should be. This is the world that can bear the talents that can move mountains and fill seas. What he had seen in previous years was merely the tip of the iceberg. Welcome to the martial pavilion. I am the manager here, Li Shushi. Li Shushi laughed proudly, simply waving his hand, causing a multitude of stars to flow. What you have seen outside is merely an illusion. A mere 4-story building cannot contain the human civilization of millennia. Now what you see before you, the starry sky, the galaxy you behold, is the true martial pavilion, the repository of the world's supreme martial arts. Li Shushi spoke with such grandeur that it nearly ignited Jean Fachin's spirit. Even his originally weary eyes brightened somewhat. It is truly astonishing. Of course. Li Shushi gazed at the myriad stars and said this was established by the martial emperor of Tiansu. In the beginning there were no dazzling stars, merely a few bright ones. Millennia of inheritance, the blood of countless people and numerous supreme martial arts have converged to outline this breathtaking scene before us. Are you saying that all these countless stars are supreme martial arts? Jean Fachin asked in astonishment. Surely you cannot be using LED lights to fool me. The brightness of the stars represents the level of supreme martial arts. Only when one reaches a certain level can they summon them for learning. Of course, one can only learn here and not take them away. What if there are too many people? Jean Fachin asked curiously. As far as he knew, there were often hundreds of thousands of students in Tiansu Academy. If they all entered together, would this space be able to accommodate them? This question seemed to strike a chord, and Li Shushi proudly replied, absolutely no problem. This place is equivalent to a true universe. Even if everyone entered at once, it would be fine. Furthermore, to avoid disturbing students' cultivation, the distance between each person is immensely vast. You wouldn't see anyone unless you ran for a year and a half. Impressive. Jean Fachin genuinely admired this. The person who created this place is truly a genius. Haha, well, let's get down to business. Li Shushi's expression turned serious as he looked at Jean Fachin and said, as a Huanjing, you can disregard level restrictions and freely choose any tier of supreme martial arts, but it all depends on whether you can bear it. Tell me, do you have a goal for the supreme martial arts? If not, let me know your natural abilities and combat habits, and I will help you choose. Jean Fachin pondered for a moment and recited the supreme martial arts he had organized last night in order. First choice, flight type, supreme martial arts. Oh, Li Shushi was taken aback by the words, aren't you going to choose a combat type extreme martial art? Jean Fachin waved his hand. The boy's talents are quite comprehensive. He lacks neither combat strength nor evasion ability. After much thought, the only area where he is somewhat lacking is mobility, so I made flying type extreme martial arts my first choice. Li Shushi stroked his beard and said, child, my request may be somewhat presumptuous. May I see your celestial object? Having said that, he paused for a moment and continued, "Of course what I see will not be disclosed, so you can rest assured." "Of course that's fine." Jean Fachin agreed without a second thought. After all, this kind of thing would eventually become known to everyone. He wasn't following a playing the fool approach, so why offend Li Shushi? After all, he was the dignified administrator of the Martial Pavilion. Although he was at the Huan level, refusing wouldn't cause any issues, but why bother? After finishing speaking, Jean Fachin adjusted his spiritual power. As his left hand faintly glowed, a black pattern appeared on the back and palm of his hand. "Senior Li, this is my celestial object in Sequence Garden." Looking at the mark on Jean Fachin's hand, Li Shushi scratched his head and said, is this an object? Your observation point is quite peculiar." Jean Fachin thought to himself before explaining. "It was originally a glove, but during awakening it transformed into light and entered my hand, becoming what it is now." Subsequently, Jean Fachin roughly explained its capabilities. Of course, it was edited and adapted, including the card imprinting ability. Your ability seems to have little to do with In-Sequence Garden, right? Actually, I feel it could be renamed to Magical Hand. Don't you think that would be more fitting? Indeed. But can this thing be casually renamed? Just do it. Li Shushi pondered over Jean Fachin's entire ability and said, "Normally the first extreme martial art learned by anyone is an attack type, as only this can better protect oneself. The extreme martial arts learned will become increasingly adept over time, nearly influencing a person's cultivation path. As a Huan level, if I let you learn something all over the place, that would be a grave mistake on my part. How about this? Use all your attack methods to strike me. If you reach the standard of a normal extreme martial art, then everything is negotiable. If not, I'll have to call in the vice principal to make the determination. What do you think?" Jean Fachin nodded upon hearing this. Okay. He was quite confident in the extreme martial arts of Lian Yulo and Wang Bai. "Good, then let's begin." Jean Fachin took a step back, the pattern in his hand glowing slightly. "Senior, I won't say anything like be careful. After all, I don't think I have that much capability yet." "Ha ha ha, you little rascal." Pum. Before Li Shushi could finish his sentence, Jean Fachin's body suddenly transformed into a rapidly flowing sea of flowers, completely enveloping him. Li Shushi maintained a playful attitude, looking at the surrounding sea of flowers. He smiled. "You know, it's actually quite beautiful." Just then a leg suddenly materialized in front of him, kicking downwards. Li Shushi's hand moved like lightning, swiftly reaching out to grab it, but as soon as he touched the ankle, it transformed into petals and vanished. At the moment he raised his hand, Jean Fachin appeared unexpectedly at his side, throwing a punch. However, it was easily blocked and then transformed into petals again. Repeatedly, a leg or a fist would suddenly appear beside Li Shushi. Although weak, the relentless attacks made it impossible for him to stop. "Kid, if it's just like this, that won't do." He spoke while raising his hand to block the attacks. While Li Shushi was talking, he didn't notice that among the rapidly swirling petals behind him, a slender hand was forming, fingers moving slightly, and what appeared next was a special silver card. "The performance has just begun." Pum. The card flickered and an arrow emanating purple spiritual energy shot out rapidly, piercing through the air in an instant. My. It was as if Li Shushi had eyes in the back of his head, and with a powerful hand he managed to grasp the arrow firmly in his palm. Just as he was about to speak, the arrow suddenly exploded. Boom. With a dull explosion, dozens of small arrows shot out. Li Shushi waved his sleeve and extinguished them all, speaking in astonishment. "The low-level mystical extreme martial art flower time rain. This attack trajectory belongs to the Lien family's boy." While he was speaking, a flaming cleaver had already flown to his back. "This is the main attack." Li Shushi's spiritual energy trembled, and the long knife instantly turned to ash. He continued, "The low-level mystical extreme martial art flame blade, flowing flow Wang Bai's technique." "Senior, you have good eyesight." Jean Fachin stepped out from the sea of flowers, cupping his hands with a smile. Li Shushi's eyes revealed an undeniable shock as he slowly spoke. "Truly astonishing abilities. If your cultivation were a bit stronger, the power would be even more impressive. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In that case, do you think I am qualified?" "You are more than qualified. I've learned a lot from you." After saying this, Jean Fachin made a gesture that left Li Shushi perplexed. Snap. Jean Fachin snapped his fingers, but nothing happened. "What are you doing?" Li Shushi asked. Jean Fachin did not speak, but simply smiled and extended a hand, gesturing for him to look behind. With confusion, Li Shushi turned to look, but in the next moment he was stunned. This is... A gleaming spear tip hovered just a few millimeters away from his pupils. He saw a card quietly suspended there, and in front of the card was a pale yellow figure holding a spear with the spear tip directed at Li Shushi's face, and due to Jean Fachin's snap, this figure was slowly dissipating. "You evaded my spiritual energy search. How did you do it?" Li Shushi stood there stiffly staring in shock. "I was always there, you just didn't notice." Jean Fachin smiled and continued, "The flowing petals just now constantly emitted my spiritual energy, and those 2 rounds of attacks also belonged to a high spiritual energy output. My ineffective attacks lasted so long that you had long since grown accustomed to them. Although the petals disappeared, the spiritual energy remained. Though minimal, this attack was even weaker. Rather than saying it evaded your search, it would be more accurate to say you ignored its existence. That's not right. Li Shushi immediately refuted this statement, speaking sternly. Even so, I would still hear the sound of the attack being launched. No matter how small the sound with my realm, I could easily capture it. Jin Feichen extended a hand, the previous card returning to his fingertips. I told you it was your choice to ignore. My appearance, as well as your admiration of my abilities, has completely shifted your attention, coupled with the sound of our conversation under such conditions. Do you think you could maintain that alertness? Having said that, Jin Feichen slightly raised his head, the card obscuring half his face, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I apologize, I just tricked you a bit. In the Great Xia in Haimen City, in front of Building C of Tianpu Academy, a young man resembling a dandy playfully asked Liya, could I have the honor of inviting you to lunch? A teasing voice rang out as the young man performed a gentlemanly gesture inviting the girl opposite him. Liya feigned shyness, hesitated for a moment, and replied, is that really appropriate? Seeing her demeanor, the dandy smiled knowingly. What's wrong with that? It's just lunch. With that, he directly took her hand. Liya let out a small sound of surprise, but did not refuse. As they got into the car, Liya gazed out the window, recalling the news she had heard, and casually asked Senior Lin, I've noticed many people discussing something about Tiansu Academy. What happened? The dandy was taken aback by this question. Glancing at Liya's intertwined fingers, he understood and sneered, oh, are you very concerned about this matter, Liya? Hearing the dandy's unfriendly tone, Liya hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's just hearsay. I was just Is that so? The dandy chuckled lightly, then shifted the topic. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The higher-ups have decided to send a few people from our academy to exchange ideas with the geniuses of Tiansu Academy in the Great Wilderness. The geniuses of Tiansu Academy are all future big shots. Even an ordinary one among them is someone I cannot compare to. If you take this opportunity to get to know one or two of them, and even become friends, it could be a stepping stone for your future. However, since it's an exchange, there will definitely be limits on the number of spots. As Lin Tianhe, the next heir of the Lin family in Haimen, I have the qualification to participate. If I make some adjustments, I might even be able to bring someone along. Upon hearing this, a glint of hope flashed in Liya's beautiful eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a hint of despondency. She sighed softly and self-deprecatingly spoke. Senior Lin is indeed someone of great standing, so naturally you would have the qualification. I believe the geniuses at Tiansu Academy would be eager to meet you, but someone like me, I'm afraid I'll never have that hope in this lifetime. Junior. Lin Tianhe suddenly smiled and said, there's no need to play this game with me. I know your intentions clearly. Don't think you can fool me. You just want a spot to get close to a genius from Tiansu Academy, right? Senior, how can you say that about me? I don't. Liya looked at Lin Tianhe in shock, covering her mouth, her voice trembling, with tears glistening in her misty eyes, looking pitifully beautiful. If it were any average young man, he would likely have been overwhelmed by emotions. To Lin Tianhe, this scene was particularly laughable. He abruptly hit the brakes, stopping the car by the roadside, and disdainfully said, don't play the crocodile tears game with me. I'm giving you a chance for you to succeed, but opportunities must be seized. As he spoke, his rough hand rested on Liya's fair thigh, roaming freely. Everything requires a price. Of course, if you refuse, I won't say anything. You can get out of the car now, and we'll pretend we don't know each other. Well, Liya's breath caught her mind in turmoil. On one hand was her bright future, and on the other was the fear of the powerful. She was at level 1, quite capable, but those who wanted her dead were at level 2. To survive, she could only seek the protection of the top 8 academy talents. Now heaven had provided her this opportunity, and if she missed it? After a long silence, Liya slowly opened her eyes and said, drive, Senior. This sentence seemed to drain all her strength. Looking at her reflection in the rearview mirror, for some reason her eyes appeared to have deepened. Jin Feichen, I don't hate you. I only hate that I'm not at your level. However, I've finally shaken you off. At this moment, the one she cared for was engaged in a show-off endeavor. Li Shushi gradually came back to his senses from his shock. He looked at the youth opposite him and thought to himself, this era no longer belongs to the geniuses, it belongs to magic. Jin Feichen withdrew his card and bowed to Li Shushi, saying, Senior, the extreme flight martial arts. No problem at all. Li Shushi replied without a second thought, extremely straightforward. Your magic is truly... I must also thank you, Senior, for your leniency. Jin Feichen replied with a humble smile. In front of a senior, a bit of show-off mixed with humility is not rejected, but if one continues to show off indefinitely and lacks discretion, then one can only say that they are asking for trouble. As expected, upon seeing Jin Feichen's humble attitude, Li Shushi smiled appreciatively, thinking to himself, he knows when to advance and retreat, is neither arrogant nor hasty, possesses level 2 talent, yet remains unassuming. Such a rarity. He is someone I can report to the vice principal about, a very good youth, and I won't hide any good resources from him. It turns out that when the vice principal contacted Li Shushi, he instructed him to test Jin Feichen's character and attitude. If he were too impatient thinking that possessing level 2 talent meant he could disregard distinctions and boundaries, the higher-ups would reassess him. Conversely, if he was composed, the Tiansu Academy would spare no effort in supporting him over the next year. Level 2 is the entry ticket to this tier, but it is by no means a pass. Everything originates from oneself. The vast Great Xia will never change all the rules just because you are level 2. You can turn a blind eye to many things, but you cannot do so with both eyes at the same time. That would be going too far. Jin Feichen looked at Li Shushi, who was standing there motionless and silent, just smiling foolishly, and waved his hand to Senior. Huh. Oh ha ha. Li Shushi came to his senses and chuckled. Extreme flight martial arts, right? Let me think for a moment. By the way, what is your spiritual energy attribute? Spiritual energy attribute. Jin Feichen shook his head. I don't know. Hasn't your mentor had you tested? Li Shushi was taken aback, looking dumbfounded. Huh. Your mentor must be really incompetent. How could you not know anything? Li Shushi cursed, then slowly explained. Everyone's spiritual energy carries different elemental attributes, wind, fire, lightning, and so on. The phenomena are the medium for using extreme martial arts, while spiritual energy is the condition for using them, and the attribute enhances the martial arts. If you have fire attribute, then you should learn fire attribute martial arts, which vastly increases your power. However, if you have fire attribute spiritual energy, but learn water attribute martial arts, congratulations, you have just dug a big pit for yourself. After speaking, Li Shushi waved his hand. Come on, release your spiritual energy, so I can take a look. Jin Feichen approached obediently, extending a hand and concentrating to channel his spiritual energy. Li Shushi placed one hand on his wrist, seriously feeling it. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes, disbelief flooding his gaze. All attributes. All attributes. Jin Feichen appeared unfazed, simply nodding calmly. That's good, no weaknesses. Li Shushi looked at Jin Feichen's attitude in astonishment, asking, wow, I actually have all attributes, how so? You really don't need to. Li Shushi's mouth twitched as he criticized Jin Feichen's extravagant display. Alright, having all attributes is quite rare. Li Shushi suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, this means you can learn any attributes extreme martial arts without any rejection. Actually, that's not so important since I primarily fight with cards, and for flying, extreme martial arts attributes don't matter much. In Jin Feichen's view, the extreme martial arts he learned mainly focused on support, as the extreme martial arts he unleashed were not as convenient as those released from cards, and they saved more spiritual energy. Since that's the case, there will be no concept of unsuitability, allowing you to choose the flying extreme martial arts that suit you best. As Li Shushi spoke, he reached towards the distant starry sea. Buzz. With the pull of spiritual energy, several stars emitted light, forming a string that flew toward them, and finally came to a stop in front of the two. Flying extreme martial arts are different from others. They are consumption-type extreme martial arts, and are the rarest existence among all types, with only 2 Flow Realm Fate Masters in the entire academy having the fortune to learn them. Now you are the third. Li Shushi waved his hand, and the light of the stars dispersed, revealing 3 scrolls. Flying-type extreme martial arts are crafted from the wings and souls of flying magical beasts, making them extremely difficult to produce and prone to backlash, risking one's life. The scrolls created can be used for learning. Once the scroll is activated, the soul of the magical beast within will be triggered, and regardless of whether the learning is successful, the soul will dissipate. Thus, the high-risk production and single-use consumption make flying extreme martial arts extremely precious. Each scroll is priceless and hard to obtain. As you can see, even the Tiansong Academy has only these 3 flying extreme martial arts. Li Shushi turned to introduce the 7 scrolls one by one, saying, now I will explain the differences and gaps between these 3 for you to choose your favorite, while I will help you select one, and we will discuss and finalize it. Thank you, Senior. Jin Feichen looked at the 3 glowing scrolls with joy in his eyes. He naturally understood the worth of flying extreme martial arts, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen so decisively. Some things only bring peace when they are in hand. With this method, close-range movement can be replaced by flying, while for long distances, he would use the carriage sent by Hu Zhu. Moreover, in moments of crisis, such unexpected methods often bring unforeseen surprises. First is this one. Li Shushi pointed to the first scroll, which trembled in response, and suddenly opened, revealing its contents, but there were no words inside, only a fearsome beast with spread wings. Night Gale Wings is derived from the 4th-tier magical beast, the Night Black Crow, rated as low-level Xian Grade. Its feature is that its wings are like steel and can generate blade gales incredibly sharp and with strong defense, also usable for offense. After Li Shushi finished speaking, he looked at Jin Feichen. What do you think? Jin Feichen pondered for a moment and said, since the wings are like steel, they must be heavy. I don't lack in offense and defense. Let's see the next one. Smart. Li Shushi smiled with satisfaction at this answer, then pointed to the second one. Introducing Moonbat Wings is derived from the 4th-tier magical beast, the Shadow Moonbat, rated as low-level Xian Grade. Its feature is that it increases speed at night and greatly enhances hearing in dark environments. How about that? Jean Fachin casually waved his hand while stroking his chin. Next one. You kid, are you picking vegetables? You're not even giving comments. Li Shushi's mouth twitched at Jean Fachin's casual attitude. Sighing, he didn't say anything more and pointed to the last scroll, saying, the last one, Wings of Peace, derived from the 5th tier magical beast the Daylight Dove, rated as high-level Xian grade. Its features are protection and daylight flames. That's the one. Jean Fachin decisively made his choice without hesitation. My. Li Shushi looked at Jean Fachin in confusion. Is it just because this one has a higher grade? Superficial. Jean Fachin shook his finger, smiling as he said, Wings of Peace, look at this name, how fitting for my character that loves peace. You're more superficial. Li Shushi shot him a glare, then shook his head and said, it's a pity that I recommend this one. Why is that? Li Shushi, upon hearing this, first pointed at Jean Fachin and then at the scroll. You at the 6th turn of the Fate Realm. This one is derived from a 5th tier magical beast. You won't be able to handle it. How do you know unless you try? No need to try, it's common sense. If you struggle with 4th tier, don't even think about 5th tier. Li Shushi waved his hand, his attitude resolute. Daring to try leads to obtaining what you desire. Life is but one. You are at the Huan level. Why be so certain? You haven't even tried. Common sense is such, and it is so. Ingrained thoughts must be broken. It's not just you are at the Huan level. A worthless life is still a life, just go for it. Li Shushi looked at Jean Fachin with extreme confusion, frowning as he said, you're not a worthless life. You are at the Huan level, carrying the beliefs of countless people. If you're timid and afraid to take risks, what else could you be but a worthless person? Jean Fachin maintained a calm demeanor, but his words showed no sign of compromise. Child, you must understand that adventure and recklessness are two different things. The former still contains rationality, while the latter is already governed by irrationality. Elders should also know that life is not just about following the rules. Adhering to reason is what is truly. Jean Fachin clasped his hands behind his back, taking a step forward to meet Li Shushi's gaze with calmness, saying, life should be full of surprises. Since I cannot live an ordinary life, I should live splendidly. The essence of magic is to bring surprises to people, but the premise is to allow oneself to be surprised. Since I have taken this path, why fear? Life is full of wonders, and at this moment I have seen splendor. It should not end here. As for danger, I want to say this path I have already walked. My heart is surging. What is there to fear? Li Shushi was taken aback by these last words, stepping back as he gazed at the boy's fearless expression, feeling as if he was in another world. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You graduated in the arts. Unfortunately, I majored in science. Forget it. Li Shushi sighed, deeply looking at Jean Fachin, and finally asking, are you set on this? Yes. Buzz. The 3rd scroll was drawn and flying beside Jean Fachin. Li Shushi stepped forward and patted the latter's shoulder softly, saying, after using it, the Daylight Dove will appear in your mind's world to challenge you for 10 minutes. As long as you survive those 10 minutes, I can intervene and then kill it. At that point, you will have succeeded. Thank you, senior. Jean Fachin bowed again, then let the challenge begin. Li Shushi nodded. Let's start. It'll be roar. A white flame raged in the sky, forming an inverted sea of fire. A gigantic creature shook its wings, adorned with stars and moonlight, towering majestically. The Daylight Peace Dove was completely snow white, with a plume of white flame flickering atop its head, but the most distinctive feature was the wings behind it. At a glance, it seemed like 2 flaming flames flapping, but upon closer inspection, one could see the individual feathers within the flames, exuding an air of majesty. A piercing roar suddenly rang out. The Daylight Peace Dove glanced at the tiny humans below and let out a shrill cry. Jean Fachin wore a smile despite facing a creature far more powerful than himself, as if victory was assured. 7 silver blank cards rotated before him, and these were Jean Fachin's greatest reliance. Roar. The Daylight Peace Dove let out a shriek and raised its massive head, unleashing a torrent of white flames from its mouth. Boom. Flames surged forward, and the first card before Jean Fachin suddenly flickered with white light, then appeared in his hand. Though my spiritual power is still weak and my strength cannot compare to yours, I can still hold you off for 10 minutes. After speaking, Jean Fachin's fingers moved slightly, and a mysterious card faced the incoming white flames. Then with a thought, he directed his spiritual power, and the card suddenly radiated brilliance. A white flame tongue quietly appeared in the air, heading towards the incoming blaze. Bang! The 2 flames collided, producing a sharp explosion sound that echoed relentlessly in the enclosure. The Daylight Peace Dove watched this scene, its eyes shimmering with extreme confusion. It shook its head, and surprisingly spoke, same clan. Jean Fachin's heart tightened, realizing the truth. A 5th-tier beast corresponded to a control realm cultivator capable of human speech and possessing intelligence akin to that of humans. However, this Daylight Peace Dove had been dead for quite some time. The fact that its lingering soul could still speak was indeed astonishing. But seeing the question posed by the other party, it was evident that its intelligence had been somewhat affected. Facing the question of whether they were of the same clan, Jean Fachin smiled and replied, "It's me, Ingzi. Don't you recognize me?" "Ingzi." The peace dove was taken aback, its large eyes filled with confusion. "How come I don't know?" Jean Fachin frowned at the response, pretending to be angry. "You little one, I used to hold you when you were young. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, the peace dove was even more bewildered. Huh. Jean Fachin was not in a hurry. After all, delaying time was only beneficial for him, so he thought of it as playing with a fool. "You really don't remember. I'm your uncle, Ingzi. Remember when you were little, not very tall and not very smart. I took you bird hunting. But you are human." The peace dove finally asked the right question, not in vain for having grown such a large head. "Well," Jean Fachin scratched his head, and after a second of thought raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Isn't it that I've lost weight in these 2 years? The change is a bit big. It's no big deal." From dove to human. The peace dove clearly did not believe it, its gaze towards Jean Fachin gradually becoming dangerous. Smack! Jean Fachin stomped in anger, startling the peace dove with a shiver. "You little one, you don't believe." Jean Fachin, with an intertwining of sorrow and anger, waved to the peace dove. "Come here, let me explain." And the peace dove, seeing the seemingly weak Jean Fachin, had no suspicions and obediently approached, lying on the ground, looking earnestly at the latter. Jean Fachin nodded in satisfaction, then sat down next to the peace dove, without hesitation, seriously stating, "To understand a change like mine, you must first know what the lever principle is. To grasp the lever principle, you need to understand what solitaire is." Jean Fachin flipped his wrist, revealing a standard deck of playing cards. He laid them out one by one, and began an exceedingly dull and long game of solitaire. Things began to develop towards an unexpected conclusion. Outside, Li Shushi was pacing anxiously, occasionally glancing at Jean Fachin and sighing. Sigh too reckless. Listening to this kid's few words of wisdom, I foolishly agreed. "Alas, I shouldn't have done that." Li Shushi lamented, hitting his palm. Time ticked away in his mind, each second a painful torment. At this moment, he so wished for time to— if a Huanya-level being were to perish because of this, it would be merciful to have him torn apart 1,000 times. Even if he went to hell, he would not forgive himself. 7 minutes later. "Kid, hang in there. You must hold on. In 3 more minutes, I can intervene." Li Shushi sighed, watching Jean Fachin, who had his eyes tightly shut, sitting cross-legged. Time passed second by second, and beads of sweat covered Li Shushi's forehead. Finally, after 10 minutes, he attempted to enter Jean Fachin's mental world, and indeed there were no more obstacles. "Kid, I'm coming." In the mental world, Jean Fachin looked tired, yawning one after another. Carelessly holding the cards, it seemed he could fall asleep at any moment. "Ingzi, you made a mistake. That A should go in the first row. Ingzi, you made another mistake. That K should go in the 13th row. Ingzi, don't sleep. The 3 should go in the 3rd row." The daylight peace dove chirped reminders from the side, while Jean Fachin was like a marionette placing the cards, however, directed, his dazed eyes continually battling. At that moment, he couldn't help but murmur, "Had I known it was so easy to get sleepy playing this game." Suddenly, a flicker of white light appeared not far in front of them, and the anxious Li Shushi appeared. Upon seeing the massive body of the daylight peace dove completely enveloping Jean Fachin, he immediately shouted, "Beast, get away from him." A brush appeared in Li Shushi's hand, and with a swift stroke, a sharp sword aura manifested out of thin air, slicing through the sky, hurtling towards the peace dove. Seeing this, the peace dove immediately became furious, unleashing a torrent of terrifying white flames from its mouth. "Don't you dare harm Ingzi." Boom! A terrifying storm suddenly erupted with white flames and sword energy refusing to yield, culminating in a thunderous explosion. A man and a bird locked eyes with electric intensity. Just as they were about to launch another attack, Jean Fachin casually strolled to the center, scratching his head. "Busy, are we?" Li Shushi chuckled upon seeing Jean Fachin and scathed, "Child, come over here." The dove of peace, unwilling to back down, exclaimed, "Ingzi, come to me. Be careful, this human might hurt you." "You shut. Shut. Li Shushi's mind went blank. Ingzi. I am." Mike jacking. Jean Fachin smiled and raised an eyebrow at Li Shushi. "What is happening? What is this, Ingzi Jack?" Li Shushi's voice suddenly echoed in Jean Fachin's mind. Jean Fachin was taken aback, but upon seeing Li Shushi's exaggerated expressions, he mentally recounted the events of the past 10 minutes. Li Shushi's expression changed from serious to bewildered, then to a complete mental shutdown, ultimately becoming dumbfounded. 5 minutes later, Jean Fachin returned to his previous position, with Li Shushi and the dove of peace standing on either side, gesturing towards the playing cards on the ground. Li Shushi, put the 3 in the 4th row. Dove of peace, if you don't know, then don't speak. Isn't that right? How could that be wrong? It is right. Put it in the 3rd row. Listen to me, Ingzi. Put it in the 4th row. Listen to me, Jack. Jean Fachin sighed, glanced at Li Shushi, and communicated in his mind, "Isn't it? Are you addicted to playing?" Li Shushi shook his head slightly. "No rush, it's only been a moment. The souls of daylight and the dove of peace can't last too long. Since we've used their wings, let them depart with a smile. Just as Li Shushi finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. The figures of Daylight and the Dove of Peace suddenly emitted a faint glow, and their bodies began to become ethereal and transparent. The Dove of Peace, however, made no move, merely looking deeply at Jean Feichen with its eyes, and saying, "Ingzi, just tell me, shouldn't my three be placed in the third row?" For some reason, Jean Feichen fell silent, even though he had just wanted Li Shushi to eliminate the Dove of Peace. At this moment, he couldn't articulate his feelings, only responding with a faint smile, "You're right. Indeed." The Dove of Peace smiled upon hearing this answer, opening its wings and gazing deeply at Jean Feichen. "Ingzi." But before the words could finish, its body completely dissipated, transforming into twinkling lights that merged into Jean Feichen's body. Subsequently, everything around became dim. Gradually, the white light faded, and everything around faded away. He had returned to the martial pavilion. At this moment, a warm current suddenly appeared within Jean Feichen's body, flowing into his heart. There was the place of spiritual energy. This warm current was spiritual energy, pure to the extreme, as if it were the most pristine power in the world. This wisp of spiritual energy entered Jean Feichen's heart, and then this particularly rich and pure spiritual power began to flow into his internal organs, cleansing every inch of his meridians. Bang! At this moment, a certain layer of shackles within Jean Feichen was broken. He slowly opened his eyes, and the anxious Li Shushi was spinning around him. Upon seeing Jean Feichen awaken, Li Shushi hurriedly asked what had happened. But these words did not register in Jean Feichen's mind. He gazed at the world before him, crystal clear, as if everything had become lucid. He released a faint spiritual energy, feeling his current cultivation level. This is Life Realm's 9th transformation. Li Shushi naturally noticed this tremendous change and exclaimed, "Damn, what happened? How did you reach the 9th transformation?" Jean Feichen stood up, shaking his head and murmuring, "I'm not sure." After the Dove of Peace vanished at the moment I returned to the real world, a wisp of extremely pure spiritual power suddenly appeared within me. It digested automatically, helping me break through to the 9th transformation. This is the essence of the strange beast." Li Shushi's expression changed, then he muttered in disbelief, "It actually voluntarily gave you its essence. How could that be possible?" Essence, the core energy of the strange beast harboring a vast amount of spiritual power, can only be given voluntarily. Daylight and the Dove of Peace have been dead for many years, and the essence has long dissipated, leaving only this wisp, hence the scarcity of energy. Jean Feichen did not respond, silently blinking. "Ingzi, am I still me, or am I it?" Coming back to his senses, Jean Feichen felt his back and attempted to channel the spiritual power into it. Buzz! Whoosh! A ball of white flame abruptly ignited behind Jean Feichen, yet he felt no burning sensation. Instead, it felt very warm, and his clothes remained undamaged. The flames gradually extended to both sides, and wings woven from spiritual power began to take shape under the embrace of the flames. Finally, as the flames diminished, a perfectly formed pair of wings hovered behind Jean Feichen. The wings were entirely white, not smooth, but rather sharp, adorned with faint, icy white flames. Li Shushi, seeing this, was forcibly pulled from his previous disbelief, exclaiming in admiration, "These are the wings of Daylight and the Dove of Peace, truly beautiful. You've really succeeded. Though it's dangerous, not only have you gained these wings, but you've also broken through 3 levels. How enviable." "Just luck," Jean Feichen said, controlling the wings and slowly ascending. After a brief period of acclimatization, he could already control them skillfully. They moved swiftly, trailing icy white flames, undeniably eye-catching. After flying for a while, Jean Feichen returned to his starting point, retracting his wings. "Everything is fine, but it consumes too much spiritual energy. With my cultivation level, I fear I won't be able to fly for long," Jean Feichen commented after feeling around. Naturally, flying is a capability only available in the control realm. You with your mere life realm can possess it, but of course it requires some cost. It's impossible to have it all. Li Shushi replied. "By the way, do you understand the characteristics within these wings?" "I know," Jean Feichen nodded and said, "Guardian and Flames. The former can protect me from one attack, but am unsure how extensive that protection is. The latter is the Daylight Flame, which I can use simply, but it has little practical use." Li Shushi chuckled. "You little brat are still not satisfied. Just the Guardian alone is something many people envy. The Daylight Flame can also assist you in many ways. Be content. You are now the top tier of the life realm in the world. Even the powerful clans will have to respect you. Alright, that's enough for now. Just get used to these wings. You can learn the next extreme martial arts after some time. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Thank you for this journey, senior. I will remember it for a lifetime." Jean Feichen bowed in appreciation. "Enough, no need to mention that. You almost scared this old man to death this time." Li Shushi waved his hand, playfully scolding, his admiration evident in his eyes. Saying this, he waved his hand at Jean Feichen. Swish! A flash of white light and Jean Fachin appeared outside the Marshall Pavilion squinting against the blinding sunlight. It's still noon or it feels like a long time has passed. Although not much time has passed, this journey has indeed been fruitful. Jean Fachin, in a cheerful mood, lit a cigarette and walked towards his car. In just a couple of minutes walk, Jean Fachin already sensed the gazes of no less than 20 people. It seems his status as a realm-level individual has completely spread. Returning to the car, the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped him, and Jean Fachin finally felt completely relaxed. You broke through to the 3rd level. What the hell? In the quiet of the car, a sudden voice of a big man echoed in his ears. Jean Fachin immediately shouted. Coming back to his senses, he let out a heavy sigh. Mister, could you please not appear and disappear like a ghost? I'm just a person, I really can't handle it. I apologize. Hidden in the void, Yumingyi felt there was some truth in his words, and said sorry, then returned to the main topic, saying seriously, how could you break through to level 3 and nearly reach the peak, just a step away from the Zhan realm? You haven't used something you shouldn't have you? No. Jean Fachin shook his head in denial as he started the car. During the ride, he explained the ins and outs of the situation to Yumingyi. In the end, Yumingyi left a word of admiration before disappearing again. Back at home, Jean Fachin changed into casual clothes, and after a simple lunch, he went to the balcony. With a slight tremor in his shoulders, his wings of white flame suddenly appeared with a bang. Jean Fachin placed his phone, which started the timer, aside, and burned his spiritual power, speeding towards the vast sky. Bang! The air trembled as he transformed into a streak of light shooting into the sky, leaving a trail of white flame behind. Woohoo! Experiencing flight was indeed best when done personally. For the first time, Jean Fachin laughed heartily. In a short time, he had already flown to an altitude of 1,000 meters. As he looked at the nearby white clouds, he spread his arms, savoring this moment of tranquility. To avoid running out of spiritual energy and being unable to return home, Jean Fachin did not fly too far, just circling around the vicinity in the opposite direction of the main campus. This time he wanted to see how long he could maintain his flight, so he could have a more precise concept in his mind, which he considered a form of responsibility towards himself. According to Jean Fachin's estimation, the flying time should be around 8 minutes, but now only 6 minutes had passed, and he already felt his spiritual power depleting. To avoid injury, he did not push the timing to the limit, returning to the ground about 10 seconds early. Looking at the balcony in front of him, Jean Fachin completed a backflip in the air before landing steadily. Picking up his phone, the timer displayed 6 minutes and 40 seconds, a full 1 minute and 20 seconds shorter than his expectations. This time was enough for some to accomplish significant life events. It seems these wings really do burn through spiritual energy. Remembering the flame that never extinguished on his wings, Jean Fachin understood where his spiritual power had gone. It's quite flashy, but the consumption of spiritual energy per 100 kilometers is even more intense than my Land Rover's fuel consumption. Jean Fachin grumbled, thinking, if I want to fly for a long time, I would conservatively estimate that I need to reach the Chun realm. It really is a long road ahead. Life Zhanshan Luyu. Just thinking about how far he still had to go made Jean Fachin lose all interest in drinking his green apple soda. He simply returned to his bedroom to begin cultivating. In the bedroom, Jean Fachin took out 3 rings that Yumingyi had given him last night from under his pillow and released a trace of spiritual power to examine them. These 3 rings were all storage rings, each one a treasure worth its weight in gold outside, but in the Tiansu Academy, they were merely the most basic existence. In this world, there were no such things as spiritual artifacts or exotic items. After all, every person's awakened divine item was their own weapon, and these special items had their own names, such as storage rings. After checking, Jean Fachin gasped in shock. Each of these 3 rings contained 100 pieces of spiritual gold. Is a mineral, a non-renewable resource rich in vast amounts of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Each piece is extremely precious and serves as high currency in this world. In the past, Jean Fachin had never even seen one, let alone used one, and now he actually held 300 pieces directly in his hands. No wonder it's Tiansu Academy, they really are wealthy. Damn, a poor boy enters a rich family, let's get started. With that said, Jean Fachin waved his hand, and 5 pieces of spiritual gold appeared before him. He walked to the bedside and sat cross-legged. Let me feel these 5 pieces first, and after dinner tonight, they'll cultivate through the night. After making the decision, Jean Fachin closed his eyes and began circulating his spiritual power, quickly entering a familiar state of cultivation. Gradually, as his breath became calm, faint spiritual energy spread out from his body, attracting the 5 pieces of spiritual gold in front of him to slowly float up, eventually hovering in midair. With the circulation of the spiritual energy, wisps of blue spiritual energy floated out from the spiritual gold, forming spirals that enveloped Jean Fachin's entire body. To the naked eye, Jean Fachin's body resembled a powerful exhaust fan, as the wisps of blue spirals, upon touching his skin and pores, were instantly devoured. At this moment it seemed as if the cells within Jean Feichen became extraordinarily greedy, crazily devouring the spiritual energy. The energy flowed through his body, eventually converging at his heart, circulating repeatedly in this manner. Just when everything seemed normal, a sudden change occurred. The originally gently flowing spiritual energy began to convulse violently, and then it flowed several times faster than before. Simultaneously, the devouring power on Jean Feichen's surface suddenly grew stronger, as if a giant mouth had opened wide greedily and frantically, swallowing the spiritual energy. The spiritual gold also trembled as its spiritual energy was frantically extracted. Soon one piece of spiritual gold dimmed, falling onto the bed and turning into a dull stone. Even Yu Mingyi, hidden in the shadows, was startled by this sudden change. He instantly appeared in the room, looking at the situation akin to a small storm, momentarily unsure of what to do. In his many years of life, he had never encountered such a situation. His tense eyes fixated on Jean Feichen, and seeing that the latter's expression remained unchanged, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Forcing an interruption in cultivation could harm the foundation, so unless it was extremely serious, it was absolutely not something one could do. Why does this kid have so many unusual things about him? Looking at the pieces of spiritual gold dimming one by one, Yu Mingyi muttered in surprise, this cultivation speed seems a bit off. Originally thinking that once Jean Feichen absorbed all the spiritual gold, he would exit the cultivation state, but 5 hours passed, and just as the last piece of spiritual gold dimmed, an explosive scene unfolded. The ring placed aside surprisingly began to float on its own, and spirit gold flew out from within, lining up to float beside Jean Feichen, waiting to be absorbed. Jean Feichen hesitated, wanting to take the remaining spirit gold, but fearing it might affect Jean Feichen. Thus he waited until nightfall, caught in this indecision. 3 hours later, at 9:40 p.m. on June 12th, as the seventh piece faded away, a gentle breeze spread from within Jean Feichen. At the same time his body seemed to undergo some change, a faint grayish-white spiritual energy suddenly appeared, enveloping the previously azure hue around Jean Feichen's surface. The spiritual energy, which had been unable to condense and had been drifting aimlessly, now became obedient, as if a layer of white gauze had been draped over Jean Feichen. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat became clear, beating faster and faster, as if stimulated by some powerful excitement, pulsating with fervor. Boom. Finally, with a boom from within Jean Feichen, the heartbeat steadied, becoming slower, and the layer of gauze on his surface solidified. Second realm, Jean realm, breakthrough. Jean Feichen suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickered, and his cultivation in the Jean realm became exceptionally clear. I have broken through. After a brief moment of dazed joy followed. Quickly checking the time, Jean Feichen, haha, I actually broke through to the Jean realm. In just 1 day, from the 6th turn of the Ming realm to the 1st turn of the Jean realm. Am I really a genius? This surge in strength left him unable to remain calm. All notions of composure and drowsiness vanished, as power was simply too enticing. The feeling of stepping forward step by step was absolutely wonderful. In the midst of his excitement, he looked at Yu Mingyi, who was sitting by the edge of the bed, looking haggard. Although he couldn't see his face, the weariness emanating from him was unmistakable. He stared blankly at himself, causing Jean Feichen to feel uneasy. Mr. You. Jean Feichen tentatively called out. You broke through directly to the Jean realm. Although it's just a thin membrane, this speed is quite astonishing. Yu Mingyi spoke clearly. Yu Mingyi remained silent, his eyes locked onto Jean Feichen. Jean Feichen felt somewhat awkward, scratching his face as he said, is it too fast? Does it lead to an unstable foundation? Where did you get that from? Your cultivation is achieved step by step through your own abilities. How could it be unstable? Yu Mingyi frowned at this question, retorting, well, I've seen it mentioned in novels. That's why it's a novel and not reality. How could you not understand that? Is this your first time cultivating? Yu Mingyi asked. It's my first time using spirit gold for cultivation. Do you know how many pieces of spirit gold you used? Yu Mingyi asked again. 5 pieces. Jean Feichen reflexively counted again and said, now it should be 7 pieces. It seems you don't know. Yu Mingyi muttered to himself, then recounted everything that had just happened to Jean Feichen, the person involved. After listening, Jean Feichen was not surprised. Aren't you surprised? Yu Mingyi asked, puzzled by Jean Feichen's indifferent attitude. I can already fly you. What else is impossible? Besides, it's all good news. Why worry about it? Jean Feichen said casually, then went out to look for food. As soon as he stepped out, Jean Feichen couldn't help but grumble inwardly. I've already crossed over. What else is impossible? Yu Mingyi watched Jean Feichen's departing figure, his expression complex. He initially thought Jean Feichen was an odd personality, a unique transcendent, but now it seemed he still had a long way to understand him. Only by breaking the rules can one reach the ultimate goal. For some reason, the words of a certain figure from the council suddenly appeared in Yu Mingyi's mind. He also recalled the current situation in the Daos deceptive battlefield, unconsciously murmuring, perhaps. A week later, on the morning of June 19th, a thick fog enveloped the area with the dawn light shining brightly. Jean Fei-chun, with a pair of dead fish eyes, sat at the dining table, leisurely stirring his coffee. Why am I still so sleepy after sleeping for over 10 hours? In these past few days, Jean Fei-chun had been cultivating day and night, and it wasn't until last night that he finally had a good rest. The goal was to restore his spirit and enthusiastically participate in the exchange between the two schools. After 7 days of cultivation, Jean Fei-chun's cultivation reached the second turn of the Zhan realm. Although he absorbed spirit gold faster than others, it was still somewhat slow for him, and each breakthrough required more spiritual energy, making it evident that he was falling behind. However, through Eumingius' various spying, he discovered that among the 7 other transcendent levels, the strongest was only at the 9th turn of the Ming realm, still far from the Zhan realm. Jean Fei-chun was already far ahead, the first among his peers in the shadows. After finishing his coffee, Jean Fei-chun changed into casual clothes, put on sunglasses, and walked towards the door with the car keys in hand. It's time to meet my old acquaintance whom I've been thinking about day and night. I wonder if she has thought of me. In Long City, at one of the 8 academies, the Feng Su Martial Academy, a boy with silvery white hair sat cross-legged on the roof, the hazy morning sun casting a mysterious aura around him. Suddenly, the temperature around the boy dropped sharply, and large snowflakes appeared out of nowhere in the summer, gathering into a humanoid figure. As the snowflakes dispersed, an elderly man with a white beard stood beside the boy. The old man slightly bowed to the boy and said in a hoarse voice, "Young master, the one from the capital city at the Tian Su Academy has appeared." "Where did he go?" The boy opened his eyes, and a glint of spiritual energy flashed in his white-blue gaze. "To the northern part of the capital, to the great wasteland Changyue mountain range. It is said that he is to have an exchange with the Tianpu Academy." Tianpu Academy. What is that? The boy frowned, having never heard of such an academy among the 8 a small academy located on the outskirts of the capital. What is there to exchange? Are they too idle? Hearing that it was just a mediocre academy, the boy became even more puzzled. Had the Tiansu Academy really fallen so low? They are not picky about whom they recruit anymore. According to the information gathered, the exchange is a facade. It seems to be arranged by Jean Fei-chun for the purpose of killing someone. The old man expressed some skepticism, unable to verify the accuracy of the news despite his best efforts. It always felt like some force was holding him back. He could only gather this much information. Interesting. The boy stood up, picked up a rod inscribed with thunderbolt runes from beside him, resting it on his shoulder. He turned to the old man and raised an eyebrow. "Let's go stir up some excitement." "All right." The old man agreed and waved his hand. The wind and snow buried the two, and as the snowflakes blew away, they vanished from the spot. After they left, a delicate card glimmered in the sunlight on the roof. On the left side of the card was a photo of the boy, his white hair tied into 2 buns, bangs falling to his brows, and his hair cascading down to his neck, with a special mark at the corner of his eye, a confident smile playing on his lips. The most eye-catching feature was the character imprinted in the upper left corner of the boy's photo. Juan. Next to the photo, there was a detailed introduction of the boy. Long City Feng Su Martial Academy Student ID. Student number 002. Name by Gigi. Gender male. This certificate certifies that the above student is a student of this academy. Please allow free passage for this student anywhere. Note, either he goes or this academy will send someone. Meanwhile, at the Chongkong Mountain Range outpost, Jean Fei-chun parked the vehicle and headed towards the forward outpost with Shang Buki, who had not yet awakened. The reason Shang Buki was here was that upon seeing Jean Fei-chun's eye-catching vehicle, he lay down in the middle of the road, insisting on coming along, and since Jean Fei-chun didn't mind, he just brought him along. The outpost is a necessary post for guarding the borders of the mountain range, always on guard against the cunning beasts that inhabit the forests. It was morning, the time when the most people were around, with various small teams shouting along the roadside, forming parties to venture into the mountains to hunt valuable beasts or rare herbs. This had already become an acknowledged profession, commonly referred to as pioneers by the general public. Come. We need one more healer for a 5-man team. Once you arrive, well, set off. You prosper, I prosper. Let's embrace our good fortune. Shang Buki wiggled his plump body, watching the excitement, and asked, "Chun-gu, what are we here for?" "To meet an old classmate." Under the sunlight, Jean Fei-chun felt drowsy again, a heavy sleepiness enveloping him, turning his gaze into that signature lifeless look. "A girl?" "Yes." "Then I came to the right place. I'm here to see someone. You just do your thing, Chun-gu. I'm naturally hard of hearing, so don't worry, I won't hear anything at all." Shang Buki's small eyes twirled like glass balls, and then he squinted and chuckled foolishly. Just as Jean Fei-chun felt helpless, a shifty-eyed middle-aged man approached, rubbing his hands and looking at the two with their luxurious appearance, saying, "Hey, you two handsome guys look like extraordinary young talents. Would you like to join our team? We've been around for 10 years and are absolutely reliable." I see you are just two of the beasts in this mountain range are rampant and quite dangerous. It's easy to encounter accidents. Come join us. The more people, the better the protection, and it's much safer that way. Hey, get lost. Do you really think I'm a rookie? Scram and go deceive someone else. Shang Buki frowned and waved his hand, dismissing the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, hearing this, grew unhappy, staring at the two well-dressed individuals, unwilling to back down, and threateningly said, "Young man, the dangers in this forest are great. You could easily end up. Head, just stick with us, we guarantee your safety." Shang Buki, with an irritated expression, stopped, took out a student ID from his pocket, waved it, and disdainfully said, "Anyone can die here, but it definitely won't be us. If you don't understand, I believe the safety department of Tiansu Academy should educate you on this matter. Tianjing City Tiansu Academy student ID. Special. Student number 250. Name Shang Buki. Gender male. This certificate verifies that the above student is a student of this academy. Note: under the sun and moon, wherever Tiansu reaches, please respect the students of this academy. Wawawa Tiansu Academy." The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, shaking his head back and forth, and upon confirming that the photo on the student ID matched perfectly, his legs gave way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shang Buki ignored him, merely snorting as he dragged the nearly asleep Jin Feichen towards the outpost, leaving a crowd of people pointing and discussing the middle-aged man. The man watched the two depart, letting out a sigh of relief. He staggered to his feet, cursing his bad luck, but just as he was about to turn around, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Hello, I am a member of the safety department of Tiansu Academy. I currently have reason to suspect that you threatened our student, and I need you and your team to come with me for an investigation. Let's go." This is a notice. You have no right to argue. Please come with me now." The man turned pale, being dragged away without any resistance, and the others accompanying him followed suit, obediently keeping pace and showing no signs of defiance. The onlookers were no longer surprised, as if they were already accustomed to such scenes. This is the safety department of Tiansu Academy, a very mysterious department. There are rumors, but wherever there are humans, they exist. At any time and any place, members of the safety department are always ready to protect their charges. Of course, though it is merely rumor, the name of the safety department of Tiansu Academy is already well known throughout the land. They claim that the students of this academy are merely weak scholars who are easy to bully, which is why the safety department was established. On the other hand, Jin Feichen and the others had already entered the Chongkong mountain range with the convenience of the student ID. After walking for about 10 minutes, they gradually entered the mountains, where thick fog had unknowingly spread, obscuring the view. It should have been peaceful, but the mountains were anything but. A distant or near eerie beasts roared their sounds like thunder as willow trees swayed and fine twigs drifted down. The mountains rose and fell, appearing beautiful from a distance, like a picturesque landscape. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Jin Feishen's drowsiness diminished slightly, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings with a hint of interest in his eyes. However, Shang Buki beside him had an attitude that was completely opposite. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings, suddenly looking ahead, and then quickly backward, muttering, "This cursed place is unsettling, no matter how many times I come here. I think it's fine. You can't see such scenery in the city in a lifetime, though the fog is a bit heavy and the visibility range is small. Jingu, where are you meeting that female classmate? Let's not wander aimlessly." Shang Buki scanned the surroundings with wide eyes, constantly circling around Jin Feichen like an overprotective bodyguard. "At the Crescent platform, we'll arrive in a few minutes. I've studied the general route here in advance," Jin Feichen said, following the map in his mind, but Shang Buki kept moving around in front of him. "Tisk, can you stop moving around? You need to lose weight. Isn't this to protect you, Chingu? As a Zhan Realm 6th rotation expert, it's my duty to protect you, who is at the Zhan Realm 2nd rotation. Even though you are a cheat, I still have to follow the process," Shang Buki declared with an air of righteousness. "Don't. If you keep circling, we'll really end up lost. Just stand still. If we encounter uncontrollable danger, my Zhongxing is still here. Do I need you?" Jin Feichen waved his hand, dismissing Shang Buki. "Oh right, you have Zhongxing." Shang Buki then realized that today was different. With a powerful expert lurking in the shadows, what was there to fear? With that, Shang Buki was no longer afraid, proudly adjusting his pants and no longer scanning the surroundings, striding confidently. After a few more minutes, the two finally arrived at their destination. The Crescent platform is a naturally formed crescent-shaped stone platform, a prominent site amidst the forested mountains, surrounded by dense shrubs, resembling a natural campsite. As soon as Jin Feichen and the others approached, before they even made it through the bushes, they heard voices coming from behind the shrubs, one of which was Li Ya's voice. The Crescent platform. Standing upon it are 11 young individuals and a stern middle-aged man, the platform measuring about half a meter in height and 15 meters in length. "What time is it now?" Lin Tianhe, dressed in a student uniform, asked Li Ya, who was adorned in vibrant attire beside him. Leah glanced at her phone and replied, "It's 9:40. Didn't we agree on 9:30? Why are we so late?" Don't the prodigies of Tian's Academy have a sense of time? Lin Tianhe, who had never waited for anyone, couldn't help but complain. But no sooner had he spoken than a stern reprimand echoed. Tianhe, watch your words. The middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes shot a warning glare at Lin Tianhe. He was the temporary mentor for this group of students, and also Lin Tianhe's uncle. Hearing his uncle's admonition, Lin Tianhe reluctantly raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, I won't say anything to provoke Tian's Academy. Before Mentor Lin could speak, a mocking voice interjected. If you know better, then keep your mouth shut. Who do you think you are to speak so casually about Tian's Academy? Who gave you the audacity? Emerging from the bushes, Shang Buki with a cold gaze looked at Lin Tianhe. Why shout like that? You're making me lose. Before the opposing party could respond, another voice rang out. Hearing it, Shang Buki quickly stepped aside, revealing Jin Feichen, who was yawning and casually walking out with his hands in his pockets. After finishing his yawn, he scanned the group opposite him and fixed his gaze on the stunned Leah, raising his hand enthusiastically to greet her. Oh, what a coincidence. Leah's pupils constricted sharply, trembling incessantly, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tianhe, who had been scolded, thought that the people from Tian's Academy had arrived and was about to greet them with a smile. However, upon seeing that there were only two people with no mentor in sight, he withdrew his smile and replaced it with disdain. Who's this bastard? I thought you were from Tian's Academy, and you dare to speak to me like that. Shang Buki, who had never been insulted before, immediately laughed, saying, oh, who are you? Why do you speak so boldly? Speaking to me is boldness itself. I've always been like this, so what can you do about it? Lin Tianhe also laughed, stepping forward with his hands on his hips, looking down at Shang Buki. Suddenly, a silver card shot out and landed right at Lin Tianhe's feet, startling him into retreating a step. Clap. Jin Feichen casually walked forward, clapping his hands, and said, all right, you're all old enough to have some manners. We are indeed from Tian's Academy. The others are collectively experiencing hormonal imbalances today and couldn't make it. Lin Tianhe, startled, pointed at Jin Feichen and walked forward, saying, who do you think you are? Just because you say you are. But before he could finish, Jin Feichen waved his hand dismissively. Boom. White flames suddenly erupted from the card, cutting off the remainder of Lin Tianhe's words. His hair and eyebrows were singed by the flames, and in panic he stumbled back, ultimately stepping off the stone platform. Uninvited guests should leave. Those without tickets are not allowed to watch. As Lin Tianhe's uncle, who was also the mentor for this group, turned to leave in silence, it seemed he had long anticipated this turn of events. Hey, what are you doing? Who are you? On what grounds do you attack our senior? Let me tell you, we are from Tianpu Academy. Do you dare to harm us? Several students, oblivious to the fact that their mentor had already fled, began vociferously criticizing Jin Feichen, revealing their backgrounds. Jin Feichen remained silent, merely glancing back at the shocked Shang Buki. Come on, it's your time to act. Clear. Called upon, Shang Buki snapped out of his shock from the white flames, gave an okay gesture, and leaped into the air with his hefty frame crashing back down onto the stone platform. Come on, boys, kill the girls and leave. All the boys leave, clear the area. But that beautiful girl should stay. Shang Buki, like a chick herder, shouted as he pushed outward with both hands, his own Zhan level 6 cultivation subtly revealing itself. Seeing Shang Buki's cultivation, the group sensed the gravity of their situation and finally remembered their mentor, but after searching around, where in the world is my enormous mentor? Shang Buki was not interested in their complaints. Hurry up. If you don't leave, I'll help you out. The group exchanged glances and without a word turned to run quick as lightning. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained: Jin Feichen, Shang Buki, who was hurting like a chick, the fear-stricken Liya, and Lin Tianhe, who had just stood up from a fall preparing to flee. Seeing Lin Tianhe attempting to run, Shang Buki dashed forward, grabbing him by the collar and delivering a swift slap to his face. Let's go, we'll chat aside, make some room. Shang Buki covered Lin Tianhe's mouth, which was filled with tears, dragging him toward the thicket. Despite Lin Tianhe's legs desperately struggling under Shang Buki's overwhelming strength, he was unable to resist and was thus dragged into the woods. With the crowd gone, the scene immediately fell silent. Jin Feichen jumped onto the stone platform and looked at Liya, who stood there without saying a word and was merely shedding tears. He gently spoke, why aren't you running? Is it because you can't bear to leave? Liya, gritting her teeth with reddened eyes, tightly clenched her fists, trembling all over, as she replied, you set up such a grand scheme to lure me here. With my abilities, I can't escape. At this moment, she had come to understand everything. There was no such thing as good luck, nor any exchange meeting. It was merely a trap laid by Jin Feichen to draw her out. She had been foolish enough to believe it, thinking she was fortunate enough to completely shake off Jin Feichen. Unbeknownst to her, everything was exactly what Jin Feichen had wanted to see. Liya had never considered that the Huanggu level meeting at Tian's Academy would involve Jin Feichen. According to her investigation, only 2 Huanggu level individuals had awakened in the capital, both from immensely powerful families. So how could a grassroots like Jin Feichen ever be eligible for a spot at Tian's Academy? It was precisely for this reason that she had entered Tianpu Academy, to eliminate any possibility of encountering Jin Feichen. But now she realized she was wrong. She didn't know where she had gone wrong, but she must have. Tick. A crystalline tear struck the pitch-black platform. Leah could not hold back her sobs. Her eyes were filled with conflicting emotions, defiance, remorse, unwillingness, but above all a crushing despair. Hey, don't cry. I was still looking forward to a spectacular bout with you. Jean Facian's eyes bore no mercy as he spoke calmly. So what do you intend to do next? Your Xingxing should be nearby, right? Lia's tears did not cease, yet her gaze hardened. She declared loudly, Liu will bear sole responsibility for my actions. My parents knew nothing of what I did. Please spare them. Jean Facian laughed with interest and asked, oh, you intend to confess? There is no need to continue, Liu said, to mount such an operation to kill me. Without Xingxing's help you could not have done it. I do not believe an official would allow you to slaughter a citizen so recklessly. Since it has happened, it means my contact with the alien faction has been exposed. My life is already marked. Who delivers the death does not matter to them, and it conveniently suited your purpose. Jean Facian applauded in mock admiration. Wow, how did I never realize? You're surprisingly clever. If that's the case, why commit such a foolish deed? It simply makes no sense. Scorn shimmered in Lia's eyes. Someone so stagnant and aimless as you cannot comprehend others. Your awakening to the Huan level is a tragedy for this world. Jean Facian rubbed his chin, nodded approvingly, waved casually, and said, continue. Jean Facian, I do not truly hate you. Otherwise I would have killed you long ago. To me you are merely a piece of garbage who cannot discern his own worth and looks down on everyone. How could I, eldest lady of the Li family, trouble myself over such trash? Your deadpan, indifferent manner toward others is utterly displeasing. You at school you were nothing but a stinking nobody. What gives you the right not to show proper deference? It matters little. My upbringing forbids me from sullying myself with trash. When Zhao Ming confessed to me, I was deciding whom to pin the blame on. Oh, by chance you appeared in my sight. At that moment, I thought, do you not understand the rules of this world? You do not understand this world's class system. Then let me show you. The hierarchy is at once blurred and brutally clear. And yet you awaken to the Huan level. Truly heaven has no eyes. Lia's chest heaved as her voice grew more agitated. She sobbed silently and spat. Someone like you awakening to the Huan level. How, what a joke. Why wasn't it me? Hearing this, Jean Facian understood and smiled calmly. Perhaps. I long knew you despised me and never took me seriously. Your hatred springs from a plain person like me awakening to something so unmerited. You are out of balance, you envy, you hate. Proud swan, why measure yourself by what others possess? The talk of class systems, childish rhetoric. Lost in one's own world, unable to emerge, laughable. Truly you fail to stir even the slightest interest in me. Why must you be so clever? Jean Facian sighed. He felt no anger at Lia's words. Not from magnanimity, but indifference. His temperament had not grown so grand. In this world no butcher grows enraged by the cries of fish on his block. More often he is inclined to laugh. A card had appeared in Jean Facian's hand without his notice. He stepped to Lia's side, placed a hand on her shoulder, and spoke slowly. I am a kind man. I will do my best to let you die quickly. Any final words? Leah closed her eyes, trembling. Great tears rolled down as she croaked hoarsely. There are many, perhaps a lifetime's worth to tell, but they have already drifted away from me. Farewell, madam. With a swift motion, Leah collapsed. She lay upon the cold platform. The place she had believed everything began. Blood at her throat, stark against her fair skin. As consciousness ebbed, she could not bear to open her eyes as she wanted above all to look upon this world one last. Unfortunately, towering trees blocked the sunlight, and Leah could not see. Yet in a haze a figure appeared in the sky. Not her beloved nor her parents, but a silhouette bathed in light, the center of attention, arrogant and proud. In that instant doubt stirred in Lia's heart. Did she truly think herself exceptional? Was that so? Was she wrong? Was she not? She could not voice it. Leah died. She died unaware that Jean Facian had already reached the Zhan realm, a prodigy, before whom the world would bow. It was a development that seemed trivial, yet could not be ignored. Jean Facian produced a card. White woven flames fell upon Leah and instantly reduced her to ash. I bury your body and find peace for my own heart. A breeze brushed and carried Lia's remnants away. Jean Facian leapt down from the platform. As he began to move, he paused, then, as if hearing something, a smile curved his lips. In the next instant he struck like lightning. The card shot from his fingertips like an arrow streaking toward a branch. Click! The card hovered in midair. White snow shimmered into being and faded, and a white-haired youth appeared on the stout branch, shouldering a staff and holding between two fingers the card Jean Facian had launched. The youth looked down and smiled. Not bad aim, just a bit weak on power. My body is frail. Oh, what can I do? Jean Facian replied with a rueful smile, then snapped his fingers. Ahem. The card in the youth's hand flashed white, and an arrow wrapped in purple chi shot forth, aimed at the face of the boy standing within arm's reach, tearing through the air with a burst. Boom. An explosion rocked the branch, the blast whipping the surrounding willow leaves into a rustle. The power's a touch weak, but hiding C4. That's truly low. A large hand rent the smoke of the blast. The white-haired youth stood unharmed, as if nothing had occurred, even the tree untouched. Beside him, an elder appeared, rubbing residual spirit energy from his hands and looking coldly at Jean Feichin. Kid, are you trying to kill my young master? He's not dead, is he? Don't rush to mourn. Jean Feichin waved with a smile, as if speaking of something true. He then looked at the white-haired youth and said, "What do you think, Bai Mao?" The elder narrowed his eyes as chill spread about him and snapped, "Boy, don't think being Huan level grants you the right to be arrogant. Old man longevity does not grant you license to look down on others," Jean Feichin said with a light laugh, returning the elder's tone, then added, "Mr. You." The next moment, bang, an overwhelming pressure descended. The earlier coldness dissipated and was replaced by an oppression from the soul, as though one were plunging into an abyss. A mere Gu realm, and already so insolent, a cold voice intoned. A black mist surged beside Jean Feichin, as Yumingi, clad in a black robe, stepped forth from it. The elder already stooped, bent further, while Jean Feichin and the white-haired youth felt nothing. The questioned elder's face went pale as he whispered in terror, "A Zun realm strongman. Children can speak among themselves." Yumingi took a step, tearing through space to appear beside the elder, seized his shoulder with a cold hand, and said ominously, "We shall have a talk." With those words, the two were swallowed by black mist and vanished. Jean Feichin cupped his hands to his mouth and called to the stunned white-haired youth, "Bai Mao, your elder was taken." The youth snapped back to himself and retorted, "Your elder was the one who got the hell taken." "Huh, that isn't my grandfather. Mutual killing among the Xingxing is forbidden. This is an official decree that no one can defy. Given this, Uncle Bing would only face some beating, which is nothing. The old man is still young and will recover quickly." With this thought, Bai Jiji felt relieved. He leaped down from the tree, brandishing the stick in his hand straight at Jean Feichin. "Kid, you threw a bomb at me without a word. This has to be explained, right? If I had a nuclear bomb, would I still throw a bomb?" Jean Feichin waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a child. "Go on, go find your grandpa spying on you, and still having the nerve to argue. I told you that's not my grandpa." Bai Jiji shouted angrily, then unleashed the power of his life realm, swinging the stick and charging forward. "Kid, don't think you're invincible. Just because you're at the Huan level, today, they'll teach you how to respect those stronger than you." Jean Feichin took a step back, dodging the long stick, and then impatiently said, "You're really annoying. You're not even an NPC yet you come looking for trouble. What nonsense are you talking? I not only want to beat you, but I also want to take down the other 6 Huan levelers. Remember, from now on, call me Brother Bai when you see me." After saying this, Bai Jiji swung the long stick, and a dense burst of lightning arcs erupted from it, enveloping his entire body. Instantly, his speed increased several-fold, and his attacks became more ferocious as he launched continuous assaults. Bai Jiji seemed to be lost in the fight, completely unaware that Jean Feichin was continuously tossing out cards as he retreated. When the cards were ready, he spoke up. "I said, isn't it about time?" As Jean Feichin retreated, a new card appeared in his hand. He tossed it into the air, and in that instant the card suddenly exploded, transforming into a long iron rod identical to the one in Bai Zizi's hand. He gripped the iron rod tightly, then pushed it against the ground, using the momentum to spin around, and kicked out. Seeing his own stick, Bai Jiji was momentarily dazed, forgetting to defend himself, and was directly kicked away. But it wasn't over yet. As Jean Feichin landed, he swiftly hurled the long stick with great force, then stomped hard on the ground, unleashing a powerful blast. In an instant, he caught up with the iron rod, grasped it tightly, and aimed directly at Bai Zizi's dazed face, swinging it out. Bang! Bai Zizi's face contorted, and he was violently thrown back, crashing into a tree behind him, causing a cloud of dust to rise as the tree swayed slightly. Suddenly, a burst of purple lightning erupted from the roots of the tree, engulfed in smoke. Bang! A purple beam shattered the mist and shot out, with Bai Jiji gripping the long stick, thrusting it fiercely at Jean Feichin. However, in the next moment, to Bai Zizi's bewilderment, Jean Feichin transformed into a sea of flowers, passing directly through in front of him. Before he could regain his senses, Jean Feichin, surrounded by purple lightning, quietly appeared behind him, swinging the long stick towards Bai Zizi's temple. This time, Bai Jiji reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly turning and raising the stick to block. "Don't underestimate me," Bai Jiji shouted, only to be overwhelmed by absolute power, and was blasted away, crashing into another tree. Dragging the iron rod, Jean Feichin sat down beside the platform, lit a cigarette, and said, "I didn't underestimate you. I just honestly think you're an idiot." Bai Jiji roared, "Bastard," and charged out, while Jean Feichin merely snapped his fingers. Bang! A purple arrow shot out from the trees behind him, sending Bai Jiji flying again. Bang! What the hell is going on? Bang! Bai Jiji, battered and bruised, shook his dazed head. This time he didn't charge in directly like before, but quietly waited for the dust to settle. As the dust cleared, 5 silver cards appeared in his line of sight, each embedded in a tree, surrounding him completely. My goodness, you finally discovered it. After finishing his cigarette, Jin Feiqing saw that Bai Jiji finally understood what was going on, and he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you aren't completely stupid, otherwise this great Xia would be doomed. Bai Jiji initially stood there in a daze, then suddenly exclaimed, I understand. You set this trap when you retreated at the beginning. You sneaky little man. What an idiot. Jin Feiqing swore that he had never cursed as much in his life as he had today, but he simply couldn't help it. Only this blunt and crude vocabulary could fully convey what he wanted to express. For a moment, Jin Feiqing couldn't help but laugh in anger looking at Bai Zizi's furious expression. He even found the kid's foolishness a bit endearing. Bai Mao, let me ask you, can you tell what level of cultivation I am? Bai Jiji was taken aback, then carefully examined the other person before finally shaking his head. All right, Jin Feiqing nodded. Then let me ask you, under what circumstances can one not see through another's cultivation level? Bai Jiji thought for a moment, then replied, I know when the other party's cultivation is higher than mine. No, that's not right. Bai Zizi's foolish face turned serious. After a long hesitation, he looked at Jin Feiqing and tentatively asked, Are you at the Zhan level? Clap, clap, clap. Jin Feiqing clapped with a complex expression, speaking in a perplexed tone. You actually figured it out. You're quite clever. How is that possible? You've actually reached the Zhan level. Bai Jiji finally exclaimed in shock. Looking at Bai Jiji, who had finally come back to his senses, Jin Feiqing felt a surge of emotion. He felt as if he had saved a family. There were elders above, children below, and the middle son had a direct line to the small brain. Jin Feiqing's eyes glistened with tears. He felt so great, having with just a few hits returned a tragic family to its original state, truly moving the great Xia to its core. 1. Hey, what's that expression? Are you a pervert? Bai Jiji looked at Jin Feiqing's deeply moved eyes and felt a chill run down his spine, unconsciously taking a step back. But this retreat triggered the C4 card Jin Feiqing had set. Bang! The familiar explosion rang out, and Jin Feiqing's expression froze in surprise. Child, you are invincible now. He retracted the cards, marking the fate of a foolish young man with a cigarette. Unaware of the indelible label he had left in Jin Feiqing's heart, Bai Jiji slowly got up, enduring the intense pain. Understanding that he could never win, Bai Jiji gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as she stood up, brandishing her long staff with a fierce glare. With 2 fingers pointed directly at Jin Feiqing, she said with a resolute voice, Jin Feiqing, don't get too cocky. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, don't bully the youth for being poor. Though I may be defeated today, it doesn't mean I will always be defeated. We shall see. Having said that, Bai Jiji turned and walked away without looking back, resolutely crashing into a tree behind her. Ouch! Embarrassed, she hurriedly picked up the long staff that had fallen to the ground and quickly left. White-haired girl, do you leave a name when you threaten someone? Jin Feiqing called out with a sympathetic look in his eyes. A loud voice came from behind the bushes. The owner of the Heavenly Decree Staff, a top-tier weapon from the Fengshu Martial Academy, and the future strongest, is Bai Jiji. Jin Feiqing chuckled in disbelief. What a silly child. As he extinguished his cigarette, but he turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, Jin Feiqing halted, a puzzled expression on his face as he muttered to himself, Tisk, it feels like I forgot something. Just then a voice suddenly called out from behind. Chun-gu. Hearing this voice, Jin Feiqing finally remembered what he had forgotten. He turned around and saw Shang Buki running towards him, dragging a gold-patterned paintbrush and wobbling due to his weight. Arriving beside him, he leaned on his knees, panting, and said, Chun-gu, where's that beauty? Why didn't I see her? She went home. What? She just left without saying goodbye. Shang Buki scratched his head, looking a bit confused. Don't talk about me, why did you take so long? Jin Feiqing noticed the paintbrush in the latter's hand and curiously asked, is that paintbrush your weapon? Ah yes, haha, you haven't seen it after knowing me for so long. Shang Buki chuckled, scratching his head, and then said, this brush is my celestial artifact, the special grade miraculous imagination brush, which can draw objects into reality for a limited time. Jin Feiqing was somewhat astonished. That's impressive. Come on, draw me an Emperor Realm powerhouse to play with. Shang Buki's expression dropped for that. Wait until I reach the Emperor Realm and try drawing it might work. Jin Feiqing seemed to have discovered something interesting and thought for a moment before saying, then let's keep it simple. Draw an aircraft carrier or something, I want to try being a ship immortal. Shang Buki's expression fell again, and he said awkwardly, a sword is fine, but a ship is a bit too much. Besides, Chun-gu, the sword of a sword immortal isn't that shipwright. Then what do you usually draw for battles? Jin Feiqing, looking at Shang Buki, who was rejecting every suggestion, asked in confusion, don't tell me you just draw a bunch of flying cups to hit people in the face. Shang Buki quickly shook his head. How could that be? Chun-gu, you underestimate me. Don't look at me like this, but I'm not afraid of those 2 ranks higher than me during battles. Then what do you draw during battles? Just some little things that can explode. Grenades. Pretty much. Jin Feiqing intended to continue the conversation, but suddenly the voice of Yu Mingyi rang in his ears. Be careful, 6 eerie wolves are approaching at full speed. Upon hearing this, Jin Feichen's expression tightened as he became alert while reminding Shang Buki beside him. Eerie beasts are coming, stay alert. What? Shang Buki immediately protected Jin Feichen, saying, Chun-gu, I'll protect you. You run. Don't worry about me. Are you crazy? They're only 2nd tier, not 8th tier. What are you trying? Oh, whoa. Just as Jin Feichen finished speaking, the bushes around them suddenly rustled. 6 large, deep, blue-fanged eerie wolves sprang out surrounding Jin Feichen and Shang Buki. Chun-gu, leave it to me. Before Jin Feichen could say anything, Shang Buki beside him waved the paintbrush in his hand and began to draw in the air. As the paintbrush glowed, colorful traces appeared in the air and a small cannonball-like drawing emerged. In the next second, the drawing solidified and a dark green mortar transformed into reality before shooting out with a whoosh. Boom. The mortar struck beneath the eerie wolf's feet and exploded violently, sending thick smoke and dust rising. But Shang Buki didn't stop. He bent down and began to draw circles toward the direction of the eerie wolves, his hand moving at lightning speed while he kept chanting. I draw, 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 draw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 mortars flew out one after another, exploding with a continuous rumble. The large eerie wolves were blown to bits while a couple of the lucky ones turned and fled without looking back. The sudden eerie beasts were abruptly dealt with. After finishing all this, Shang Buki tucked the paintbrush into his waist, clapped his hands, and said with a grin, all done. The entire series of movements flowed seamlessly without a single superfluous action. Jin Feichen, however, looked at Shang Buki in a daze and said, those little explosive things you mentioned are mortars. Not quite. The power isn't that great. Shang Buki humbly waved his hand. Well, you really are a mobile arsenal. This is just the Zhan realm, and you already have mortars. What will you give me next time at Dongfeng 42? It's not that simple, hee. Jin Feichen twitched his mouth, while secretly thinking those who can enter the Tiansu Academy are indeed not simple. This seemingly unremarkable chubby guy has such terrifying strength. It looks like I still need to work harder. With that thought, Jin Feichen glanced at the time and realized it was almost noon. He turned to Shang Buki and said, all right, it's getting late. You should head back now. After saying that, he handed the car keys to Shang Buki. Here are the car keys. You can drive back directly. Shang Buki was taken aback. What about you, Chun-gu? I'll stay here to cultivate. Damn, are you that harsh on yourself? You've already reached the Zhan realm, not giving your... Shang Buki said in surprise. I still have a long way to go. All right, I'll treat you to a meal when I get back. Thank Jin Feichen said with a smile as he patted Shang Buki's shoulder. Shang Buki didn't say much more, as he knew that with the protection of Zhengxing around, Jin Feichen's safety was assured. Staying here would only be a distraction. Then I'll take my leave. Chun-gu, take care. Don't worry, I'll be careful on my way back. The two parted ways, and Jin Feichen looked at the empty air before him and said, Mr. Yue, shall we continue deeper? Indeed, there are too few eerie beasts on the outskirts. I discovered a waterfall deeper in when I just left, and there are spiritual energy fluctuations behind it. There might be something hidden there. You should go take a look. The voice of Yu Mingyi echoed in his ears. Jin Feichen nodded and understanding got it. He then stretched his shoulders. The playful expression from before completely vanished, replaced by a reassuring calm. After finishing his stretches, Jin Feichen's figure disappeared. He moved like a ghost, swiftly darting through the... All of this was just the beginning. One day later, at 9 o'clock on the night of June 20th, silence reigned over the ancient forest, until a spectral figure blurred through the dense canopy of towering verdant trees. It landed lightly upon a thick high branch. Scarcely had it stilled when rustling erupted behind. A colossal ant nearly 3 meters tall burst violently from the underbrush, shattering foliage in its wake. Relentless. Jin Feichen murmured inwardly, then slammed his foot against the branch and shot forward like an arrow. Behind him, the giant ant surged after, its densely furred legs churning with terrifying speed. Third-rank illusion beast roadworker Ant Sovereign. Massive in stature, capable of unleashing tenfold its own strength and empowered to command lesser ant-type illusion beasts. It stands among the most formidable third-rank entities, a peerless apex predator of its tier. Man and beast raced through the ink-black jungle, pursuit and evasion entwined. I merely took one fruit. Does it really warrant this? It's chased me for an entire day. Heh, you snatched away the very spirit fruit it had labored fiercely to seize. How could it possibly let you go? Yu Mingyi's voice resonated softly beside him. Do you recognize this fruit, Master Yu? Without breaking stride, Jin Feichen withdrew a fruit from his spatial ring. Azure-hued, its surface rippling like water, evoking an unsettling sense of imminent collapse upon ingestion. Though Yu Mingyi's form remained unseen, his perception encompassed every detail of the surrounding realm. Blue-veined fruit. No rare treasure, nor rich in spiritual energy. Its merit lies solely in its flavor. Perhaps trivial to you, but to the roadworker Ant Sovereign, it is priceless. So it's not even valuable after all. What a waste of my excitement. Jin Feichen sighed in disappointment and slipped the blue-veined fruit back into his ring. Master Star, I suggest you reassess your purpose here. You lack for no cultivation resources. This journey was never about acquiring treasures. It was designed to hone your combat pragmatism and diversify your tactical repertoire. Yu Mingyi continued. What matters now is mastering close-quarters combat. With your current abilities, most opponents pose no challenge, but speed-oriented adversaries expose your critical weakness. Remember, true masters possess no vulnerabilities. I intend to forge you into a perfect hexagonal warrior. You may choose magic over physical confrontation, but you must never relinquish that capacity. This principle, I trust, is self-evident. I've considered this myself, Jean Feichen replied, gravely nodding. My close combat proficiency would leave me utterly helpless in sudden crises, but cultivating corporeal resilience takes time. It cannot be achieved overnight. That concern is unnecessary. I have secured spirit liquids for bodily refinement from the Academy. With your cooperation, your physique will undergo a qualitative breakthrough within 2 months. How thoughtful. Jean Feichen mused inwardly, then said aloud, name your terms. I am ready. From this moment until our return to the Academy, minimize reliance on intellect in battle. Rely on raw power. Push your limits to their absolute edge. Yu Mingyi spoke as though the plan had long been settled. Huh. Then I'll be just like Bai Jiji and get beaten to death. Jean Feichen blinked, startled by the sheer bluntness of the directive. It is unavoidable. Your combat cognition is too agile. Compounded by your dazzling array of celestial artifacts, every fight thus far has unfolded with effortless grace. None have forced you into true desperation. And if you cannot endure extremity now, when genuine enemies arise in the future, you will find yourself trapped in irrevocable peril, with no path to reversal. Yu Mingyi spoke with solemn clarity, mapping Jean Feichen's trajectory with deliberate foresight. Understood. I'll strive to emulate Bai Jiji, even if only temporarily, to become for a spell a gloriously simple-minded warrior. Jean Feichen nodded earnestly. Yu Mingyi's intent was unmistakable: impose restraint, engage deliberately from weakness, and temper vulnerability into unassailable strength. Then let us begin now. Begin what? Stop. Turn. Fight. That's a third-rank beast, equivalent to this sinking realm. No matter. I am here, you will not die. But injury is inevitable, right? Yes. I shall intervene only when your body reaches utter exhaustion. Very well. For a radiant future, for ascension to the world's pinnacle as a mage, he steeled himself. Let's do it. Jean Feichen launched himself from the branch, seized a forward limb midair, and used the momentum to whirl sharply, reversing course in a single fluid arc. Instinctively, he swept his gaze across the terrain, rapidly assessing elevation, cover, and flow, already sketching a precise tactical sequence. Yet halfway through he shook his head. No strategy. Pure force. Bai Jiji's face flickered in his mind, his sharp, incisive gaze softened, then dulled into placid vacancy. I told you to cease overthinking, not to abandon thought entirely. Yu Mingyi intervened at once, sensing Jean Feichen's aura shift toward crystalline vacant simplicity. Boom. The roadworker ant sovereign erupted into view. Upon seeing Jean Feichen stand his ground, it roared, a guttural seismic bellow, and its twin antennae quivered violently. In an instant it lunged. Jean Feichen, now fully immersed in the discipline of brute force engagement, made no attempt to evade. His cards flared apart, and the celestial edict staff materialized in his grip. He vaulted skyward, swung the staff overhead, and brought it crashing down upon the charging sovereign. The sovereign's grotesque visage twisted, its massive fur-clad forelimb surged upward in thunderous counterstrike. At the razor-thin instant before staff met limb, Jean Feichen's vacant eyes ignited with piercing diamond-sharp focus. Crackle, crackle. A blinding web of lightning erupted. Jean Feichen vanished from midair, reappearing instantly above the sovereign's head. The celestial edict staff, wreathed in crackling arcs, cleaved the air and smashed downward, aiming unerringly for the sovereign's antennae. Clang! A shrieking resonance tore through the night. Blinding sparks exploded where staff struck antenna. A violent shockwave reverberated up the staff. Jean Feichen's hands jolted, numb fingers wrenching open involuntarily. Even its antennae are this hard. He seized the staff with his other hand and recoiled sharply. Enraged by the searing pain, the roadworker ant sovereign shrieked and slammed a forelimb into a nearby ancient tree, splitting it cleanly in two. Thick viridian ichor gushed from its forelimb, adhering to the severed trunk. With a savage twist, it hurled the massive timber sideways, striking Jean Feichen midair, where he hung helplessly with crushing force. Tum! Dust billowed. Every bone screamed, but Jean Feichen staggered upright without pause. He spat crimson spittle, grinning faintly, truly invigorating. That blow banished every trace of drowsiness. Lightning coalesced across his frame. Gripping the staff, he surged forward, not in straight lines, but as a living bolt, trailing luminous afterimages as he circled the sovereign at blinding speed. All the while he rained relentless strikes upon the sovereign's armored body. Furious, the sovereign bellowed again, raised another ancient tree in its second forelimb, and began smashing wildly at the space around it. In the infinitesimal moment, both forelimbs lifted simultaneously. Jean Fachin halted. He darted beneath the sovereign's colossal abdomen and swung the staff horizontally, sweeping clean across its left pair of hind legs. Ants possessed 6 limbs, 2 forelimbs for grasping and combat, 4 hind limbs for stability. At that instant, both forelimbs raised and one set of hind limbs shattered by the staff. The sovereign lost all equilibrium. Its immense frame swayed precariously, its forelimbs dropped, instinctively struggling to restore balance. In that fleeting breath of instability, Jean Fachin hurled the staff toward the sovereign's right hind limbs, while driving both feet hard into the earth, sliding backward along the ground, his spine flush against the soil. Then he sprang upward. The sovereign, now wholly occupied balancing on its remaining limbs, stood defenseless, its sole vulnerable points the antennae too vital to risk as shields. And so, Jean Fachin succeeded. A massive fist came crashing down towards the Ant King's head. Bang! The dull thud sounded as if a hammer struck an indestructible shield. A whirlwind of force erupted, spreading outward. Jean Fachin's punch landed solidly on top of the Ant King's head, yet there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he appeared as if struck by lightning, his body becoming unusually rigid. Good, so numb. Sweat bristled on his body as the overwhelming recoil sent him flying. The Ant King's head slammed violently against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the smoke, Jean Fachin slowly stood up, shaking his swollen fist. How am I supposed to fight? I landed one punch, and the opponent hardly felt it, but I'm close to being knocked out myself. Just then the voice of Yu Mingyi sounded in his ear. I forgot to tell you, the surface of the road worker Ant King is incredibly hard. Even a typical heavy realm attack won't break through, but it's normal that you can't shatter it. Jean Fachin's lips twitched. Actually, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have already known. Do you still have enough spiritual power left? Not much. The lightning carried by Zitzi's heavenly item consumes too much, and since I'm not orthodox, I really can't control it well. Very well, since you don't have much left, prepare to run. I'm running low on spiritual power, though I probably won't be. I know, which is why I'm telling you to run. This life and death race is the most thrilling. No, it's the easiest way to reach the limit. Remember, run for your life. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't intervene. The pain is yours to bear, don't forget that. Jean Fachin's brow twitched. I know your intentions are good, but don't start yet. Roar. The Ant King, having recovered from the heavy blow, let out a furious roar and charged directly at Jean Fachin. I know you're anxious, but don't rush, because I'm even more anxious. Without a second thought, Jean Fachin took off running. He was no longer as composed as he had been at the beginning, darting through the branches like a shadow. At this moment, his legs were covered in blood. When he had been sent flying earlier, he had been unfortunate enough to land on the sharp remnants of a broken ancient tree, causing him great pain. Jean Fachin ran desperately ahead, while the Ant King's stained red chased after him relentlessly. At this moment, if Jean Fachin had known that this scene would occur today, he would have never pretended to be sick in school to avoid running 800 meters. Damn it, my cool persona is completely gone. Roar. The Ant King smashed a nearby ancient tree and hurled it violently. Feeling a gust of wind rushing from behind, Jean Fachin's expression changed. He quickly turned and drew his staff to block in front of him. Bang! However, as soon as he blocked the ancient tree, Jean Fachin's pupils constricted sharply and the veins on his arms bulged. What kind of monstrous power is this? The strength carried by the ancient tree thrown by the Ant King was terrifying, sending Jean Fachin flying backward without any chance to stop. Bang! Jean Fachin crashed into a sturdy ancient tree, and the broken tree's roots, adorned with countless sharp spikes, brutally pierced into his chest. Jean Fachin let out an angry roar and pushed the ancient tree away, pulling the bloodied spikes from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he hurled several cards into the air, suspending them in front of him. You really think I'm afraid of you? Now I'm angry. Bang, bang, bang. The Ant King, filled with its own rage, charged over. Seeing the Ant King's head gleaming under the moonlight, Jean Fachin quickly stowed his cards and turned to flee. Forget it, I'm not angry anymore. Once again, man and beast began their chase through the jungle. As time passed, Jean Fachin's injuries multiplied, his body drenched in bright red blood, yet he still refrained from using his cards. Even as he approached the brink of despair, he continued to struggle and run, relying solely on his staff. He had not yet utilized even half of the abilities of the final sequence garden in his cards. Hours passed, and within Jean Fachin, both spiritual power and physical strength had been completely exhausted, yet he kept running. Even as his eyes began to droop and his face turned pale, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, never calling out to Yu Mingyi. In his heart, Jean Fachin knew that once he made a decision, he could not give up. The road stretches wide in all directions, and as long as he took action and kept running, there would be a way. Since he aimed to temper his body and adapt to despair, he could not afford to give up. A magician must believe in the impossible. If a magician cannot even believe in their own magic, how can they perform or deceive? Gradually time slipped away, and the sky seemed to blush with the faint light of dawn. Jean Fachin continued walking, and in his daze, he seemed to see his former self. The one who couldn't even shuffle cards properly, the self who was insecure and sensitive. He was not recognized by anyone, labeled as someone who was never meant to be a magician. Yet it was that very self who ultimately succeeded. What had allowed him to achieve this? Was it talent? Perhaps. Was it hard work? Undeniably, Jean Fachin knew that he did not need to worry about the present or be entangled in the future. There are no meaningless experiences in life. So let's run, keep moving forward, keep running. The night will eventually pass, and the day will surely dawn. 1 month later, July 31st, deep within the Changwa mountain range. The sky was clear with the sun shining brightly. The sound of flowing water echoed endlessly. Beneath a waterfall that seemed to connect to the heavens, Jean Fachin sat cross-legged in the river, surrounded by a swirling black mist that formed a circular barrier around him. Clear water of various hues danced around Jean Fachin as he closed his eyes under the sunlight. The golden rays nestled into his brows and eyes, his face resembling a jade crown with a high nose that revealed a hint of nobility akin to a young man on the streets. The young man's bare upper body was no longer the frail form of the past, his shoulders connected to well-defined arms with muscles that were full, yet not bulky, exuding a sense of taut strength, no longer the weakness of yore. Layers of spiritual energy flowed over Jean Fachin's body, continuing for quite some time. Finally, with a deep exhale, the swirling vortex around him dissipated. The gust of wind stirred the river water beneath him, creating ripples. Jean Fachin opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Suddenly, a mass of black mist surged from behind, and Yu Mingyi appeared like a ghost. Observing the monumental transformation of Jean Fachin's physique, he spoke with satisfaction. Indeed, very good. Not only has your physique undergone a qualitative leap, but your daily cultivation has also fortuitously advanced your realm to the Zhan stage 3rd transformation. Although your training for the physique is lacking, your mastery of spiritual power is truly terrifying. Jean Fachin stood up, shrugged with a smile, and said, the enhancement of my physique is largely thanks to Mr. Yu's spiritual liquid, otherwise I would have surely worn myself out long ago. Yu Mingyi shook his head. I merely provided the spiritual liquid. The enhancement of your physique is entirely due to your relentless efforts. You need not thank me, the gratitude belongs to your indomitable spirit. Over the past month, Jean Fachin refrained from using any card abilities or heavenly treasures, and even rarely employed by Zixi's Tianzhao Gun. Regardless of the bizarre beasts he faced, he relied solely on his bare hands, fighting until he was exhausted and bruised. Ultimately, with Yu Mingyi's help, he was brought here to use the spiritual liquid to nurture his physique. The next day, Jean Fachin would be fully revitalized, ready to continue fighting until he was battered again, followed by more nurturing with the spiritual liquid. This cycle repeated day after day, and after an uninterrupted month, his physique finally transcended the concept of weakness. Even Yu Mingyi couldn't help but be impressed. However, both of them noticed one thing: while Jean Fachin's mastery of spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary people, his physical training lagged behind. In Yu Mingyi's words, with Jean Fachin's desperate training and the countless rare herbs used to concoct the spiritual liquid, it would take just a week for even a Chihuahua to transform into a bully dog, yet Jean Fachin only saw this change after a month. Chihuahua bully dog conceptual illustration. This was a matter of regret, but Jean Fachin wasn't overly troubled. After all, he wasn't pursuing invincibility, and physical prowess enough was sufficient. Jean Fachin dressed and moved his shoulders. Just as he was about to continue searching for bizarre beasts to fight, Yu Mingyi spoke up. There's no need to continue today. Everything has its limits, and it's time to rest. Hearing this, Jean Fachin scratched his slightly curled hair. Well then, how about I train my heavenly treasure abilities? What do you think, Mr. Yu? It's been a month since you used your heavenly treasures. They are the fundamental essence. For the remaining time, just go with the flow. I need to step away for a bit, while I have left a mark on you. When you need me, just use your spiritual energy to communicate, and I will appear in no time. Yu Mingyi pointed at the ring in Jean Fachin's hand. All right then, I'll just wander aimlessly. Jean Fachin said nothing more, simply gesturing that it was fine. As the words fell, Yu Mingyi's figure slowly vanished from sight. Somewhere deep inside, Jean Fachin felt as if something was missing. Yu Mingyi truly left, not sneaking a look from behind. With that, Jean Fachin smiled and turned to walk toward the shade of a tree not far away, muttering, with this blazing sun, it's truly a shame not to take a nap. With a satisfied smile, Jean Fachin laid down in the shade. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Yu Mingyi's voice echoed again. Oh, before I leave, let me remind you not to sleep at the sight of the sun. Young people should have some vigor. Jean Fachin, in a fit of anger, snapped. He violently pulled up 2 blades of grass and threw them away. If I don't sleep, I won't. He'll sleep at night. Once I reach the Emperor realm, I'll pluck the sun down to use as a bedside lamp, and he'll sleep every day. With that, Jean Fachin leaped up, his figure soaring like a feather, landing lightly atop the tallest ancient tree. Gazing at the boundless sea of green, a hint of drowsiness still lingered in Jean Fachin, making him ponder, being a wanderer isn't easy. Why, I don't even know where to wander. Bang! At that moment, from a distant thicket, a surge of spiritual power erupted visibly, causing the surrounding ancient trees to tremble slightly. No way could it be a hero saving a damsel in distress. Seeing this unfold, Jean Fachin felt a sense of déjà vu. Forget it, let's go see the commotion. With that, Jean Fachin lightly tapped the willow leaves with his toes and soared into the air. As he approached the center of the spiritual power explosion, Jean Fachin concealed his own spiritual energy fluctuations, his breathing becoming extremely faint, akin to a petal dancing in the wind, as he quietly moved closer. Perched atop a chaotic ancient tree, Jean Fachin silently landed, crouching above and parting the leaves with his fingers to create a small opening, then resting his chin on his hand, assuming the role of a bystander. I advise you to hand over the blue fruit, otherwise in this desolate wilderness no one will care if a person dies. 3 men, their faces completely concealed, surrounded a woman with various heavenly treasures in a triangular formation. In the center, surrounded on all sides, was a woman clad in a red and white robe, her hair a blend of light pink and silver cascading down to her waist, with 2 hollowed-out buns atop her head. Behind her were 6 red blades of varying sizes connected like a crescent moon, yet not overly curved. The lower blades had 2 distinctive notches which were quite beautiful, but the glimmering edges above were particularly intimidating. Wow, a blade maiden! Jean Fachin exclaimed inwardly, mainly because this woman resembled the Blade Maiden's skin from the Alliance game from head to toe. Even the flying blades behind her were perfectly replicated. Below, the Blade Maiden chuckled lightly, raised the blue fruit in her hand, and softly said, "You all want this? Be sensible and hand it over quickly, otherwise." Otherwise? The Blade Maiden smiled gently. Is it like this? In the next moment, she lightly tossed the fruit, and the blades behind her flashed, instantly shattering the fruit into juice that splattered everywhere. Oh, what a wasteful child. Looking at the blue liquid flowing slowly on the ground, the 3 masked men were momentarily stunned, then without a word they charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle, each strike aimed to kill, showcasing their ruthless skill. It was evident that they were well-versed in the art of murder and robbery. The girl remained unfazed, merely stepping forward while retreating, her hand slicing through the air. The blades behind her reacted, moving like a chain of long serpents swirling outwards with a deadly grace. Clang! The sound of blades colliding erupted, creating dazzling sparks. The cultivation levels of the 3 masked men surged, all reaching the 9th turn of the life stage, wielding the same 3rd grade heavenly weapon, the wind-breaking blade, a fairly common celestial artifact. In contrast, the girl's cultivation exceeded theirs by a tier at the 2nd stage, the Jean's 1st turn. As for her celestial artifact, it remained a mystery. Given her age, she appeared to be a student who had just awakened her celestial artifact this year, and yet she had already reached the Jean stage. Even a casual thought would reveal that her identity was far from ordinary. However, the 3 men saw no one beside the girl, and taking a desperate gamble, decided to simply kill her. Meanwhile, Jean Fachin, who had been dozing in the shadows, muttered to himself, "Tisk, could she be another celestial-level student? Why would anyone willingly come to the Changhua Mountains for training? Is there no forest at their own doorstep?" Just as Jean Fachin puzzled over this, the battle below suddenly reached a climax. The 3 masked men unleashed their spiritual power, simultaneously raising their large blades and leaping into the air, executing a fierce strike downwards. Damn woman, die. Moon surrounding slash. Such lowly yellow-tier martial arts humph. The girl remained unafraid, merely snorting lightly. With a flick of her sleeve, her fingers pointed at her chest, and she shouted softly, "Cicadas intent assassinate." Swish. The blades behind her split apart, emanating a radiant red glow. With the sound of her voice, they transformed into streaks of red light rushing forth. The blades flew like shooting stars, piercing through at a speed nearly impossible for the naked eye to catch. The sounds of flesh bursting echoed as the 3 men, leaping high, suddenly froze in their movements before being sent flying like kites cut from their strings, breathless. 3 pools of blood appeared, they were dead. The girl's expression remained unchanged, as if she had long grown accustomed to such events. Having committed numerous evils, killing you is my act of fulfilling justice. With that, the girl suddenly turned her beautiful gaze towards a distant ancient tree, and without a moment's hesitation, she swung her hand. The blades danced, and a powerful gust of wind erupted. The willow leaves flew up, revealing Jean Fachin, who had been lost in thought. The latter, nearly falling asleep from the show, was startled and casually greeted the girl. "Hi. Jean Fachin, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person." The girl frowned slightly, looking at him with cold words. "So you really do know me?" Jean Fachin jumped down, stretching his somewhat numb legs, his eyes nearly closing in sleep. He spoke in a casual tone. "Huh. You come here immediately to scold me. So anxious, are you constipated? You." The girl was taken aback, clearly not expecting Jean Fachin to speak in such a tone. Me. Am fine, no constipation here. You don't need to talk to me about that, it's a gap in my knowledge. Jean Feichin pointed at himself, then waved his hand dismissively. The girl was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words, pouting with a sulky expression as she coldly stared at Jean Feichin. If there's nothing, I'm leaving, bye. Jean Feichin quickly uttered 2 phrases followed by a goodbye, then turned to leave, his movements clean and swift without a trace of hesitation. Seeing him about to walk away, the girl quickly stepped in front of him. You think you can just leave? Why? Jean Feichin stepped back a pace, covering his chest warily. If you keep this up, I'm going to call for help. It's exhausting to communicate with you. Are you sick? Don't you want to know who I am? Why would I want to know who you are? Are you sending me eggs? No, can't you see I'm here for you? Don't do that, I'm scared. I come from one of the 8 academies, the Liangyu Academy, and I am this year's celestial level student. What a coincidence, so am I. I know. Should I praise you? You. The girl was on the verge of breaking down. It was her first time realizing that communication could be so exhausting. She took a deep breath, then fixed her captivating eyes on Jean Feichin, speaking each word clearly. My name is Taisher Qingyi, the wielder of the celestial artifact Falling Sunset Illusion Blade. I've come to see what abilities you possess that made Wang Yi be rejected by the Tiansu Academy. Do you understand? Understood. Jean Feichin nodded. I don't have much ability, entirely relying on connections. You saw it, you can go back now. Liangyu Academy is quite far from here, and don't miss the bus. I can't take it anymore. Taisher Qingyi nearly screamed in frustration, then immediately activated her celestial artifact to attack Jean Feichin. Jean Feichin casually retreated, dodging an attack, while perplexed. Wait, who did I offend? First it was that idiot Bai Jiji, and now it's you, this crazy person. Am I some NPC here for a quest? The time is nearly up. You should leave quickly while I'm still sleepy, or else. If you have the ability, defeat me. Taisher Qingyi shouted fiercely, unleashing a furious assault with the red silk-like blades surrounding her. As her drowsiness faded, the lifeless look in Jean Feichin's eyes disappeared. Troublesome. The card shattered, and the Heaven's Edict staff appeared in his hand, a violent thunderstorm following suit. Jean Feichin halted, taking a bold step forward. After a month of training, his speed had undergone a dramatic enhancement, nearly flashing in front of Taisher Qingyi in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish. 2 cards silently shot out. Faced with Jean Feichin's airborne approach, Taisher Qingyi remained unfazed, throwing a punch while simultaneously directing the flying blades. Is this it? Not much at all. Watching Jean Feichin caught between assaults, Taisher Qingyi seemed to foresee her victory. But in the next second, boom. Countless flower blossoms surged upwards as Jean Feichin's form dispersed. In a fleeting moment, he appeared behind Taisher Qingyi. Under her emotionless gaze, he swung the staff down with great force. Taisher Qingyi's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly turned, using her arm to block the blades. Clang! Dazzling fireworks erupted as she was forced down half a step. Such powerful strength. Didn't they say this guy was weak in close combat? She gritted her teeth, enduring the pressure while using her other hand to send the blades flying. Seeing this, Jean Feichin instantaneously released his strength. As he fell, he kicked out without mercy, landing a foot squarely on Taisher Qingyi's cheek. His foot landing on the girl's side face provided a pivot point, creating a counterforce. Jean Feichin used this strength to fly sideways, evading the incoming blades. In the air, he calmly observed everything on the battlefield. After being kicked, Taisher Qingyi showed a momentary daze, and it was in this instant that Jean Feichin seized the opportunity. Within the second of his sideways flight, Jean Feichin extended his hand towards Taisher Qingyi, slicing through the air. Open! The cards left behind in the distance glowed white, and a purple spiritual energy arrow pierced through the air, rushing forth. In this space between worlds, Taisher Qingyi watched the arrow, which was nearly within reach, as her pupils rapidly constricted, while one delicate hand shot up to clench into a fist. The blades flying in the distance instantly vanished and reappeared before her, the tails of the blades converging to form a circular shield resembling a flower bud positioned in front of Taisher Qingyi. Bang! The arrow struck the very center of the shield formed by the blades, the tremendous force causing the center of the shield to concave inward, yet with the frenzied output of spiritual energy from Taisher Qingyi, it ultimately held firm. However, she was also pushed back by the nearby explosion to a tree in the distance, coughing out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face paling. Jean Feichin retracted his long staff, slowly walking towards Taisher Qingyi, while 2 cards flew back into his hands, ultimately vanishing as if by magic. You reacted pretty quickly, recalling the artifact at the first moment and then summoning it again. This way the artifact can skip the time it takes to fly back. I didn't expect you to be smarter than Bai Jiji. Taisher Qingyi stood up, covering her burning cheek, her eyes clear and unclouded, showing neither resentment nor bitterness, completely lacking any intention of making threats after losing. You're quite formidable. I can't complain about my loss. I thought you would hold a grudge against me for that kick. Jean Feichin said with a smile. In a battle between 2 people, anything goes. Even if you had beaten me to a pulp, I could only blame myself for lacking skill. Moreover, this fight was initiated by me, who I have no right to hold a grudge. Good kid, the Xia has promising successors. Jin Feichen said with a hoarse voice, then asked, since I won, may I ask you 2 questions? Tai Shiqing, he nodded readily. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. First, do all of you at the Huan level know about me, Jin Feichen, and want to challenge me? After saying this, Jin Feichen sat down in a cool spot nearby, taking out 2 green apples from his ring, tossing one to Tai Shiqing, and then starting to munch on the other. Tai Shiqing caught the apple, wiping it with a handkerchief as she said, I'm not sure about others, but I came here mainly to see what makes you special. After all, Wang Yi, as a Huan level awakened in the capital, had his application to Tiansu Academy rejected, yet they accepted you, a Huan level with no background. I was curious, and then I heard that Bai Ji was defeated by you, so I came. Wang Yi, your boyfriend. He didn't even show up yet, you seem quite keen. Jin Feichen quickly finished the first apple and took out the second one to continue eating. No, we're both from the capital. I hail from the Taisher clan, and he from the Wang family. We've had plenty of dealings since childhood, so we often spar. I wanted to see the person who defeated him without even showing his face. Tai Shiqing took small bites of the apple, behaving quite ladylike, contrasting sharply with Jin Feichen. This is so boring. Jin Feichen found a comfortable position to lie down, resting one hand behind his head and crossing his legs as he took out a third apple and said, so are you implying that I might have offended that Wang Yi? Tai Shiqing paused for a moment and replied, that's right. After this incident, many people know about it. He lost face, so he will definitely hold you accountable. Crazy. That Bai Ji kid is much more lovable. Recalling Bai Ji, a fatherly smile appeared on Jin Feichen's face. Bai Ji also comes from a prominent family. Oh, I've heard a bit about his character. Tai Shiqing said he is inherently kind, likes to protect the weak, and never looks down on others because of his status. You beating him is a small matter, but Wang Yi is completely the opposite. He might use his family's influence to give you trouble. Although the authorities strictly prohibit families from intervening in matters between Huan levels, such small matters are unavoidable. It won't have much impact on you, but it's disgusting, like stepping in a pile of dog poop. It doesn't affect walking, but it stinks. Jin Feichen chimed in with a laugh. Rough words, but the truth is there's no need to be so blunt. You have no family, so you'll just have to endure the smell. It's unavoidable. Not necessarily. Moi. Tai Shiqing looked at Jin Feichen in confusion. Are you from some prominent family raised outside? It's not that dramatic. Jin Feichen found a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and said, my true star is called Yu Ming at the Zun realm from the general administration. Tai Shiqing was momentarily stunned, then her expression suddenly changed. Yu Ming, the second greatest master from the general administration in the capital. Pretty much. Jin Feichen murmured, his voice gradually weakening as he fell into a steady rhythm of breathing. Tai Shiqing quickly approached, about to ask further questions, only to find that Jin Feichen had already fallen asleep. How? How did he fall asleep just like that? At this moment, an elderly woman's voice appeared in her ears. Let's go if this is enough. If you ask more, it will be too much. This little guy has already entrusted you with a message. Bring it to the Wang family, boy, will you? Tai Shiqing was taken aback. Entrusted me. When he handed you the first apple. But let's go first. This little guy will soon be unable to hold it in. It's all an act. As the elderly voice faded, a mysterious spiritual force lifted Tai Shiqing, instantly vanishing from the spot. Crack. Jin Feichen opened his eyes, took a bite of the apple, and then slowly walked towards the distance. 1,000 miles away. Tai Shiqing stood in an open area looking at the kind-faced elderly woman across from her, and asked in confusion, Xing Papa, when Jin Feichen gave me the apple, I hadn't even mentioned Wang Yi to him. Why did he say that he had already entrusted me then? The elderly woman stroked the girl's hair and smiled. Silly child, you made it clear from the start that you came for Wang Yi. In Jin Feichen's eyes, you are already a trouble brought by Wang Yi. When he told you about Yu Ming, it wasn't just for you, it was for everyone. As for that apple, consider it your reward. Then couldn't he say it outright? Why all this roundabout? And using just one apple as a reward, how stingy. Tai Shiqing stomped her foot, pouting in a bit of anger. Say it outright. How could he say it outright? Would he directly tell you he is an official? That would directly state his position. What do you think the authorities would think? He said it this way, neither explicitly stating he is from the authorities, nor losing any authority, and the families are off limits. Even if the authorities find out, they won't say anything, because Jin Feichen just stated a fact without saying anything else. This little guy is someone you better not offend in the future, let alone you. Even if you bind your 7 Huan levels together, it won't be enough for him to play with. On July 31st, in Jinling during the afternoon. The air in Jinling during this season is humid, and the weather is sultry. The vast streets under the sun resemble a sauna, making one reluctant to linger. Oh my, I'm drenched all over. Free sauna, not bad. At the street corner, two men wearing badges from Tianpu Academy strolled along complaining about the weather. What's wrong with junior sister Leah? She came to report, but went home without a word, leaving the instructor worried. The man with long hair on the left said, in the end, we are the ones running errands. Who knows what happened to them? They all seem to be possessed, refusing to talk about anything. They take all the good things for themselves, and we do all the running. Damn it, awakening to something extraordinary is truly remarkable. The other young man said sourly. After walking for a while, they finally found the location of the Lee family mansion according to their phone, but it was a desolate sight. Several large machines were operating, seemingly preparing to construct something, and it looked uninhabitable. Is this where junior sister Leah lives? How could it be? Junior sister Leah's family holds some weight in the area. Could the address be wrong? They stopped a worker wearing a white hat and pointed at the ruins, asking, Sir, do you know where the Lee family is? I see the address is written here. The worker with a puzzled look suddenly understood and smiled, saying, you mean Boss Lee's family. They moved away suddenly a month ago, not leaving even a cat or dog behind. Moved away? The two exchanged glances and hurriedly asked, do you know where they moved to? How would I, a small fry, know about the affairs of a big family? All I know is that everything was fine the night before, and the next day, everyone disappeared. It must have been urgent. The two were taken aback and slowly thanked him, saying, Thank you, sir, sorry for the trouble. No problem. They walked silently to a corner, then looked up, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. It seems junior sister Leah won't be coming back. A month ago was exactly the day she went out for an exchange. This means the odd behavior of those guys is related to this matter. To be able to quietly erase a large family only. The higher-ups must have intervened. In the capital city at the Prime Minister's office. Did you hear? According to the thorough investigation, that child Leah was able to contact the foreign tribe through someone named Nan. That Nan is still under investigation with no progress yet. The elder sitting in the red chair said with a faint smile. Is it good that they've infiltrated so deeply, ha? If they hadn't infiltrated, how could I catch fish? The elder chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. Better to be cautious and avoid trouble. I say, why are you more cautious than this old man who's close to the grave? What are you afraid of? Seriously. If you're so cautious, why aren't you by Jean Facian's side? Aren't you afraid someone will take him out? The elder shot a glance at Yu Mingyi, speaking rather irritably. That won't happen, Yu Mingyi said. I will definitely be by his side before anything happens to him. You really are. Knock, knock. Just as they were speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and a man dressed identically to Yu Mingyi entered, saluting the elder, saying, Report news regarding Jean Facian has appeared within the 8 Great Academies internal network, mentioning the Prime Minister's office. Oh. The elder smiled with interest, nodding to the man in black. Go on. Half an hour ago, Huan-level Taisher Qingyi appeared in the Changyue Mountains with Xingxing. After about 3 minutes, the man in black detailed the entire process of events meticulously. Are you saying that the little guy said at the end, my Xingxing is called Yu Mingyi from the Prime Minister's office? The elder, yes, that was the exact wording. The man in black nodded. The elder, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile that was neither here nor there, then waved his hand at the man in black. The man in black saluted and left. As the door closed, the elder laughed out loud. Haha, this kid really knows how to speak without revealing anything. He didn't take sides, yet he managed to exert his influence. He took all the benefits for himself, haha, truly amusing like an old pro. The elder shook his head with a smile, while Yu Mingyi said nothing, as he simply couldn't comprehend what it meant. Didn't Jean Facian just speak the truth? This is truly the world of the youth. The elder sighed, then waved his hand at Yu Mingyi, saying, All right, the matters concerning the foreign tribes are still under investigation. I will inform you when there is news. You may leave now. Yu Mingyi nodded lightly, and then turned to leave. By the way, at that moment the elder seemed to remember something and abruptly spoke again. If you have nothing to do, don't show up in front of Jean Facian, and don't keep watching him. Just stay at a distance where you can hear him call you. Why, that child wouldn't like being watched all the time. Everyone has their own things they want to do. Just keep your distance. As a grown man, being too close every day is uncomfortable for anyone. Just listen to me. All right. Yu Mingyi nodded, somewhat understanding, then vanished from sight. With Yu Mingyi's departure, the room fell into silence. The elder leaned back in his chair, tapping a delicate steel pen against the table slowly and heavily like a heart. 8 Huan levels appearing in the same generation, he the balance of the world. Does your appearance signify changes among the foreign tribes? I wonder which of you will ultimately seize the top position. Truly looking forward to it. A week and a half later. On August 20th, in the Changyue Mountains, the time was early morning and the night sky was dotted with stars. The bright moonlight pierced through the swaying willow leaves, casting its glow on the face, while gentle evening breezes brushed by, quite refreshing. Burp. On an ancient tree piled high with apple cores, Jean Facian lay lazily on top, having slept all day. Perhaps due to his legs going numb, he turned over and continued to lie still. They say that the most lethal form of awakening is falling from grace, but no one told me it's this enjoyable. Crack. Another green apple went into his mouth. Gene Fachin lazily scrolled through his phone reading various absurd comments above. As he scrolled, a keyword caught his attention. Gene Fachin squinted, pronouncing each word slowly. Gene Fachin has 3 children. Is that so? What is this? The protagonist's eyebrows furrowed in utter confusion, tapped into the top. You'll meet a grim end. Gene Fachin cursed under his breath, then paused, only now recalling that the freshman grand tournament was imminent. He checked the date and muttered, today's the 20th. The tournament began yesterday. His drowsy mind jolted awake. Hastily, he pulled out his phone and logged into the Science Academy intranet. The Academy intranet, a digital hub for every college, disseminated official notices, assigned missions, and facilitated student exchanges. Every ripple of campus life could be traced there. Using his student ID, Gene Fachin swiftly accessed the intranet, only to find the freshman grand tournament dominating the entire screen. He quickly located his profile and scanned his match schedule. Seeing that his first bout was scheduled for today, he exhaled deeply in relief. Good thing I noticed it in time. Missing this match would surely spark endless trouble. Yet even as tension eased, alarm flared anew. It was 3 a.m. and the match began at 8 a.m., leaving him less than 5 hours. He was deep within the mountain range. Even driving his Land Cruiser at full throttle would take over 4 hours to reach the Academy gates. Running there, burning his souls to embers, would still fall impossibly short. Should I ask Master Yu to take me back? The thought flickered and vanished as he shook his head. No, absolutely not. They had agreed only weeks prior Master Yu Mingyi would appear only in matters of life or death. This hardly qualified. Besides, Gene Fachin was never one to burden others. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the time, slipped his phone into his ring, and gazed toward the Academy, stroking his thigh with quiet resolve. Dear legs, thank you for your sacrifice. Then he launched into the most grueling physical exertion of his life, consuming 3 apples worth of calories per 100 kilometers. Time raced forward. Dawn of August 20th, 7:50 a.m. Science Academy's first arena. Today marked the second day of the Freshman Grand Tournament, an event of staggering scale hosted by one of the 8 great academies. Though still morning, the arena overflowed with spectators. The colossal combat arena spiraled upward in concentric tiers of seating. Every seat filled every space, pulsing with restless energy. Laughter rang crisp and bright. Voices surged like waves, brimming with youthful exuberance and unrestrained joy. Even the open ground below teemed with crowds. Some vendors even wheeled carts selling beer, soft drinks, and mineral water. Above, drones circled like vigilant hawks. Around the perimeter, massive cinematic rigs captured every angle, testaments to the tournament's extraordinary significance. A single freshman grand tournament at Science Academy stirred immense excitement. But today's opening match featured a Huan-level combatant, an irresistible spectacle. This tournament, and the national championship held triennially, were the only 2 events where ordinary citizens could witness Huan-level warriors in battle. With its annual recurrence, the Freshman Grand Tournament ignited fervent anticipation across all of Daxia. 7:55 a.m. Giant screens surrounding the arena displayed the portraits of the 2 contestants. Tens of thousands on site, and billions across Daxia, fixed their eyes upon those luminous faces. On the left stood Huai Rome, a young man with a close-cropped haircut and a radiant, effortless smile. Beneath his portrait scrolled basic details, innate talent classification, and age. On the right stood Gene Fachin, the sole Huan-level talent unaffiliated with any noble clan, the only one whose awakening had been stained with blood on that very day, and the only Huan-level warrior who to this moment had remained unseen. The instant Gene Fachin's name appeared, the arena erupted, a testament to the sheer gravitational pull of a Huan-level being 1 in 10 billion. As the crowd studied the portraits, murmurs swelled into a crescendo. Hey, is that Gene Fachin? Why does he look half asleep? More than half asleep. He looks utterly drained. This guy clearly doesn't practice restraint. That said, he is strikingly handsome. But seriously, could someone please tell him to stop staring like a lifeless fish? Is this guy just sleep-deprived, or what? Why such a blank stare? Probably stayed up late cultivating last night. Who after all walks around looking perpetually exhausted. Amid the clamor, a middle-aged woman with stern composure materialized mid-air above the arena and spoke. Greetings. I am Baisu, academic advisor for Year 1 at Science Academy, and today's match arbiter. Rules remain unchanged from yesterday. Stepping outside the arena or losing combat capability results in defeat. Failure to appear within the designated time constitutes forfeiture. Baisu glanced at the clock. As the second hand struck 12, she raised her voice once more. Time's up. Please, both contestants, enter the arena. Amid a thunderous wave of cheers, Huai Rong emerged calmly from the contestants' corridor, smiling warmly, waving to cameras and crowds alike. As all eyes turned expectantly toward the opposite entrance, awaiting Gene Fachin's arrival, silence stretched unanswered. Baisu's voice rose again. Contestants, Please enter the arena immediately. Still no figure appeared. A tide of bewildered chatter washed over the stands. What's going on? Why hasn't Jean Fachin shown up? Could he be unprepared? Impossible. Maybe he's too ashamed to face defeat. Unlikely. He is a Huan-level talent after all. Remember, he has no clan backing him. Just 2 months. Even with Academy resources, what can truly be achieved in such time? Precisely. Even a Huan-level talent fasting and cultivating without rest couldn't possibly close the gap with those raised in golden cradles, especially not against this opponent. Indeed, Hua Yirong hails from a prestigious lineage and possesses a tier-special innate talent. Jean Fachin's hesitation is understandable. Tens of thousands are here in person, and tens of billions watch via broadcast. To forfeit outright would be unforgivable. Bah, he's merely a lucky nobody. A commoner who awakened a Huan-level talent by sheer chance. And those rumors about him being officially affiliated. Pure fiction. How cowardly, to not even step into the ring. Tell me about it. Hearing the crowd's sentiment shift sharply, Su frowned and declared, contestant Jean Fachin, enter the arena immediately or be disqualified, and declared defeated. Hua Yirong, standing atop the arena platform, assumed victory was assured, and let slip a disdainful smirk. Instantly captured and magnified by cameras, it flashed across every screen. Boos and jeers against Jean Fachin swelled louder. Su spoke again. It is now 8:04 a.m. 30 seconds remain until 8:05. Should contestant Jean Fachin fail to appear by then, he will be ruled forfeit. An eerie hush fell over the arena. Tens of thousands holding their breath, eyes locked on the ticking clock. Each second dragged with unbearable weight. At precisely 8:05, Su sighed inwardly and began, I hereby declare contestant Jean Fachin. Then a deafening sonic boom shattered the sky, cutting her words short. Amidst countless gazes filled with various emotions, a white meteor streaked through the sky, hurtling swiftly towards the arena. A strange voice echoed, you insert an advertisement first, then announce it later. With a resounding crash, the meteor struck the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped half of the venue. As the dust gradually settled amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a figure emerged into view. Spiritual energy takes wing, a U-realm powerhouse. No, that's Jean Fachin. How is that possible? Is he flying here? Look, he has appeared. Wow. This guy's style is quite unique. This world is truly a huge makeshift stage. I ultimately did not escape this method of entrance. Jean Fachin muttered helplessly while using the giant screen surrounding him to see his current self. With a handsome face, a unique hairstyle adorned with wildflowers and weeds, and clothes covered in dust, he appeared travel-worn. This looks like someone stealing a dog. With a twitch of his lips, Jean Fachin disregarded his image and directly looked up at Su, calling out loudly, Jean Fachin is ready, the match can begin. Su, startled, snapped back to reality. After sensing Jean Fachin's cultivation, her expression changed drastically. Realizing the occasion, she cleared her throat and said, Jean Fachin entered the arena before declaring forfeit. The duel continues. With that, she floated upwards, solemnly announcing, both parties are in position. The duel begins now. As her voice fell, a 10-centimeter high blue transparent net suddenly rose at the edge of the vast arena. At that moment, the venue erupted with cheers. All cameras activated in an instant, magnifying everything happening on the competition stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jean Fachin chose not to attack or speak. Instead, he opted to fill his stomach first. Juicy green apples were devoured one after another in Jean Fachin's hands. Across from him, Hua Yirong summoned his special celestial artifact, the thunder drums. The moment Su's words fell warily surrounding the arena, the cultivation of the Ming realm 8th transition was revealed. One person was seriously eating apples while the other was intently watching him. Seeing that Jean Fachin had finished his third apple, Hua Yirong, who had been tense, could no longer hold back. Frowning, he spoke, Jean Fachin, are you planning to eat your fill before conceding? There are billions watching us fight now. A full man doesn't know how a hungry man feels. You be quiet. I ran all night and am about to collapse. Jean Fachin simply sat down, each hand holding an apple, and enjoyed them with gusto. Hua Yirong felt insulted by this scene. He waved his hands, causing 2 drumsticks to appear, and then he struck down fiercely at the massive thunder drums in front of him. First strike, thunder rush. Boom. The deafening sound of drums resonated, and Hua Yirong's speed suddenly increased. A large drum floated at his abdomen, and holding a drumstick in each hand, he began to move swiftly around Jean Fachin. At that moment, above the audience stands in a corner, 2 familiar faces were watching the duel. They were Jean Fachin's mentors Wang Bai and Lian Yulo. The two, who hadn't been on good terms, happened to meet and began to discuss the situation in the arena. Why does Jean Fachin look so weak? I can't even see through his cultivation. Just look at him, it's clear he probably just finished a battle. What a waste, he exhausted his spiritual energy before the competition. A genius peculiarities. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, seeing that his opponent remained unperturbed, still looking starved, Hua Yirong could no longer hold back. He raised his drumsticks and struck down at the large drum again. Second strike, thunder movement. Boom. The drumming sound rang out again, and strands of thunder arcs appeared on Hua Yirong's body, instantly elevating his momentum. Today I want to see how you can keep eating. Hua Yirong stomped the ground hard, charging towards Jin Feishan's back with a loud bang, like a lightning cannonball bursting forth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Jin Feishan, and at that moment, it was as if time had slowed. Hua Yirong raised his dual hammers, crackling with thunder, aiming for the sides of Jin Feishan's temples, and struck down fiercely. Got it. Just when he thought everything was over, a faint voice echoed. Well, after eating so many fruits, I've finally restored some spiritual energy. The dual hammers were just a hair's breadth away from Jin Feishan's temples. In that fleeting moment, a sea of flowers appeared flowing upstream. Bang! The dual hammers struck empty, colliding together, and a powerful shockwave erupted, dispersing in all directions. He vanished. Hua Yirong gasped in his heart, and at the same time a figure appeared silently in the air behind him. Bang! Jin Feishan turned and delivered a solid kick to Hua Yirong's face. The latter was struck as if by lightning, violently retreating. Hua Yirong reacted quickly, plunging both drumsticks into the ground to mitigate the impact. Just as he finally managed to stop, Jin Feishan appeared next to him like a ghost. In Hua Yirong's view, a long hand swiftly approached and firmly grasped his head. Before he could struggle, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. Jin Feishan held Hua Yirong's head with one hand, swinging it high before brutally smashing it down. Then he tossed the disoriented Hua Yirong into the air. Looking at Hua Yirong, who was soaring high and unable to move, Jin Feishan extended two fingers, and a card materialized out of thin air, followed by a flash of light. This is the last drop, there isn't more. If you can take it, you win. As his voice faded, a purple arrow shot out from the card, vibrant spiritual energy, trailing behind it like silk streaking across the clear blue sky. Bang! The completely unconscious Hua Yirong plummeted from the sky, announcing the outcome of the duel. The cheers of tens of thousands of spectators erupted like a tsunami, instantly focusing the attention of billions both inside and outside the venue on Jin Feishan. In a corner, Wang Bai glanced at the bewildered Lien Yulo with an odd expression. Isn't this your ultimate martial skill? The trajectory is exactly the same. I will cause him trouble. He is a cosmic level, but it won't be too troublesome. On the stage, the fatigued Jin Feishan basked in the audience's cheers, smiling with wildflowers atop his head. It's been a long time since I heard cheers. It's a pity this battle was too boring. After the match ended, Su announced that Jin Feishan had successfully advanced. Exhausted to the bone, Jin Feishan left the venue swiftly through the competitor's passage. Back home, Jin Feishan flopped onto the soft bed and fell asleep in an instant. Beside the bed, on the otherwise empty floor, a vast black mist suddenly billowed up. A spectral image of Yu Mingyi materialized in the air. After seeing Jin Feishan asleep, it faded away. Outside in the courtyard, sunlight streamed down as Yu Mingyi, clad in a black robe and leaning against a black Land Rover, dialed a phone. After a couple of rings, an old man's voice came through. How curious, you can still make a phone call. Well, I thought if something happened you'd just rush over, the elder remarked. Yu Mingyi's expression was unreadable as he replied coldly, the master is resting you, of course I must remain by his side. The elder laughed loudly. How you truly love whatever you do. Calling everyone master makes them sound more intimate than calling me. Now speak, why did you call me? I need Wushan, Yu Mingyi said bluntly. The elder hesitated for a moment, then asked, the mid-terrestrial grade Jiwu Wushan. Yes. The elder burst into incredulous laughter. What do I run, a convenience stall? You pick it like apples. A single mid-terrestrial Fengtian Jiwu. Across all of Xia, there are only a few. You call me up and demand one. The elder sneered angrily. Then wait until the master has rested, I'll go in person. Yu Mingyi nodded as if he half understood. Is that what the hell is going on? The elder roared. At the very least, give me a reason. Let me hear it. Of course it's for cultivation, what else would it be for? Yu Mingyi replied. Who the hell who is cultivating? I don't understand cultivation at all. Is that Jiwu meant to be read like a book if not for cultivation? The elder snapped. The master is cultivating. The master is at 8-star. Your planetary influence won't do. Who goes straight to asking for a mid-terrestrial Jiwu? Even a Huang grade wouldn't do that. Yu Mingyi said. Oh, then I'll cultivate it myself. The elder cautioned sternly. Yu Mingyi, am telling you privately, imparting a Jiwu that is not one's own violates regulations. It's fine. I won't tell, and you mustn't either. No one can know. There was a long silence on the other end before the elder sighed and reconstituted his words. Then he asked, can you at least tell me why? Don't say it's for cultivation. I just want to know, with Jin Feishan's current cultivation, what can he do with a mid-terrestrial Wushan? Apart from showing off, can he even release it? Why not? Isn't it something you just unleash? Yu Mingyi asked. What is your cultivation, and what is his? Can't you stop growing in power, and try growing a brain for once? I'm begging you, alright? Yu Mingyi blinked as if enlightened, nodded, and then ignoring the elder's shouted protests simply hung up. Forget it, he muttered. He scratched his head and said dully, forget that. They'll look for a low-tier one suitable for all attribute cult. The phone rang urgently. Yu Mingyi glanced at it and hung up. It rang again and again. Seeing the caller was still the elder, Yu Mingyi sighed helplessly and answered, You're awfully idle. I'm very busy. I'm asking you why you want to find a high-grade Jiwu for Jean Feichen. Answer me. That is an order, the elder demanded. The elder spoke rapidly, afraid the call might be cut off, and he emphasized the last 4 words heavily. To cultivate, of course, what else would it be for? Have you gone senile? Yu Mingyi replied, frowning, but answering. A loud thump echoed from the other end, followed by the elder's rapid breathing. I. Damn. When he had recovered his breath, the elder spoke each word slowly and deliberately. I am asking, Jean Feichen, why? When he already has offensive capability, would he still train high-level offensive Jiwu? Do you understand? When he had recovered his breath, the elder spoke each word slowly and deliberately. I am asking, Jean Feichen, why? When he already has offensive capability, would he still train high-level offensive Jiwu? Do you You're really getting old, the elder said. Yes, old. Then be careful, don't die. I don't have time to come tend to your funeral, I'm busy. It's fine, I won't bother you, you'll find a quiet place and die alone when the time comes. No, that won't do. Your position would cause trouble if you died secretly. Can't you act a little sensible at your age? The elder laughed loudly. People used to tell me not to call you, oh, I never understood. Now I do. You listen to words but not tone. How can you not tell the difference between good and bad? Your way of thinking only works when you're face to face. You read a person's face to understand meaning. In a way, you are rarer than 10 Huang-grade people. Thanks for the compliment, Yu Mingyi replied. The call ended, and he looked at his phone bewildered. Talking to you is exhausting. You always say pointless things. Just then a message arrived. There were no words in the text, only a string of special symbols arranged in a pattern. Where an ordinary person would be baffled, Yu Mingyi, having served years at the Prime Minister's office, understood the encrypted message at a glance. You cannot always hand things out for free. How else will people be tempered? Go see if there is something suitable here. Newly discovered secret realm, first batch, many good items. Power limit at the Chun realm, just right for Jean Feichen. Time and place August 23rd, Sanjin Hengqing Zuang Kangxi secret realm. After decoding the message, Yu Mingyi nodded and murmured to himself, old yes, but very useful. He sat in the shade by the door, leaned against the wall, took a novel from his ring, and began to read, while waiting for Jean Feichen to wake. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Jean Feichen slowly climbed out of bed, glanced at the sky, and what level of cultivation lets you sleep through a full bladder? Jean Feichen grumbled with a trace of resentment as he finished, and the drowsiness dissipated. In the dim room, he did not turn on the light. He walked straight to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of green apple juice, and began to drink it down in one place. In the hush so complete that a falling pin would be heard, Yu Mingyi's voice suddenly spoke from behind Jean. You're awake. Visible to the naked eye, Jean Feichen's body suddenly shivered. With a resentful glance back, he forced a smile and said, Fortunately, I went to the restroom first, otherwise you would have to help me. In the dark environment, only a pair of eyes sparkled. Yu Mingyi put away her novel and said, the day after tomorrow, on the 23rd, there is a newly discovered secret realm in Sanjin Hengqing, where you can find a suitable attack art. Although you have many methods of attack, none have reached extreme proficiency, you need to have your own thing. The day after tomorrow. Jean Feichen took a sip of juice, leaned against the fridge with one hand, and contemplated, will you take me there, or should I go by myself? You go by yourself, I will only protect your safety. Then I need to set off early in the morning on the 22nd. I'll drive without speed limits, maintaining an average speed of about 620 kilometers per hour, and should arrive by the evening of the 23rd. Just the thought of driving nonstop for so long made Jean Feichen feel weary, but there was no choice. After all, the map of this world was simply too vast. Fortunately, the car's performance kept up, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. In such a vast geographical area, if one did not have specialized vehicles, an ordinary person could hardly leave their province in a lifetime, let alone cross provinces consecutively. Thinking about it this way, Jean Feichen couldn't help but sigh. Hu Zhu must have anticipated this day long ago, which is why he gave him such a bugged car, one that was suitable for long-distance travel and comfort. He truly put thought into it. To show his gratitude, he would find a sister or brother for him to see. This speed is about right. However, your car should be able to go even faster. Yu Mingyi nodded in agreement. Jean Feichen shook his head and laughed. It won't be much different as long as I arrive by the 23rd. That's all that matters. Yes, once you enter this secret realm, will be temporarily managed until the first batch of you come out, then it will be opened again. The main issue is that it coincides with the new student competition. Yu Mingyi raised her hand, saying, you don't need to worry about this. I've already discussed it with your deputy principal. He also wants to adjust the mechanism for the new student competition. We've come to an agreement to reschedule tomorrow's battles, so all fights will be resolved in one day, and you can leave directly the next morning. Oh, I'm becoming just like the people I dislike the most. Jean Fachin rubbed his forehead and sighed. So how will tomorrow's duel be adjusted? I saw there are at least 200 people on the list. Even if we arrange the time tightly, one day won't be enough to finish all the battles. We can all fight together, Yumingyi said. Together? How will that work? Jean Fachin's mind sparked as a sense of foreboding emerged. Wait, are you saying a free-for-all? Including you, there are 191 new students. It's more like a free-for-all. But rather than a free-for-all, it's more like you fighting against 190 others, as all eyes will be on you. After all, you are the Huan level. If anyone defeats you, they will gain fame. Yumingyi leaned back in her chair, speaking casually. All those new students are at the Ming level of cultivation. If you utilize your spiritual energy wisely, you still have a chance to win. Wait a minute, are you serious? Me against 190. This is a joke, right? Are you overestimating me or underestimating those people? Those 100 or so individuals are all special level talents, elite among the elite. I could manage a few, but over 100. Each one could take me down with a single spit. Jean Fachin's face was filled with disbelief. In his eyes, this was simply absurd. He was in the Jean level. It's not that hard. Among the 190 people, only about 70 or 80 are worth your attention. Many of them come from humble beginnings without family support and have only been cultivating for 2 months. They are only at the 5th turn of Ming level. They wouldn't last a round against you. So while it sounds like 190, it's actually closer to 90. Moreover, it's a free-for-all, not just you against them. You should try to avoid unnecessary fights early on to conserve your energy for the later ones. Jean Fachin shook his head, clicking his tongue. My goodness, you're using your words very cleverly. But I'm only at the 5th turn of Jean level. Do you really think I can avoid everything? I will certainly be the target everyone focuses on. Everything else is fine, but the key is my spiritual energy is limited. Don't worry, I believe in you. Yumingyi stood up and patted Jean Fachin on the shoulder, saying, this is unavoidable. This newly discovered secret realm is too important. If you don't go, you will regret it. The new student competition is the same. This is your chance to make your name known. The rewards are also very generous. You can't give up either of these opportunities. I know. Jean Fachin took a sip of soda, gazing at the moonlight outside, and sighed softly. I guess the opportunity has chosen me. Since that's the case, I must give it a shot. It's great that you think this way. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. You should rest. Tomorrow will be tough. With that, Yumingyi disappeared from the room. Jean Fachin had long been accustomed to her abrupt arrivals and departures, and silently walked to the window. As the moonlight poured down, Jean Fachin leaned against the window, arms crossed, gulping down soda one after another. Looking at his shadow on the ground, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. A grand free-for-all, what a bold decision. Just thinking about how tomorrow he would be chased by 190 special level talent holders made Jean Fachin feel a bit weary. There's a saying, better to bully an old man than to underestimate a poor youth. This battle of mine is going to have 190 dragons and phoenixes as my supporting cast. All of them are notable special talents. How can they willingly accept such a role? Tomorrow it looks like there will be a tough battle. Jean Fachin returned to his room. He left behind an empty soda can under the moonlight stretched long. The next day, on the morning of the 21st, at the first arena of Tiansu Academy. At this moment, the scene was already packed with people. Jean Fachin, dressed in white, stood in the center of the arena, silently flipping through the cards in his hand. In the audience, many people were discussing in confusion. Isn't that Jean Fachin? This isn't even his duel in the first match. How did he get up there? I don't know. I didn't hear anything about a change in the matches. Could it be that this guy is afraid of being late like yesterday, so he came early? His match is in the afternoon. Why the hell would he come so early in the morning? The crowd's noise continued, and 10 minutes passed with more and more people arriving. The entire large arena, apart from the fighting platform in the center, was overflowing with spectators, a sea of heads packed closely together, a black mass that seemed to have no end in sight. Various chaotic sounds merged together, almost reaching the sky. Just as the crowd was in endless debate, Bai Su's figure appeared above the arena. Students, quiet down. Bai Su hovered in the air, her hands behind her back, and spoke in a commanding voice. Today, the competition mechanism of the new student grand tournament will undergo a change. Everyone below was taken aback, all looking towards Bai Su, waiting for her next words. Under the eager gazes of countless people, Bai Su continued. After a unanimous decision by the Academy, in order to cultivate the new students' reaction abilities, cautious mindset, teamwork, and adaptability to the rapidly changing battlefield, we will transform the previous turn-based duels into a 100-person free-for-all. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in excitement. After all, as spectators, this chaotic battle would be far more engaging than the turn-based format. Now all new students enter. Having received notice a day in advance, the new students had already gathered at the venue. The moment Bai Su's words fell, dozens of them had already stepped onto the battle stage. In a matter of less than a minute amidst the thunderous cheers, all 191 new students had completely assembled. The news of the Tiansu Academy's change to the grand tournament mechanism spread across the world almost instantaneously. As the foremost academy among the 8, every move of Tiansu Academy drew global attention. Now that they had changed the rules of the new student grand tournament that had persisted for centuries, it was no wonder everyone was curious. At the same time, they were eagerly anticipating the performance of the Huan level in such a chaotic battle. What Jin Feichun did not know was that at this moment, the other 7 Huan-level experts of the Great Xia, along with the various prodigies from around the world, were all watching his every move. At the scene, Bai Su began announcing the rules of the free-for-all, her voice overpowering all cheers. Dear new students, the significance of the new student grand tournament is to select the most promising students in order to allocate different cultivation resources. Although there are no clear student ranks within Tiansu Academy, the cultivation resources differ for each person. The simplest way for you to obtain cultivation resources is to achieve a high ranking to secure a fixed amount for a year. This free-for-all pertains to your cultivation resources for the upcoming year and could even indirectly impact your entire cultivation path. The resources for each rank vary. With each step higher, the resources will change accordingly. Therefore, this is a battle that concerns your future. Strive to endure, strive to stand till the end, and most importantly, strive to seize the first place. The rules of this free-for-all are lawless. You may team up, ambush, and use any means at your disposal to secure a higher position and more cultivation resources. Do not worry about life and death. Within our academy, no student will perish. Thus, these are all the rules. Finally, may all students reach the peak, embrace infinity, and seize first place. The battle begins. Boom. Instantly, hundreds of colorful streams of spiritual energy flashed on the battle stage, and the deafening cheers surged at this moment. A wave of excited screams shook the heavens as numerous voices tore through the air cheering for their chosen competitors. At this moment in the battlefield, people were constantly being thrown out of the arena, whether through ambushes or tricks. A myriad of situations unfolded without cease. Where is Jin Feichun? Boss, he's over there. A group of ambitious individuals formed a 10-person team. Not just them, but after receiving the notice last night about the change to a free-for-all, all the new students began contacting each other to form various teams. Their target was none other than Jin Feichun, for he was the only Huan level among them, and his cultivation level far surpassed theirs. If they fought independently, they would never catch a glimpse of that first position. Only by taking down Jin Feichun first could they have a chance. Jin Feichun is over there. Amidst the noisy crowd, an unknown voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Over 100 people turned to look in unison. They saw Jin Feichun standing at the edge of the circular battle stage, nonchalantly inserting a card, and he seemed to sense something and turned back to see over 100 pairs of eyes glaring at him with intense focus. Hey, if you keep staring, I might get shy. Jin Feichun's calm voice fell. In the next second, brothers, charge. Eliminate Jin. With that, over 100 pairs of feet lifted simultaneously, rushing towards Jin Feichun like a super. The leading 3 were Li Bu Bo, Zhang Bu Ying, and Wang Bu Er, all prodigies who had emerged from the masses, all descendants of great clans, their cultivation reaching the Ming realm's 9th turn. Over 100 people forming a trident spearhead with them at the lead charged forth. Jin Feichun stood his ground, watching the hundreds coming at him, calmly exhaling a breath. Then, under the gaze of countless people, Jin Feichun charged out. He resembled a meteor gliding close to the ground, swiftly darting towards the center of the trident and bursting forth. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jin Feichun reached the front of Li Bu Bo. What? So fast? At this moment, time seemed to slow down as Jin Feichun's long fingers tightly grasped Li Bu Bo's neck. Then he pushed Li Bu Bo forward, forcefully carving a path through the crowd. All of this happened too quickly. In the span of a breath, Jin Feichun had created a rift right in the seemingly impenetrable center of the trident. The surrounding people surged in. Various heavenly treasures flashed continuously on the battlefield. Jin Feichun stood still, weapons and dazzling lights rushed towards him from every angle. Bang! Suddenly, a magnificent sea of flowers enveloped the entire battle stage, and Jin Feichun's figure vanished from sight. He's over there. They saw Jin Feichun had somehow appeared in the center of the battle stage. Invisible winds swirled around the arena, petals drifted like flowing water, creating ripples, as if a tornado was circulating around Jin Feichun. He stood at the center, his white robe dancing in the wind. With one hand held before his chest, he pinched a card between his fingers, smiling faintly at all of this. Showtime. A brilliant sea of flowers erupted from the center of the battlefield, instantly enveloping every corner. Dozens of celestial weapons pierced through Jin Feichun's body, yet his expression remained unchanged, standing tall, like a pine tree in the center, with no blood at the penetrated spots, only dazzling petals. Let us guess which one is real among these. Jin Feichun spoke leisurely as a thick stack of silver playing cards appeared in his hand. As soon as his words fell with a forceful gesture from Jin Feichen, the cards soared upwards, filling the entire. Thus all attention was drawn towards him, and in that fleeting moment Jin Feichen transformed into a flurry of petals vanishing from sight. The sea of flowers swept through the sky with the playing cards creating an intimidating presence, and for a moment everyone fell into a tense atmosphere fearing they would be the first to be eliminated. Be careful. His cards can unleash extreme power. Jin Feichen is here. No, over here. It's this one. Jin Feichen appeared like a phantom among the flowers, appearing anywhere at any moment. Li Bubao tightly gripped his 3-foot green blade, maintaining a defensive posture, intently watching the flowing sea of flowers before him. The others also stood back to back, cautiously guarding against what lay ahead. Amidst this tension, one person's gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure emerging from the petals. Jin Feichen instantly appeared before him, then transformed into a flurry of petals weaving through the crowd, manifesting before an unsuspecting opponent at the back. He's right here. Jin Feichen slowly raised a finger and gently swiped it through the air. One must never let their guard down in battle. Launch. As his voice fell, a sharp wind suddenly roared above that person's head, piercing through his chest in an instant. 1. After taking down one opponent, Jin Feichen's figure once again vanished into the swirling sea of clang. Bang. Dazzling sparks flickered in the center of the battlefield, and after 10 minutes Jin Feichen had eliminated the majority, leaving only about 90 people on the field. Within these 10 minutes, they quickly became familiar with Jin Feichen's attack patterns, gradually regaining some control. While engaged in battle, Jin Feichen continuously analyzed the situation in his mind. Ultimately, the disparity in numbers is too great. This cannot continue, or the spiritual energy will soon be exhausted. He quickly focused on Li Bubao, Zhang Buying, and Wang Buer, the 3 strongest individuals who had been leading the newcomers in battle. As long as he eliminated these 3, the group would inevitably fall apart. The only method to do so would be through. Having made his decision, Jin Feichen swiftly adjusted his position, using the recoil from the attack of the person before him to dash towards the nearest Li Bubao. From a distance, Zhang Buying instantly sensed his intentions and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Bubao, be careful, Jin Feichen is coming for you. How many times have I told you? Next time call me by my full name, so he doesn't target me alone." Li Bubao quickly readied the special class celestial weapon Bone Blade to defend. But when he turned around, Jin Feichen's deep black eyes were already inches away. Launch. Hearing this command, Li Bubao hurriedly raised his sword to block overhead. Yet the anticipated attack did not occur, nothing happened. Damn it, a blank shot. Bang. The Heaven's Chastisement Staff struck solidly against Li Bubao's chest, forcing him to stumble back. Buying, hurry and help. Call my full name. Zhang Buying wielded 2 crescent axes, charging like a phantom across the battlefield. Special class Silver Key Crescent Axe, the prototype, surely enhanced by effects to look more impressive. Furthermore, the weapons used in this story typically belong to the category of strange weapons, and those who have favorites are welcome to leave comments. Seeing this, Jin Feichen waved his hand, and the surrounding sea of flowers intermingled with playing cards surged toward Zhang Buying. Zhang Buying, seeing this, did not dodge, but swiftly swung his crescent axes. The steel-like cards clashed with the crescent axes, producing sharp sounds. Zhang Buying pushed forward, increasing his speed, and his hands became a blur, continuously dancing in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, a card grazed Zhang Buying's cheek, glowing as they overlapped. Watch out for the ghost card launch. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Buying's incredible reflexes activated, his arm poised next to his temple in a moment of peril. Bang! Smoke from the explosion shot up into the sky. At this moment, Li Bubao also adjusted his posture, gripping his long sword and stabbing fiercely. Great River Moon Surge. A ghostly orchid light flickered at the sword's edge, reminiscent of the sound of flowing water painting in the ears. When did this happen? Jin Feichen had indeed underestimated this group, especially Li Bubao, who had already adjusted and unleashed extreme power in the blink of an eye. Observing Jin Feichen, who had yet to turn around, Li Bubao whispered, "I win." Yet an astonishing smile appeared on Jin Feichen's face as he turned. In the next instant, just as the sword's edge was a hair's breadth away from Jin Feichen, a strand of white woven flame burst forth from his back, flames leaping up and extending outward. In the stunned gazes of the crowd, Jin Feichen transformed into a streak of flowing light shooting into the sky. Before anyone could react, a rain of white playing cards fell, the cards as sharp as iron. The crowd hurriedly raised their celestial weapons to block, yet during this time, no one noticed that Jin Feichen had already vanished like petals in the sky. He appeared behind Li Bubao, raising the Heaven's Chastisement Staff, surrounded by strands of lightning. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Li Bubao, an arrow shot towards him. Whoosh! Jin Feichen reacted swiftly, tilting his head to dodge. The glimmering arrow grazed past his ear, the rushing wind causing a stinging sensation on his skin. Wang Buer. Jin Feichen directed his gaze towards a distant figure. Wang Buer stood there, aiming at him with a pitch-black crossbow. Special Class Inked Candle Crossbow. This arrow successfully alerted Li Bubao. Li Bubao hurriedly retreated, creating distance while swiftly wielding his sword like a flying dragon to knock down the cards. Jean Facian's figure once again slipped into the sea of flowers, disappearing from the scene. This time he focused. Jean Facian had been somewhat careless earlier, causing the rhythm of his attacks to be disrupted. He should not have targeted the nearest Li Bubao, but should have prioritized eliminating the long-range threat posed by Wang Buer. As the saying goes, when fighting in groups, one should first take out the damage dealers. However, Wang Buer's reactions were too sharp, always positioning himself in the most inconspicuous, yet deadly spot. Indeed, those who can enter the Tiansu Academy are not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Jean Facian appeared behind Wang Buer, and the lightning wrapping around him indicated he had stopped conserving spiritual energy and had entered a peak state. At this moment, both his speed and power surged instantly. Dozens of cards were swiftly flung out, surrounding Wang Buer. Launch! Boom! Dazzling sparks erupted and thick black smoke billowed upward. That should settle it. Jean Facian stood at a safe distance from the explosion, petals swirling around him. Yet suddenly his gaze sharpened. No, wrong. It was blocked. As the smoke dispersed, a shimmering, ever-flowing water sphere hovered at the center of the arena. Inside it, Wang Buer crouched slightly, one hand gripping a crossbow, while the other braced his wrist, breathing heavily as he locked eyes with Jean Facian. Waterheart, flowing current. A Tier 3 minor martial art. Waterheart, flowing current. Jean Facian's figure began dissolving from the feet upward, petals drifting away, yet his voice remained calm and unhurried, truly worthy of being the main protagonist. Such reflexes, to unleash a martial art in mere milliseconds. His final fragment, the forehead, also dissolved into petals drifting silently across the battlefield. Wang Buer dispelled the Waterheart technique, brushed dust from his sleeves, and said, "You're not bad either," managing to close the distance so swiftly. Before he could finish, an icy point pressed against his temple. His voice cut off instantly, his pupils contracted sharply. From afar, Li Butao shouted a warning. Wang Buer. But it was already too late. There beside him, an arm holding the inked candle crossbow had materialized without warning. As petals coalesced, Jean Facian's face emerged behind Wang Buer, lips curled in a faint knowing smile. Friend, care to guess? Which of me is real? The one just now, or the one standing here now? Wang Buer's pupils trembled. Then he exhaled softly, a quiet sigh of sudden realization. I forfeit. Silence fell over the arena. Under bewildered gazes, Wang Buer stepped down from the dueling platform. Boom. A card detonated, and another inked candle crossbow appeared in Jean Facian's hand. He stood tall at the center of the arena, twin crossbows drawn wide, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, then declared, "Now, no one moves." The others shifted uneasily, uncertain of his intent, but instantly assumed defensive stances. Li Butao's brow furrowed deeply, utterly baffled by Jean Facian's actions. Sword raised, he addressed him firmly. Jean Facian, you expended immense spiritual energy eliminating Wang Buer. Though you succeeded, your stamina and chi are now critically depleted. Evil deeds inevitably recoil upon the perpetrator. You stand now at the very end of your strength. Would you mind stepping back one pace? Jean Facian ignored Li Butao's words entirely, issuing instead this cryptic request. Li Butao blinked, hesitated not, and stepped back. Excellent. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Jean Facian tossed his left crossbow skyward, and his long fingers snapped. Mystical Tao patterns flared across the back of his hand. Snap! A crisp, resonant sound echoed. Then, instantly, boom, 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 boom. At that moment, every artifact in the arena detonated simultaneously. Blinding showers of petals exploded outward, blanketing the entire field and obliterating all visibility. Amidst the cascading floral deluge, Jean Facian smiled faintly and whispered, "Begin." Whoosh! The petal curtain behind Li Butao tore open, revealing a violet-tinged arrow hurtling toward him with explosive force. Empty-handed and defenseless, Li Butao's shoulder was pierced instantly, but the arrow did not stop. It tore through his body and continued onward, piercing the shoulder of another person standing just behind him. In that instant, the positions of everyone on the field seemed preordained. Each person aligned perfectly in a single line, struck one after another by the same unerring arrow. Just as the arrow pierced the last person in the line and surged toward the arena's edge, a gust of petals swept in, carrying a silver card that blazed with light. Another violet arrow shot forth, grazing the tip of the first and altering the trajectories of both. Though the battlefield appeared chaotic, each arrow struck its target with flawless precision. Meanwhile, the inked candle crossbow Jean Facian had tossed earlier descended smoothly, caught cleanly in his waiting hand. At that very moment, all the petals fluttered gently to the ground. The dueling platform, once crowded with dozens, now held only 3 figures still standing amid the floral carpet. Jean Facian stood at the center, arms outstretched, twin crossbows aimed. one toward each of the two remaining figures at opposite ends of the arena. He squeezed the triggers, and both figures collapsed instantly. Silence swallowed the arena. A single card drifted down from the air, caught neatly between Jean Fachen's fingertips. The card exploded, revealing a pure white magician's top hat in his palm. He reached inside with one hand, and a flock of white doves burst forth. The doves circled Jean Fachen gracefully. He nodded thoughtfully, then swelled, suddenly bursting with a sharp pop, into a dozen doves that scattered in all directions. As stunned silence gripped the crowd, a radiant figure descended from the heavens, clad in pristine white crown with a magician's hat, and bearing twin wings woven from blazing flame. Jean Fachen hovered within the golden radiance of the sun, suspended above the sea of petals. Arms spread wide, he smiled and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this magical performance has concluded." Whoosh! The entire venue erupted. Roaring cheers surged like tidal waves, deafening shrieks and chants peaked in unprecedented intensity, voices tearing raw as they rent the very sky. Floating midair, Jean Fachen felt his spiritual energy nearing critical depletion, and yet a genuine, unrestrained smile bloomed across his face. What a gloriously extravagant spectacle! Meanwhile, in the Hantian courtyard of the 8 Great Academies, a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes sat steadily in the spacious room, his meticulously styled hair parted to the side, dressed in an expensive and exquisite suit. Behind him stood rows of bowing maidens. "Quite astonishing," the young man remarked as he gazed at the enormous screen before him where the figure of Jean Fachen appeared. He then turned to look at the old man behind the large sofa and asked, "What do you think?" The old man, with an unchanged expression, replied, "From the very beginning of the battle, he prepared for this strike, driving everyone to the positions he had meticulously planned. By simultaneously detonating the heavenly objects of all participants, he achieved effects of distraction, confusion, and stalemate, ultimately eliminating everyone in their positions with a powerful long-range attack, and then altering the position of his most powerful strike with a second arrow to achieve a total kill. Throughout the battle, based on his demeanor, expressions, movements, and words, no one would have suspected this step. He deceived everyone, including myself. If I were to evaluate it, I would say it was perfect." Hearing the old man's words, the youth sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with arrogance as he said, "It's merely a flashy performance, a grand display from a supposed powerhouse, yet he acts like a jester performing for a crowd of monkeys. It's truly embarrassing. Young master, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, the opponent is also a powerhouse with strong combat, thinking, and cultivation. If they were to meet, one must not underestimate them. He should also be heading to that secret realm in Sanjin. I want to see what kind of abilities the person accepted by the Tiansu Academy possesses after rejecting me." Wang Yi. The youth Wang Yi was the heir of the Wang family in Tiandu, one of the 8 powerhouses. Hearing Wang Yi's words, the old man paused and said, "There may not be enough time. You have the freshman competition tomorrow. What's there to fear? Just take me out with your speed, you won't be late, will you?" Wang Yi waved his hand nonchalantly, and a young maid stepped forward to begin massaging him. "But young master, there's an order that states during life-threatening situations, one must not intervene." Is that so, Uncle Wang? I didn't know you were such a stickler for rules." Wang Yi squinted his narrow eyes, smiling insincerely as he spoke. "Uncle Wang, you share the surname Wang, and I am Wang Yi. We are family. Why speak of outsiders? Aren't we?" Uncle Wang's expression darkened. "But, no buts. There is something I want in this secret realm, and I must obtain it. That's final, you may leave now." With that, Wang Yi no longer gave Uncle Wang a chance to speak, dismissively waving his hand, signaling him to retreat, and immersed himself in his tasks. At the same time, in the Feng Su Martial Academy of the 8 Great Academies, Bai Jiji returned after just completing a match and was met with a shocking scene. "What? Why is this happening? Damn it, how is he so impressive? Young master, you can do it too." "Why, believe?" "Really? Yes. Quite true." It wasn't just them. All the powerhouses felt a deep sense of shock and pressure, as did the foreign nations that had been watching closely. Some external forces were furious about this, constantly brainstorming ways to curb Jean Fachen's growth. However, after much deliberation, all sorts of schemes surfaced, but assassination remained unmentioned. Everyone understands the saying, "A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind." But to be that standout, one must have protectors, namely the presence of a rightful star. The rightful star of Jean Fachen is the ruthless Yu Mingyi from the Prime Minister's Academy, a fact that is no longer a secret, everyone knows. Yu Mingyi, a fierce individual who withdrew from the Dao Strange battlefield, has remained in the Prime Minister's Academy since stepping down and only recently appeared in the public eye as a rightful star. This also signifies that Jean Fachen is under strict protection. Unless half the nation's strength is mobilized, it would be difficult to even catch a glimpse of him. On the morning of August 22nd, as dawn broke, Jean Fachen was already driving far away. On a bumpy mountain road, a jet-black Land Rover Defender sped by, kicking up large clouds of dust. Inside the car, the air conditioning hummed alongside the radio. "Hello, audience friends. Yesterday, the freshman competition of the Tiansu Academy, one of the 8 great academies, was particularly spectacular. Jean Fachin, the owner of a Huan-level heavenly object, performed a century's magic act for us. It was he who brought the long-dormant magic industry back into the public eye, with an extraordinary performance, a heart-stirring battle, and an unexpected debut, the grandest magic performance of this century, which cannot adequately describe Jean Fachin. Perhaps he himself is unaware that he earned a title yesterday, the Magician of the Flower Sea. It's really awkward to hear others boast about oneself. Jean Fachin lit a cigarette, turned off the radio, and switched to the music prepared for him by Hu Zhu. Rose Jasmine asked me what flower I like. Of course it's you, the flower in my heart. The catchy DJ music immediately played. Upon hearing the lyrics, Jean Fachin couldn't help but complain, why does everything revolve around flowers? Not gonna lie, it's quite nice. This is indeed the music suitable for my age. Thus Jean Fachin entered a self-hyped mode, singing along enthusiastically with the music. Combined with the bumpy road, he felt as if he had entered a disco hall. Jean Fachin simply rolled down the car window, cranked the music to the max, and immersed himself in the singing to relieve his fatigue. He began to shout and sing, "Do you miss me? Do you love me? Willing to be a fool for love, this is my unwavering answer." In this moment, a moving sound system emerged, startling all the birds around. Time flew by, and before long they arrived at their destination. On the evening of the 23rd, a sound system rolled into the Sanjin province from a remote path. Jean Fachin leaned back exhausted, with one hand feebly resting on the steering wheel. The dark circles under his eyes revealed just how weary he was at this moment. Finally, we've arrived. Jean Fachin sighed heavily, pulling out the last piece of mental sustenance from the empty cigarette box and lighting it to refresh himself. He casually tossed the cigarette box onto the back seat, and then retrieved a small panda from his spatial ring, placing it in the passenger seat. Good thing I prepared in advance, otherwise I would have had to detour into the city. He muttered, directing his gaze at the phone in the center console, which displayed less than 10 minutes of distance remaining. He held a cigarette in his mouth and poked his head out of the window, gazing at the towering peaks that soared into the clouds, muttering to himself, they must charge parking fees at the foot of this mountain. Out of a frugal mindset, he drove the car to a concealed spot, preparing to switch to walking. Once out of the car, Jean Fachin took a rare breath of fresh air, then patted his cheeks to invigorate himself, shaking his shoulders. Bang! Wings burning with white woven flames appeared. After finishing the last 2 puffs of his cigarette, Jean Fachin soared into the sky with a loud bang, rapidly ascending alongside the steep mountain wall. At this moment, at the summit, at the entrance of the suspended temple's secret realm. This is an ancient temple built on the edge of a cliff, a full 3,022 meters above the ground. The ethereal sea of clouds is close at hand, and within the ancient temple at the cliff face, there is a massive blue vortex of space slowly rotating. This is the entrance to the secret realm, appearing randomly in any location with the emergence of otherworldly beings. Once opened, any extraordinary phenomena that occur will exist permanently. It contains the universe and can present anything and any life form, while the secret realm also has numerous rules that restrict entry based on cultivation levels. If someone forcefully breaks in, they will be destroyed along with the secret realm and the void. The secret realms within the Great Xia territory are all controlled by the authorities, prohibiting any family's intervention. Anyone without a significant criminal record can enter with proof of citizenship from Great Xia or a student ID. This allows ordinary people to have the opportunity to seek their own fortunes and opportunities within. The secret realms are never exhausted. To this day, humanity has not fully developed any of the secret realms. At this moment, the area around the suspended temple is crowded with people. Lines of officials wearing masks patrol the perimeter, ensuring the order of the first entry into the secret realm. The rest are a group of people here to explore the new secret realm, relying on their identities or military merits. Some are dispatched by special organizations from the authorities to conduct in-depth exploration and assessment of the secret realm. Among this group of people is Wang Yi, leaning against a wooden railing, arms crossed, eyes closed and silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his shoulder. Those around him, having learned Wang Yi's true identity throughout the day, instinctively kept their distance, even going out of their way to avoid him. Wang Yi glanced at the expensive watch on his wrist, communicating with his rightful star in his mind. Is Jean Fachin not planning to come? Uncle Wang's voice echoed in his mind. He's already on his way, flying up. Why is he taking so long? He drove himself here. From Shoujing. What a tough guy. After learning that Jean Fachin was about to arrive, Wang Yi slightly moved his shoulders. The reason for the delay in entering the secret realm was to wait for Jean Fachin to arrive. It wasn't that his identity was noble and others couldn't proceed without him. Rather, it was the first entry into the secret realm, requiring everyone to enter together for a more detailed report on the internal situation upon exit, to assist the authorities in their assessment. At this time, the other waiting individuals, seeing the sun nearing the horizon and still unable to set off, began to complain. What's going on? I've already had a nap and this person still hasn't arrived. Who is so arrogant? A man with an exaggerated pompadour said. Someone beside him gestured for him to be quiet. Guo Xiao, just wait. The last person to arrive is indeed quite capable. What do you mean capable? Just tell me who it is. Saying this, Guo Xiao quietly glanced at Wang Yi, and then said, if it's someone who made me wait this long, I'd definitely have to have a word with him if my dad showed up. Someone beside him looked around and whispered, the one who performs magic. Are you out of your mind? Just say it all. What we are waiting for is the magician from the Sea of Flowers, one of the 8 realms, hailed as the first virtual master of the new generation and the god of sleep, Jin Feichen. Well, that's indeed someone not to be trifled with. Where would all those titles come from if it weren't for him? Those are netizen nicknames, with the magician from the Sea of Flowers and the virtual master receiving the most votes. The two murmured a few more sentences before falling silent. Guo Xiao finally understood why Wang Yi, who was so much more powerful than him, was waiting quietly. It turned out such a person was coming. After a brief silence, Wang Yi suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the sheer cliff behind him. Simultaneously, in a shadowy corner, a girl with short hair also looked up, her bubblegum popping. The two spoke in unison. He's here. Wow. Guo Xiao heard this voice and quickly turned back to look. In the next moment, Jin Feichen, enveloped in white flames, descended from the sky, landing precisely on the wooden railing. He crouched on top, the flames trailing behind him, resembling a huge white cloak billowing in the wind. Sorry for the delay, there was a massive traffic jam. The originally handsome filter shattered with Jin Feichen's words. In the moment he spoke, he instantly sensed 2 similar presences. It's Huan level. He discreetly scanned everyone around, and the first to sense it was Wang Yi. This slick-haired guy, dressed in a suit and wearing an exquisite watch, clearly looked like a domineering president surnamed Gu. After briefly evaluating Wang Yi, Jin Feichen noticed the second person with a similar sensation. It was a girl with black short hair, her bangs slightly covering one eye, dressed in a blue outfit with a casual shirt over it, wearing headphones around her neck, standing there chewing bubblegum. Well, 3 Huan-level individuals have arrived at once, along with 2 unfamiliar faces. Truly lively, Jin Feichen thought to himself. At this moment, an official wearing a mask approached and emotionlessly said, hello, please show your student ID. With a glint of his ring, Jin Feichen handed over his student ID. Shoujing City Tiansu Academy student ID, Huan student ID number 001, name Jin Feichen, gender male. This certifies that the above student is enrolled in this school. Furthermore, the sun and moon seek where Tiansu reaches, this student is to be respected. The official looked at the drowsy, insubstantial photo on the student ID and compared it with Jin Feichen's current appearance. He nodded slightly, confirming it was a perfect match. Then he infused a bit of spiritual energy into the student ID for verification, and after ensuring everything was correct, returned it to Jin Feichen. Thank you for your cooperation. No problem, sorry for the trouble. The official nodded and turned to report to the people behind him. After confirming that all personnel had arrived, an official emanating a strong aura walked over to the blue vortex. Facing everyone, he spoke loudly, ladies and gentlemen, the first batch of personnel exploring the secret realm is now in position. I believe you are aware of the precautions and necessary cooperation required, so I want to elaborate further. The cultivation level limit for this secret realm is Deep Realm, so please, those of you at the Huan level, do not recklessly enter. Thank you for your cooperation. After speaking, he glanced at the recording personnel. The recording personnel sat at a desk in front of a high-tech electronic device. Looking at the screen of the device, he announced, in the year 2025 of the new era, Shoujing time, August 23rd, 1822, the Suspended Temple's secret realm, the first exploration mission officially begins. Personnel, please enter now. As the words faded, the official delegation, standing in orderly formation, began stepping one by one through the azure vortex. The others, witnessing this, rushed forward in eager haste, vying to enter the inner realm. In the blink of an eye, only a handful remained on site. Wang Yi crossed his arms, tilted his head with haughty pride, and strode toward Jin Feichen, who was still laboriously stretching his waist, and extended a hand. Long have I heard of your renown. I am Wang Yi. Likewise renowned. I am Jin Feichen. They clasped hands. Just as Wang Yi prepared to grip firmly, Jin Feichen abruptly yanked his hand free and asked, by the way, do you know how to exit the secret realm? Wang Yi frowned. Are you mocking me? A faint domineering aura emanated from him. Jin Feichen's lips twitched. I hold no such inclination. Truly, I simply do not know. A child of humble origins. I beg your forbearance. Wang Yi scrutinized Jin Feichen from head to toe, then said, use an anchor token. What does it look like? May I see it? Without hesitation, Wang Yi withdrew a jade-green token from his spatial ring and handed it over. Shatter it when you wish to depart the secret realm. Yet tell me, surely your sovereign star as a Sunto Enter Huan-level cultivator has already instructed you on this. Jin Feichen sighed. Master you. I'd very much like to live a few years longer. Do co-op. Whoosh! A black vortex suddenly spiraled into existence beside Jin Feichen, and a hand emerged, holding a physical novel. Before Jean Fachin could utter a word, the hand retracted, then reappeared, now holding the anchor token in wrong item. Jean Fachin's brow twitched violently. He hastily stowed the token and offered a respectful bow toward Wang Yi. Many thanks, Director Wang. Wang Yi stood momentarily stunned, thunderstruck by the sheer audacity of their exchange. It was nearly impossible to believe these two were the world-renowned sovereign star Jean Fachin and sovereign star Yu Mingyi, yet each seemed more unreliable than the last. By the time he regained his composure, Jean Fachin had vanished entirely, leaving Wang Yi's meticulously prepared display of dominance utterly thwarted by circumstances beyond imagination. Young master, it is time to enter the secret realm. Uncle Wang materialized beside him and spoke. Wang Yi nodded once, then stepped resolutely into the realm. Young master, take care. Uncle Wang watched his retreating figure until it dissolved completely into the void, then slowly lowered his gaze. Silence settled over the site. Official inspectors continued their rounds without pause. Technicians monitored their instruments with unwavering precision. A long-forgotten stillness filled the floating temple, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind. Uncle Wang walked aside and addressed the empty air. Lord Yu, since you're at leisure, might we converse? Crack. A lightning-shaped rift tore open in space, trembling violently as the air hummed with resonance. From within stepped Yu Mingyi, robed in black, novel still in hand. He hovered in midair, gazing down upon Uncle Wang with glacial detachment. You have business with me? Uncle Wang's smile froze. He let out a dry chuckle. Well, the young masters have all entered the secret realm. Thought I'd keep you company for a while. Pass the time. Speak then. Yu Mingyi nodded curtly, then resumed reading his novel, offering no further reply. The Celestial Strategy Academy rejected our young master, yet admitted Jean Fachin. Was that your doing? Yes. Upon hearing Yu Mingyi's immediate, unhesitating admission, Uncle Wang paused, then narrowed his eyes. Yet before that, our young master had already submitted his application to the Celestial Strategy Academy. Was such conduct truly appropriate? Yu Mingyi's page-turning halted. He lifted his gaze. And then, oi. Uncle Wang smiled faintly. I merely thought, Huan-level cultivators will one day fight side by side. Any discord should be resolved early. Perhaps you might ask Jean Fachin to apologize to our young master. That would simplify matters considerably. After all, he hails from the Wang clan, whereas Jean Fachin stands alone. Though indeed a Huan-level cultivator, so too is our young master. Yu Mingyi cut in coldly. I asked you, what then? A sly glint flickered across Uncle Wang's deceptively simple face. My thinking is this: among Huan-levels, harmony must be forged, not forced. If Jean Fachin were to offer apology, tensions would ease. Our young master bears the Wang name. Jean Fachin has none. True, he is Huan-level, but so is ours. Is that not fair? Yu Mingyi remained impassive, then quietly closed his book. In the next instant, boom. Space itself detonated. A chasm-like rift tore violently across the heavens. The terrifying pressure of a venerable realm cultivator descended upon the entire Sanjin region. Sky and earth convulsed. Clouds gathered like siege walls. Thunder raged across the firmament. Uncle Wang hung suspended in midair, utterly immobilized. Countless microfractures bloomed across his body. Horrifying, irrevocable. Official inspectors rushed forward, and upon seeing the scene urgently pleaded, Lord Yu, such power will destabilize the secret realm and endanger Jean Fachin. At the mention of Jean Fachin, Yu Mingyi raised a single finger. Lock. One word, and space locked. His and Uncle Wang's dimensions were forcibly severed from one another. Witnessing such divine authority, Uncle Wang's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Emperor. Emperor realm. Not yet. Merely an early comprehension. Quite simple, really. Yu Mingyi took a step forward. The space beneath his foot shattered like glass. Simultaneously, a torrent of savage, demonic energy erupted from within him, like a primordial god unleashed. Uncle Wang panicked, utterly. Yu Mingyi was no mere legend. He had carved his path from the Dao De Seat battlefield, a true slaughter god whose ruthlessness was absolute. Uncle Wang knew he was fearsome, but never imagined he would lock space at the mere hint of dissent. A sharp intake of breath. Yu Mingyi stood motionless, yet even the space behind him quaked in reverence. With a gentle sweep of his hand, Uncle Wang's chest caved inward by half an inch. Yu Mingyi spoke calmly. Allow me to clarify, Jean Fachin is my sovereign star, not some solitary wanderer. I stand behind him. If you deem a single venerable realm cultivator insufficient to match the Wang clan, then consider this on the Dao De Seat battlefield. I command brothers, by the 1,000, by the 10,000. With my merit, I may summon them all. Tell me, does that suffice? Does it suffice to erase your Wang clan? Each syllable struck like a hammer blow, crushing deep into Uncle Wang's chest. Uncle Wang's face turned deathly pale. Blood trickled from his lips as he nodded frantically, voice trembling. Yes, I spoke rashly. Lord Yu, please spare me. This is your first and final warning. Yu Mingyi's voice held no warmth. only a coldness that pierced reality itself. Let the youths resolve their own affairs. Should I detect any underhanded intent, then bloodshed shall follow. Though sovereign stars are forbidden from killing one another, my battlefield merits grant me immunity from certain consequences. Do you comprehend? I understand, I understand. Lord Yu, spare me. Uncle Wang gasped near suffocation. Yu Mingyi withdrew his gaze indifferently and gently reopened his novel. In the span of a breath, the entire scene dissolved. Uncle Wang collapsed to his knees, lungs heaving, eyes bulging with raw terror. He was terrified, profoundly, irrevocably. Never had he imagined Yu Mingyi would lock space without warning, or speak so casually of trading battlefield honors for lives. Who wouldn't fear such a man? Truly, no one could. Within the secret realm of Shinkong Temple, while the spiritual energy here is truly rich, Jin Feichen stood atop an ancient tree on a hillside, looking down at the plains stretching towards the horizon. Finding a comfortable position, Jin Feichen slowly lay back on the branch, casually pulling out a green apple. Speaking of which, crunch crunch. This weather. Crunch crunch. It's such a waste not to have a good sleep. Crunch crunch. Jin Feichen spoke with his mouth full of fruit, his words somewhat muffled. The sky was a clear blue, the dazzling sun hung high, and although the sunlight was fierce, the gentle breeze made one feel refreshed, lulling him into a sense of drowsiness. Buzz. At that moment, a sudden sound came from below the tree. Jin Feichen looked in the direction of the noise and saw a familiar blue vortex of space suddenly appear on the ground. Then a strange man stepped out from within. The man scratched his head, glancing around. What the hell, where am I? Is this still the country? Isn't this little Switzerland? Oi, buddy. Hey, what the hell? Hey, what the hell? The man was startled, abruptly looking up, and upon seeing the figure above him, he blurted out, What the hell, Su Zai? Su Zai? What's that? Jin Feichen lay sideways on the branch, munching on the apple as he said, What a coincidence, with so few of us, we actually ended up together. The man quickly clasped his hands together. Brother Chen, I am Guo Wulong from the Guo family in Longcheng. Young Master Guo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jin Feichen jumped down and returned the gesture. I am Jin Feichen. Brother Chen, just call me Xiao Guo, don't put me on a pedestal. Young Master Guo laughed awkwardly, then pointed to the pile of apple cores under the tree and tentatively asked, Brother Chen, shouldn't we be looking for treasures in the secret realm instead of? Jin Feichen followed the direction of his finger and then laughed heartily. Isn't this just replenishing my energy before properly looking for treasures? As expected of Brother Chen, always thinking ahead. Uh-huh. Jin Feichen took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to young Master Guo, and asked, Young Master Guo, I'm not familiar with this place. I'm just a commoner's kid. I've never seen such a scene before. Could you guide me? Young Master Guo waved his hands. No, we're all just commoners' kids. It's not about guidance. We call this sharing. After saying that, he scratched his head and continued, Based on past experiences, good stuff is definitely not here. We should head towards the city, or rather deeper in. Brother Chen, if you don't mind, why don't we go together? After speaking, young Master Guo winked at Jin Feichen. The latter felt a chill and weighed the pros and cons internally. Before Jin Feichen could finish weighing, young Master Guo pulled out 2 iron rods from his space ring. Brother Chen, don't worry about me. Look at this dragon-seeking ruler. Saying this, young Master Guo stood one iron rod upright and placed the other rod atop it. Under Jin Feichen's puzzled gaze, young Master Guo closed his eyes and began to chant mysteriously. Wayaya, the dragon-seeking ruler sees the mountain's entanglement. The first mountain is the first barrier. Buzz. In the next moment, the 2 iron rods emitted a faint glow. Young Master Guo suddenly opened his eyes, positioning his fingers in front of his chest, and shouted, Hey! The iron rod shook, pointing straight in a direction. Young Master Guo exhaled a breath and said, Brother Chun, I found the treasure. What is this summoning? Family's secret treasure-seeking technique. Oh, that must have been passed down for many years. Impressive you have this skill. Unfortunately, it started from my generation. I learned it from a movie. Jin Feichen's smile froze as he walked over to young Master Guo and took the iron rod that was above. To be honest, I also have a bit of a family secret. Young Master Guo was stunned. Oh, the outside world says Brother Chin's family has no power. I didn't expect you to have family secret arts. I see what the outside world says. Bang. The iron rod fell to the ground. Jin Feichen pointed in the direction the rod was indicating. That way, let's go. Right. Let's go together, then just consider it a chat. Brother Chin, are we really going this way? Just follow me. Half an hour passed, and it proved that Jin Feichen, the two stared at the massive bronze hall before them, lost in thought. Brother Chin, can you pass your secret art to me? Didn't you see? You didn't learn it. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, incredulous that they had actually found it. This bronze hall was located in a forest surrounded by towering ancient trees, making it hard to spot, unless viewed from above. The hall covered a vast area, even the main door was several meters high. As the two were examining whether there was a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest behind them. What is that? Young Master Guo instantly became tense, because in his understanding such places usually had some sort of guard. Jin Feichen, however, remained calm as he sensed that it was a half-acquaintance coming. Guo Wulong, if you can keep your mouth shut, I don't mind helping you manage it. Out came the exquisite and domineering Wang Yi, holding something resembling a compass. Behind him was a short-haired woman. Damn Wang Yi, damn Si Nanyu. Young Master Guo said, his expression blank as he looked behind him. Just say it straight, young Master Guo is quite capable. Jin Feichen seemed to ignore the two, still smiling and joking. Wang Yi and the others naturally noticed Jin Feichen joking, crudely squinting as they said, "You don't even have the anchor token, and you came prepared to search for treasures." Clearly Wang Yi assumed Jin Feichen was like the two of them, relying on spiritual seeking to find this place. Spiritual seeking is a technological item that is extremely precious and can lock onto the most unique areas of spiritual energy within a certain range. I don't have it all thanks to young Master Guo. Lie, father, don't drag me into this, I beg you. Young Master Guo was on the verge of tears. Whether it was Wang Yi or Si Nanyu, the former was known for being cruel and the latter for being indifferent to everything. If Wang Yi wanted to take action against him, he was doomed. He underestimated Wang Yi's temperament. He didn't see young Master Guo as a person, merely someone more understanding. Jin Feichen squinted his powerful vision, allowing him to easily see what Wang Yi and Si Nanyu were holding. It was clearly a positioning tool leading them here. He seriously suspected that Yu Ming had prepared this for him, but forgot to give it. Fortunately, those two guiding sticks were useful leading him here, otherwise he would still be wandering around aimlessly. Now that we're here, let's go in and take a look. Wang Yi remained silent, merely nodding as if agreeing. Si Nanyu didn't even spare a glance, directly heading towards the entrance of the hall. Brothers, this book has officially debuted today, with a time frame of about 7 days. Your support with updates and reviews is crucial for this book. I sincerely ask you not to neglect this book, and those who can please send some small gifts as a token of appreciation. Yezi will ensure additional updates, and with good data, continuous updates will follow. Please give good reviews. Chinga, how about I just wait for you here? Guo Xiao said timidly, looking at the 3 Huan-level individuals. Don't worry, Jin Feichen chuckled, towering over Guo Xiao as he playfully wrapped an arm around his neck. If anything happens, I can still use you as a shield. Let's go together. I think I'll wait, Guo Xiao said, retracting his neck and glancing at Wang Yi. All right, do as you wish, then I'll take my leave. Hey Chen, good, take care. Hearing Guo Xiao refuse again, Jin Feichen didn't say more, just waved his hand. He initially thought Guo Xiao was quite lively and wanted to take him along as it wouldn't be too much trouble. If he encountered danger, he might not even help. Now that Guo Xiao had declined, there was nothing more to say. Their camaraderie wasn't deep enough to warrant searching for treasures together. It was better to avoid complications. The 3 reached the bronze door, and Wang Yi placed a hand against it. "Huh, is it really opening?" Jin Feichen exclaimed in surprise. Not just him, Wang Yi and Si Nanyu were also astonished, thinking it would require effort, but the door opened easily with a gentle push. The 3 felt a bit suspicious, but said nothing and entered directly. As Jin Feichen entered last, the bronze door of the hall suddenly slammed shut. It was pitch black with no light to be seen. At that moment, dark green patterns began to glow beneath there. The dense patterns extended from the entrance of the door inward, rising higher with countless patterns now illuminated. The entire interior of the bronze hall came into view for the group. What is this? The hall was extraordinarily grand, its area seemingly endless, resembling a vast city. Under the illumination of dark green patterns, the ground and walls were ancient and weathered, appearing desolate yet majestic. An overwhelming aura pressed upon them, causing the 3 to furrow their brows. They felt as if they had stepped into an ancient battlefield, a chilling atmosphere enveloping them. Kachak. Who? The sudden sound startled Wang Yi and Si Nanyu, whose nerves had been taut, causing them to instinctively retreat a step. Why isn't this lighter working? Jin Feichen mumbled, pulling out a pack of matches. Don't underestimate the bond one have with tobacco. I was prepared. After lighting a cigarette, Jin Feichen glanced at the 2 with confusion. What are you doing? Ahem. Wang Yi and Si Nanyu exchanged awkward glances and coughed lightly. It's nothing, let's just walk inside. After the brief interlude, the 3 continued down the path. Why is there such a heavy aura of death in this place? It's just, Jin Feichen suddenly remarked. Wang Yi and Si Nanyu shuddered in unison. Can you not? Wang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, most secret realms are transformed from ancient battlefields, and this is likely one of them. So many alien and human beings have died here, and some powerful corpses linger for centuries. Oh, a bit of death aura is quite normal. Ow, you seem to know quite a bit. Wang Yi and the others again shuddered in unison. Can you not be so jumpy? And do you really have to eat that half-eaten apple? Wang Yi pointed at the half of the apple in Jin Feichen's hand, roaring. I have no choice, I'm a poor kid, I'm always afraid of hunger, Jin Feichen said apologetically, but he didn't stop. Wang Yi helplessly facepalmed, gritting his teeth as he pointed behind him. Look behind you, the whole way is littered with the ones you tossed. No, there's none left. Jin Feichen raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, munching on the apple, while secretly thinking surely there's something alive here. He had been deliberately tossing apples behind him, keeping the distance between each apple precisely at 1 meter. He just wanted to see if there was any living creature here, and to his surprise it seemed that the creature had good taste, as it liked green apples. Swish! Suddenly a piercing sound broke through the air behind the three. Be careful! Wang Yi and Si Nanyu instantly retreated. Only Jin Feichen remained in place finishing his apple. A long spear pierced through Jin Feichen's chest, deeply embedding itself into the ground of the hall. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound echoed in the sealed hall for a long time. At the end of the path from the shadow of the hall a man clad in ancient battle armor rode out on a warhorse, cloaked in black mist. The man was entirely dark blue, his eyes pitch black, and he exuded no signs of life. The atmosphere felt desolate, as if a chilling aura had spread invisibly. Swish! Jin Feichen penetrated, transformed into countless petals. At the same time Jin Feichen appeared on the warhorse behind the warrior sitting cross-legged with his back to the man, resting his chin on his hand. While munching on an apple, he said, "You having taken away so many of my apples should at least be fair and not stab me. That's just not right." The man's lifeless face showed no movement, only his fist swung the gauntlet, fiercely aimed backward. Jin Feichen was struck by a punch exploding into thousands of petals. This time he appeared atop the spear thrown by the ancient general, standing aloft. As he turned to look at the other, the two not only seemed unfazed by the enemy before them, but were also quietly discussing something below. Wang Yi whispered, "Did you understand Jin Feichen's abilities?" Si Nanyu shook her head. Wang Yi proudly raised his head and said, "Actually, I only understand half of it. He can turn himself into petals, can condense petals into a clone, and can also transform anything produced by spiritual power into petals. It's just showy and useless." Si Nanyu nodded and shook her head. Observing this scene, Jin Feichen couldn't help but feel his brow twitch. "Aren't you two being too nonchalant? The enemy is about to charge at you, and you're still discussing my abilities." "Humph." Wang Yi turned his head with a cold snort disdainfully, saying, "Who's studying you? I'm just making an assessment." As for Si Nanyu, she remained silent, just scratching her head. "Come on, you two geniuses, tell me what this thing is." "A cosplayer. You're so ignorant. This is a gouache, or don't you know? Alright, just tell me how to make it stop." Jin Feichen hurriedly interrupted Wang Yi, pointing at the ancient general, who was continuously advancing toward them. "Let me handle it." At this moment, Si Nanyu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her voice was soft, icy, and a bit dazed. As her voice fell before Jin Feichen and the others could speak, Si Nanyu adjusted her headphones and swiftly produced two uniquely shaped 8-blade knives. The knives were short with wide blades, entirely silver-white, featuring large black patterns on the blade, accompanied by a faint black mist with the edges glimmering with sharpness. Huanfu Jiaziwu Zhan. Unique trait Shadow Phantom can infinitely enhance the wielder's speed based on their spiritual energy, and the attacks carry deceit, making injuries extremely difficult to heal. As her cultivation of the Zhan realm's second transformation spread out, Si Nanyu, without a word, quietly transformed into a shadow and instantly charged out. Prototype images, the specific appearance may vary, so creators can use their imagination. In the next moment, a black line streaked before his eyes, and a dazzling firework suddenly erupted in front of the ancient general. The shadow instantly shifted and froze in place. Si Nanye's twin blade spun rapidly in her hands, and without a word, she charged forward again. This time her speed was even faster and her attacks more ferocious. She seemed to transform into a flowing beam of light, crazily darting around the ancient general to strike. "This girl is something else, oh my," Jin Feichen remarked, watching the scene where flowers of light burst forth. Just a small trick." Wang Yi coldly snorted with his arms crossed. Right. Do you doubt me? How could I, my dear Wang? You're overthinking it." Jin Feichen smirked, a teasing expression on his face. "Very well, you've successfully ignited my fighting spirit." Wang Yi reached out and grasped the air, a three-pronged, double-edged knife appearing in his hand. Huantir Star Command Void Blade. The knife was 2 meters long with 3 prongs and double edges resembling dragon horns extending outward, swirling in dark red and silver colors, climbing in a spiral, exuding an imposing aura. Unique feature: domineering, it can infinitely increase weight and strength based on one's own spiritual power, suppressing weaker celestial beings. With a look of interest, Jin Feichen watched as Wang Yi arrogantly turned his head away, gave a light snort, and charged into the fray. "He's still just a kid." Jin Feichen smirked darkly, then lay sideways on the ground, propping his head with one hand and eating an apple with the other, occasionally commenting on the commotion. Bang! Boom! As the battle escalated, the ancient general's strength was not particularly formidable, but his defense was extremely high. Despite the relentless attacks from Si Nanyu and Wang Yi, he remained unfazed, focused solely on attacking. Jin Feichen, watching the show, quickly memorized the attack patterns and pauses of both Wang Yi and Si Nanyu. Seeing that he had gathered enough information, he let out a satisfied burp and slowly stood up. While rubbing his belly, Jin Feichen leisurely wandered around the battlefield, appearing as an outsider, showing no intention to help or strategize, merely strolling. Jin Feichen circled around to the back of the ancient general, right at the center of the vast ancient hall. Gazing at the towering 2-meter-tall door before him, he pushed it open without hesitation. The three who were fighting behind him were evidently unaware of his actions. Jin Fei-Chen glanced left and right, then quietly slipped inside and politely closed the door. As soon as the door closed, the sounds of battle from outside vanished, as if the door completely isolated the inside from the outside. The surroundings were pitch black and silent, so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. Why is it so dark? Jin Fei-Chen shuddered, flames igniting from his wings, illuminating the surrounding. Before him were 4 endless bronze tunnels. A maze. Why is it layered like this? Jin Fei-Chen frowned, took out the anchor token from his ring, selected the nearest tunnel, and proceeded cautiously. If anything went awry, he would crush the token immediately to return to the embrace of Jingxing. Crack. Just then the door behind him was suddenly pushed open, and Jin Fei-Chen turned around sharply. "Si Nanyu, has the battle ended?" The person entering was indeed Si Nanyu, holding dual blades. At this moment her headphones had been removed, and she stared at Jin Fei-Chen with a dazed expression. Si Nanyu shook her head and said softly, "Wang Yi said he could handle it alone and didn't want me to cause trouble, so I came to find you." "What do you need me for?" "There's no one else besides you." Si Nanyu replied honestly. "That makes sense." Jin Fei-Chen nodded, rubbing his chin, while looking at the tunnel, then at Si Nanyu's big eyes staring at him intently. "Shall we go in together?" Jin Fei-Chen suggested, pointing to the tunnel behind him. Si Nanyu tilted her head in confusion. "What about Wang Yi?" "Don't worry about him. Wang Yi enjoys a good fight when he's not busy, and right now he's preoccupied, so let's not disturb him." Jin Fei-Chen waved his hand, appearing to know him very well. "Oh. Si Nanyu believed him. Then let's go." Jin Fei-Chen took the lead and walked into the first tunnel, with Si Nanyu silently following behind. In the quiet and dark tunnel, a desolate chill spread, and in the silent environment, only the faint sound of their footsteps could be heard. Neither of them spoke, yet each harbored their own thoughts. The reason Jin Fei-Chen brought Si Nanyu into the same tunnel was to have a walking encyclopedia by his side, avoiding any missed opportunities with treasures. Ultimately, he suffered from a lack of knowledge, especially since he hadn't been taught this in high school. In Si Nanyu's mind, being with Jin Fei-Chen felt safe. Although he seemed unreliable, she believed that someone with his battle mindset would never put himself in a dire situation, providing at least some assurance. "By the way, how did you and Wang Yi arrive at Sanjin so quickly? Doesn't your academy have a freshman competition?" In the quiet environment, Jin Fei-Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Si Nanyu was unsurprisingly startled. Wang Yi broke the rules, and Jingxing brought him along. She glanced at Jin Fei-Chen's back with resentment and said softly, "I simply gave up my slot. That's why Wang Yi is so special, treating rules like dirt." Jin Fei-Chen laughed teasingly, then said in surprise, "You actually gave up your slot. Aren't you missing out on the chief prize?" "I'm not lacking in those things. As for Wang Yi breaking the rules, he won't face any consequences, but his Jingxing will surely be punished. So I'm the only honest person here." Hearing Si Nanyu's bold words, Jin Fei-Chen twitched his lips. He was not bothered enough to care about whether Wang Yi's Jingxing would be penalized. "By the way, which academy are you from?" Jin Fei-Chen asked, trying to strike up a conversation. "Linenmuan Hall. A good place." Since Si Nanyu took too long to respond, Jin Fei-Chen simply gave up on the conversation and quickened his pace. After about 10 minutes or so, the echoes of their footsteps gradually became less clear, indicating that the space ahead was not completely closed, meaning they had reached the end. Jin Fei-Chen quickened his pace again, but suddenly he found himself stepping into empty air. "Back up, there's no way forward." He shouted hurriedly, then floated up, hovering in midair, surrounded by darkness, the flames from his wings insufficient to illuminate the space. Just as Jin Fei-Chen was contemplating what to do, Si Nanyu leisurely pulled out 2 flashlights. Jin Fei-Chen silently accepted the flashlight without questioning why Si Nanyu hadn't produced them earlier, as he had already figured out her personality, as she seemed like the type who would go without milk as a child without making a peep. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Indeed, human technology is impressive. Jin Fei-Chen turned on the flashlight, and the massive beam illuminated the surrounding environment. As a result, everything around came into view. Is this a graveyard? As far as the eye can see, the landscape is littered with jagged white bones stretching out in an expanse that seems. This place resembles a naturally formed vast cave, its ceiling adorned with sharp stalactites and rock pillars nearly 10 meters in diameter, connecting the depths below with the uppermost reaches supporting the entire cavern. Despite the myriad of bones scattered across the ground, the air is devoid of any foul stench of decay. Furthermore, if one were to sense carefully, they would discover a faint trace of spiritual energy lingering within these remains. It is hard to imagine just how terrifying these skeletons must have been in life. Jin Fei-Chen sidestepped slightly and turned to Si Nanyu, saying, "Please introduce this place." Si Nanyu's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief as she surveyed the surroundings, her usually impassive face revealing profound shock. The Daos enigmatic twilight realm. Si Nanyu gazed at the indescribable scene before her, and said the secret realm appears with the arrival of otherworldly beings manifesting anything and anyone, and most intriguingly, it can feature certain corners of the Daos enigmatic battlefield. I know about the Daos enigmatic battlefield. It's a special space where the human race has fought against foreign races for thousands of years. Jean Feiqing raised his hand to demonstrate that he was not uneducated. Sinan nodded and continued to explain due to the Daos enigmatic battlefield having borne the battles of formidable warriors for thousands of years, its entire space has become extremely unstable, occasionally appearing alongside the secret realm and hiding in some corner of it. The Daos enigmatic battlefield that appears may not be the current one. It could represent any time, be it the future or the past. However, most often it presents as a desolate land devoid of life, breath, or spirit. Learning until death, I have been educated. Jean Feiqing nodded in understanding, then furrowed his brow and asked, so you mean to say that the place we are in now could be from the future or the past? But even so, it seems rather useless. The scene is already like this, making it difficult to obtain any significant information. If it is the Daos enigmatic battlefield, then it is indeed more than this. Sinan said, however, if it is the Daos enigmatic twilight realm, it is entirely different. Those who perish in the Daos enigmatic twilight realm are at least ancient realm powerhouses, whether human or otherworldly. Once one reaches the ancient realm, they transcend, and the pinnacle martial arts they possess will be engraved into their very bones. If one is exceptionally fortunate, they may grasp some of the long-lost ultimate martial arts. Thus you should understand why the Daos enigmatic battlefield is so astonishing. Hey, where did he go? In the blink of an eye, Jean Feiqing had vanished, and when she looked down, she saw him tossing bones into a bag of urea. Hey, what are you doing? Tisk, this kid, why does he have such poor eyesight if he doesn't like to talk? Jean Feiqing casually sent the filled urea bag into his spatial ring and set him stocking up. What else would I do? I can't exactly make bone soup, can I? Sinan sighed in exasperation, harboring deep doubts about whether he was truly of the celestial level. It's useless. Once these bones leave the Daos enigmatic twilight realm, they will instantly turn to ash. You cannot take them with you. Sinan pointed at the ring in Jean Feiqing's hand and said, I dare you to take that bag out and see if there's any. With a flash, Jean Feiqing took out the urea bag. Upon opening it, his expression faltered, and without lifting his head, he said, really not a single piece can be taken. Indeed, as fellow celestial level beings, we will both have to enter the Daos enigmatic battlefield in the future. Why would I lie to you? Besides, haven't you already seen it? Sinan shook her head, gazing at the empty bag in Jean Feiqing's hand. Yet in Jean Feiqing's eyes it was not so. The bones had indeed disappeared, but in the corner of the bag a fragment of a finger bone remained. He narrowed his eyes, raised an eyebrow, and mused, Tisk, this script seems so familiar. Could it be that I am truly the protagonist? Jean Feiqing discreetly glanced at Sinan, then pretended not to believe in superstition, saying, let me try again. Oh, it might work. He picked up a few more bones and tossed them into the bag, then retrieved it again. Seeing this, Sinan sighed, that's impossible. The bones here clearly look like they have been around for hundreds or even thousands of years. Without the magnetic field influence of the Daos enigmatic battlefield, even bones of respect realm powerhouses couldn't possibly remain. Don't hold out hope. All right, indeed, they cannot be taken. Jean Feiqing looked at the bones in the bag that had not dissipated and then returned the bag to the spatial ring. He then forced a smile as if nothing had happened and said, I guess we can only see if we can comprehend the ultimate That's right, we also need to see if the owners of these bones erased their ultimate martial arts during their lifetime. If they did, then they are just ordinary bones. Sinan picked up a small bone, sensed it for a moment, and then crushed it into powder. She spoke again, this place is likely the twilight realm of the past. Long ago the Great Xia was not yet the Great Xia. There were many nations, and among them were families that transcended nations. They regarded ultimate martial arts as the foundation of their clan. If it weren't for the family bloodline, it would never be passed on. Even when clan members died, they would erase any connection to the ultimate martial arts to prevent anyone from inadvertently acquiring their clan's secret techniques from their remains. I understand some small-minded families operate like that. Just like the Great Void technique, even learning a little, Jean Feiqing casually crushed a bone and said. Sinan upon hearing this curiously asked, Great Void technique. What a domineering name. Which dynasty and family does it belong to? Why have I never heard of it? It's something a friend who hates to pay parking fees learned from a book and in the end was chased by someone from a family. As he spoke, Jean Feiqing seemed to recall something amusing, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, what if this place could be the twilight realm of the future? We might fortuitously comprehend an ultimate martial art here, then rush to the battlefield in the future only to perish and fade away. Moreover, what we comprehend from the bones is essentially us who will die in the future. Sinan pondered briefly. What a strange thought. Why would you think that? Can't we just live forever? When living ceases to have meaning, then death becomes the only meaning. Then what is the meaning of your life? Jean Feiqing pondered for a moment, and said casually to pull down the sun as a bedside lamp, or to plant green apple trees all over the world, or perhaps to complete the most magnificent magic trick of all time. What is this nonsense? Sinan automatically disregarded the first two and focused on the last one that sounded somewhat plausible, asking, so after completing the trick you just die. Exactly, only then would it be the most spectacular magic. That's absurd. It is a brilliant philosophy. Splendor can arise repeatedly, but it must never fade. The best way to eliminate fading is to completely disappear. Only then will it be preserved in the most glorious moment. To abandon everything for that, are you willing to die? It is rebirth. Sinan turned her head away, choosing not to speak any further. She could neither comprehend Jin Fei-chen's words, nor could she truly understand the person he was. The two fell into silence, each searching for the skeletal remains that had not been erased of the extreme martial imprint. They walked farther apart until they could no longer see each other. Jin Fei-chen strolled idly through the ocean of bones, the cards in his hand flipping incessantly. It truly is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Gazing at the vast expanse of bones, each unique and dazzling, Jin Fei-chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was indeed more challenging than searching for a needle in the ocean. How long would it take to find a bone untouched by the extreme martial imprint? With a flash of his ring, he retrieved the special finger bone from his bag, examining it carefully. Jin Fei-chen squinted, looking left and right. After some manipulation and professional assessment, he reached a conclusion. Tisk, there's a bit of bone spurs here. As he spoke, Jin Fei-chen infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, but it yielded no response. Much like an inept husband in a certain country's film, completely unresponsive and lacking any impressive aura. Really, what a waste of my emotions. Jin Fei-chen tossed the bone into his ring, thinking he had stumbled upon the script of a male protagonist from a novel. Entering a cave should lead to opportunities, yet he found nothing but loneliness. He then began his quest for bones anew, disregarding the good or large ones, only seeking those that looked shabby and clearly unremarkable. Jin Fei-chen firmly believed that the treasures hidden within the seemingly worthless scraps in novels were not mere fantasies. Everything must have its origins. However, unbeknownst to him, a life-and-death escape was unfolding elsewhere. Jin Fei-chen. At that moment, Wang Yi was no longer the spirited figure he once was. His meticulously styled hair had become disheveled, and the expensive suit he wore was tattered. He was sprinting wildly through the tunnel where Jin Fei-chen had passed, with the ancient general pursuing him relentlessly from behind. In front of him were his frantic legs, while behind him were the tirelessly charging warhorses. Wang Yi quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling an indescribable regret in his heart. He watched Sinan suppress the ancient general and thought to himself that he could do the same. Little did he expect that this opponent was one that grew stronger the more he fought, until a casual strike was enough to overpower him. Just as he was about to call for Jin Fei-chen and Sinan's help, he realized there was no one beside him, only the scattered cigarette butts and apple cores on the ground. With nowhere left to retreat, he could only run toward this direction. If Jin Fei-chen and the others were not here, he would have no choice but to resort to the anchor token to leave the secret realm, which would be quite embarrassing. While Jin Fei-chen and Sinan had walked for 10 minutes, Wang Yi reached the end in less than 2. As expected, he stepped into empty space, and during his fall he hastily summoned his celestial artifact, then thrust it forcefully toward the wall beside him. The blinding sparks left a trace, and Wang Yi landed steadily below. Upon seeing the scene before him, he barely had time to feel shock before the pounding of hooves echoed once again. Fortunately, Sinan had not gone far. Wang Yi immediately spotted a beam of light and began to shout, "Hey, over here! Look over here!" The sudden shout in the quiet cave resonated clearly. Sinan instantly heard this heart-wrenching call and shone her flashlight in that direction. She saw Wang Yi running toward her at breakneck speed, his limbs moving as if they were wind wheels, with the ancient general pursuing him from behind, exuding a menacing aura that was entirely different from what they had seen before. Without hesitation, Sinan summoned her dual blades and transformed into a shadow, charging toward Wang Yi. Wang Yi, upon seeing this, shouted urgently, "Hey, don't clash directly with him." But it was too late. The ancient general, seeing the shadow rushing toward him, swung his spear and thrust it forward. Sinan did not dodge or evade, crossing her dual blades in front of her chest. As the two collided, Sinan's expression changed dramatically, her pupils constricting sharply. Bang! With a deafening sound, Sinan was blasted like a cannonball, crashing into the distant pile of bones. Yet without giving her time to adjust, Sinan quickly flipped to her feet and looked at Wang Yi beside her, asking, "What happened?" This power is on a completely different level from before. This guy learns and adapts continuously during battle. His strength, speed, and defense all multiply exponentially. Wang Yi crouched slightly, feeling a heavy weight in his gaze. "Where's Jin Fei-chen?" Sinan shook her head. "I'm not sure. He said he wanted to find a place to rest and left, but he shouldn't be far. He must have heard the noise just now and might be on his way here." This ridiculous situation, the new generation competition, was already challenging, and now this is just a... Recalling how Jin Fei-chun had tricked her into fighting and his nonchalant demeanor, Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said, all he does is eat, sleep, and lays around. What a jerk. Sinan, you couldn't help but nod, then said seriously, but we can't deny that without him, we wouldn't have a chance to win. Let's try to stall until he arrives. Just as the two were discussing, the ancient general in the distance suddenly raised his spear high, and dark blue spiritual energy abruptly manifested, enveloping his entire being. Under the vigilant gazes of the two, the surrounding bones began to levitate, forming several uniquely shaped skeleton soldiers. Damn it, it's like this, and you're still summoning more. I just found one, and you found a whole bunch. Wang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the continuously assembling skeleton soldiers beside him, cursing. Kill. A chilling voice emanated from the ancient general's throat. In an instant, all the skeleton soldiers seemed to come to life, charging toward the two. If you have the ability, let this secret realm's cultivation restrictions be raised to the ancient realm, and he'll fight you for real. Wang Yi shouted angrily, and swung his star-ripping blade to charge forward, ready for battle. But just then Sinan suddenly stopped him. All the skeleton soldiers stopped their actions in unison. What's wrong? Wang Yi frowned, turning back and Sinan took a small step back, positioned her dual blades, and slightly raised her head, her gaze fixed intensely in one direction. Jin Fei-chun is coming. As soon as the words left her mouth, the next moment, the entire sky was suddenly filled with a sea of flowers, and at that instant the celestial artifact in Wang Yi's hands erupted, transforming into a myriad of petals that obscured everyone's vision. Huh. The sound of petals fluttering filled the air, roaring like a massive wave crashing in. A clear sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! It was Sinan's voice. Wang Yi suddenly turned around, and at that moment the blossoming sea of flowers exploded, repelling the surrounding skeletal soldiers. In the air, Jin Fei-chun was seen hovering, holding the somewhat panicked Sinan in his arms. Hey! Jin Fei-chun, what are you doing? Saving the trapped lady is the duty of a magician. What's wrong, mister? Wang. Jin Fei-chun, dressed in white, smiled under his slightly curled hair. I'm asking what about me? You blew up the heavenly artifact, and I've only got that little bit of spiritual energy left. What am I supposed to do? Wang Yi roared in near despair. With a swish, a rope dangled down, and Jin Fei-chun handed the other end to Sinan, gently saying, could you hold this for me? Sinan's cheeks flushed, and without saying a word, she grabbed the rope. Then Jin Fei-chun looked down at Wang Yi, saying, sorry, mister. Wang, I can only have beautiful ladies in my arms, so I have to trouble you. Wang Yi's brow twitched, but looking at the skeletal soldiers rushing towards him and the ancient general, he could only grit his teeth and grab the rope. What do we do now? What to do? Jin Fei-chun flapped his wings and shot toward the tunnel. Of course we run. Do you think we can fight them? Wang Yi was nearly brought to his knees by the sudden pull. He clung tightly to the rope, his legs scrambling on the... Fly higher. I'm still running on the ground. I can't, mister. Wang, there's a height limit here. Thus the scene turned into this. Jin Fei-chun held Sinan flying rapidly in the air, while Wang Yi held onto the rope that was lowered, running desperately. Behind him was a large group of skeletal soldiers led by the ancient general. Slow down. Slow down, I can't keep up. At this moment Wang Yi felt as if his legs were no longer his own, relying entirely on instinct to keep moving. Watch out, we're going into the tunnel. What a... Before Wang Yi could finish his sentence, he crashed bang into the wall at the bottom of the tunnel. Fortunately, he did not let go of the rope, and the pull from the front yanked him upwards. Then he began to run inside. Slow down. No time to slow down, just go. Jin Fei-chun in front wore a smile that disregarded the lives of others, and his speed increased even more. Since he had memorized the route perfectly on the way in, he could fly back at full speed without the need to slow down. The scenery flashed by, and a bright light appeared not far ahead. Jin Fei-chun did not hesitate, directly kicking the door open in midair, then quickly proceeding along the same path. At this moment, outside the bronze hall, finding the dragon and dividing the gold looks at the mountain, and every mountain is a gateway. Why isn't this working? Guo Xiao remained motionless, scratching his smart head as he pondered over the two iron rods before him. Bang! Just as he planned to try again, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. Before Guo Xiao could turn around, a brilliant white light flashed before him, followed by a big rat. Jin Fei-chun executed a drift and landed smoothly, while Wang Yi followed with an irregular tumble. Come on, let's go down, as since it's our first meeting, I won't charge you a fare. Jin Fei-chun set Sinan down, then lit a cigarette, and smiled, saying, thank you. With her face still flushed, Sinan kept her head down, nearly buried in her chest. At that moment, a rough sound like a bellows suddenly came from behind. What a ruckus, who made this noise? Jin Fei-chun turned around to see, oh my, mister. Wang Yi, covered in bruises, was leaning on his knees, half bent over, panting heavily, even bubbles of snot escaping as he breathed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jin Fei-chun would have thought a cow was behind him, panting while working a bellows. Jean Feichen laughed. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? It's only been a short distance and you're already winded. He patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. But this pat was no small matter. Wang Yi immediately knelt down. He trembled as he raised his hand to say something, but the words stuck in his throat turned into labored breaths. Jean Feichen was startled by Wang Yi's action and stood up straight. Hey, Mr. Wang, what are you doing? I can't handle this. You say I didn't raise you, even saving your life doesn't mean you have to do this. As Jean Feichen spoke, he supported Wang Yi, but did not help him up. Instead, he just made Wang Yi's kneeling posture even more dignified. What's wrong with you? It's not a holiday, and I didn't prepare anything for you, you child. Jean Feichen patted his left pocket and then his right pocket before finally pulling out a cigarette and an apple, presenting them to Wang Yi. I'm just an ordinary person's child, nothing fancy. Here, accept these two as a token of my goodwill. Before leaving, he took back the apple and cigarette, leaving Wang Yi's outstretched hand frozen in midair. What a sin. Before leaving, he took back the apple and cigarette, leaving Wang Yi's outstretched hand frozen in midair. What a sin. Crack. Jean Feichen took a bite of the apple sitting in the shade, saying, You know this thing has a lot of juice. I was just talking and my throat got dry. This is perfect now. Brother Chen, what have you encountered? Gua Xiao rushed over quietly, pointing at the bellows and asking, How did you get Wang Gu into this state? Not much, just ran on an unlimited speed highway. Your Wang Gu can't handle it, just a few steps, and he's like this. Jean Feichen casually said as he tossed the apple core aside. While the two were chatting, Sinan Yu approached and quietly asked, What do we do now? We wait for Mr. Wang to rest, then we can go in again. Jean Feichen shrugged and said, That ancient general is pretty fierce, ordinary people really can't fight him. We need to figure out how to trap him, or else don't expect anything more. Okay. Sinan Yu nodded and turned to leave. As she passed by the kneeling Wang Yi, she paused, saying, Her. After speaking, she left behind a silhouette. Wang Yi struggled to turn over, gazing at the blue sky above. A drop of unwilling tear fell from his vacant eyes. At this moment, only 9 words remained in his heart. Coach, I want to learn flying martial arts. An hour later, in front of the bronze hall, Wang Yi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. At this moment, he had almost fully recovered. If one disregarded his disheveled appearance, he was still the defiant Wang Yi. The others were busy with their own tasks. Sinan Yu sat under a tree listening to music, a faint smile on her lips, as she held a sketchbook lost in her drawing. Above her on a tree branch, Jean Feichen lay sprawled out, his hands and feet hanging freely as he slept soundly, a half-eaten apple in hand. Meanwhile, Gua Xiao was playing with 2 iron rods nearby, muttering spells under his breath. If anyone else had witnessed this scene instead of Wang Yi, they would undoubtedly have remarked what a peaceful time. Unfortunately, it was Wang Yi who saw this, having just experienced an indescribable ordeal. With a heart full of resentment, he walked to the tree where Jean Feichen was sleeping and without a word punched it. Bang! The sudden loud noise made Sinan Yu and Gua Xiao turn their heads sharply. Sinan Yu looked up at the resentful Wang Yi, removed her headphones, and quietly asked, Are you done resting? Although Wang Yi had a grim demeanor towards others, he appeared relatively gentle when facing a fellow Huang-level practitioner. Sinan Yu nodded and slowly stood up, saying, Then ill wake Jean Feichen. Okay. She cupped her hands like a trumpet and softly called out to the sleeping Jean Feichen on the branch, Jean Feichen, wake up. Jean Feichen, wake up. Are you joking? Hearing the mosquito-like call, Wang Yi's lips twitched, and he said, Let me wake him up. Ahem. Wang Yi smiled maliciously, then gathered his chi and shouted loudly, Wake up. The massive sound wave caused the leaves overhead to tremble, yet even so Jean Feichen showed no sign of waking up. Wang Yi frowned and yelled several more times, nearly losing his voice. But Jean Feichen remained utterly unresponsive. No wonder you are called the god of sleep. Sinan Yu blinked and sighed. You should say he's just a lazy bum. Wang Yi retorted coldly. Let's call him a slacker. Sinan Yu frowned. He's not just a slacker, he's a real nuisance. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, recalling Jean Feichen's earlier actions. Just then Gua Xiao approached, raising his hand and whispering, How about I give it a try? You think you can do it? Monkey. Wang Yi turned to give Gua Xiao a dismissive look, his eyes filled with contempt and skepticism, as if in his view everyone in this world except for Huang-level individuals were mere monkeys and not worthy of being called human. I should be able to. Gua Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under Wang Yi's disdainful gaze. Anyone would feel uncomfortable under such scrutiny, let alone Gua Xiao, who had been born with a silver spoon. Then go ahead and try. Wang Yi coldly permitted, as if granting Gua Xiao some kind of favor. At that moment, Jean Feichen climbed up by himself, lazily lighting a cigarette. I've already been woken up. Wang Yi turned around frowning as he said, You didn't wake up from that loud noise, and now a few words wake you. Sinan Yu also looked over with curiosity. Jean Feichen leaned lazily against the tree, yawned heavily, and waved his hand, saying, Don't misunderstand, I wasn't woken by the talking. What other sounds could there be? Wang Yi looked around. Maybe I was awakened by prejudice, arrogance, and self-importance. Who knows? Jean Feichen rested his chin on his hand, looking at Wang Yi with a light smile. Wang Yi clearly understood the implication in Jin Feishan's words. He frowned and replied curtly, "What do you mean?" "Oh Wang, you don't put me in a tight spot. I wouldn't dare imply anything." Jin Feichuan quickly waved his hands, then stretched lazily and casually remarked, "I just think you're an idiot. A Huang level pretending to be something more. You think you're so impressive, but anyone would mistake you for a royal if they didn't know better." Heh. Wang Yi was not offended, merely scoffing with disdain. "So are you defending Guo Wulong?" "Ah, that statement is incorrect." Jin Feichuan squinted his eyes, smiling as he spoke. "I'm not interested in being a hero. I just want to curse at you." "Is that a crime?" After saying that, he stood up, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the cigarette lightly. "I assume you're not so tyrannical that you can't handle being criticized for your actions. Since you did something that invites scorn, don't be afraid of being scolded. After all, there are plenty of uncultured people like me who can't hold their tongues." "Indeed, but it seems you've forgotten my name is Wang Yi from the Wang family in the capital." Wang Yi crossed his arms, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Jin Feichuan, who do you think you are? If it weren't for your good fortune awakening as a Huanga level, do you think you'd have the right to know me? You don't even have the right to know Guo Wulong, and now you dare to lecture me. Do you think you deserve it?" "That's enough." Jin Feichuan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Why don't you mention that if your father didn't exert some effort, you wouldn't be where you are? Why not mention that if your father had any skill, you'd be shot against the wall?" The Zhan Realm fifth transition slowly unfolded. Jin Feishan's eyes, resembling a serene spring under the moon, lost their sleepiness and replaced it with indifference. "Well, it's unfortunate for you. I am a Huanga level, and a stronger one at that. I'm cursing you because you're pretending, not because I want to show off. Just looking at your arrogant demeanor irritates me, but it's purely about wanting to curse you. Do you understand? I'm not someone who enjoys causing trouble for myself. The reason I curse is that in my eyes, you're not even a hassle. You're just a self-important fool. Honestly, I used to find you somewhat charming, but now you don't even compare to Bai Jiji." Clang. The shattering star command appeared. Wang Yi's cheek twitched as he glared fiercely at Jin Feichuan. "Stronger than me? Hey, are you asleep?" Snap. Just then a cold sensation pressed against Wang Yi's temple. Wang Yi's pupils shrank rapidly, turning with disbelief to look. He saw Jin Feichuan, who had been yawning, standing behind him, one arm draped over his shoulder, while the other held a Mo Zhu crossbow aimed directly at his temple. And on that tree there was no trace of anyone. They had long transformed into petals falling to the ground. "Wang Yi, I'm not trying to change anything about you. After all, you don't share my surname, do you?" Jin Feichuan put away the Mo Zhu crossbow, lightly patted Wang Yi's head from behind, and turned to say, "Your stubborn prejudice is deeply ingrained. I can't change it, nor do I want to. I don't judge you're right or wrong. That's a false dilemma. Everyone's answers are different, and so is everyone's growth. How you are is your business, feel free, but what I mean is I want you to stop pretending in front of me. If you insist on that, then bear the scolding. All right, let's head to the dungeon." The scene fell into silence. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Hua Xiao stood there, not daring to move. Seeing Jin Feichuan walking away, Si Nanyu glanced at the silent Wang Yi, and then quickly followed after him. "It seems he took your words to heart, and is reflecting on them." Jin Feichuan smiled, and shook his head. "That's just him sorting through his prejudices. I'm not some kind of guru. I don't have the ability to change someone just by talking. Besides, whether he changes has nothing to do with me. I'm just saying he should stop pretending in front of me. It's irritating." Bang! The bronze door stood firmly closed. Jin Feichuan and his companions entered the ancient bronze palace once again. As he gazed at the familiar scene before him, Jin Feichuan had not yet spoken when Wang Yi instinctively touched his leg. "Do you have any plans?" Si Nanyu looked at Jin Feichuan, who appeared to be half awake. The latter scratched his head like a monkey. "Huh? I have a way." At this moment, with a cold expression, Wang Yi spoke up. He glanced at Si Nanyu and then fixed his gaze on Jin Feichuan, saying, "My plan is for Jin Feichuan to use his troublesome ability to hold off that strange corpse, while Si Nanyu and I enter the Dao Gui Mu Chang to seek our fortune, switching every half hour. Aren't you also bossing your dad around at home? You seem quite at ease with that." Jin Feichuan let out a light snort, his face full of mischief. "Bastard. Then tell me, do you have any good ideas? Come on, kid, uncle will teach you how to use your brain today." With that, Jin Feichuan walked ahead, and Si Nanyu silently followed. Wang Yi cursed inwardly, also following suit. He was eager to see what abilities Jin Feichuan possessed to defeat a growth-unrestricted strange corpse. The group swiftly returned to the Dao Gui Mu Chang from which they had just escaped. The ancient general, as expected, was waiting in this location. Upon hearing the voices of the newcomers, a glimmer of light appeared in his dim eyes. "That guy is coming. If you have any plans, hurry up and say them." Wang Yi's legs trembled slightly as he summoned the heavenly object. Jin Feichuan pointed in a direction, saying, "Lead the boss over there. And then watch me show off." With that, Jin Feichuan shook his shoulders and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction he had pointed. Wang Yi and Si Nanyu exchanged glances, taken aback. Let's trust him this time. Although his quality is a bit low, he's lazy and a bit cheap, his brain still works. After saying this, Wang Yi flicked his long knife and leaped down. Just now we were about to fight, and now you believe him. It's really strange. Si Nanyu muttered, then jumped down, joining Wang Yi in luring the ancient general away. 10 minutes later on the other side. Snap. These two can't be dead, can they? Why isn't he here yet? Jin Feichen sat cross-legged on a massive skeleton, boredly munching on an apple. Just 3 seconds after his words fell, a large cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance. Jin Feichen squinted, cupping his hands in front of his eyes like binoculars, and clicked his tongue, saying, "Ah, Wang Yi, you really run fast." Wang Yi and Si Nanyu were seen racing ahead, frantically swinging their arms and legs, with the ancient general behind them riding a warhorse and wielding a long spear. Jin Feichen retracted his binoculars, got up, brushed off the dust from his body, and hovered upwards after leaving. In the distance, Wang Yi, the long-distance runner, quickly noticed the conspicuous Jin Feichen. He first looked at the surrounding environment, then at the enormous stone pillar above Jin Feichen, immediately understanding his intentions. So he planned to use the stone pillar to trap the strange corpse, huh? I actually thought of that long ago, but just momentarily forgot. Wang Yi muttered in his heart, then suddenly accelerated. Crackling. As he looked at the approaching strange corpse, Jin Feichen summoned the Tianzhao staff, with strands of lightning flickering around him. Wang Yi and Si Nanyu also noticed this scene. In the few meters remaining to their target, their eyes met for a moment, and then they simultaneously struck their palms towards each other. Bang! The powerful recoil caused both of them to rapidly retreat in opposite directions. In that fleeting moment, Jin Feichen transformed into a meteor, crashing down from the sky, striking the ancient general directly. Boom! The surrounding skeletons were all shattered, and a cloud of white ash rose. This blow successfully knocked the ancient general off his horse. At this moment, amidst the smoke, Jin Feichen firmly locked the ancient general's neck with one hand and pressed down on his arm with the other. The overwhelming strength caused both of them to tremble slightly. "Buddy, that's enough. It's not easy to come here from thousands of kilometers away, so just stay idle for a while, okay?" Jin Feichen said with a smile. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, and an arrow suddenly shot out from nowhere, striking the gigantic stone pillar above their heads, causing it to crash down. Bang! As the stone pillar fell, the entire Mu Chang seemed to shake. Petals fluttered down, accompanied by the crashing stone pillars. Dozens of stone pillars, each over 10 zhang long, fell down. The pillars crisscrossed, but each one landed precisely, pinning the ancient general tightly, rendering him unable to move. Seeing that the stone pillars had stopped falling, Wang Yi and Si Nanyu approached, covering their mouths and noses, frowning. As the white ash gradually dispersed, the outline of a small hill over 10 meters high came into view. The ancient general was trapped below, with only one finger able to move. His expressionless face trembled incessantly, trying to break free. Meanwhile, Jin Feichen stood in front of the ancient general's face, occasionally giving him a light smack on the head, saying, "Get up, you're not allowed to sleep here." Wang Yi and Si Nanyu sighed, rubbing their foreheads. When Jin Feichen had just awakened, they had both received the news and sent people to investigate. The information they received was that Jin Feichen was taciturn, rarely spoke to others, and was a cool and handsome. But now it seems, what in the world is real? Jin Feichen also noticed the two with helpless expressions and waved at them with a smile. "We are all alive. You really keep people guessing more and more. One moment you're funny, and the next you're serious." Wang Yi shook his head and approached. "You wouldn't understand this, would you? Transforming and changing faces is a magician's basic skill. Just watch." With that, Jin Feichen extended a hand and waved up and down in front of his face twice. The white smiling mask and the black angry mask switched back and forth, resembling a magic trick. "Boring." Wang Yi snorted and said, "Hurry up and look for the ultimate martial opportunity. The strange corpse will keep adapting while trapped, and this won't hold for long. You guys go ahead, I'll chat with him for a while." Jin Feichen waved his hand. The two said no more, turned and left. After all, time was precious, and when the strange corpse broke free again, they would truly have no other means to deal with it. After the two walked far away, Jin Feichen turned to face the strange corpse. He crouched down, supporting his chin with both hands, smiling like a little flower, and said, "You should have some wisdom, right? Let's chat." A fleeting moment of stiffness appeared on the face of the eerie corpse, a moment so brief, yet clearly captured by Jin Feichen. Maintaining his previous posture, Jin Feichen tilted his head and said, "It's just the two of us here. Don't you want to chat about the wild and unrestrained topics that only adults can discuss?" In the next moment, under Jin Feichen's smiling gaze, the corpse that should have been devoid of consciousness actually revealed a strange expression. Just this casual action was enough to make Wang Zong exclaim in astonishment. It's important to note that these eerie corpses are humans who died hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Before their death, they generally held deep obsessions, ultimately influenced by the magnetic field of the Dao Gui Mu Chang, to gain immortality, becoming thoughtless beings, eternally tireless in their attacks and killings, while never able to be reborn. Jin Feichen displayed an understanding smile, then lewdly said, "This topic is quite bold. What do you think, which is tastier, green apples or red apples?" The corpse's expression froze, seemingly filled with resentment before a hoarse and aged voice emerged from its throat. How did you discover that I possess consciousness? Well, Jean Fachin pondered, stroking his chin, and said, it's when I was close to you you displayed obvious shock. How could you be shy with a handsome guy like me getting close? That was merely surprise at the falling stone column, the corpse responded. All right, since you're a man, if you truly are shy, I won't discuss this further with you. However, Jean Fachin paused, his deep gaze fixed on the corpse, slowly saying, your bones should possess extreme martial arts, right? The corpse was taken aback, not expecting Jean Fachin to shift from a carefree demeanor to a serious one. After a moment, the corpse slowly spoke. Yes, I do have. Then why not just die? As thanks, I appreciate it, Jean Fachin said with a look of expectation blinking his starry eyes. I'm not that cheap. The corpse's lips twitched human-like. Come on, don't be so stingy, Jean Fachin pouted. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? The corpse was on the verge of laughter, especially seeing Jean Fachin's nonchalant attitude, wishing to rush out and tear apart that smug face. Jean Fachin sighed. I thought you'd be like the old predecessors in novels, seeing a descendant like me and feeling relieved, then asking me to fulfill some wish, selflessly passing on your extreme martial arts to me. Turns out it's all a lie. So tell me, if I asked you to help me with something, would you do it? Not likely. Then that's settled. The corpse scoffed. I wait for someone truly worth my time, not someone like you. Jean Fachin, lighting a cigarette, said with confusion, why do you say that? I think quite highly of myself, who am definitely the male lead in a hot-blooded manga. Heh. The corpse shook his head, a hint of disdain appearing on his ghastly face. I've lived for so many years that I can't even remember. The number of people I've killed far exceeds the ones you've seen. I can discern what a person is like just from a conversation. You on the surface appear kind, but in your heart you are extremely hypocritical and cruel. You seem innocent and pure, yet you are profoundly cunning and false. Young as you are, your mind is too heavy, and deep down you carry a significant aura of killing intent. You do not have what it takes to achieve great things. Oh, come on. I'm just a naive and innocent male college student. How can you say I'm so bad? Jean Fachin covered his face, but the moment his words fell, his voice suddenly turned somber, and his hand withdrew, revealing a blank expression tinged with a hint of nonchalance. You claim I'm hypocritical and cruel, yet I've never laid a hand on the innocent. You say I'm cunning and false, but everything I do is above board. You accuse me of being overly calculating and having too much killing intent, but I have never sought to take anything. You say I can't achieve great things, yet have you considered that my mere existence already draws the attention of the world? Jean Fachin waved his hand dismissively. Enough already, old fossil. When I was in college, you couldn't even fly a plane. What makes you think you can lecture me as an old predecessor? You talk of hypocrisy. Have you ever thought that some people live their whole lives being hypocritical, yet are they still hypocrites? Your self-righteous judgments aren't worth listening to compared to Wang Yi's impressive remarks. Thousands of people have thousands of faces, and a magician has 10,000 masks. Perhaps in front of enemies I embody your so-called hypocrisy and cruelty, cunning and falsehood, but in the eyes of friends, I am a handsome guy. In the eyes of the audience, I am a magician bringing surprises. What you can see is always what I want you to see. Heh. The corpse scoffed dismissively. You say so much just to change my view of you. You think too highly of yourself. The extreme martial arts of Feng Tian are unattainable for you. Jean Fachin shook his head and sighed, shrugging his shoulders. Who cares about your opinion? You're not a beautiful and charming lady. As for your extreme martial arts, do you really think I care about it? All right, I do want it quite a bit. How about I beg you for it? Jean Fachin's expression changed rapidly as he blinked and spoke. The corpse had never encountered someone so brazen and shameless, consequently choosing to remain silent. Such a miser. Jean Fachin pouted, then walked over to the nearby motionless warhorse, gently stroking it. Seeing this scene, the corpse's expression momentarily darkened, but Jean Fachin, who was petting the horse, did not. But the next moment, a casual remark from Jean Fachin completely shocked the corpse. If I guess correctly, to kill you, I just need to attack this horse, right? The corpse's eyes widened in disbelief as it looked at Jean Fachin, but the latter did not spare him a glance, only gently stroking the horse's head, as if he had already seen through everything, with a confident smile on his lips. Don't be too shocked, you're not my audience. Throwing emotions around costs money, you know. I really did underestimate you. The revenant bound, so it could not move an inch, turned its dark, hollow gaze toward Jean Fachin, astonishment written in its eyes. Jean Fachin waved a hand. Not so much. Don't flatter me, or you'll get a swollen head. The revenant muttered, kid, luck is a blessing that often shortens life. Cursing someone is unseemly. Jean Fachin tossed a card and began to twirl it in his fingers. That's about enough. You should go. After so many years, you must be lonely. With a popping sound, the card burst open and became an ink candle crossbow in Jean Fachin's hand. He pointed its arrow at the warhorse's head and glanced at the revenant. Anything else to say? Though I may not want to hear it. The revenant had no expression, showing no fear at death's approach. only a sense of release. There is nothing to say. I did not expect someone as young as you. Jean Fachin arched a brow and suddenly asked, by the way, may I ask what rank was the Jiwu you dropped when you died? The Revenant chuckled, you might be disappointed. The Revenant offered no explanation, only a cryptic smile, and whispered in a voice meant only for itself, I hope you can leave alive. Jean Fachin did not catch the last words. He shrugged and said, never mind. Farewell, Mr. Revenant. Without further hesitation, he gently pulled the trigger. The silver bolt sliced through the dimness, trailing ribbons of black ink. In a visible instant, the Revenant's body suddenly became translucent, while the warhorse struck by the arrow stood perfectly unharmed. Watching the Revenant grow ever dimmer and flicker, Jean Fachin smiled and waved his hand. He bade it goodbye. As the words fell, an abnormality rippled across the Revenant's form. Tendrils of black smoke rose from its flesh, its face contorted into a grimace, yet it made no sound. After a swirl of black smoke, the Revenant vanished, and with it the warhorse that had stood beside Jean Fachin. Truly an unexpected development, he observed. He lit a cigarette with an expressionless face and stepped to the spot where the Revenant had disappeared. From there he withdrew a pitch-black armbone. So this is the skeletal remains imbued with the Jiwu. He examined it, seated himself cross-legged, placed the bone before him, and closed his eyes. A faint hum, colorless spirals of spiritual energy, formed on Jean Fachin's skin. The energy surged and lifted the bone, causing it to hover before him. A strand of spiritual energy poured into the bone. In Jean Fachin's mind, a ghostly light expanded, and his vision shifted, as if the stars themselves rearranged. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a river of stars. Directly ahead, a slowly rotating white vortex turned. So this is the Revenant's Jiwu. He wondered, staring at the vortex with a nameless unease, a flutter at his. This feeling is not good. Jean Fachin frowned and forced a thin, strained smile. He stepped forward until he stood beside the vortex. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and covered it with his hand. Instantly, a powerful repulsive force surged forth, throwing him violently backward. At that instant, the white vortex dissipated, and a chilling blast of energy rolled outward, sweeping across the entire space. A blinding radiance bloomed at the center, invisible gusts lashed continuously. Jean Fachin struggled to stand nearby as the razor wind lifted at his skin. He raised both arms to shield his face and forced one eye open. When he finally made out the thing within the light, he was left dumbfounded. This is... Meanwhile, outside the scene, someone asked, are you saying you saw an immense bronze hall in which there stood a Revenant mounted on a warhorse, clutching a long spear? A staff member with a grave expression addressed the reporting Guo Wulong. Guo replied, I only saw the hall. Brother Fachin told me about the Revenant. I am not certain. Guo rubbed his head and nodded. Hearing this, several staff exchanged a look, and their faces heavy began tapping rapidly on the specialized equipment before them. Please, we must ask you to leave this area. An inspector stepped forward and motioned to the exit. Bewildered Guo Wulong could only nod and walk away. Elsewhere, several staff continued cross-referencing data. Yu Mingyi, sensing that something was amiss from the void, appeared at their side. What is happening? Is there a problem with the bronze hall? Jean Fachin entered. The lead staff, who clearly knew Yu Mingyi, rose and saluted. Reported is only a hypothesis. So far, we cannot confirm. Yu Mingyi said coldly, then tell me your hypothesis. Yes, the staff replied. He sat and pushed the device toward Yu Mingyi, pointing at the arcane lines of text. According to Guo Wulong's description, the interior scene shows multiple parallels to Ancient Chronicle Dossier, 1088, Chapter 94. The mysterious bronze hall, the silver-armored general, the moonlit warhorse, the silver hope spear. They coincide. The records state that in that year there appeared. Sorry, I don't understand the jargon, you interrupted. Yu Mingyi raised a hand to cut him off. Just tell me, is Jean Fachin in danger? What is the danger? And estimate his probability of survival. The staff suddenly said Wanmu Yuchi. Wanmu overdue. Has Zhu Wudao missed a mortgage payment? You quipped, mishearing the term. Yu Mingyi frowned. How is it that every single word made sense, yet strung together they meant nothing? The staff man's face stiffened before he explained Wanmu Yuchi is a kind of gas that vanished in ancient year 1396. Its effect is to fortify a person's native artifact, granting a qualitative leap. It is a marvel that sounds fantastical. To give an example, if Jean Fachin were to refine Wanmu Yuchi, even his petals would transform into a weapon that cuts through iron. Do you understand? At this, Yu Mingyi's face tightened with sudden tension. Agreed, then whoever obtains it first keeps it. If Jean Fachin refines that Wanmu Yuchi, it will belong to him. You are not to seize it. No, that's not what I meant, the staff protested. The staff, nearly gnashing his teeth, added, rest assured no one will compete with Jean Fachin. What I mean is that the thing is extraordinarily dangerous. The silver spear Zhu Wudao died because he refined Wanmu Yuchi, and he was at the Zun realm. Because of that very fate, he became a revenant, his strength reduced to less than 1/10th of what it was. Yu Mingyi's expression darkened. So what are Jean Fachin's chances of survival? Impossible to say, the staff replied. It depends on him. Refining Wanmu Yuchi is not a matter of cultivation level, but of inner resolve and faith. If he fails, the gas will reverse refine him, and he will be transformed into a new revenant his life seized. Is that all? Yu Mingyi waved his hand. Then there's nothing to worry about. He drew his small sword and prepared to plunge into the void, showing not a trace of concern. You are not worried. Those around him stared in astonishment at Yu Mingyi's composure. Yu Mingyi shook his head. The more you fret, the more whatever you fear controls you. This contest of the heart tests the boundlessness within a person. Face death and look it squarely in the eye. When you no longer fear it, you fear nothing. Jin Feichen has never feared death. I have trained this inner trial since childhood. It is simpler than eating. Having said that, Yu Mingyi left behind a graceful silhouette as he vanished into the void. In the world of Jin Feichen's mind, a fierce wind howled, accompanied by dazzling golden light. High above, a droplet of gas resembling a tear danced like a lively spirit. It appeared transparent like an illusory gas, yet it possessed a strange substance. The chilling aura emanated from it continuously, instilling a sense of dread. Jin Feichen gazed at that entity in the sky, his face filled with shock. What is this? Who created this? Where is my extreme martial prowess? As his voice fell, the gas above seemed to respond, suddenly exploding with an even more formidable presence. This is just incredible. Which mighty figure unleashed such a force? Clearly in Jin Feichen's mind, this Wanmu Yuchi had already deeply ingrained itself as an inexplicable. Suddenly the wind ceased, and the Wanmu Yuchi hovering in midair appeared to come to life, heading straight toward Jin Feichen. As a child from a common family, Jin Feichen did not recognize this entity. Merely by its appearance, he felt it was not something good. Seeing that indescribable object approaching, Jin Feichen's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively reached out, blocking its path. Nobody. You've got the wrong process. Don't come to me. That's not right. But the Wanmu Yuchi accelerated, suddenly moving too fast for the naked eye to track. In the blink of an eye, it had already touched the Dao patterns on Jin Feichen's left hand. The gas clung to the back of his hand. A chilling sensation instantly arose, mixed with a tugging feeling like that of a swamp. Jin Feichen's expression darkened visibly. This is disgusting. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, transforming himself into countless petals and reconstituting on the other side. However, the chilling sensation did not dissipate. Jin Feichen looked down to see the droplets spreading, engulfing his entire left hand in an instant. I've never been this close to myself before. Who did this? Jin Feichen gritted his teeth and cursed, increasingly convinced that this tear-shaped droplet was a harbinger of doom. Watching the droplet continue to spread, Jin Feichen clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and covered it with his other hand, desperately wiping it away. When that sensation reached his right hand, his features nearly twisted in agony. In the next moment, the viscous water-like gas began to slither rapidly, climbing up Jin Feichen's right hand. In just a brief moment, his entire chest was completely enveloped. Although I don't know what you are, let me advise you, there's someone out there. Let go of me. There was no need for persuasion. Jin Feichen's shoulders shook as he activated the flame weaving on his wings. Yet the unidentified substance showed no fear, and its covering speed only increased, completely enveloping Jin Feichen's neck. This doesn't feel right, as something ominous is happening. Am I about to die? Jin Feichen furrowed his brows, clearly sensing that this layer of substance was draining his life force, rendering him weaker and controlling his lower body and arms to the point where he could barely stand. Thus Jin Feichen simply sat down, then took a pair of chopsticks from his ring, followed by an apple. I suppose I'm holding the chopsticks. He skewered the apple, mumbling to himself, this extreme martial arts is truly unnecessary. I might end up losing my life for it. Facing the impending death, he seemed surprisingly calm, only feeling a sense of regret for not being able to complete a grand performance. Ignoring the spread of that disgusting substance, Jin Feichen continued to eat the fruit. At that moment, the layer of rapidly spreading material suddenly halted and ceased to rise further. Jin Feichen, just having taken a bite of the apple, noticed this change. He stared at the layer of unknown liquid on his body, somewhat dazed, yet the chewing motion in his mouth did not stop. He continued chewing the apple, gazing blankly at his own body. After a moment, the layer of substance seemed to slowly recede. Jin Feichen blinked and suddenly began to frantically shake the substance off his hand, struggling internally. Just as he began to struggle, the substance started to move again, quickly covering the area that had just receded. Oh, so that's how it is. Jin Feichen ceased his actions, and his inner turmoil settled. Indeed, shortly after he stopped, the mysterious layer's spread rate slowed down, finally halting, and even began to retract. Is it similar to the principle of a swamp? The more you struggle and resist, the deeper you sink. Jin Feichen lit a cigarette and chuckled. How cunning indeed. This strange substance differed from a swamp. The dangers and self-rescue methods of swamps are known to all, but this was different. If Jin Feichen hadn't been audacious, adhering to a carefree attitude, he might not have discovered the solution at all. No one would connect this droplet of gas-like substance with a swamp, nor would anyone think that something seemingly overwhelmingly powerful could be so simple to counter. In this situation, those wishing to survive often end up facing death. Life and death are reversed, living towards death. Wait, that phrase doesn't seem right. Jean Fachin lay on the ground, one hand scratching the back of his head, the other holding the chopsticks with the apple, continuously taking bites. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye the apple core had piled up into a small hill. The mysterious layer had completely receded, leaving only a trace on the back of his left hand. Just as Jean Fachin stood up, awaiting the complete disappearance of the substance, a sudden sharp pain surged in the back of his hand. Before he could check, the Tao patterns on his hand erupted with blinding light. Accompanied by this was an excruciating pain. What's happening? The intense agony caused Jean Fachin to collapse to the ground, clutching his left hand, his forehead, veins bulging. Moreover, at this moment his internal organs, governed by celestial forces, and his entire meridian system also endured unbearable pain, as if countless silver needles were piercing through. Jean Fachin could no longer hold back. His usually expressionless or smiling face twisted into a grimace, with veins threatening to burst beneath his fair skin. What the hell is going on? The pain throughout his body left Jean Fachin unsure where to press. He lay on the ground, the surrounding starry sky turning a blinding white. At this moment Jean Fachin was unaware that the gas was altering the celestial forces which governed the internal organs and meridians. As the celestial forces changed, every part of his body would be affected, enduring pain beyond imagination. Jean Fachin trembled uncontrollably, sweat sticking to his hair, making him appear quite disheveled. Damn it, what the hell, no one told me I'd have to endure this suffering. Using his limited vocabulary, he kept cursing. Bang! Jean Fachin forced himself to stop shaking. He lit a cigarette, took a difficult drag, and slowly exhaled. Refreshing. Jean Fachin smiled, despite his face being drenched in sweat, and his neck lined with bulging veins. His smile was genuine. After filling my stomach, having a smoke is truly satisfying. At this moment within him, in the place where the celestial forces resided, a vague shadow was undergoing transformation. Uncertain how much time had passed. Crack. Jean Fachin wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a hearty bite of an apple, and said with a smile, "Awesome, I lived another day." At this moment he had no idea how long had passed. He staggered to his feet, his white garments stained with blood, appearing like a vibrant flower in this vast white world. Finishing the apple, Jean Fachin closed his eyes and attempted to detach from his spiritual world. Indeed, this time there were no obstructions allowing him to easily break free. Buzz. In the outside world, Jean Fachin slowly opened his eyes and first glanced at his clothes. They were completely drenched in blood. Although his consciousness resided in the world of the mind, his body was still connected and affected. After inspecting himself, Jean Fachin stood up to stretch his limbs and decided to change into a fresh set of clothes, as being covered in blood was somewhat unsettling. As Jean Fachin performed standard rainbow sunlight stretching exercises, cracking sounds echoed from his joints. He could clearly feel that his body seemed to undergo some transformation. Even his drowsiness felt diminished. Well, it hasn't decreased. Jean Fachin yawned, scratched his face, and waved his hand, causing petals to appear out of thin air. He gently wiggled a finger, causing the falling petals to sway along with it. In the next moment, Jean Fachin flicked his finger sharply. The seemingly delicate petals shot out like arrows. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as a large stone pillar in the distance was sliced, leaving a visible gash. Jean Fachin clicked his tongue. It seems I've obtained something extraordinary. Next I'll create a single petal. It's small, and if moved quickly it would be hard to detect unless fully focused. If released like this, could it become an invisible bullet against lower-level opponents? Swish. Clang. A small pit appeared on the stone pillar. Jean Fachin then appeared beside it and gently touched the surface. What a pity its power isn't that great. It can't penetrate anything with slightly harder bones. Jean Fachin shook his head. If only cards could do this too. Just as he finished speaking, two voices suddenly came from a distance. Jean Fachin turned to see Wang Yi and see Nanyu approaching. So did you find anything? The two nodded, then shook their heads. We found something, but it's not substantial. Wang Yi crossed his arms and said, I had always heard that the Dao Guimu field is absolutely a sanctuary among secret realms, offering incredible opportunities for a leap in progress, but now that I'm here, it's just okay. Jean Fachin raised an eyebrow. The Dao Guimu field was exceptionally rare, and each appearance caused great commotion, even drawing official attention. How could it be deemed worthless by Wang Yi? Wang Yi noticed Jean Fachin's puzzled expression and explained, I'm not denying its value here. If luck permits, one can learn higher Earth-level martial arts, which could propel someone to new heights. However, I have several Earth-level martial arts at home, not just one. Nanyu nodded in agreement. Wang Yi continued, moreover, I just found a skeletal remains with unerased martial arts marks. My luck is decent. It's high-tier mystical level from an ancient era unheard of in modern times, and it's quite powerful. However, it's not suitable for me. Overall, this place is a sanctuary below the Huan level, not suited for us. Every martial art must perfectly match the individual, And if one disrupts their own balance for an ancient martial art, it would be a loss unless one possesses all attributes without any rejection. Sinanyu nodded in agreement, but this time he spoke. I had only heard of the legends surrounding the Dao Gumu battlefield, and now that I encounter it for the first time, it's inevitable to feel somewhat excited. However, if we want to find martial arts that suit us, the time wasted would outweigh its value. For those of us who lack high-tier martial arts, experiencing it once is sufficient. Jin Feichen nodded in understanding. Wang Yi and Sinanyu made valid points. For those at the Huan level, finding suitable matches is far more critical than the negligible power. Indeed, the martial arts in the Dao Guemu field are incredibly precious, being remnants of ancient martial arts. However, wasting time searching for them would be unwise, especially for those at the Huan level where a higher-ranked martial art must perfectly align with oneself. Finding such a match in this vast sea would be a tremendous waste of time. Nonetheless, he had plenty of gains this time. Not only had he been empowered by the unknown great nasal mucus, but he had also picked up a mysterious skeletal remains. Perhaps returning and showing it to Yu Ming would yield new discoveries. It was not a wasted trip. What are your plans next, to leave or stay? Jin Feichen looked up and asked the two. I have other matters. This bronze hall was not part of my plan. I just came to investigate since it suddenly appeared, Wang Yi replied. Sinanyu beside him nodded. Me too. I have other plans as well. So you both came with strategies while I'm just a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. Jin Feichen twitched his mouth. He had thought this bronze hall was the purpose for these two entering the secret realm, but it turned out they just came to take a look. Did you not have anyone scan this secret realm before coming? Wang Yi frowned, thinking this was a necessary condition for someone at the Huan level. Only with a rough scan could one determine its value. Seeing Wang Yi's natural expression, Jin Feichen helplessly rubbed his forehead. To be honest, the only thing I know about this secret realm is that it's called the Hanging Temple Secret Realm. Did your Jingxing not mention this to you? Jin Feichen shook his head. Isn't your Jingxing a bit? Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Wang Yi suddenly recalled Jin Feichen's renowned reputation. His voice halted, and he cleared his throat to conceal his embarrassment. Your Jingxing is quite careless. Hee, I think so too. Jin Feichen chuckled mockingly, then waved his hand at the two. Alright, I'm leaving now. I don't know what to do here anymore. See you in half a month. Wang Yi and the others waved, turning to leave. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Jin Feichen paused his hand that was crushing the anchor point setting card. Wait, what do you mean, see you in half a month? The two turned back in confusion. You don't know? Jin Feichen scratched his head with a clear gaze. Are you from the same world as us? How can you know nothing? Wang Yi and Sinanyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound bewilderment in each other's eyes. Why don't you explain? If you do, we'll know. In half a month after the new student competitions of the 8 major academies conclude, there will be a meeting for the Huan level, where we'll meet once in a campus to understand each other, followed by some assorted activities. It's an official order for us to build relationships. You wouldn't believe it. I hadn't even heard of this before. Outside the secret realm of Shinkong Temple, a blue vortex swirled as Jin Feichen emerged, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. At the same time, the voice of Yu Mingyi echoed in his mind. You have refined the Wanmu Yuqi. What is Wanmu Yuqi? Who is overdue? Is it about the mortgage? Jin Feichen was momentarily taken aback and wondered inwardly. Yu Mingyi fell silent for a moment before responding. It means your internal organs and meridians have become significantly stronger. Have you absorbed something? Something that resembles a big booger. That is Wanmu Yuqi. What a suspicious name. It made me think of Hu Zhu's 32-year car loan for a moment. Next, Jin Feichen began to report. When the other party inquired again about Wanmu Yuqi, he casually modified his report. Then followed a series of communications with Yu Mingyi. It was evening when he entered the secret realm, but now it was. After finishing his report, Jin Feichen returned to his private parking lot, preparing to drive home with his small speaker overnight. However, upon seeing the scene before him along with the parking ticket stuck to a nearby tree, Jin Feichen felt utterly defeated. Who towed my car? An hour later at the Traffic Enforcement Service Station in Hengqin City, Shaanxi Province, Jin Feichen walked out with a grim face, holding 2 tickets. This fine is enough to cover my parking fees, damn it. Returning to his long-lost beloved car, Jin Feichen turned on the music and pressed the gas pedal, speeding away. But just as he was about to exit the Traffic Enforcement Service Station, he was stopped again. The music is too loud, obstructing safe driving. 2 points deducted, and a fine of 200. A small paper was slapped onto Jin Feichen's stiff smile. Consequently, Jin Feichen lost 2 points and 200 yuan once more. This time, before driving, Jin Feichen stepped out of the car like a robot, then stiffly walked around it once. Getting back in, he adjusted the seat, checked the lights, gear, and handbrake, and finally buckled his seatbelt to start the engine. Just as he was about to press the gas pedal again, the window was knocked on once more. A stern-looking traffic officer said, "What's wrong with you? I've been watching you for a while. You got your license, so there's no need to walk around the car like during the road test. Come on, get out and cooperate with the inspection. Why do you keep making mistakes?" Jin Feichuan stepped out with a mechanical smile, then communicated with Yu Mingyi in his heart. Mister, will pull some strings for me. In front of the traffic department, my status is less than that of dog poop. As evening approached at the traffic enforcement service station, let's just let this slide. Remember, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. You, a young man, are at an age where you like to speed. Keep in mind the speed limits in the city center. Also, you must not park in undesignated areas, nor can you keep the music too loud. And don't walk around the car every time you drive, it's too dangerous on the road. Jin Feichuan bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, uncle, I understand, uncle, I won't do it again, uncle. Your attitude is quite good. Hey, you look a bit familiar, I think I've seen you on TV. Jin Feichuan bowed again. Thank you, uncle, I understand, uncle, I won't do it again, uncle. Okay, kid, just hurry up and go. Why are we wasting time here? As the voice fell, Jin Feichuan instantly vanished from the spot. He approached the familiar yet strange Land Rover, gently caressing the hood, and spoke with nostalgia. How about you drive me home, dear father? Sigh. With a sigh, Jin Feichuan nervously sat in the car, carefully driving it out. Once the vehicle exited the service station, Jin Feichuan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm out. To celebrate, he gleefully lit a cigarette for himself. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification sound came from his phone. In high spirits, Jin Feichuan glanced at it, and a message appeared in his view. You committed other behaviors obstructing safe driving, while driving, fined 200 yuan, and deducted 3 points. Jin Feichuan was stunned. He turned to look at the camera that had already moved far away, then at the cigarette in his hand, and he laughed. Wonderful. The next day, August 25th, close to evening, a low-key sound system drove into Tiansu Academy. After parking the car, Jin Feichuan shook his head, looking at the familiar villa before him with tears in his eyes. After enduring countless hardships, I have returned. Back inside, he opened the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of green apple soda, and began to show off. Refreshing. After finishing the soda, he went to the bathroom for a thorough cleaning. After doing all this, the exhausted Jin Feichuan collapsed onto the sofa, the light towel draped around his waist. Not 2 seconds later, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. A few minutes later, orderly breathing sounds emerged as Yu Mingyi silently appeared. He gently draped a blanket over Jin Feichuan, and then looked at him sleeping, murmuring to himself, no wonder others say you are insincere, I can see it too. As clouds drifted and time passed, the next morning the autumn weather had gradually turned cooler. It was a clear morning, and the sun in the east pierced through the mist, shining into the room. A tuft of hair stood upright as Jin Feichuan, lying on the sofa, slowly climbed up, looking around in confusion before lying back down. Jin Feichuan opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the beam of sunlight in the room. The chirping of birds outside also helped awaken his mind. Clapping. He sat up and slapped his cheeks, fully revived. Water flowed as he brushed his teeth, communicating with Yu Mingyi in his mind. Mister, are you awake? Up so early. My cultivation does not require rest. Then you are truly pitiful. What's wrong? Is there something? Jin Feichuan raised his other hand and gently shook it, causing several flower petals to appear out of thin air. Take a look, these are the petals enhanced by Wanmu Yuchi. Yu Mingyi's figure materialized, grabbing a petal, observing it for a moment before saying, not bad, this is indeed a qualitative change for you. Your body is now filled with petals, and cards, both have become significant assets. It's just a pity that I couldn't find a suitable extreme martial art. Jin Feichuan spat out the foam in his mouth, as if recalling something. His ring flashed, and a small piece of bone appeared beside him. By the way, take a look at this. I found it in the Dao Gui Mu Chang. Is it some kind of treasure? P.S. I plan to write a character formula book, not using the word count of the main text. You can vote or ask questions, and I will answer from the character's perspective. Voting is simply leaving a comment under the respective character, and I will address the questions left under that character. Note, not using the word count of the main text, not considered spam. 1. Jin Feichuan 2. Yu Mingyi 3. Bai Jiji 4. Wang Yi. With the moonlight illuminating the scene, Yu Mingyi lightly raised a finger, causing the skeletal remains to slowly float up before him. There is an extreme martial art within, but I cannot discern what it is. My. Jin Feichuan raised an eyebrow. I tried before, and did not sense any extreme martial art inside either. This skeleton's owner must have been on the verge of reaching the Emperor realm in life. It's normal that you cannot perceive it. Yu Mingyi then pushed the small fragment of the skeleton closer to Jin Feichuan. Upon hearing this, Jin Feichuan paused in his brushing, somewhat surprised before understanding. I see, no wonder this skeleton is different from others. It does not disintegrate after leaving the Dao Guimu field. Having said that, he stored the skeleton in his ring and continued, a half-step Emperor realm truly far from reach. That's fair enough. Yu Mingyi's expression remained indifferent as he spoke coldly. Jin Feichuan looked surprised again. He glanced back at Yu Mingyi, who was engrossed in a novel, and said, for you, a half-step Emperor realm is merely fair. Mister, just how strong are you? I'm not sure, but I have fought against half-step Emperor realm opponents. The fact that I survived implies they are just average. So it would require killing you to truly challenge you then. Jean Facian's lips twitched, somewhat perplexed by Yuminji's logic. Of course. Their conversation ended here. After washing up, Jean Facian made himself a simple breakfast and went up to the rooftop terrace preparing to enter a state of cultivation. Before beginning his cultivation, he took out the skeleton and asked the empty void, "Mr. You can I cultivate this extreme martial art? As long as you desire to, you can." Yuminji's voice echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Jean Facian waved his hand decisively. "Learn it." The extreme martial art of a half-step Emperor Realm expert is undoubtedly impressive. Not necessarily. The extreme martial art inherited by the skeleton is what its owner was most proficient in during their lifetime. Its familiarity is ingrained in their bones. Some powerful practitioners, even upon reaching the respect realm, still use the initial martial techniques they learned. For instance, I do. Yu Mingyi appeared beside Jean Facian, placing his book aside as he spoke. Jean Facian sat cross-legged on the ground, unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers, saying, "Doesn't that mean you'd suffer a disadvantage when fighting someone of the same realm with such extreme martial arts? Its final one strike can easily defeat someone weaker than me, and when facing someone stronger, I will have already run away by the time they notice. Generally, there's no concept of battling someone of the same realm. What about someone at your cultivation level? I just play around. There's no need to use any earth-level extreme martial arts. Moreover, although I use profound-level extreme martial arts, they are what I am most proficient in, allowing me to better grasp the slightest differences in battle." Jean Facian looked up at Yuminji's serious expression and shook his head. "There's no way to continue this conversation. Once you step onto the battlefield, your mindset will shift to mine. I'll always choose opponents weaker than yourself. Only then can you carve out a breakthrough in a short period. The battlefield is not like sparring. It is not about fighting to a standstill, sharing drinks and songs, or meeting kindred spirits. It is about recognizing one's role. I can kill thousands of lower-level respect realm opponents in a short time, so why waste time on equal matches? As for the strong, leave them to those even stronger. My responsibility is to tear open a breach for the alien army." Jean Facian leaned on his hand and tilted his head, suddenly asking, "What if you are the strongest in your army? And if the enemy's main force is stronger than you, what then?" Drafta will raise the battle flag and vow to fight to the death. Yu Mingyi paused before saying, "But that day will never come. I will not be the strongest in the army, nor will I be the leader." "Why not?" "They say I am not suited to be a leader. I don't know why. I think I may understand." Jean Facian's lips twitched. "All right, let's not discuss this. You have a long way to go before reaching the battlefield. Focus on honing yourself for now." After Yu Mingyi finished speaking, he drew the skeleton into his hand, and then closed his eyes. Amid Jean Facian's curious gaze, after about a few seconds, Yu Mingyi returned the skeleton. "All right, I have pulled out the hidden extreme martial art. You will notice it with a bit of sensing." "So fast?" Yu Mingyi nodded as if it were natural. "Otherwise, how long would it take? It's just the bones of a dead person. If they were here in person, I could force it out of them if you wanted to learn." "Mr. Yue, effective immediately. I am a member of the Yu family army." Jean Facian was captivated. He raised a fist above his head and shouted powerfully, "With all my passion, I fight for whom? Just for our Yu family army." A bit awkward. Indeed. One feared the sudden silence of the air. Jean Facian scratched his head awkwardly and then took the skeleton, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yu." After saying that, he hurriedly entered a state of cultivation. Yu Mingyi, on the other hand, unnaturally scratched his goosebumps, sitting beside him and picking up the novel. Swish! Spiritual energy spiraled around Jean Facian's body. Wisps of spiritual energy floated out, wrapping around the small skeleton and lifting it up. Then Jean Facian raised a hand, forming a seal with 2 fingers at his chest, and then suddenly pointed at the skeleton. Buzz! Instantly the skeleton erupted with brilliant light, a faint colorless flow emanating from it, and entering Jean Facian's mind. In that moment, golden light burst forth, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, yet it felt more like raging water. Jean Facian's brows furrowed tightly. Information surged like ocean waves into his mind, causing his head to throb painfully, only easing a bit after tens of seconds. However, in this startling moment, Jean Facian's eyes uncontrollably opened wide, everything before him spinning like a revolving lantern, finally stopping in a pitch-black void. "What is this?" Before he could finish speaking, the darkness before him suddenly burst with blinding golden light. As he looked around, his focus returned, and he saw ancient golden characters appearing amid the dimness. Jean Facian focused his gaze and unconsciously muttered, "Wuxia seal. Its rank is determined by the learner, created by an all-attribute Emperor Realm expert from the ancient era. The rank and strength of the Wuxia seal depend on the attributes of the learner. The more attributes one possesses, the higher the rank and stronger the power. 9 attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, wood, thunder, ice, light, and dark. The seal consists of 7 forms, each form's attributes intertwining, engaging, and complementing one another. When the 7 forms are perfected, the 9 elements unite, capable of shifting the stars and extinguishing the sun and moon. However, it must be noted that the Wuxia 7 seals require reaching the Zhan realm to cultivate. Each major realm allows the learner to acquire one form. If one forcefully cultivates or uses it, they will suffer greatly. First form Wind, a tribute Qingfeng seal. Half a month later, on September 9th, at the Changyue mountain range, ancient trees flourished, seemingly endless in sight. In the depths of the mountains, beside a waterfall, a young man in white stood at the center of the lake in front of the waterfall. With a clap of his hands together, spiritual power surged, and a cyan vortex flowed around him. Jin Feichen narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a brief moment, he suddenly opened them wide, as all the spiritual energy within him erupted like a flood at that instant. Under the turbulent spiritual power, the previously calm lake beneath Jin Feichen began to bubble and boil, occasionally surging with water bubbles. Whoosh! Spiritual energy circulated, forming a huge whirlpool that continuously gathered towards Jin Feichen's palm. As the last trace of spiritual energy entered his hand, Jin Feichen moved abruptly, thrusting his hands out. A crisp sound rang out as a cyan extreme martial array appeared before him, swirling with ripples. At the center of the array was a large handprint. Qingfeng seal. With a light shout, Jin Feichen drew back his palm, then suddenly struck out with a powerful slap at the center of the array. Instantly, an astonishing momentum erupted from the ground, and the handprint within the array began to shake violently, gradually detaching from the array. At that moment, just as the handprint flew out, the intense cyan spiritual energy vortex suddenly dispersed, and simultaneously the entire array along with the handprint vanished like a fleeting flash. Jin Feichen stumbled, falling onto the surface of the lake, his whole body sinking down until he was completely. About half a second later, the lake bubbled, and a head emerged from below, peering out. Sigh. Jin Feichen let out a heavy sigh and, sensing his own exhaustion, said, "Even a little effort to let out a fart is more powerful than this." The first step of extreme martial arts is to use spiritual power to condense an array with a handprint embedded in it. You can't use spiritual power to manipulate objects until you reach the Chun realm. Wait until you break through to that level and try again, said Yu Mingyi, who appeared beside him. But the extreme martial arts state that you can cultivate at the Zhan realm. Jin Feichen wiped the water off his face and replied, "Is there any problem with that?" Yu Mingyi looked down at Jin Feichen, asking, "Did you not succeed in your cultivation?" "Oh, I can cultivate, but I just can't use it right." Jin Feichen raised an eyebrow. "What the hell, are we playing word games now?" He shook his head, and not coming up from the water began to swim. Since returning from the mysterious realm of the floating temple, Jin Feichen had been diligently practicing the Wuxia seal for the past half-month. Even so, he was now at the 6th turn of the Zhan realm, just one step away from the 7th turn. According to Yu Mingyi's observations, aside from him, the only other person with a higher cultivation level was Bai Shotzi. Bai Zhizhi. After the last defeat, Bai Zhizhi spent her days eating, sleeping, and practicing, not going anywhere. She had now finally reached the 4th turn of the Zhan realm, while the others remained at the 3rd turn. Based on Yu Mingyi's professional guidance, his educational plan for Jin Feichen was practice extreme martial arts and physical training whenever possible. Don't rush your cultivation, as you can easily catch up. Jin Feichen agreed, realizing that his speed in cultivating spiritual power was indeed quite fast, especially with the cultivation cheat, the last petal. Dingling. At that moment, an urgent ringtone echoed from the shore. "Oh, someone is actually calling me." Jin Feichen walked to the shore using spiritual power to evaporate the water on his body, and then picked up his phone to take a look. "Hello. Ahem, Jin Feichen, this is Marquis Ma Cheng speaking." "Oh, I am Jin Feichen. I am the vice president of the Tian Su Academy." Jin Feichen paused while munching on an apple, glancing at the incoming call on his phone, then looking over at Yu Mingyi. The latter nodded in response. "Oh, hello, vice principal. You called me too." Jin Feichen quickly changed his. "I wanted to ask if you have set off yet." "Set off? Where to?" Jin Feichen replied while biting into his apple. "Huayin Wushuang Tianfu." Wushuang Tianfu, one of the 8 academies. "What for?" "To meet with others from the Huanyu level." "Didn't Yu Mingyi, that idiot, tell you?" Jin Feichen's movements froze, internally cursing, "Oh no, I forgot. Oh, I have set off already on the road, ha. By the way, I'm driving and I don't have many points left on my license, so I'll hang up now, vice principal, bye." Jin Feichen hurriedly hung up the phone and turned to Yu Mingyi. "Mr. Yue, today is the day of the Huanyu meeting." Yu Mingyi looked momentarily confused, then awkwardly glanced at the time. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "It's definitely too late to drive." "So, crack." A spatial rift tore open beside Yu Mingyi. "I'll take you there." "But didn't you say it was not allowed?" "Rules are dead, people are alive." Yu Mingyi waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Jin Feichen helplessly rubbed his forehead. "All right, let's go." "By the way, which academy?" "Wushuang Tianfu." "Oh." The spatial rift closed, and the two vanished from their original spot. In Jiang Province, Huayin City, among the 8 academies, Wushuang Tianfu. The warm sun illuminated the area, a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the sky was a deep blue. Beneath the sky there lay an expansive ancient structure resembling a small town from a bygone era. The palatial buildings were majestic with numerous grand residences sprawling across the land and a wealth of greenery spread between the structures. In the innermost part, there was a square courtyard at the center of which stood an ancient quaint pavilion. The courtyard resembled a painting with a small river flowing gently, green willows swaying in the breeze, as if transcending time to return to an ancient age. Crack! A spatial rift suddenly appeared beside the long corridor by the stream. Dizzy and disoriented, Jean Fachin stepped out, and before he could take in his surroundings, Eumingius' voice said, "The old pavilion is at the end of the long corridor on the right. They are all there." Okay, Jean Fachin rubbed his head and gazed at the scenery around him, muttering, "This space travel is really fast, but it's also quite dizzying." Looking around the picturesque scenery made Jean Fachin feel drowsy. The scenery of Wushuang Tianfu is indeed quite nice. Just as he said this, he reached the corner of the long corridor. At that moment, a familiar voice belonging to Bai Zhizhi suddenly rang out loudly from the old pavilion. "Wang Yi, I curse your mother. Wang Yi, I curse your mother." Hearing those 6 crisp, forceful words, Jean Fachin paused mid-stride. Compelled by an irresistible surge of curiosity, his pace quickened instinctively, until he executed a sharp drift, ignited nitrous, and skidded dramatically to a halt before the entrance of the old pavilion. The ancient wooden gate swung outward, revealing the interior at once. Bai Zhizhi, long absent, stood atop a table, hands planted firmly on her hips, her finger pointed accusingly at Wang Yi seated nearby, voicing her indignation without restraint. Sinan Yu sat in the corner, headphones on, sketching quietly on a drawing pad. Meanwhile, Taisher Qingyi laughed heartily beside an unfamiliar woman joined by several other strangers. The old pavilion's layout resembled an antique tavern, rough-hewn wooden tables, long benches, 4 thick pillars supporting the rafters, and a staircase leading upstairs to the second floor. Jean Fachin's appearance at the threshold instantly drew every gaze in the room. Bai Zhizhi's finger snapped toward him as she shouted, "Come on, let's settle this right now." Wang Yi set down his teacup and nodded coolly toward Jean Fachin. "You're here." Jean Fachin returned the nod, stepped inside, glanced between the two, and smiled wryly. "What's going on? Did things escalate straight to cursing?" "It's all because this fool insisted on playing the arrogant know-it-all." Before Wang Yi could speak, Bai Zhizhi leapt off the table and crossed her arms defiantly. Wang Yi merely offered a faint, unruffled smile, gesturing toward an empty stool. "Please sit. There's a dog in the house. It tends to be rather vocal. You're the dog, and your entire family are dogs. You're Wang, ergo your father is Wang to go." At Bai Zhizhi's marketplace-style tirade, Jean Fachin's eyelid twitched. He sank onto a nearby stool and turned to Wang Yi with a wry grin. "What happened? Did you provoke her into full rabies mode?" "Just spoke 2 plain truths, and she erupted like a rabid hound." "You're the one with rabies? Step outside and spar with me. You'll find your mom has taken away your privileges." Bai Zhizhi strode forward with swaggering, exaggerated steps, only for Jean Fachin to intercept her mid-approach, hooking an arm around her neck and ruffling her white hair. "White hair, your grandpa hasn't arrived yet." "My grandpa? Hell no." Bai Zhizhi slumped beside him, still muttering under her breath. Wang Yi sipped his tea calmly. "I heard you acquired the 10,000 mothers chi within the secret realm. Quite the fortune. Not bad, just pure dumb luck." Jean Fachin chuckled and pulled out 3 apples, handing one each to Wang Yi and Bai Zhizhi. Still draped over Jean Fachin's arm, Bai Zhizhi took a crisp bite, then glanced first at Wang Yi, then up at Jean Fachin. "Wait, that's odd. I thought you two were sworn enemies. So why do you look like brothers in arms?" Jean Fachin grinned. "We're grown adults now. How many real grudges can there be? Mostly just mutual friction. But that hardly means we must claw each other's eyes out on sight." Wang Yi nodded in quiet agreement. Deep down, he held Jean Fachin in genuine esteem since their trials in the secret realm. Though self-taught and unrefined, boastful, lazy, and perpetually hungry, Jean Fachin possessed exceptional strength and razor-sharp intellect. Such a man deserved respect, not rivalry. Moreover, Wang Yi hailed from a prestigious lineage, his perspective and maturity far exceeding his years. Private grievances could be aired behind closed doors, but public theatrics would only invite ridicule from outsiders. And truly theirs was a bond forged through conflict. As for Bai Zhizhi, well, exceptions always exist. Just as the trio settled into deeper conversation, a voice cut through the air from behind. "So, you're Jean Fachin. Having entered Wushuang Academy, did it never occur to you to greet its master first?" At that barbed remark, all 3 turned in unison. A blue-haired youth stood poised behind them, gazing down with undisguised condescension. Jean Fachin arched a brow, released Bai Zhizhi, rose slowly, and appraised the young man from head to toe. "Who are you?" "I am Han Xian, rank 1 of Wushuang Academy. This ground you stand upon, my domain. And yet you arrive without so much as a greeting." Silence fell across the old pavilion like a shroud. All eyes locked onto the 2 figures standing face-to-face. "TCH, an NPC," Jean Fachin murmured, biting into his apple and narrowing his eyes at the youth before him. Before he could finish, Bai Jiji's voice rang out sharply from behind. Han Xian, what the hell are you pretending to be? Not only can I stand here, I'll even take a dump right here, and while you do about it. In unison, Bai Jiji and Wang Yi rose, flanking Jin Feichen, one on his left, the other on his right. Wang Yi folded his hands behind his back, his icy gaze sweeping over Han Xian. Since when did Wushuang Academy become the private fiefdom of the Han family? According to the Great Xia Code, noble clans are expressly forbidden from interfering in academic institutions. Tell me, has the Han clan already placed itself above the sovereign law? That Han clan, a pack of imbeciles who'd struggled to light incense at their ancestors' graves. Yet they dare claim supremacy over Great Xia. Good luck exhausting themselves trying. Bai Jiji chewed her apple with undisguised disdain. Their synchronized retorts darkened Han Xian's expression into a storm cloud. Understood. Jin Feichen swallowed the last bite of apple, casually picked at his teeth, and addressed Han Xian. Could you please extend your hand? He couldn't lift a cow, let alone raise a hand, Bai Jiji scoffed. Stung by the jab, Han Xian cursed inwardly, then reluctantly extended his hand, voice dripping with arrogance. I've extended it. Now what? Thanks, much appreciated. With a cheerful grin, Jin Feichen deposited the apple core into Han Xian's open palm. You? Before Han Xian could utter another word, Jin Feichen moved, blindingly fast. A horizontal kick, lashing out. Thud. Unprepared and unreactive, Han Xian was launched backward, hurtling through the open doorway and crashing into the center of the lake. A colossal geyser erupted skyward, shattering into a rain of glittering droplets. They really think I'm soft clay, molding me however they please. Muttering to himself, Jin Feichen lit a cigarette, then slung an arm around the stunned Bai Jiji and turned to Wang Yi. Shall we continue our conversation? The sudden violence left everyone speechless. No one had anticipated such decisive action. And that single devastating kick revealed something undeniable. Jin Feichen's power had surged to staggering new heights. His extreme martial arts resonate perfectly with the 10,000 Mothers' Qi. Now that he's claimed it, Han Xian likely came seeking retribution, not out of strategy, but sheer resentment. Normally he wouldn't act so recklessly. Wang Yi resumed his seat, crossed one leg over the other, adjusted his suit jacket, and in that instant the aura of a sovereign magnate radiated unmistakably from him. Bai Jiji hesitated, glancing at Jin Feichen. Could I have another apple? That one was delicious. Jin Feichen didn't hesitate. He simply produced a small pile of apples and dumped them into her arms. Go ahead, eat your fill, you insatiable glutton. Character profile book of the first issue. Character Jin Feichen. Age 18 years old. Birthday unknown. Jin Feichen does not celebrate birthdays. Cultivation level Zhan Realm 6th transition. Academy Shangjing City Tian Su Academy. Heavenly item Huan in Sequence Garden. Feng Tian Ji Wu Xian level Advanced Wings of Peace unknown level Infinite Seal. Current external evaluations and nicknames: the Magician under the Sea of Flowers, Virtual Guy, God of Sleep, Dog Thief, the strongest genius of this century, Lucky Guy, male god brother of the traffic team. Interests: magic, sleeping, green apples, green apple soda. Special skills: exceptional sleeping, exceptional eating, magic, cultivation. Favorite food: green apple. Disliked food: bitter melon, because it is also green but not tasty. Source of stress: lack of sleep. Jin Feichen, sitting on a chair, rubbed his chin and pretended to think, replying, at first it was just because this was the only thing available, but later I was captivated by the flavor. It is very delicious. How many apples are there in your ring? Because every time I return to the academy, I buy a lot. I probably can't count them all. Jin Feichen checked his ring and said, do you prefer your dad or your mom? Jin Feichen's eyes twitched. Neither do you think him a living llama. What is a real magic performance? Well, Jin Feichen organized his language and slowly said, that is a true magic performance. Do you really think Yu Lao is a bit foolish? What kind of question is this? Jin Feichen helplessly rubbed his forehead. If I had to answer, there's just a little bit. How many petals can you transform into? That depends on how much spiritual energy I have. After all, petals are produced from spiritual energy. The more I have in my body, the more petals I can transform into. Jin Feichen bit into an apple and then asked, hey, how many more questions are there? I want to sleep. Currently you don't have many fans, so there are no more questions. For a moment, I don't know whether to feel happy or dejected. Hugh, does Jin Feichen know he is handsome? Yes, and he is a bit narcissistic. Hugh, who is the strongest character currently appearing in the text? The one sitting on the red chair of the Shangjing City Prime Minister's office. Hugh, how many hours does Jin Feichen need to sleep to consider it enough? 15 hours. Hugh, on a scale of 10, how would you rate Jin Feichen's looks and temperament? Looks would be a 9.50, and temperament depends on the situation. Normally, it would be a 4 considering his dead fish eyes and constant apple munching, which wouldn't attract girls. But during magic performances, his temperament would be a 10. Hugh, who gave the nickname Virtual Guy? Bai Jiji, who crazily posted in the forum, and it gained public Hugh, is Bai Jiji really silly? I know he is just very naive like the male protagonist of a hot-blooded manga. Actually a little bit. Hugh, has Jean Fachin ever liked a girl? Not currently, but if a girl were to transform from a green apple he might fall for her, though it's obviously impossible. End of the first issue character profile book. Upcoming character selection, not necessarily appearing regularly. 1. Yu Mingyi. 2. Hu Zhu. 3. Bai Zhizhi. 4. Wang Yi. 5. Tai Shiqingyi. 6. Green Apple. The 8 great courtyards, the unsurpassed heavenly mansion, and the old pavilion in the lake. The clear sky stretched endlessly with a gentle breeze blowing. The lake's water splashed drop by drop onto the surface, creating countless ripples. A hand emerged from beneath the lake, forcefully pressing against the water's surface, dragging its entire body up. Han Xian's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Jean Fachin, you are seeking death." As soon as the words fell, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. What is that? Han Xian looked down, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. He saw a silver card inexplicably appearing on his chest. The card was radiating a dazzling light. Being at the same level, he had certainly investigated Jean Fachin's abilities beforehand, and the current situation was a prelude to the extreme martial arts activation. Bang! Another violent explosion resonated at the center of the lake, followed by a water column rising several times higher than before. The splattering water droplets scattered like a torrential rain. Inside the room, Jean Fachin heard the explosion and instinctively shifted his position, leaning against Bai Zhizhi. Unaware of the situation, Bai Zhizhi turned back upon hearing the explosion, exclaiming, "What the hell did Han Xian fall into the lake?" But all he was met with was a vast expanse of lake water. Splash! The others in the room, upon seeing this, hurriedly activated their spiritual energy for protection, while Bai Zhizhi remained unresponsive. With a loud splash, a large amount of lake water flooded into the room, which rapidly receded. Caught off guard, Bai Zhizhi received an involuntary shower, and when the water subsided, 2 small fish were left wiggling in his mouth. "Puff, damn it, Han Xian will kill you." Bai Zhizhi pulled the fish from his mouth and carefully tossed them back into the lake, then looked up and began cursing at Han Xian, who had fallen into the lake. Just as Bai Zhizhi stood at the railing shaking his fist and cursing loudly, a kindly old man approached him, waved his hand, and said, "All right, young Bai, go inside. I can't hear your cursing from far away." Bai Zhizhi turned to look, and upon seeing the old man's face, immediately dropped his aggressive demeanor, respectfully cupping his hands and bowing. "Old Zhou, why are you here?" "Haha, I'm surprised you still remember me. If I don't come, how can I keep you rascals in check?" Old Zhou chuckled, then wait. "Let's go inside to chat. Standing at the door accomplishes nothing." "Okay, all right." Bai Zhizhi obediently agreed and followed closely behind Old Zhou into the pavilion. Upon seeing the old man enter, the others in the room, including Wang Yi, all stood up and bowed, greeting. Jean Fachin, yawning, quickly imitated the others standing up and bowing, but the name Old Zhou came out as a yawn. Ah. Old Zhou smiled kindly at Jean Fachin, then walked to a deeply placed stool and slowly sat down, addressing the group. "Don't be so formal, come sit down." As everyone took their seats, Jean Fachin looked at Bai Zhizhi, who was behaving exceptionally obediently, and whispered, "Bai Mao, who is this person that makes you so compliant?" Bai Zhizhi, with a constant smile, leaned closer to Jean Fachin and quietly said, "He's the second-in-command of the Prime Minister's office in the capital, Zhou Huadong, an incredibly impressive person. Not only do I behave well around him, even my father must show respect. He wouldn't dare to utter a word." "Oh, a big shot, huh?" Jean Fachin was somewhat surprised, thinking today's meeting was just a casual encounter, not realizing the second-in-command of the Prime Minister's office had come. The second-in-command of the Prime Minister's office in the capital. From another perspective, it means the second-in-command of the entire Great Xia. It was indeed terrifying. No wonder Wang Zong is so compliant. Bai Zhizhi may be rough in speech, but he speaks the truth. My father must be respectful when he comes. This person deserves the respect of everyone in the Great Xia for both his strength and contributions. Jean Fachin nodded in understanding, suddenly recalling that Yu Mingyi was also from the Prime Minister's office in the capital. Thus, he began communicating with him in his mind. "Mr. What do you know this person, and do you know what he is here for? We've fought in the past. Who have you not fought against? You? I don't have that fortune." The communication was futile, and Jean Fachin abruptly cut off the topic. At this moment, Old Zhou, sitting in front, spoke up. "Tisk, it seems like someone is missing." "Oh, he's soaking in the water," said. "It's refreshing." Jean Fachin raised his hand. "The weather is fine. Young people are indeed full of vigor." Old Zhou looked up at the sky, and after speaking, his wrinkled fingers gently tapped the table. Suddenly, an invisible force rapidly spread out. Han Xian, who had been blasted to the bottom of the lake and was desperately kicking upwards, was lifted by this force and directly pulled into the old pavilion. He first looked around in confusion, and upon seeing Old Zhou seated, he quickly bent down and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Old Zhou." Old Zhou nodded and smiled, saying, "I want help you dry off. You might feel cooler that way. Quick, sit down." "Cooler? What cooler?" Han Xian was immensely puzzled, but did not ask further. He obediently sat down, but when he glanced at Jean Feichen, his eyes were filled with rage. Seeing that all 8 people had gathered, old Zhou finally nodded in satisfaction and said, "Children, my name is Zhou Huadong, and I am the one who called you all here." As old Zhou began to speak, Jean Feichen started to feel drowsy. "This is just like being in class." "It is class." Bai Jiji whispered, "Don't you know? Every year the Huan level gathers once, and someone is sent from above who can keep us in check to talk about what true strength is. The implication is to prevent infighting among us Huan levels and the rise of deadly feuds, which is what the authorities fear most. Therefore such meetings are generally taken quite seriously. No wonder it's so boring that I feel sleepy right away." Jean Feichen yawned, suddenly understanding. However, in such an occasion, he couldn't just fall asleep right away. He had to at least show some respect by listening for a while before dozing off. Thus, feeling bored, Jean Feichen began to look around, aimlessly glancing left and right, up and down, not listening to a word. Finally, with nothing else to do, he started observing the people in the room. First, there was Han Xian with blue hair and dressed in haute couture, totally unknown to him. Next was a girl who was playing around with Tai Shichingi, with brownish-yellow hair tied in a high ponytail, evoking the word youthful and vibrant in anyone who glanced at her. As for the last Huan level, he had not spoken a word from the beginning, quietly seated in the corner with dark black hair tied back, with a rope sticking to his back, also unknown to him. The remaining people were those he had interacted with before: the fool Bai Jiji, the domineering Wang Yi, the calculating Si Nan Yu, and the sword-wielding Tai Shichingi. Along with himself, the god of sleep, Jean Feichen. He had read through it all, yet found it profoundly dull. Above him, the elder continued expounding on grand principles: righteousness, the greater good, unity. At last, Jean Feichen could bear it no longer. He let out an enormous yawn and prepared to drift back into slumber. The yawning youth. "You must be Jean Feichen." Jean Feichen froze mid-motion, his eyelids half closed. "Me." His drowsiness shattered, he sighed deeply, then rose and bowed with hands clasped respectfully. "I am indeed Jean Feichen." The elder nodded with a gentle smile, then recited softly, "A breeze stirs herbs upon the apothecary's table, sunlight gilds the tea cloth. My quiet joy remains unspent. Eastward dusk dust drifts across the city walls. I know you well. A fine poem truly." For reasons unclear, Jean Feichen felt a flicker of awkwardness. He scratched his head and gave a dry chuckle. "May I ask, Elder Zhou, why call upon me? I wish to ask of these 4 before you each met, not in peace, but in battle." A faint, inscrutable glint shimmered in the elder's seemingly clouded eyes. Then his tone shifted, warm and affable. "Tell me, what do you think of them?" Jean Feichen paused, inwardly muttering, "Has the old man run out of things to say? Now he's putting me on." "All admirable, each bearing the countenance of a true scholar-warrior, rare talents indeed. With them safeguarding Great Xia, my heart rests easy." At these words, silence fell over the chamber, stunned, disbelieving. "Is that even praise, eh?" Bai Jiji tilted her head upward toward Jean Feichen, beside her, her lips twitching. "Your intentions may be noble, but please hold your tongue for now." Wang Yi rubbed his temples wearily. "Just tell us, did you or did you not praise them?" Jean Feichen raised an eyebrow, grinning. "Well, did I, eh?" The elder, recovering from the earlier remark, cleared his throat lightly. "Please sit." Jean Feichen sat down again, baffled yet obedient. The elder turned his gaze toward Wang Yi and said, "Young Wang." "Elder Zhou." Wang Yi rose respectfully, bowing with hands clasped. The elder smiled and nodded, then studied him closely before saying, "I recall. Wang Heng is your cousin, is he not?" "Yes, Elder Zhou." Below, Jean Feichen, now fully awake, nudged Bai Jiji beside him and whispered, "Who is Wang Heng? Do you know him?" "One of last year's 4 sovereign-level cultivators of the Bai family." Jean Feichen blinked in surprise. "He's also of the Wang clan. 1 per year. That's extraordinary. The Wangs breed like fortress towers, relentlessly, obsessively. They'd gladly carry 8 at once. And since their bloodlines are strong, the odds tilt in their favor. Frankly, it's sheer luck, pure unadulterated fortune. Either none appear for decades, or 2 burst forth at once. Sovereign-level cultivators are nearly losing their worth in their household." Bai Jiji curled her lip in mild disdain. Wang Yi shot her a fierce glare, but she ignored him entirely and went on, "The Wangs hadn't produced a sovereign-level cultivator in 42 years. Now they've thrust 2 into the world, truly astonishing." Leaning close to Jean Feichen's ear, she suppressed a snicker and murmured, "Let me tell you, the Wangs are like goblins, all they do is breed. Their estate is vast, their resources boundless, and all they crave is sovereign-level heirs." Buffed. Jean Feichen burst into laughter, shoulders shaking uncontrollably, completely oblivious to Wang Yi's murderous glare burning into his side. "Don't laugh. Wang Heng studies at Tian's Academy. He'll seek you out soon enough." Jean Feichen's laughter died instantly. "What does he want with me?" "To chat naturally, fellow sovereign levels exchanging views. Rest assured he won't challenge you. After all, you displaced Wang Yi, the very one destined for Tian's Academy. That alone ensures Wang Heng will treat you as kin not rival. Bai Jiji spoke with the air of one who understood all things. Jin Feichen paused thoughtfully. Ah, I see. So this is about inheritance disputes. Not at all, Bai Jiji waved dismissively. Wang Heng may be sovereign level, but his parents still wield formidable martial prowess. In raw strength, he simply cannot compare to Wang Yi. Seems I've misjudged them, Jin Feichen murmured, sidling quietly toward the doorway and lighting a cigarette. Bai Jiji, far from finished conversing, followed him without hesitation. Too many children only bring trouble. Look at my Bai family. I'm an only child. Harmony reigns and not a single quarrel. Then you're disqualified. I have no parents at all. Even quieter than you. Jin Feichen exhaled smoke slowly, gazing absently at the scenery beyond the threshold. You'd still have to compete for that, though. Bai Jiji's lips twitched, speechless for a moment. Then, watching Jin Feichen draw puff after puff, curiosity flickered in her eyes. Is it pleasant? My own father smokes ceaselessly. It's unpleasant. Let me try. I'll slap you sideways if you do. TCH, so stingy. Get lost. Jin Feichen. If you make me beat you, don't say I didn't warn you. Just as Bai Jiji reached to snatch the cigarette, Elder Zhou's voice echoed across the room. What, pray tell, are you two discussing? Bai Jiji stiffened, then turned, slowly, reluctantly, to find every pair of eyes in the chamber fixed unblinkingly upon them. Oh, just strengthening camaraderie. Yes, ahem. Bai Jiji seized her small stool and scurried back to her seat. Jin Feichen, finishing his cigarette, returned at his own unhurried pace. The elder observed them both, then nodded with quiet approval. We gathered you here today to announce a new national policy. You are aware, of course, that 8 sovereign-level cultivators have emerged in the same year. The last such occurrence was 8 centuries ago during the ancient Ming Dynasty era. That should have been humanity's golden age. Yet internal strife among sovereign levels nearly led to our total annihilation. Thus, Great Xia watches over you with unparalleled vigilance. The elder paused, lifting his gaze to take in all 8 youths before him. Youthful, fierce, untamed. You stand at the cusp of life, full of fire and pride. To strive to surpass, to claim supremacy, that is your nature. No council can temper it. Hence Great Xia has instituted the National Grand Tournament, a stage where fairness prevails, where every contest unfolds under equal terms. Born sovereign level, you already know your fates were sealed the moment you stepped onto this path, to march to war, to defend humanity. Until then, the nation pledges to fulfill all your needs. But this pledge carries one condition: you must survive long enough to meet the requirements for entering the Dao Phantom battlefield. A spear in plain sight is easily dodged, but hidden daggers, your heads, are coveted by countless hands. You understand this better than anyone. 3 years remain until the National Grand Tournament begins, and before then Great Xia has arranged new measures for your protection. The 8 sovereign-level cultivators exchanged glances, curiosity kindling in their eyes. Even Jin Feichen leaned forward, attentively intrigued by this so-called protective initiative. He wondered what change could possibly erase the deep-seated enmity between sovereign levels. Half an hour later, in the capital city at the premier's office. In the office, Zhou Huadong was reporting to the elderly man across from him. The elder, sitting in a red chair, gently tapped the table, unable to suppress a chuckle upon hearing the report. These little fellows, haha. I don't know when it started. Clearly we are of the same kind, yet there exists a resentment among us. And when it comes to action, they are even more ruthless than people from other races. It is inevitable. These children are still in their naive years, yet they have received the greatest praise in the world. Some people's mindset changes during this process. It is unavoidable. Ultimately, each of them develops a mentality even more arrogant than that of the strongest, always thinking about competing against one another. Zhou Donghua couldn't help but laugh at these words. We went through the same thing. In the end, it was the teacher who gave us an impossible task that humbled our arrogance. Don't they enjoy competing? Especially those 2 brats from the Han and Wang families, the most arrogant of all. Let them go, I want to see who has the ability. The elder snorted lightly, and then asked, how is the investigation on Nan coming along? We've already caught a glimpse of it. Stop it. The elder waved his hand. Let these little brats go, split them into 2 groups, and keep them busy. Whoever finds it first will receive the only heavenly grade extreme martial art in the Great Xia, and I will personally teach them. Let's see if they still have the mind for internal strife. Zhou Huadong shook his head with a bitter smile. That's quite a bold move, but the key is that the children's cultivation is still somewhat lacking. Nan is still too dangerous for them. Tell them that the task will commence after the new year. If they haven't even reached the Chun realm by then, their qualifications will be revoked, and they should just stay put in the academy. The elder waved his hand, issuing the order directly. But Zhou Donghua hesitated, pausing in his words. What is it? The only heavenly grade extreme martial art in the world is certainly a tremendous temptation for those. Zhou Donghua pondered for a moment and slowly said, but for Jin Feichen, I feel that he might not necessarily join the others. He prefers to be alone. Can't even handle the heavenly grade. The elder jumped up from the red chair. How do you know? I asked Yumingi, and he said it's tough. Jean Feichin prefers to cultivate alone. He can socialize with others occasionally, but if he has to stay together for long periods, it's not going to work. Zhou Donghua shook his head as he looked at the suddenly agitated elder. The last one to refuse the heavenly grade extreme martial art was that fool Yumingi. What now? It's his protected star's turn. The elder seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his hands on his waist defiantly saying, I don't believe that someone like Yumingi can appear twice. Go investigate what Jean Feichin wants and needs. In our vast great Xia, I refuse to believe there is nothing that can entice him. At this moment on the roof of the old pavilion. So what Zhou Lao means is to tie us together and then carry out the task. Jean Feichin frowned as he took a bite of an apple, then said in confusion, what is the significance of this? Does he think this will change the internal strife among the Huans? Sitting beside him, Yumingi countered with a question. Do you know why there has never been internal strife among the Huans on the Daos deceptive battlefield? Jean Feichin lay on the roof tapping his fingers absently and said, because they witnessed the true horror of war and recognized their own naivety. After saying this, Jean Feichin paused, then continued. No, you probably mean that fighting together and facing difficulties would create feelings similar to comrades among them. I feel that's not right. Jean Feichin shook his finger, gazing at the clear sky above, and slowly said, if we are tied together, then there will also be interests involved. Internal strife is ultimately internal strife. It is not a century-old hatred between races. Internal strife is simply a disagreement in fundamental interests. On the battlefield, the fundamental purpose of all humanity is to annihilate the other races. Therefore, occurrences of internal strife are extremely rare. One could say they do not exist at all. But here, what could possibly compel 8 Huans to cooperate and set aside their grudges? Jean Feichin's expression was impassive as he stared at the apple in his hand, his mind racing. Extreme martial arts, the heavenly extreme martial arts, and moreover those that are not present among these families only available above. This is enough to tempt these deeply rooted Huans. Jean Feichin suddenly stated something coldly, then quickly turned to Yumingi, who was reading beside him, and asked, if I'm not mistaken, does the official have a super impressive extreme martial art like the heavenly grade? Yumingi, who was called upon, thought for a moment. It seems there is. Then I was right. Jean Feichin laughed, saying, I believe I understand their intentions now. First, they want us 8 to split into 2 groups, which allows for better observation and reduces backstabbing. Then they will send these 2 groups to undertake an impossible task, with the reward being this heavenly grade extreme martial art that could drive even Huans crazy. This way, everyone's objectives will align, and because we are split into 2 groups, we won't waste time hindering each other. The temptation of the heavenly grade is irresistible. The trivial grudges become insignificant in its presence. The reason for choosing an impossible task is to ensure that Huans do not stop, and up until the national competition begins, Huans will be consumed with thoughts of the heavenly grade, with no energy left for internal strife. When the national competition starts, Huans will finally face the grandest stage, where the objective returns to the starting point, the first goal of the Huans, the number 1p. As a cigarette burned out, Jean Feichin's speculation also came to an end. Then why not have you all fight it out now to determine the victor? Jean Feichin shook his head. The so-called number 1 must be the first before the world, not just in one's own eyes. Only a national competition holds this qualification. It has become a form of proof. I don't get it. It's human nature. Because we are human, we have such thoughts. To put it bluntly, a person is just a stroke and a dot. 2 simple strokes. 2 strokes. Foolish strokes. Ding dong. A message arrived on the phone, and Yuming picked it up to check. Oh, you know how to use a phone. Jean Feichin lounged on the rooftop with his legs crossed, hands behind his head, squinting sleepily. Yuming looked at the message on his phone and said, I know a bit just looking at some ebooks. It's from the Prime Minister's office telling me to inform you that the final mission has been confirmed. 8 groups of 4 at the Huan level form your own teams. Those who complete the mission first will qualify to learn the heavenly tier extreme martial arts, personally taught by that one. The mission starts on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, next year, codename 0. After speaking, Yuming glanced at the somewhat drowsy Jean Feichin and said, you were right. Too bad it's a no-prize guessing game. Jean Feichin chuckled and said, TD, help me refuse it. It's an impossible task, completely worthless. Ding dong. Another message arrived, and Yuming was taken aback by the news he saw, saying, it's from the Prime Minister's office again, saying that if you accept the mission, you'll receive an additional 500 boxes of special supply cigarettes and 2,000 kilograms of special supply Qingling fruits. Qing fruits. What are those? Jean Feichin sat up, intrigued. A type of specially cultivated green apple that can restore spiritual energy and physical strength. It can truly satisfy hunger. Yuming thought for a moment and said, there really are such treasures in this world. Jean Feichin's eyes sparkled with unprecedented light as he asked, can they be bought on the market? Yes, but the taste will be significantly different from the special supply. There are many types of special supply spiritual fruits generally provided for frontline personnel who enjoy these. They are carefully cultivated by the state and are far superior in taste and effect compared to those available in the market. Forget it, I actually don't want to eat that much. Jean Fachin rolled over, scratched his rear, and said, All right, then I'll help you refuse it. Yu Ming nodded. Can I have a taste first? Jean Fachin agreed. Zhou Huadong paused, but he has a condition. Oh, the elder on the opposite side exclaimed lightly, What condition? It can't be too excessive. He wants the special supply cigarettes increased to 700 boxes and the spiritual fruits to 5,000 kilograms. The elder frowned, looking at Zhou Huadong suspiciously. Just this? Yes, that's his exact wording. Zhou Huadong smiled wryly and nodded, clearly not expecting Jean Fachin's request to be this. This kid must have been an apple tree in his past life. A smoking apple tree. Mister, you should have mentioned you had this good stuff on you. Jean Fachin held one Qingling fruit in each hand, munching them one after another, his mouth stuffed full. Just looking at his sparkling eyes, one could tell how much he loved these fruits. You didn't even ask. I also have special supply bread, special supply tea, and other special supply spiritual fruits like bananas. Do you want any? No need, just the apples, but I want the green ones. I don't want the red or yellow ones. Looking at Jean Fachin's state, Yu Ming shook his head, secretly thinking, luckily Jean Fachin isn't foolish, or he might have sold himself for 2 pounds of apples. He also thought it was a bit absurd that Jean Fachin seemed to value apples more than heavenly tier extreme martial arts. Little did he know Jean Fachin's thoughts were not like that. He didn't take on this task purely because of the apples, mainly since the Prime Minister's office was offering him something he liked. Refusing would indeed be a bit too much. What truly convinced Jean Fachin was not the apples, but the attitude. The Prime Minister's office's attitude made it impossible for him to refuse. If it weren't for this matter, he could have easily found an excuse to decline, but now with the special supply spiritual fruits and cigarettes tailored to his preferences, it was clear he had no choice but to accept. Sigh. With his mouth full of apples, Jean Fachin sighed and shook his head, saying, What a hard life I have. Crunch, crunch. If you just spit the apples out of your mouth, it would lend some credibility. Yu Ming was somewhat speechless, then vanished into the void, leaving behind a Jean Fachin who resembled a hamster. 10 minutes later, a small hill made of apple cores stood on the rooftop. The sky was a clear blue, the sun just right, and a gentle breeze blew. Feeling full and satisfied, Jean Fachin stretched, rubbed his belly, and lay down slowly, narrowing his eyes in bliss, exclaiming, This is life. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a noisy commotion gradually approached from a distance. Bai Jiji, don't think I didn't hear what you just said. If I hear you insult my Wang family again, I won't let you off easily. I wasn't speaking nonsense. What's wrong with that? Isn't that true? Your Wang family does nothing all day but bang away like a hammer, just like an old cannon tower. Don't you have a TV at home? Can't you watch something? Bai Jiji. Wang Zong, when I was young, I thought your family was nice, donating to schools and building teaching buildings. Now I know that without more donations, it's useless. Bai Jiji, I warn you one last time. Oh, how's that? You want to hit me? If you can't control your mouth, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Oh, by the way, doesn't your family register have to be as thick as a dictionary? Do family gatherings always turn into feasts? With what you just said, wouldn't the restroom have to be expanded? With everyone in there, wouldn't it burst the sewer? Bang. Hey Wangi, did you just sneak attack me? You asked for it. Did I say something wrong? Your Wang family acts like livestock, breeding like crazy. Bang. Looking for death. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The continuous loud noises jolted Jean Fachin awake from his dreams. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he slowly sat up and looked down, seeing Wang Yi chasing Bai Jiji with a large knife, while Bai Zizi's mouth was like a machine gun, spitting out words rapidly. Hey, you two, the circus is over there. Hearing Jean Fachin's voice, both of them paused. Wang Yi glared coldly at Bai Jiji, then withdrew his weapon and jumped onto the rooftop. You stare at your mom's eyes. Bai Jiji cursed as she followed closely behind, jumping up. Jean Fachin looked at the two people on his left and right, yawned, and said, You two, please don't involve me in your arguments. Oh, I am timid. I thought you had gone back. Oh, I didn't expect you to be sleeping here. Bai Jiji glared at Wang Yi as she spoke. Jean Fachin pointed at the distant landscape of mountains and seas and asked, somewhat puzzled, Why aren't you two returning to your homes? What brings you here to find me? Wang Yi brushed off the dust left on his clothes from the earlier fight and straightened his suit, saying, You received the news right. The heavenly tier extreme martial arts. Oh, Bai Jiji interrupted quickly, Aren't we supposed to form a team? I want to invite you to join me. Form a team with you. Wouldn't that lower my IQ only to end up dying in a neurology hospital? Don't push it. If you keep pressuring me, I might just blow up at your place. Your IQ is concerning. Your mother's concerning. Hearing the incessant buzzing of the two beside him, Jean Fachin felt a bit overwhelmed and directly pushed their faces away. Enough. Wang Yi, stop speaking the truth, and Bai Jiji, you stop cursing as well. Oh, everyone quiet down. Upon hearing Jean Fachin's command, the two of them snorted in unison. Isn't this task only starting after the new year? It's only September, why are you two in such a hurry? I want to report it early so that the higher-ups can arrange tasks based on the personnel. It's also my habit to plan ahead for future matters. Wang Yi replied. What about you? Do you also have a habit of planning for the future? Jin Feichen turned his gaze back to Bai Zhizhi. The latter scratched her white hair and said, I didn't want to at first, but when I saw Wang Yi coming I felt that this kid had no good intentions, so I just tagged along. So your purpose isn't to form a team. Not before, but now it is. Among the several in the universe level, I find you the most agreeable, so I thought I'd team up with you. Bai Zhizhi said honestly. Alright then. Jin Feichen took out 2 ordinary green apples, handed one to each of them, and said, then let's form a team of 3. I'm somewhat familiar with both of you. Aren't we supposed to have a 4-person team? We still need one more, you decide who it will be. Bai Zhizhi waved her hand and said, I'm fine with anyone as long as it's not that idiot Han Xian. The two of them handed the decision-making power to Wang Yi. Wang Yi straightened his suit, cleared his throat, and said, I have 2 candidates for you to consider. One is Sinan Yu. His strengths are strong abilities and incredible speed, and he doesn't cause much trouble. His downside is poor communication. The second is Jiang Zi, that guy with long hair, who possesses the heavenly item universe level flowing ink heaven blade, a Tunderlong Miao blade. His strengths are also strong abilities and speed, but he is difficult to communicate with and has a cold demeanor. 8 universe level individuals and 2 of them are dullards. Jin Feichen laughed and said, what about the others? What was your reason for rejecting them? Wang Yi seemed to already know everything and said, Tai Shi Qingyi has already formed a team with Gao Yu. She's the girl with the high ponytail. Among these people, the one I most wanted to team up with is Gao Yu. Are you interested in her? Jin Feichen and Bai Zhizhi leaned against the side, each with an apple in hand, their faces full of gossip. Not exactly, but it's because of her heavenly item. Wang Yi shook his head, his expression serious as he said, the universe-level coffin of life and death has no combat power itself, but it can absorb the souls of the deceased into the coffin and from there cultivate a new embryo. Gao Yu can use her own spiritual energy to nourish this embryo, allowing it to grow back into a human in a short time to fight for her. Jin Feichen's expression became serious upon hearing this. That's a bit outrageous. But it has a drawback. The spiritual energy used for nourishment refers to the energy used for cultivation, not the energy we utilize. Wang Yi continued, as far as I know, Gao Yu is still at the life stage of the 3rd transformation, but within her coffin there is already a Zhan level 7th transformation human and 2 Zhan level 3rd transformations. Jin Feichen was somewhat surprised. So how do these undead fight? Are they controlled to battle? Wang Yi nodded. Exactly. All 3 of the undead are former owners of special heavenly items. Their combat power may not match that of a universe level, but their numbers and high cultivation levels are advantageous. What a fuss, Bai Zhizhi interjected with a disdainful expression while picking her nose. With a single strike I could smash the coffin to pieces. If they don't submit, I'll just shove Gao Yu into the coffin and bury her. The two ignored her, and Jin Feichen's mind flashed with the image of the girl named Gao Yu. He never expected that the most lively girl was playing with such a sinister heavenly item, which was quite a contrast. Since she's already formed a team, let's not dwell on it. The last person can be decided by you two. Jin Feichen stood up, patted his pants, and stretched his shoulders. Are you leaving? Wang Yi and Bai Zhizhi also stood up with him. Yes, this place feels a bit eerie. Oh, I can't sleep here anymore. Jin Feichen said with a smile, then looked at Wang Yi as if remembering something and asked, by the way, do you have a car? Can I borrow it? Why didn't you ask me? Bai Zhizhi interjected unhappily. Jin Feichen glanced back at her and shook his head, chuckling. Forget it, you can't even pass the first driving test, so how could you have a car? Bai Zhizhi was shocked. How did you know I didn't pass the first test? Wang Yi took out a key for a Maybach from his pocket, then glanced at Bai Zhizhi with a dismissive smile, the meaning clear. The car is in the academy parking lot, and the license plate is Jing A51s. Okay, Wang, that's a tough plate number, Jin Feichen said as he took the key with a smile. Bai Zhizhi rolled her eyes and said, Wang, his license plates are all from various places, all 5-1s. Tisk, 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 impressive. Jin Feichen said, hey Wang, can you help me find a PG 520 license plate? It'll cover the costs. Small matter, I'll arrange for someone to help you transfer it. Deal? A great favor, no need to mention it. Here, have 2 apples. Jin Feichen took out 2 apples and handed one to Wang Yi while Bai Zhizhi took the opportunity to snatch one and started munching on it. Wang Yi didn't respond, looking at Jin Feichen with some confusion, and asked, are you planning to drive back to Shanjing? I'm just going to Jinling to see someone. Jin Feichen smiled and waved his hand at the two, saying, I'm off. We'll meet again when we have time. He'll return the car to Hantian Academy later. No need to just find any Wang group in Jinling and drop it off there. They're all from my family. Jin Feichen's mouth twitched. All right then. With that, he shook his shoulders and flew toward the parking lot. Seeing Jin Feichen's wings, Wang Yi seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out his phone to edit a message. How's the extreme martial artist I asked for? Bai Jiji noticed there was no trash can around, so she tucked the apple core into her pocket and waved at Wang Yi, saying, "I'm off, Wang Cannon." Before Wang Yi could respond, Bai Jiji was enveloped in arcs of lightning, transforming into a streak of light that flickered across the rooftops and disappeared from view. P.S. Please leave a good review, I beg you. In Jinling City, a villa in the suburbs. A black Maybach 57S drove into the courtyard. Not at home. Jean Feichen got out of the car and looked around only to find the villa's door tightly locked, and that flashy blue Ferrari was also absent. He circled around, leaned against the car door, lit a cigarette for himself, and began contacting Hu Zhu on his phone. The wind today was quite cool, and the hanging sun was not scorching, making one feel pleasant. As the cigarette burned out, Jean Feichen extinguished the butt and spoke to the empty air. "Mister, what do you know where Hu Zhu has gone?" "To Beijing Tiansu Academy." The voice of Yu Mingyi rang in his ears. Jean Feichen was taken aback. "He went to find me. He has switched jobs. He is now a teacher at Tiansu Academy." "Huh." Jean Feichen was stunned for a moment, and after sorting out his thoughts, he exclaimed in surprise, "He just switched like that? Hu Zhu is that impressive?" Yu Mingyi's figure appeared beside him, saying, "A 27-year-old at the half-step ancient realm qualifies completely." "That's true, but I didn't expect it." Jean Feichen nodded in agreement. Thinking further before Jean Feichen awakened, Hu Zhu could be said to be the most standard genius in his heart. With such age and strength plus teaching experience, it would be strange if he didn't succeed in applying to Tiansu Academy. What a waste of a trip. Let's return the car and head back. Jean Feichen shrugged and got into the car. "How will you get back after returning the car?" Yu Mingyi asked. Jean Feichen started the engine, glancing at the rearview mirror as he said, "You take me back. You brought me here, so you should take some responsibility and take me back. Legally speaking, that's prohibited. Aren't rules dead and people alive?" That was just now. Jean Feichen fell silent, hearing the implication in Yu Mingyi's words of "I won't send you, what can you do?" Thus Jean Feichen drove, while checking the flight schedules from Jinling to Beijing. Last time he left Beijing for Sanjin, it was because there were no suitable flights and time was tight, so he had to drive over with a grim face. Little did he know Jean Feichen, as a Huan level, had the authority to mobilize a private jet. Normally this required notification from his Zhengxing, but what could he do when his Zhengxing was Yu Mingyi? That night, after a few hours of flight, Jean Feichen dragged his exhausted body back to the academy. The round moon hung in the sky and the stars twinkled while the streetlights shone brightly. Students passed by joking with one another, and upon seeing Jean Feichen, they couldn't help but whisper, "Welcome back next time." Jean Feichen came out of the academy's supermarket holding a bottle of chilled green apple soda and took a big gulp. Refreshing. He sat down on a bench by the roadside, resting his hands on the back, tilting his head, and yawning heavily. "I haven't slept a wink all day. It's worse than being killed." Muttering this, Jean Feichen raised the soda for another sip, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. "That's..." Jean Feichen squinted, seeing a blue Ferrari parked under the teaching building in the distance, which looked like it still had 32 years of car loan left. Oh, what a coincidence. After confirming that this was Hu Zhu's car, he glanced at the teaching building and headed that way. Speaking of which, it's been so long since the school started, I haven't even entered a classroom yet. Jean Feichen muttered to himself. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke to the air. "Mister, what do students here study? They shouldn't need to teach cultivation, right? Do I look like someone who has been to university?" Yu Mingyi countered with a question. Jean Feichen pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head. Not at all. Arriving at the front of the teaching building, a magnificent rotating door came into view, and Jean Feichen entered the building by swiping his student ID. The interior was completely different from the high school teaching building, with significant differences in both material and style. Jean Feichen took occasional sips of soda, while looking around, seeming like a country bumpkin entering the city. Hu Zhu is in the third room to the right on the second floor. Yu Mingyi, seemingly unable to watch Jean Feichen wandering aimlessly, proactively reminded him. "All right." Jean Feichen leisurely went up to the second floor and stopped in front of the third room, knocking on the door. "Come in." Hearing the familiar voice, Jean Feichen pushed the door open. In the spacious office, Hu Zhu was sitting at the desk, intently reviewing documents. Seeing that Hu Zhu didn't look up and continued to focus on his documents, Jean Feichen chuckled. "TSK tisk, so serious? Are you trying to get an excellent teacher award?" Upon hearing this voice, Hu Zhu paused, then abruptly looked up, and upon recognizing Jean Feichen, Jean Feichen was dressed in a half-sleeve shirt that looked too cheap, with a pair of baggy shorts, casually holding a bottle of soda, his left foot rubbing against his right leg. If it weren't for his noble face, Hu Zhu would have thought a street punk had wandered in. "What's wrong? Did I stun you with my handsomeness?" Jean Feichen plopped down on a nearby sofa, as if he were at home, crossing his legs. Hu Zhu rubbed his temples and stood up. "No, is there no one who cares in this world? Standing there makes you look like a dog thief. Did Tiansu Academy mistreat you, or something? I'm just out for a walk in the evening, enjoying the breeze. You think I'm like you, who would rather put gel in his hair?" Hu Zhu handed Jean Feichin a cigarette and sat across from him saying, "Not bad, you've already reached the 6th transition of the Zhan realm. Isn't Chun realm coming soon?" As a teacher giving students cigarettes, be careful, I report you. Jean Feichin lit the cigarette and joked, "There are people above my uncle as in the school leadership. Ooh, just do it." Hu Zhu waved his hand smiling as he said, "Is the spiritual gold enough? If not, I can show you what a game of power looks like." "It's enough for now. The vice principal is quite generous. He hasn't shorted me once," Jean Feichin said. "But why did you come here without a word?" "Well, isn't it because I was curious about the beautiful female teachers here. I came to check it out and find you a sister-in-law." Hu Zhu smiled with a lewd expression. Knock knock. Just then an untimely knock on the door suddenly sounded. Damn, does the principal have a dog's nose? Did he smell the smoke as soon as I lit it? Hu Zhu hurriedly extinguished the cigarette, and stuffed it into the greenery on the table. His swift action was astonishing. Then he put on a serious expression and said, "Come in." The door opened, and 3 men and 1 woman walked in. Jean Feichin exhaled a puff of white smoke, looking over curiously. The leading man was tall with a stern expression, and there was a familiar aura about him. Turning his head, Jean Feichin looked down at the can in his hand, lightly tapping it with his fingers, pondering slightly. As the 4 entered, the first thing they noticed was Jean Feichin smoking, and upon recognizing him, they were momentarily shocked, but it quickly faded as they walked in front of Hu Zhu. "Teacher Hu, we're here to transfer the tasks. Wang Heng, come sit down and talk." Hu Zhu gestured toward this. Hearing this name, Jean Feichin raised an eyebrow, inwardly thinking, so it's the resonance between Huan-level heavenly objects. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. However, to meet in such a setting for the first time is really surprising. "Junior, could you please extinguish the cigarette? I can't stand the smell, thank you." The only female among the 4 stepped forward to Jean Feichin, bending slightly and smiling. Jean Feichin looked up at the sound. 2 dazzlingly white features caught his eye, making him unconsciously pay his respects. "Since the beautiful lady has spoken, of course, no problem. If you are looking at my face, I would be very happy," she said. "There is a saying that a glance is respect, but staring is continuous respect." Having been polite since childhood, how could Jean Feichin not understand this principle? He smiled, looked directly at the woman in front of him, and then held out the half-burnt cigarette in front of her. With a flick of his fingers, the cigarette quietly transformed into a bright red rose. "Beautiful lady, I apologize for my rudeness." 2,500 words filled with sincerity, seeking good reviews, seeking gifts. Wow, how extraordinary. Not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation at all. The woman accepted the red rose, took a deep, appreciative breath, and remarked with genuine surprise, "It's real." "Of course. How could I possibly offer counterfeit flowers when seeking a lady's forgiveness?" Jean Feichin tilted his head, slightly smiling faintly. "Ahem." Hu Zhu's eye twitched sharply at the corner. "Enough already. Don't start strutting your feathers here." Jean Feichin spread his hands wide and shook his head. Ugliness breeds theatrics. With that, he rose and brushed dust from his trousers. "I'm off. Come visit me anytime, help tidy up the place or something." "Hold on a moment." Hu Zhu called him back. As Jean Feichin watched puzzled, Hu Zhu retrieved a manila envelope from his drawer. "Take this. Read it at home. A celebrity's swimwear photos. So mysterious." Jean Feichin tapped the envelope's thickness, speaking just low enough not to be overheard. "Keep your voice down, damn it." Hu Zhu swiftly clapped a hand over Jean Feichin's mouth and shot him a sharp warning glance. "You'll understand once you read it. Cost me no small effort." All right, I'm off." Jean Feichin slipped one hand into his pocket and waved casually as he strode. Wang Heng, who had remained utterly silent throughout, watched Jean Feichin's retreating figure with profound intensity, his eyes glinting with inscrutable meaning, lost in quiet contemplation. "Professor, who was that?" Jean Feichin, the 8th Huan tier. The young woman, still holding the rose, asked curiously after Jean Feichin had stepped out. Hu Zhu, seated on the sofa, nodded. "Yes. I never imagined you two were so close, Professor Hu. I'm practically his legal guardian." Hu Zhu lit a cigarette and continued, "Come sit down." At his words, the 4 students exchanged stunned, wordless glances, their shock barely concealed. Wang Heng narrowed his eyes, slightly murmuring inwardly, Jean Feichin's connections run deeper than expected, entwined with both official authority and this man. Meanwhile, Jean Feichin had already returned home. On the 3rd floor open-air balcony, Jean Feichin lounged lazily in a hammock chair, an apple wedged between his teeth, calmly tearing open the manila envelope. How theatrical, sealed with official tape no less. He withdrew a stack of white paper, adjusted his posture, and began reading, apple in one hand, dossier in the other. Grand Secret Directive 2025 No. 027, the 8 Huan Identity Files. Attachment, on the newly designated divine artifact Huan, the Garden of Final Order. At the sight of these bold titles on the cover page, Jean Feichin paused mid-bite, his gaze narrowing instinctively. Fascinating. Flipping past the title page, he found Wang Yi's photograph on the 2nd sheet. Beneath it, his full dossier. The 8th Huan Wang Yi. Affiliated Academy, Hantian Academy. Spiritual Energy Affinity Fire Earth. Divine Artifact, Tearing Star Edict Void Blade. Previous wielder year 1366 of the Ancient Era, Wang Tianzhao. Soul trait Infinite Amplification of Strength and Weight, Overwhelming Dominance. Note upon attaining the Yu realm, as conceptualized by Wang Tianzhao, the Overlord domain may be unlocked. Conceptual hypothesis O unverified. Stellar trait Arrogance, Extreme Self-Centeredness. Assessment still requires refinement. File classification Top Secret. A cigarette glowed in the night air as Jean Feichen stared impassively at the dossier, its final pages even listing the wielder's vulnerabilities, and those of the artifact itself. He turned the page. The 8th Huan by Jiji. Affiliated Academy Longqing Fengshu Martial Academy. Spiritual Energy Affinity Lightning Light. Divine Artifact Celestial Edict Staff. Previous wielder year 1561 of the Ancient Era, Enrua. Traits. Dissolution. Transforms the user entirely into lightning. Raging Thunder. Lightning-based Supreme Martial Techniques gain 1 tier in Destructive Power E. G. Azure Tier Novice Azure Tier Adept. Adaptation. With Cultivation achieves full immunity to all lightning-affiliated attacks. Stellar trait Frankness. Childlike Sincerity O Unrestrained Candor. Assessment prone to manipulation O liable to cause unintended chaos. File classification Top Secret. Jean Feichen's face softened into a tender paternal smile upon seeing Bai Jiji's name. And when he reached her stellar trait, he shook his head chuckling softly, uncannily accurate. Next, the 8th Huan Taishichingi. Affiliated Academy Fengtianliang Yu Academy. Spiritual Energy Affinity Wind Fire Ice. Divine Artifact Setting Sun Void Blade. Previous wielder year 1112 of the Ancient Era, Moors, Arawea. Traits. God's Gaze. Grants omnidirectional blind spot-free vision within the blade's reach. Shapeshift. Possesses a tripartite stellar constitution enabling seamless transitions among wind, fire, and ice affinities, with spiritual energy fully restored to peak capacity upon each shift. Note hair color and blade hue shift accordingly, offering tactical cues for combat adaptation. Stellar trait Passionate. Refuses to yield easily. Assessment unwavering in conviction, but inexperienced in worldly affairs, vulnerable to deception. File classification Top Secret. Jean Feichen arched a brow. Little demon fairy. So she held back last time after all. Next, the 8th Huan Si Nanyu. Spiritual Energy Affinity Shadow. Affiliated Academy Linen Wuan Hall. Divine Artifact Jiazi Meridian Severance Blade. Previous wielder year 1878 of the Ancient Era, Yi Luo. Traits. Umbral Shadow. Infinitely accelerates movement, merges seamlessly with darkness. Deceptive Kill. Wounds resist healing. Death is inevitable without expert intervention. Stellar trait Innocent and Guileless. Enamored with fairy tales, anime, virtual worlds, and painting, yet decisive and merciless in action. Assessment A killer who yearns for wonder, resists external influence. File classification Top Secret. Remarkably thorough. Did someone actually spy through the window? Jean Feichen scanned the fine print below, combat habits, tactical weaknesses, even down to minute behavioral patterns. It was almost comically exhaustive. The 5th. The 8th Huan Gaoyu. Affiliated Academy Yenyun Gorgegongi Academy. Spiritual Energy Affinity Shadow Ice. Divine Artifact Coffin of Stillborn Life and Death. Previous wielder year 1189 of the Ancient Era, Wei Yuan. Traits. Mother of living beings. Devours souls of the deceased, granting them rebirth. Mother of compassion. Nourishes the reborn with her own cultivation, empowering them to fight for her. Stellar trait Lively and life-loving, adores small animals. Temperament altered following artifact awakening. Assessment Emotionally fragile, easily misled, requires careful oversight. File classification Top Secret. The 6th. The 8th Huan Hanxian. Affiliated Academy Huayin City Wushuang, Celestial Academy. Spiritual Energy Affinity None. Divine Artifact Man-Eating Visage. Previous wielder year 1888 of the Ancient Era, Miyamoto Tenku. Soul trait. Consumption. Ingests human flesh and blood to assimilate the victim onto the mask, thereby acquiring their abilities. Note does not confer cultivation level or unique secret arts. Only one individual may be assimilated at a time, and the assimilation cannot be altered. According to ancient chronicles, refining the 10,000 Mother Chi allows the man-eating visage to break this limit, enabling dual assimilation. Stellar trait Superficial Charm. Emotionally guarded, deeply calculating. Assessment Untamed by hardship. Must be subdued before settling. File classification Top Secret. Jean Feichen understood instantly. No wonder Han Xian looked down on him. Rather irritating too. Jean Feichen smirked with an insufferably smug expression, then flipped to the next page. Well, look who it is, the aloof one. Ba Huan Jiangzi. Affiliated Academy Anan Wuching Hall. Spiritual Energy Attribute Water. Celestial Artifact Ink Flow Heaven Blade. Previous holder Zhou Year, 1787 of the ancient era. Soul trait. Ink and water as blade. The sovereign star flows like ink and water, obeying the wielder's will without restraint. Sovereign star trait taciturn, no known hobbies. Assessment, a man capable of anything. File classified. Humph. Not only does Jiang Zi speak little himself, but even descriptions about him are sparse. Jean Fachin remarked, wryly biting into an apple. He pulled out the final blank sheet and the so-called attachment, then squinted at it. This last one must be about me. Let's see how they've described me. Ba Huan Jean Fachin. Affiliated Academy, Shangjing City Tian's Academy. Spiritual energy, attribute, omnipotent. Celestial artifact, garden of final sequence. Previous holder, none. Traits. Per sovereign star, soul trait. Transformation into flowers. Per intelligence report, capable of transmuting his own body and spirit energy constructs into petals of physical objects, require direct touch to detonate. Other properties remain unknown. Sovereign star trait, enjoys eating, sleeping, and cultivation, averse to exertion, performs inexplicable illusions, temperamentally whimsical, yet paradoxically mature, calm, and enigmatic. Assessment, acts solely in accordance with his inner Tao, impervious to external influence. File classified. Additional notes. Jean Fachin's weakness, currently unknown. Jean Fachin's combat habits, insufficient data, rarely engages in combat. What nonsense. Enjoys eating, sleeping, averse to exertion. Defamation. Utter defamation. Jean Fachin bristled in silent protest, until a sharp ringtone pierced the stillness. Hello? Whose idiot wrote this dossier? Is any of it accurate? The moment he answered, he launched into a litany of grievances. A burst of laughter crackled from the other end. I nearly died laughing when I read it. It's Spoton. Spoton my foot, Jean Fachin retorted, then asked, where do you even get this? It lists weaknesses and combat habits, even though mine's blank. That's suspiciously thorough. Ah, you wouldn't know? I've got connections. Hu Zhu explained. As Balwani or cultivators, your profiles must be exhaustive. Weaknesses are cataloged and relayed to your sovereign stars, who then oversee targeted training to refine every flaw until you stand as flawless celestial prodigies. Sensing Hu Zhu's deliberate vagueness, Jean Fachin wisely dropped the subject and changed tack. So why send me this? To remind me how slothful and gluttonous I am. Ha, ha, ha. Hu Zhu roared with merciless mirth. It's to familiarize you with other Balwanier abilities, so next time you clash you'll know exactly where to land the first blow. Not necessary. I haven't even glanced at their weaknesses. But Han Xian's celestial artifact does intrigue me. Yeah, pretty twisted. Who eats human flesh? Don't they fear cross-contamination? Imagine if one day he devours someone carrying a pathogen. Game over. Ha, ha, ha. Say, he eats dog meat, does he turn into a dog? Then why not say he drinks gasoline and transforms into a giant yellow wasp? Fine, if he turns into a dog, walking won't tire him anymore. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, by the way, come to class tomorrow. I've got a legendary assignment for you. Hu Zhu interjected suddenly. Jean Fachin's grin froze. No thanks, I'm busy. TCH. This task is insanely good, and there's more beneath the surface. Do you think I'd let you take a loss? Hearing Hu Zhu's uncharacteristic gravity, Jean Fachin arched a brow. All right, spill it. What's the deal? This mission was issued just this morning by the Premier Institute. I snatched it before anyone else could. There's unrest along the southern border of Nanzhao province. A ragtag gang of underwhelming cultivators has surfaced, still holed up within provincial borders. Your objective, eliminate them all and bring back their heads. That's it. Nah, hold on, let me pull up the file. Instantly, furious keystrokes clattered across the... After a long pause, Hu Zhu's voice returned. Recently, a mysterious entity, codenamed Nin, surfaced within Xia Dynasty territory, rumored to have ties to alien races. To flee abroad, Nin spent lavishly deploying dozens of small gangs, each laden with colossal reserves of spirit gold, to sow chaos, domestically diverting attention while he slipped away. One such gang is our target. Neutralize them and whatever spirit gold or artifacts they carry. Well, you know the drill. Wang Hun came begging for this assignment earlier. I refused him flat. Kept it warm for you. Jean Fachin perked up. Though wealth held no allure for him, he relished opportunistic plunder, the kind laced with danger and exhilaration, pursued purely for amusement. So the authorities are aware of this. Of course, they simply don't consider such spirit gold worth official concern. Call it a little bonus Easter egg. Hu Zhu grinned slyly. So what's your answer? Absolutely, I'm in. Best bro ever. When I make it big, I'll find you the perfect sister-in-law. Jean Fachin accepted with a chuckle. What time tomorrow? 8:30 sharp. Come straight to my office. Got it. All right, rest up. I've got lesson plans to draft. Another exhausting day ahead. You do that. Talk tomorrow. Right, better book tickets early. Nanzhao province is far. Driving there would shatter my spine. With a few deft taps, he stared at the confirmation screen and smiled. All preparations complete. Everything is set. The moment those words left his lips, his right eyelid began twitching uncontrollably. Left eye jumps for fortune, right eye jumps, jumps, jumps. What was the saying again? Forget it. I'm done thinking. Already swept away by drowsiness, Jean Fachin mumbled, then dragged his weary frame back beneath the covers. The next day, September 10th. The sun shone brightly, and the early morning air was cool. Jean Fachin, still a bit dazed, stumbled out the door. He wore a simple, deep blue turtleneck shirt and a baseball cap to tame his messy hair. The fitted clothing accentuated his height of 182 meters. Once inside the car, Jean Fachin had a pair of lifeless eyes resembling a disgruntled worker. He leaned his chin on one hand against the car window while gripping the steering wheel with the other, driving towards the teaching building. More than 10 minutes later, in the office of the first teaching building, Hu Zhu looked at Jean Fachin, who had collapsed onto the sofa, and chuckled. You look just like you did back in school. Ugh, waking up early is torture. Jean Fachin lay limply on the soft sofa, motionless and mumbling. Hu Zhu shook his head helplessly and smiled, then took out 2 green apples and a bag of green apple-flavored yogurt from the drawer, saying, "You didn't have breakfast, did you? Here are some apples." In the next instant, Jean Fachin, who was still on the sofa, appeared at the desk across from him and began to munch on an apple in a daze. Hu Zhu opened a folder on the desk, pushed it in front of Jean Fachin, and pointed to the information, saying, "Take a look. This is the specific information for this mission. Currently, that gang is hiding in a small village on the mountains surrounding Nanyue City in Nanzhou Province. Once you go, you'll find them. They are all discarded pieces with a strength around the Zhan Realm 5th transformation. There are about 7 of them, and with your strength, they are no challenge at all. First, observe the entire terrain carefully once you arrive. To avoid any unexpected incidents, select a route for retreat in advance. Although you have Zhengxing's protection, you mustn't rely on it too much, as that will affect your combat mindset. You need to forget about Zhengxing's presence in order to grow better, and you should be well aware of this. After that, set your cards in advance in some locations for a surprise effect." How does that sound? Did you hear me? After Hu Zhu finished speaking, he looked up. In response, he found 2 clean apple cores, and Jean Fachin, bang. Jean Fachin. Huh. Is class over? Hu Zhu's forehead twitched uncontrollably as he directly yanked Jean Fachin up, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Come on, let's go listen to my passionate lecture." "Don't get worked up, I'm not going." Jean Fachin rejected without a second thought. "No way, I found you such a good mission. Wait, if I listen, you pay me right." "Don't say it, I really will pay. The teachers here are paid based on the number of attendees. If you go, you'll definitely attract a lot of people, and I can earn a bit more." Hu Zhu, with a face full of despair, dragged Jean Fachin towards the classroom. "I'm not going, let go of me. You shouldn't be so ungrateful." Hu Zhu clenched his fist around Jean Fachin's head and said, "You should think of me, and also consider my 32 years of car loan, damn it." Thus, Jean Fachin was dragged into an open classroom. As a result, many students heard about the presence of Jean Fachin in the classroom. Countless people came to see which mentor he would attend the lecture of. The classroom quickly filled to the brim. Looking at the students below, Hu Zhu felt as if he saw a bunch of walking banknotes waving at him. To ensure that Jean Fachin wouldn't fall asleep, Hu Zhu kindly arranged a seat for him by the window. As Hu Zhu began his lecture, Jean Fachin finally understood what kind of classes were taught in the academy. Alien races, tactical analysis, the application of spiritual energy attributes, and various extreme martial arts collaborations were all dissected holographically. It could be said that the current application of spiritual energy and extreme martial arts had entered the era of data technology. After just half a minute of listening, Jean Fachin succumbed to the gentle breeze and fell asleep, resting his head. As the center of attention, he had barely fallen asleep when he inadvertently influenced the entire class. Thus, Hu Zhu became the sleep instructor. However, in order to avoid waking Jean Fachin and causing him to leave, Hu Zhu resisted the urge to hit someone and continued speaking to himself. After a lengthy 60-minute lecture, the class finally reached its conclusion. Many students walked past the soundly sleeping Jean Fachin, with some seizing the opportunity to take a few photos. Seemingly having a natural sense for the end of class, not long after it was over, Jean Fachin groggily sat up, looking at the various three-dimensional data on the podium. He stretched and sighed. What a refreshing lecture. I'm exhausted. The surrounding students, who had not yet left, were all left speechless by his words. Upon seeing Jean Fachin's state, Hu Zhu, whose throat was sore from talking, immediately became furious and grabbed a book to throw at him. "I told you to sleep." Jean Fachin casually dodged to the side, adjusting his cap. He then walked towards the door, saying, "I still have to catch a flight, bye." "Damn it, Jean Fachin, do you really not consider me a person?" Hu Zhu leaped beside Jean Fachin and attempted to Jean Fachin tilted his head to evade and casually pulled out half a pack of cigarettes from Hu Zhu's pocket, waving it at him. "Thanks." "Damn, this is all I have left, give it back." Hu Zhu felt his pocket and his expression changed. He immediately lunged at Jean Fachin. Hey, how can a teacher fight with a student in the classroom?" Jean Fachin lightly jumped to dodge and stood steadily by the window. Glancing outside, Jean Fachin smiled faintly at Hu Zhu. With that, he tipped straight out the window. Whoosh, a few petals flew upwards. All the students in the classroom rushed to the window, including the cursing. Down below, wearing sunglasses, Jean Fachin was seated in a familiar Ferrari, extending his hand out the window to wave at the crowd above. Those who attended remember to give a bad review and write plenty of complaint letters. See you. As soon as his words fell, the blue Ferrari shot away like an arrow. What the hell? Seeing his car being driven away, Hu Zhu was dumbfounded and checked his pocket. The car key. Recalling the scene where Jean Fachin brushed past him just moments ago, Hu Zhu stuck his head out the window and shouted angrily, Jean Fachin, you must be a thief. P.S. The next chapter enters the climax. The silver wings sliced through the azure sky. 10 hours later, at 1921 Beijing time. In the southwestern part of the Great Xia at the airport in Yiwu City, Nanzhou Province, Jean Fachin stepped out of the airport and walked to a secluded corner. Glancing around, he slowly extended his hand adorned with a ring. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a flash of white light emanated from the ring, and a Land Rover Defender appeared before him. This was something he had thought of suddenly upon returning. After trying it out, it indeed worked, and Jean Fachin couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Once inside the car, he began to follow the route sent to him by Hu Zhu. In the car, Jean Fachin remained silent, not even playing music, just calmly watching the rapidly retreating scenery ahead. Mr. Yu, I'm here. Hearing that familiar voice resonate in his ear, Jean Fachin inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Since stepping off the plane, no, it should be said, from the moment he accepted this task, a strange sense of unease had settled in his heart. The last time he felt something like this was on the day he died. Jean Fachin squinted, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the steering wheel as he chain-smoked to relieve his stress. Your heart is not at peace. Is something wrong? Yu Mingyi suddenly appeared in the passenger seat. Jean Fachin shook his head and replied expressionlessly, I can't quite explain it, just an unsettling feeling. It's quite accurate, causing you stress. Predictions of magic, warnings from the brain, hints from the heart, they all appeared simultaneously. Yu Mingyi looked at Jean Fachin, who was driving, and suddenly asked, are you afraid of dying here? The latter hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. It's not because of that. I also feel it's quite strange. Given my current situation, there should be no one who can make me feel uneasy or fearful. Don't worry, I'm here. Rumble. September in Nanzhou Province was still in the rainy season, with drizzling rain falling from the dark night sky, hitting a rural road far from the city. Whoosh! The speeding vehicle passed by, kicking up countless mud spots. We've arrived. A black umbrella opened as Jean Fachin parked the car halfway up the mountain. Looking at the muddy tiled path leading to the peak, he put the car back into the ring. The engine of the vehicle was still a bit loud. If he drove in recklessly, it would easily alert the enemy, causing him to be exposed from the shadows to the light. Jean Fachin had just taken a couple of steps when his body suddenly halted. He looked down at the muddy, soft path beneath his feet and frowned. What's wrong? Yu Mingyi's voice rang in his ear. This path is a bit too soft. Jean Fachin looked at the path and said, looking at the lack of weeds growing on both sides, this path has been here for some years and has seen frequent traffic. Even with the rain, it shouldn't be this soft, while the road behind doesn't seem like this. Perhaps it's due to the recent frequent rains. Yu Mingyi sensed the surroundings and said, there's no fluctuation of spiritual energy or life force here, it's completely lifeless. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. Jean Fachin shook his head and smiled, it just feels like it has been disturbed. Let's go. With that, Jean Fachin stopped overthinking and continued towards the mountaintop. Just as he walked a short distance, the muddy soil was washed away by the rain, revealing a buried black finger illuminated by the lightning. The rain continued to fall. After a few minutes of walking, several wooden houses gradually appeared in his line of sight, their flickering firelight swaying against the rumble of thunder. Suddenly, a flash of white light accompanied the thunder, and a shadow holding an umbrella appeared in front of the door of one of the wooden houses. Jean Fachin gently raised a fingertip, a petal appearing at its tip. Under his control, the delicate petal floated up and slipped through the crack of the door. Within his perception, there were 6 people inside the wooden house, 2 at the Zhan Realm 5th transformation, and 4 at the Zhan Realm 4th transformation, all completely relaxed and unalert. Under Jean Fachin's control, over 10 petals entered the wooden house through the crack of the door. The petals floated silently, drawing no attention from anyone inside. By listening to the conversations of the people inside, Jean Fachin confirmed their positions. After adjusting the petals to his desired locations, he slowly turned around. Facing away from the wooden house, he raised his hand and suddenly clenched it tight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound of air being cut through resonated, followed by several inaudible moans from within the house, and then silence. Like blades, the petals pierced through the window and hovered beside Jean Fachin, their surfaces stained with a... Jean Fachin pushed the door open, and a choking smell of smoke filled the entire room. Upon entering, Jean Fachin glanced at the 6 individuals with wide eyes and blood holes in their necks. After confirming that they were dead beyond any doubt, he let out a sigh of relief. It's over. He recalled his earlier vigilance and worry and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems I was overthinking. With that, he walked over to one of them and took off the storage ring from their hand. Just as he was about to examine what was inside the ring, a melodious sound of a flute echoed beneath the sound of the rain. Jean Feichuan's movements suddenly froze, then he grinned. Damn, it really isn't that simple. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 people who had seemingly died began to twitch. Seeing this, Jean Feichuan wasted no time throwing out the petals while swiftly exiting the house. The cold rain fell on him, and under his gaze the ground that he could see began to writhe. At that moment, the figures of those who had just died staggered into view at the door, moving like puppets, swaying slowly to the echo of the flute. In the next moment, the surrounding soft earth suddenly broke apart, and figures of the dead cloaked in darkness emerged from the ground. They emitted a strange aura, their skin decomposing in several places, revealing white bones and muscle, their dark eyes flickering with a ghostly light, all staring towards the figure in the center. Jean Feichuan stood there, slowly exhaling a breath. He looked around and found himself surrounded by thousands of corpses tightly packed together, forming a black ocean, so vast that he could not see the end. The melodious flute continued to play, the soil rippling like waves before him, lay a sea of dark corpses resembling a grand army. Picking up his umbrella, Jean Feichuan leisurely lit a cigarette for himself, then smacked his lips and said, "What a spectacle, let me post this on my social media first." The sky was an abyss of darkness, heavy clouds rolling ominously, with only the faint moonlight illuminating the earth. A fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding forest to rustle incessantly. A torrential downpour descended upon the land, where heads swayed like wild grass across an endless expanse. The sound of the flute ceased at this moment. In the calm gaze of Jean Feichuan, akin to tranquil autumn waters, 2 eerie pale hands suddenly materialized above the sea of corpses before him. The hands moved up and down, grasping at the void, and then violently tore open a massive rift in space. Upon witnessing this scene, Jean Feichuan's pupils constricted sharply. As the rift appeared, a nauseating stench wafted through the air, and a figure wearing a sinister smiling mask slowly emerged from the crack. With his hands clasped behind him, a long flute could be faintly seen in his grasp, the mask on his face adorned with a grotesque smiling pattern, and silver-white hair, cascading down to his waist, swaying in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Oh, nice to meet you, little Jean Feichuan," a strange sharp voice emanated from behind the mask. "In fact, I wasn't particularly eager to meet you." Jean Feichuan tensed warily, observing the figure hovering in the air. "I never expected to actually catch a cosmic-level being." The masked man couldn't help but twist his fingers, laughing excitedly, and a big one at that. "Ha ha." His bizarre laughter echoed under the night sky, but abruptly halted as he cast his gaze behind Jean Feichuan, his tone darkening. "Though a big fish, it is also the toughest to chew. It has been quite some time, revered Luiyue." A large hand pressed on Jean Feichuan's shoulder, and Yu Mingyi stepped forward, glancing coldly at the masked man above, saying, "3 breaths leave. You are still as domineering as ever, revered one. Time's up." Bang! Boom! Yu Mingyi's figure suddenly appeared in front of the masked man, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to spin around and deliver a powerful kick. Bang! The immense force erupted, sending the masked man hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball, creating an invisible shockwave. Yu Mingyi closely followed, as if a shadow flashing into the sky. He casually flicked his hand back, and countless drill heads, shrouded in black energy, rapidly formed in an instant. As his palm descended, they began to strike the ground indiscriminately. In an instant, the entire earth seemed to tremble precariously, with thunderous roars erupting one after another as terrifying shockwaves swept through, obliterating everything in their path. Jean Feichuan braced against the fierce winds, squinting at Yu Mingyi's figure in the sky, secretly marveling. "Though Mr. You may seem unreliable in terms of combat strength, he is undoubtedly the best, a true champion surpassing all others. You go first. This guy is from the Dao's strange battlefield and possesses great strength. The residual shockwaves could easily kill you." Yu Mingyi's voice echoed in Jean Feichuan's mind. Hearing this, Jean Feichuan's lips twitched, and without a second thought, he turned to leave. "He'll go, I'll go." Just as he turned, the melodious sound of the flute rang out again. Jean Feichuan halted, spinning around sharply. Something's off, something is still missing. The masked man was currently being violently beaten by Yu Mingyi, and could not possibly be playing the flute. Moreover, if this was a meticulously planned ambush, wouldn't it be too crude? It seemed like something was indeed lacking. As he pondered, the surrounding corpses surged forward, controlled by the sound of the flute. Jean Feichuan's shoulders trembled. He was about to soar into the sky, but stopped instead, drawing out the Tianjiao staff to confront the approaching corpses. He retaliated while retreating, his mind racing to assess the situation. From the masked man's words, he realized they were waiting for a cosmic-level being, implying that this entire scenario was a fishing trap. At this moment, Jean Feichuan's brain functioned like a high-speed computer. In his mind, a card table unfolded, and Jean Feichuan placed himself in the dealer's perspective, attempting to decipher the game. Firstly, the South was represented as the spade, A the official as the diamond, A the weak crew laden with spirit gold as the club 4, while he represented the heart A. The 4 cards entered the game sequentially with the spade, A playing first, preparing to leave the table. The diamond, A refused, stepping forward to pursue. The spade, A played again, revealing 3 club 4s while simultaneously flipping the cards to mix them up. The diamond, A firmly believed that the spade, A intended to leave the table, while the club 4s were merely a ruse to distract the spade's attention. Thus the diamond, A continued to pursue the spade, A, while the already weakest club 4 was handed over to the larger heart, A to drive off the table. Returning to the current perspective on the table above the diamond, A was confronting the flipped spade, A below the heart, A faced off against the flipped club 4. Now flipping over the revealed cards, the spade, A remained the spade, A, and the club 4 still the club 4, yet cards can deceive the eye. Next, focusing on the club 4, he gently rubbed it open, revealing another spade, A hidden beneath a second spade, A emerged on the table. Why was there a second one, and when did it appear? Returning to the dealer phase on the table, there was 1 spade A and 1 diamond A. The spade A did not originate from the dealer's hand, it had always been present, not revealing how many cards it had, only that your eyes saw, but 1. If gently rubbed open, was it 1 card? 2. No 3 spade as. Why 3? Retrieving the cards, reshuffling 3 spade, as on top below there was 1 diamond A and 1 heart A. The heart A is known to everyone as the double card, gently pushing it aside, revealing behind it a ghost card representing Yumingi. Shifting the perspective back to the present situation, the ghost card behind was now in play, confronting the second spade A. To prevent the heart A from quietly exiting the game, and to disrupt the true goal of the spade A, a third spade A needed to enter the game to interfere. When would that third spade A enter? Quite simply, when the heart A was ready to withdraw, that would be the moment of entry. In other words, now. Jean Fachin, with a keen insight into everything, stood amidst the flowing sea of flowers, holding the Tianjiao staff in one hand and clutching a card in the other. Just as he finished speaking, the next moment unfolded. The space ripped open, and the second masked figure entered the fray. Boom! A tremendous rumble echoed from afar. A flash of white light appeared next to the ruined wooden cabin, where 2 figures stood in confrontation. On the left stood a mysterious figure dressed in bizarre attire, wearing a mask with a crying face, while on the right was Jean Fachin, drenched and calm. Kid, your mindset and demeanor are commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired. Upon seeing me, don't you kneel and beg for mercy? The masked figure spoke mockingly. Jean Fachin tossed aside the baseball cap from his head, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind, as a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He remarked, "Big brother, how much do you earn in a month to work this hard?" "You are indeed, as rumored, full of hot air. The only thing worthy of praise is your composure, yet your mind is somewhat dull. Do you really think Yumingi can spare any energy for you?" "Why not?" A sudden unfamiliar voice echoed from behind the crying masked man, followed by an overwhelming force capable of destroying everything. Bang! A fist struck the top of the crying masked man's head, shattering the space like a mirror in that instant, and a terrifying shockwave instantly blew Jean Fachin away. Before he could stabilize himself, a streak of light suddenly flashed from the right. The crying masked man wielded a massive scythe that tore through space. Seeing this, Jean Fachin quickly activated his wings madly, burning his spiritual energy to soar into the sky. I was right, this guy's flute is merely a decoration. The one truly capable of controlling the corpses is the giant scythe grazed his cheek, and the forceful wind it generated sliced against Jean Fachin's face, leaving a shallow wound. "Kid, die." The smiling masked man grasped the air fiercely, and immediately the space around Jean Fachin distorted unnaturally, as if being ravaged by an invisible giant hand. A suffocating sensation surged within him, but before a second passed, the surrounding space was violently blasted apart. Yumingi suddenly appeared before him, raising his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike. Earth level, initial, extreme martial art, moon surge, great river flow. Black water gathered in the air, coalescing in an instant into a massive handprint that erupted outwards. Boom, boom, boom. The space continued to shatter, an endless particle storm roiling like a dragon. Yumingi shielded Jean Fachin from the explosion's impact, saying, "You need to get away, or I'll deal with these two." "No, shouldn't you take me to escape first?" Jean Fachin replied, bewildered, but Yumingi had already vanished, charging forward to deliver a fierce beating to one of them. Seeing that Yumingi was unconcerned about him, Jean Fachin felt helpless. Just as he prepared to escape on his own, the smiling masked man charged at him again. But before he could get close, a cold voice pierced through the heavens. Lock, crack. In the blink of an eye, the smiling masked man stood motionless as an invisible force seemed to completely sever the space in front of him from this world, forming a small realm. The two masked figures, one crying and one smiling, darted around like phantoms within the small world, but could not escape. Yumingi, however, was like a fully unleashed demon, relentlessly pummeling the two. At that moment, the melodious sound of a flute echoed once more like a lullaby resonating again under the night sky. Damn it, is there really a black spade, AA? Forget about this, who let so many in. Jean Fachin couldn't help but curse. But thankfully these dead won't fly. Fly. Just as he spoke halfway, hundreds of corpses sprouted wings of spiritual energy, hovering in midair. Jean Fachin was dumbfounded. Could it be that only those at the fifth realm control could achieve spiritual wings? Aren't they supposed to be rare? How come this group of corpses can do it? This corpse controller can't be another Orochimaru, can he? Digging graves like this. Whoosh! Hundreds of corpses surged forward and Jean Fachin hurriedly dodged and weaved. The speed of the corpses suddenly accelerated, brushing past him like dozens of streaks of light. Whoosh! Fingers caked with dirt swept past his ear, creating a howling wind. Simultaneously, a corpse charged up from behind. Jean Fachin's eyes widened, his dark pupils spinning rapidly as he surveyed the area. His left hand transformed into a palm, striking the chest of the corpse before him, then swiftly gripping its retreating arm. He spun around, stepping on it with one foot, and using the force to propel himself upwards. Jean Fachin shot towards the sky with a loud bang. The sound of the flute continued, and the corpses below surged upwards with explosive speed. So, Minji's voice came through, and Jean Fachin paused, glancing at the relentless corpses below. He shrugged and replied, "About average. Although they can fly, their strength is just so-so. After all, they're dead, they lack cognitive ability, and won't even have extreme martial arts. Overall, it should be quite exhausting for them. Be careful, these two guys are a bit off." Okay. In the high altitude under the night sky, amidst the pale bright moon, Jean Fachin aligned with him. With his back to the moonlight, Jean Fachin leisurely took out a Qingling fruit and began to replenish his stamina and spiritual energy. Around him, a circle of corpses closely followed, like a staircase connecting heaven and earth, appearing one after another beside Jean Fachin. "Are we all here?" Glancing at the surrounding corpses ready to pounce, Jean Fachin gestured with his hand to snap his fingers. Suddenly, a swirling hurricane appeared beside him, along with petals and countless silver cards that looked like blades manifesting out of thin air. Since there aren't any spectators, I'll skip the pretentious words. Snap! With a crisp snap of his fingers, Jean Fachin smiled slightly amidst the raging winds. "Then, let's begin." As his words fell, the petals and cards began to whirl and dance rapidly, like countless invisible blades starting to slice through everything around him indiscriminately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, black blood splattered under the moonlight, gushing out in a torrent. In that moment, an invisible domain formed around Jean Fachin, where everything within its range was subjected to frenzied slashes and devastation. The group of corpses, without exception, were riddled with bloody holes, their bodies grotesque and terrifying. Jean Fachin casually tossed aside an apple core, and in that instant of being thrown, the invisible massacre spread, shredding it to pieces. Soon the fiery wings vanished quietly, and Jean Fachin lost his ability to fly, starting to plummet rapidly downwards. With one hand in his pocket, he descended with a straight posture, the swirling winds whipping his clothes wildly. Jean Fachin placed one hand across his brow, narrowing his eyes at the dark mass of corpses below. "Let me see, where are you, musical prodigy? Where could you be, where could you be?" Just as he was about to hit the ground, a figure that stood out appeared in his sight. Jean Fachin grinned. "Found you." Bang! With wings spread wide, Jean Fachin came to a sudden halt in midair during his rapid descent. Petals intertwined around him as he transformed into a streak of light, zipping across the ground in an arc, while the petals swirled around him wildly. He was like a crushing machine, and wherever he passed, the corpses along the way turned into pools of black water. The rain fell heavier, gradually forming a mist. Within the hazy fog, silver streaks of light cut across the dark earth. A figure playing a flute, wearing a pure black mask, stood in the center of a sea of corpses, continuously enlarged. Jean Fachin moved at breakneck speed, sweeping past countless dead bodies, instantly reaching the black-masked figure, twisting his body and delivering a powerful kick. The black-masked figure quickly reacted, severing the flute's sound with a swift hand to defend, but Jean Fachin was already within striking distance, and it was too late to defend. A terrifying kick infused with spiritual energy struck the black-masked figure's chest, propelling him like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the mass of corpses behind. Splash! Mud-stained shoes stepped into a waterlogged pit, sending sprays of water into the air. Jean Fachin held a Qingling fruit in his hand, quickly swallowing it in the heavy rain to replenish his spiritual energy. Raindrops trickled down his hair, and Jean Fachin brushed aside his strands, his eyes like torches gazing at the slowly rising black-masked figure ahead. Without pausing the Qingling fruit, he sensed the residual spiritual energy within him and began to doubt himself. Could he truly be exhausted? There was nothing particularly grand about it. Wasn't it just flying a few circles in the sky? How could he be running out of energy so soon? Whoosh! The black-masked figure made an eerie movement with his body, an insatiable bloodthirst leaking from him as he tilted his head to look at Jean Feiqing, a hoarse voice emanating from beneath the mask. Hee, so you are Jean Feiqing, the one possessing the first-ever universal-grade treasure. Truly a dangerous character, he. The card exploded, and Fujiazi Wujian appeared in Jean Feiqing's hands, its sharp blade cutting through the rain, emitting a faint tremor. So well informed about me, are you going to confess your feelings? Unfortunately, I am only interested in beautiful ladies. The words lingered. Hum. The blade hummed, and in that instant both moved simultaneously. Jean Feiqing stomped fiercely on the ground, his figure twisting like an arrow released from a bow, a unique, killing intent glimmering in his lazy eyes. The ghostly figure wielded a dark red flute, flickering like a specter. Clang, clang, clang. Dazzling sparks frequently appeared under the rain, an icy chill in the air. The sound of iron weapons clashing was like a symphony alongside the bursts of fierce winds. Is your flute really that tough? The flute sliced through the rain and struck the crossed blades. Boom. The ground sank, and Jean Feiqing was sent flying by this terrifying force, crashing hard into the muddy earth. The black-masked figure withdrew the flute and quickly held it to his mouth to play. As the flute's sound rang out, all the surrounding corpses activated, surging towards the disheveled Jean Feiqing. A corpse stomped down at Jean Feiqing, who exploded into countless petals with a bang, reconstituting beside. Buzz, the flute's notes became increasingly urgent, and the actions of the surrounding corpses also accelerated. Their dark hands waved chaotically, but the deadly fact was that these corpses were once powerful individuals in life. Even without treasures or spiritual energy, their sheer physical strength was enough to overwhelm a Jean realm, let alone a Jean Feiqing, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Clang, clang, clang. Black blood splattered onto Jean Feiqing's clothes, the rain unable to wash it away. He tried to minimize turning into petals, relying more on cards to fight, conserving his spiritual energy. Truly a predicament. Jean Feiqing flicked out a card, slicing through falling raindrops, instantly embedding it into a corpse's neck, followed by an explosion. However, this insignificant corpse hardly diminished the advancing momentum of the horde. Gradually, Jean Feiqing's space for movement grew smaller, and the fallen corpses increased. He resembled a tireless machine, controlling petals and cards, ruthlessly slaughtering the dead. At this moment, the flute music stopped. The tightly encircled corpses instinctively parted to create a path, and the black-masked figure walked through the muddy puddles to stand before Jean Feiqing. The latter wearily raised his gaze and suddenly smiled. Oh, why did the tune stop? Surprisingly, a Jean Realm 6 transformations can endure to this point. I must say you are indeed a natural-born warrior. The black-masked figure said. Jean Feiqing shook his head. No, I am a natural-born performer. Saying this, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant, cards buried under the mud illuminated with brilliance, arrows, blades, and lightning silently erupted at that moment, striking behind the black-masked figure. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion spread, causing Jean Feiqing to involuntarily take a step back. The particle smoke that had just erupted was quickly dispersed by the rain, revealing the exposed, gruesome wounds of the black-masked figure. Is your weakness just an act? The black-masked figure's hoarse voice carried a hint of menace. Not at all. I'm genuinely weak, but it doesn't prevent me from tricking you into thinking otherwise. Jean Feiqing placed a hand on his hip, panting heavily, waving his hand as he spoke. The black-masked figure paused, a furious smile emerging. Hee, this is truly amusing, but unfortunately, you can only stop here. This farce should come to an end. Don't be hasty, who knows, I might just turn the tables. On what basis? I am at the realm. Although I lack close combat abilities, killing a Jean realm is still quite simple. The black-masked figure said, unable to comprehend. Jean Feiqing shook a finger, panting. I am a universal grade. There are only a few universal grade in the Great Xia. I am riding on the talent wave, not a helpless waste with no connections. When it comes to shaking people, I am not afraid of you. What do you mean? The ghostly figure suddenly felt an ominous premonition, gripping the flute even tighter. The friend circle isn't just for decorating daily life. We'll learn from it, little brother. Jean Feiqing grinned widely, and then took a deep breath, shouting at the sky. Hu Zhu, come out, and stop hiding to pull your shady tricks. As his voice fell, a frivolous voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. What was that saying again? Jean Feiqing shook his head helplessly. Showtime. Ah yes, showtime. As the light and airy voice fell. Ding. In the next moment, every blade of grass, every tree, the wind blowing, the rain falling, all froze in place, as if the world had been paused. A flash of white sword light swept across the land. Moments later, all the corpses encircling Jean Feiqing revealed a line of bloodstains from the top down. Crack. At this moment, the earth split apart. The rain curtain was cut, creating a vacuum domain, as Hu Zhu, dressed in teacher's attire with hands behind his back, descended from the horizon. I'm the handsome guy, they all call me Hu Zhu. At this moment, the black-masked figure's mask shattered, revealing a face marked with a ghastly sword scar. Trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with intense fear as he murmured, "Double Xian, the swordsman." Hu Jiuyin. In the capital city, the Prime Minister's office. Report: 3 individuals with mysterious masks have appeared. Currently Mr. Hu has arrived and Captain Yu is engaged in battle with smiling face and crying face, but Nan has yet to make an appearance. Understood. A series of rhythmic knocks echoed as wrinkled fingers slowly tapped on the table. On the red chair, the old man squinted slightly and said, "Send out a team, eliminate them all." "Yes, wait a moment." The old man stopped his subordinate and pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Deploy the second team to raid several nearby countries and eliminate any organizations they find, leaving none behind to send a warning." The subordinate paused, then turned to advise, "Wouldn't this provoke condemnation from the Human Alliance? After all, we haven't yet identified the tail. Let them condemn us, do I simply want listen. Jean Feichen is the top tier of our great Xia, and I refuse to believe they have any connection to this matter." The old man waved his hand casually, sighed lightly, and said slowly, "They should be grateful that Jean Feichen is a righteous star. Had it been someone else causing the deaths of top tiers, the distinctions of right and wrong would be moot. Not to mention, even if this incident were caused by Jean Feichen, so what? Whether trouble arises is his affair. How to deal with it is ours. Remember that as a top tier." Boom. Lightning flashed, illuminating everything in Nanzhao province. Under the curtain of rain, Heartless Swordsman. Hu Jiuyin. What a ridiculous name. Upon hearing a name long forgotten, Hu Zhu's face first showed a fleeting daze followed by embarrassment. He hurriedly fished out a crumpled pack of liqueur from his pocket, took one out, and stuffed it into Jean Feichen's mouth, saying, "I was young and foolish trying to act cool, never expecting this name would resurface now. Heartless Swordsman Hu Jiuyin Hu Zhu, you really are quite ridiculous. TSK tisk." Jean Feichen sized up, Hu Zhu clicking his tongue in amusement. "You dare." Boom. Just as the two were chatting, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted in the including the figure in black. The three suddenly turned to look. A massive spatial rift like a chasm opened in the night sky, with cracks spreading across the surrounding space like shattered glass. Sunlight, thunder, frost, rain. The space resembled a completely chaotic world with various phenomena and weather distorting within, even sunlight breaking through. The most striking sight was the figure standing at the center of the rift, Yu Mingyi, clad in black, wielding a straight blade, resembling a demonic god, standing against the heavens, clutching a grinning head in his other hand. The limbs of the smiling figure were twisted like a pretzel covered in ghastly wounds. In an instant, a horror-filled scream echoed from beneath the mask, reverberating through the heavens, as terrifying bolts of heavenly thunder flashed within the rift. In the moment of lightning's flash, the horrifying demonic figure appeared between Jean Feichen and the man in black. Off. Before the scream of the man in black could fully escape, Yu Mingyi's palm had already tightened in the air. Crack! The surrounding space suddenly folded. The space where the man in black's limbs were located collapsed with a thunderous roar. He couldn't even let out a scream before becoming a lifeless figure, crashing down into the mud. Under the stunned gaze of Jean Feichen and Hu Zhu, Yu Mingyi discarded the smiling figure, raised his arm, holding the straight blade, pressed his other hand against his arm, gently moving it. His bulging muscles stirred slightly as he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "It's been too long since I moved. I'm starting to regain my state." Observing Yu Mingyi's demeanor as if he had just finished warming up, Jean Feichen and Hu Zhu exchanged a synchronized glance at the collapsing horizon, then glanced at the distant mountains level to the ground. After a moment of silence, Jean Feichen's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He blinked and muttered vacantly, "Hu Zhu, I want to escape culture. No, wait, it should be me acting cool. I waited half an hour for my entrance. How could this happen?" The two exchanged bewildered glances, a profound confusion rising in their hearts. "Yue, Mr. Yue is everything. Handle?" Hu Zhu asked tremulously, looking as if he might shatter at any moment. "Oh." Yu Mingyi nodded, stepping on the face of the smiling figure below him, saying, "Sorry, 2 tier 5 beings wasted so much time." Hu Zhu's heart twitched as he glanced at the heaps of corpses on the mountain, mentally reassuring himself, "It's okay. As long as I clear this mountain with one sword, this trip won't be in vain." Whoosh! Yu Mingyi slightly raised his blade, and the extreme blade light spread out like ripples, instantly obliterating the countless corpses, dissipating them into the air. Hu Zhu silently shattered, and Jean Feichen also wore a dazed expression, inwardly muttering, "Had I known you had this power, I wouldn't have been so anxious in the market." One crying face escaped, "But I left him with a wound. He won't be far from death." Yu Mingyi sheathed his long blade and turned to Jean Feichen, saying, "Pack up, it's time to leave. The local official organization has been waiting outside for a long time." "Is that it? Why does this crisis feel like a high start and a low finish?" Jean Feichen scratched his head, glancing at the mud all over himself, then at Yu Mingyi's slightly dirty clothes, feeling increasingly discontented. "We're far from done. The real mastermind, Nan, has yet to appear, but thankfully if he does, it will be troublesome. Will we lose? Not to that extent. It should just be a bit tiring. I shouldn't have asked. Mr. Yu. Do I really need to work hard? Why not? Maybe I should just become a civil servant. Can you help me with a connection? You must remember that there are no strong individuals in this world. The people you see here are merely failures eliminated by the Daos treacherous battlefield. You do not belong here, you belong to the Daos treacherous battlefield. Failures, including you. Yes. The rain continued to fall. The shattered Huzhu vanished into the space, while Yu Mingyi remained. The night returned to silence as if nothing had happened. Stepping through puddles, Jin Feichen found 6 rings beneath the ruins of a house. A cold wind howled, striking his face painfully. Standing atop the mountain, Jin Feichen gazed at the shattered sky and the ravaged earth, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. Such people are merely failures. Daos treacherous battlefield, I will go there. At the same time, he silently declared in his heart, this magic tour, I must open it across the entire world surely. This world is increasingly filled with it. As the dawn's light shone down, enveloping Jin Feichen, his weary eyes gradually cleared, and he smiled at the pale horizon. 88. Hey Yu Mingyi. In the premier's office, an elderly man held a red landline phone, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Beside him sat a pre-prepared bottle of antihypertensive medication. Hello, Yu Mingyi, you're quite the legend. Took down 2 venerable realm cultivators single-handedly, and killed one outright. Hearing the praise, Yu Mingyi's cold expression remained utterly unchanged. Do you have nothing better to do than call and talk about this, eh? Humph, so now you're lecturing me. His interlocutor choked slightly, then retorted. I heard you left Jin Feichen to fend for himself while you fought that venerable realm opponent all by your lonesome, and thoroughly enjoyed it too. Not bad. Haven't had a proper fight in ages. Didn't even get fully warmed up. Yu Mingyi, are you seriously an idiot? You're a prime star, not a suicide squad. Next time something like this happens, can you please evacuate the main star first? The elder slammed his palm on the desk, exasperated. What the hell were you thinking? Abandoning Jin Feichen to battle a royal realm cultivator alone. That poor kid's nearly worn out like an old ox. That royal realm opponent was weak. No chance of instantly killing Jin Feichen. Besides, he's far stronger than you assume. What do you mean stronger than I assume? I'm done talking. The novel just updated. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone after being hung up, the elder shook his head with a wry smile, then calmly picked up the antihypertensive bottle and swallowed several pills at once. Yu Mingyi ended the call hovering at the edge of the sky. He cast a fleeting glance downward at the landscape below. Zhao South Province, Yiwu City beside Arai Lake. A panoramic sunlit balcony on the 2nd floor of an upscale inn. Sunlight blazed across a cloudless sky. The rhythmic crash of waves harmonized with the cries of seagulls. Jin Feichen and Huzhu lay sprawled on lounge chairs, each clad only in oversized boxer shorts. Between them rested a table bearing 2 chilled beers with straws and a bottle of ice-cold green apple soda. You'll be departing soon after the new year, won't you? Huzhu lit a cigarette, gazing at the shimmering water ahead. Jin Feichen glanced at him surprised, then smiled. How do you know everything? Not simple at all. Everyone has their connections. Huzhu grinned mysteriously. So, have you assembled your team yet? Mostly yes. Right now it's Wang Yi and Bai Jiji, but the 4th member remains undecided. Jin Feichen replied uncertainly. We've been briefed on the South incident, the investigation behind this recent assassination attempt. Huzhu explained precisely, the mastermind behind the attack. Jin Feichen frowned. South? Seriously? Are we really supposed to go toe-to-toe with a venerable realm cultivator? Are we just going to stand there as universal realm cultivators doing nothing until we summon the Prime Star to fight for us? Are we Pokemon trainers? Plenty of time left, no need to rush. Just train diligently, kid. Otherwise, next time an opportunity to show off arises, you'll only shed silent tears. Huzhu waved dismissively, then added, still, South is your sworn enemy. Without Master Yu's intervention, you'd have fallen this time. Don't you have any thoughts on that? He's stronger than me. I have no choice but to yield for now, Jin Feichen shrugged. But what if I were stronger? Then right now I'd be ransacking his estate. You're invincible. Likewise, if I were stronger, I'd already be storming foreign soil. Ransacking his estate then. Ha ha ha. They exchanged knowing smiles and clinked their bottles gently together. Jin Feichen tilted slightly, studying Huzhu. Sunglasses perched low, lips curved in quiet amusement, and asked curiously, hey, I've got a question for you. Go on. What is the swordless swordsman? Huzhu paused, then said flatly, an old title. Jin Feichen raised an eyebrow. There's a story behind it. A painful one. Huzhu turned his head, meeting Jin Feichen's curious gaze with a wry, sorrowful smile. Well, do you want to hear it? Saying I don't would be a lie. Jin Feichen answered honestly. All I know about you is that you're incorrigible, and that you've got 32 years left on your car loan. Fine, then I'll tell you. It's not some forbidden secret. Huzhu fell silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. It happened long ago, back when I was 22. My prime, my peak, absurdly handsome. Every morning staring into the mirror, I'd be struck speechless by my own reflection, and sigh heaven how cruel you are, to bestow such beauty upon me. How are others meant to live? Enough, get to the point. Jean Fachin hastily raised a hand to cut him off. I had a wife. She died. I never sought vengeance. That's why I became the swordless. Jean Fachin froze mid-motion, turning toward Hu Zhu. His sunglasses concealed his eyes, but the strained self-mocking smile betrayed a deep, bitter ache. Her name was Zhu Qingqing, born in Jinling. We grew up together. I was special class, she was second class. My family forbade our marriage. The gap in celestial aptitude was too vast. Hers did too. They believed she wasn't worthy of me. But I refused to bow to their arrogance. So we eloped, just like in novels, roaming freely, deeply in love. We traveled every corner of the country, then overseas. The rest is cliché, no need to dwell. In the end she died. And I, because of my special class status, somehow survived. Why didn't you seek vengeance? I'm 27, nearly 28, on the cusp of the ancient realm. Sounds impressive, but truthfully, I'm ordinary. After returning home, I drowned myself in alcohol. I forgot what cultivation even felt like. Even lost the ability entirely. 5 years ago, I was first rotation Royal Realm. 5 years later, still Royal Realm. What would I be? Comic relief. 22, and already Royal Realm. That is extraordinary. Jean Fachin studied, Hu Zhu astonished. Uffed. Though I look like this now, back then, I was a genuine prodigy, dubbed the Universal Class Quality Inspector. Hu Zhu adjusted his sunglasses, lifting his lips in a practiced, easy smile. So, can you tell I've been married before? Right now, I'm basically the billion girl fantasy. Irresistibly handsome, eternally youthful, effortlessly cool. Shall I help you avenge her? Jean Fachin lit another cigarette, smiling faintly at Hu Zhu. No, absolutely. Hu Zhu waved his hands, urgently, his voice uncharacteristically firm. That would make no sense. If vengeance could be outsourced, I'd have taken it long ago. Then when will you go yourself? I'll bring 2 universal-class allies, guaranteed prestige. When I reach the Emperor realm. How long will that take? Tomorrow. The day after. Next year. Or every year thereafter. It's possible. I'll be watching closely, dog-stealing Emperor. Damn it, call me Sword Emperor. Time flies swiftly. Half a month has passed since the assassination incident in Nanzhao province. The turmoil caused by this event, along with the celestial phenomena that occurred that day, has been suppressed by the authorities. Although only a short half-month has passed, many events have transpired during this time. The day after the Nanzhao province assassination incident, the human alliance formed by the 5 powerful nations filed a complaint against Daxia, accusing Daxia of violating alliance rules by launching armed attacks on neighboring countries. Daxia's response was quite clear, repeating the same few words. I want back down. If someone dies, I want back down. If you're not convinced, come and enlighten me, don't just The effectiveness of such a defense proved to be remarkable, as some nations that initially voiced the most dissent quickly fell silent and no longer mentioned the matter. September 26th. In the capital city of Shangjing at the Tiansu Academy. Inside a 3-story villa on the panoramic balcony of the top floor, Jean Fachin sat cross-legged on a central mat, with 3 spirit golds floating around him, gently pulsing like a heartbeat. Threads of spiritual energy entwined around Jean Fachin, akin to a gentle breeze or the warmth of the sun. At his heart, a spiraling vortex of qi continuously rotated. During this half-month, although Jean Fachin had not practiced much, he had been training his neural reflexes. Coupled with a battle that occurred half a month ago, this breakthrough came quite smoothly. The spirit golds dimmed one by one as the wisps of spiritual energy were absorbed into the vortex, which then sank into his heart. The strands of hair at Jean Fachin's forehead lifted gently, as if moved by an unseen wind. The scars on his body faded away, and the hint of fatigue on his jade-like face gradually dissipated. Once the vortex fully merged with his heart, the gentle breeze finally calmed. Huff! Jean Fachin opened his eyes and stood up, stretching his body. I really have been lazy, but at least I've reached the 7th transition. If Bai Jiji, who was far away in another province, heard this, she would surely feel like crumbling inside. Despite her relentless training day and night, even neglecting her extreme martial arts training, she had only managed to reach the 4th transition. In contrast, Jean Fachin, who had simply been eating and sleeping during this time, had effortlessly broken through to the 7th transition. Why should he feel inferior to Bai Jiji? Jean Fachin stood up, stretched his shoulders, and casually removed his clothes to change. Swish! Suddenly a sound of something slicing through the air rang out from behind him. Clang! A small petal appeared out of nowhere, slicing through the incoming object with pinpoint accuracy. The 2 halves of a stone fell to the ground. Jean Fachin put on a half-sleeve garment and looked up at Yu Mingyi, who was sitting on the side of the rooftop, saying, "Mister, are you not afraid of putting a hole in my head?" Yu Mingyi was seated on the side of the villa balcony, leaning against the wall. In one hand he held a physical book, while in the other he tossed a few stones, catching them effortlessly. This is to train your neural reflexes, which will help you respond more quickly on the battlefield. Swish! Another stone was shot out and Jean Fachin casually raised his hand, catching the fast-moving stone, then tossed it back, saying, "All right, I'm going out. Are you coming or not?" "Not going. You won't get into trouble at the academy." "So sure. What if I really die here?" Jean Fachin asked while putting on his shoes without looking up. Yu Mingyi flipped a page of the book in his hand and replied, "From now on it's the 7 great academies. Do you think a place where a Huan level can die within its own premises still holds any significance? Should I try committing suicide then? I advise you not to think about that. The vice principal will be here soon. All right, just don't scare the old man to death." Jean Fachin chuckled lightly, then placed one hand on the balcony glass and jumped down from the 3rd floor. The roar of the engine sounded as the black Land Rover Defender drove out of the villa courtyard. Above, Yu Mingyi slowly closed the book, his entire being transforming into a wisp of black mist disappearing into the air. Inside the car, Jean Fachin rested an arm on the window, enjoying the breeze and humming a little tune. Beep, beep. Suddenly the ringing of the phone disrupted the tranquility. Jean Fachin activated the speaker and placed the phone beside the center console. "Hello." On the other end there was a crackling sound followed by, "Hello Jean Fachin, it's your brother Bai." "Oh brother Bai, did you call me for something? Do you have time? I have some news. I might be able to get our hands on some spirit essence beast marrow. What do you think? Want to hear?" Hearing the mysterious tone from the other side, Jean Fachin shook his head with a laugh. "That thing is quite precious. If you got wind of it, I'm sure someone else has already taken it away." "What do you mean by that?" "This is something my father just discovered. He told me last night, and no one else knows about it." "Your father isn't a person. He doesn't count." "I'll wait, don't interrupt me, let me finish." Bai Jiji continued, "My family is from Fengtian, and you should know there's a Changbai mountain there. Inside the mountain, there's a 6th-tier eerie beast that just broke through producing some spirit essence beast marrow. My father is studying how to handle it, and I'm thinking we could take advantage of their fight to sneak in and grab it. But your dad would just give you the spirit essence beast marrow, wouldn't he? Why would you need to sneak?" "It's different. It's not just my dad going. If they all go together to obtain the spirit essence beast marrow, they would have to share it. There's not much of it to begin with, and if they divide it, there won't be much left." "Ah." Jean Fachin nodded in understanding. "I see you plan to take advantage of the situation. That's quite This was my father's idea. He told me last night, and asked me to bring you along, saying it would benefit me in the future. I thought it made sense because you little punk are full of bad ideas and I can't have any surprises. If I go, then does that mean the spirit essence beast marrow is?" "Yep, it's yours. Oh well, split it half for each of us." Jean Fachin was a bit surprised, so generous. Spirit essence beast marrow isn't just a bottle of mineral water. Such a valuable thing can't just be given away. Are you really not hiding anything? "Stop it, I swear, every fart I make is fragrant. Don't think of me like that, like some greedy person." Bai Jiji cursed, then continued, "According to my father's words, since you don't belong to any family forces and have no competitive relationship, it makes sense to cultivate relationships. Plus, although spirit essence beast marrow is precious, my family is large and does well. Using half of it to gain a Huan-level friendship is a great deal." Hearing such straightforward words, Jean Fachin couldn't help but admire Bai Jiji. "Did your father make you say that?" "No, he didn't. The thing is, it doesn't matter. You can see it clearly. There's no need to pretend. Just say what you want. It's not like I'm trying to cheat you." She really is quite straightforward. Jean Fachin said, "So when will your dad take action?" "Tonight. He'll go pick you up later." "All right." After hanging up, Jean Fachin shook his head. So it's starting to form connections, already really. As the only Huan level without a family background, he was certainly a target for many families looking to cultivate relationships. Although on the surface everyone appeared harmonious, behind the scenes they were all competing. This is humanity. Even with external enemies looming, they are still reluctant to forsake competition and scheming among themselves. Hypocrisy. Compared to this, green apples are pure sour, as sour, sweet is sweet without disguising themselves as sweet. P.S. What are everyone's thoughts on the 4th person executing the mission? In the heart of Fengtian, within a magnificent courtyard. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jiji shrugged at the middle-aged man sitting across from her and said, "Ach." The middle-aged man was Bai Zixi's father, Bai Shan, the head of the Bai family in Fengtian. Dressed casually, his meticulously combed white hair was swept back and his stern expression conveyed a formidable presence. However, at this moment he seemed less like an imposing head of the family and more like a concerned father. "Didn't I just tell you how to say it? How did it turn into that when it came out of your mouth?" Bai Shan looked at his silly daughter, feeling a bit melancholic. "Come on, as long as it means the same thing. You made me say it in such an eloquent way, and I can't do that." Bai Jiji waved her hand, reclining in her chair like a lord, casually picking her nose and saying, "Besides, that doesn't fit my character." Bai Shan raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed. "It's good that you are close to Jean Fachin, at least he won't have any ill intentions." "How can you say that? You don't even know what he's like." Bai Jiji took a sip of tea from the table. "I don't know, but as soon as Yu Mingyi found out he had been by Jean Fachin's side for so long, without leaving, it shows that Jean Fachin is a good kid worthy of being protected." Baishan shook his head and continued. Yu Mingyi is notorious for his prowess in the Daoic battlefield. Even I would have to politely address him as Mr. Yu or Venerable Luyue. If such a figure willingly protects a young man, it indicates that Jin Feichen possesses exceptional talent, character, and morality. Bai Jiji looked at her father with incredulity and said, "What's this, Baishan? Have you become a fan of Jin Feichen? Are you going to join the Jin family? I haven't seen you praise me like this before. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your father." Baishan glared at Bai Jiji and then said, "It's not that I'm praising him. Think about everything Jin Feichen has done since he came into this world. Which of his deeds isn't worthy of praise? Is it worth it to beat your son up? Well, that shows he has skill. If you have skill, you can also beat him up. It's not that I've discovered something but you. Hey, hold on, I know you're anxious, but don't rush it." Seeing Bai Jiji about to argue, Baishan quickly raised his hand to interrupt and signaled her to be quiet. Baishan coughed lightly and resumed. "I've seen that kid's battles not just once. Especially in the new student competition where he fought against dozens of opponents alone. His combat, thinking, and grasp of the battlefield are absolutely top-notch. Coupled with his perplexing petals and cards, it's even more unfathomable, always bringing unexpected surprises to people. That's called magic," Bai Jiji reminded him while idly picking at her nails. "Don't interrupt. Putting aside his strength and cultivation, just his intellect and maturity are beyond your reach. He played you like a dog. When he had the girl from the Taisher family send a message, just a vague statement resolved the conflict between him and Wang Yi, and in the end, he even turned enemies into friends. All of this makes one ponder whether everything was under his control." Baishan's expression grew serious, and even his tone became heavy. "My dear father, can you stop overthinking? He's not as miraculous as you say. He's barely 20, and he probably wouldn't dare to listen to you." Bai Jiji could no longer listen. She downed her tea in one gulp, stood up, waved her hand, and then casually walked outside with her hands in her pockets. "You child, stop being so carefree every day. Can't you be a little more cautious? You might get sold without real—" Seeing his child's indifferent attitude, Baishan sighed heavily. Bai Jiji did not look back and waved her hand. "Why think about those things? Smiling will bring good luck. Heaven doesn't mistreat good people, especially someone as handsome as me." Baishan shook his head, gazing at the blazing sun outside, murmuring with a sigh, "These days the ones who die the most are the good people." Just as Bai Jiji stepped out, a pleasant voice came from the side. "What a rare guest, our big fool has returned." Following the sound, a girl with long silver hair was seen sitting on a swing hanging from an old tree in the courtyard, quietly reading a book. Bai Jiji shot a glance and scoffed, "Get lost, I'm your brother. You're so disrespectful. When you directly call father by name, why didn't you mention that?" The girl did not look up, speaking in a cold tone. "How could you possibly understand the bond between my brother and me, little brother?" Bai Jiji turned back, giving her the middle finger and scoffing. "A crude person like you being my sister is truly divine punishment. Bai Ling, are you preparing for graduate school? Or are you just unable to express yourself in Northeast dialect? You little girl talking like an old person." Bai Ling elegantly stepped down from the swing, her white dress flowing gracefully. She walked in front of Bai Jiji, looking her up and down with suspicion, then brushed past her, leaving a remark. "People who can't even get a driver's license shouldn't spout nonsense to me. It's laughable." "Damn it, Bai Ling, come back. If you're not convinced, let's practice. If I don't bury your head in the ground, I won't share my—" Bai Zizi's expression visibly darkened, and she summoned the Tian Zhao gun, starting to shout and curse. "Jiji, how can you talk to your sister like that? Is that how you should speak to her?" A poised woman stepped out in response, holding a tablet, playing a TV show, and without lifting her head, she began to admonish. "But Mom, Bai Ling insulted me first. She's been scolding you for over 10 years. What's 2 more sentences? All right, I'm not arguing with you anymore. I'm going to find Jin Feichen." Bai Jiji walked away in extreme frustration. But just after taking a few steps, her phone in her pocket rang. Bai Jiji shielded her eyes from the sun, took a look, and then answered it. "Hello." Hearing a stream of words from the other end, Bai Zizi's expression brightened. "Hey, just wait. I'm coming to pick you up right now." After hanging up the phone, Bai Jiji dashed out. Bai Mu saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, where are you going? You still need to go to the capital." "No need to go anymore. Jin Feichen has already arrived." "Huh." Bai Jiji jogged to the underground parking lot, walked to the back of a large SUV, and brought out her little scooter. "P.S. brothers, don't think the daily life is boring. There won't be too much of it. Everything will not be useless, all laying the groundwork for the following narrative. In other words, this seemingly mundane daily life may be the happiest time they can never return to. Moreover, the daily routine is nearly exhausted. The great Xia F4 is about to embark on a journey across the world. After a whirlwind ride on her electric moped, Bai Jiji finally arrived at the gates of a school. As she braked to a halt, she spotted Jin Feichen, already drawing the admiring glances of a cluster of girls. After a whirlwind ride on her electric moped, Bai Jiji finally arrived at the gates of a school. As she braked to a halt, she spotted Jin Feichen, already drawing the admiring glances of a cluster. Approaching her, he glanced at Bai Jiji's mount, the electric moped, then scratched his head. You're remarkably low-key. TCH. Baijiji tapped the moped's headlight and said, don't underestimate this humble steed. It races like the wind. Electric moped and racing like the wind. Are those two phrases even compatible? Jean Fachin stood frozen in the breeze, utterly flustered. No more dawdling. Hop in. I'll take you for a spin and show you the splendor of Fengtian. Baijiji patted the rear seat. And so two sovereignty-year cultivators, whose very existence sent shockwaves across the world, took their places one behind the other atop that modest electric moped charging forward with unwavering resolve. How did you even get here? Didn't I tell you I wouldn't pick you up? On the road, Baijiji twisted the throttle all the way down and shouted. You really don't need to shout that loud. We're not moving fast enough for me to miss a word. Jean Fachin watched a bicycle effortlessly overtake them, his lips twitching. Is that so? Huh. Who's you came to meet an online friend? I just happened to drop by. Leaning back against the moped's seatback, arms crossed, Jean Fachin gazed serenely at the passing scenery. Though Baijiji had no idea who Zhu was, she nodded as if everything suddenly made perfect sense, and smiled warmly. What perfect timing. You're in luck. Mom's making dumplings later. After dinner, I'll take you out for a stroll to aid digestion. Sounds great. I haven't had proper northeastern dumplings in ages. Weren't you from Jinling? Have you tried them before? Back in my previous life. Funny. We're practically twins. I've only ever tasted them in this life. All right, you drive. I'm going to close my eyes for a bit. The cool breeze is making me drowsy. With that, Jean Fachin shut his eyes and slipped into his signature art, sleeping upright seated. Roughly 5 minutes later, the moped slowed to a gentle stop. Already here, Jean Fachin yawned, rubbing his temples, only to be met not by the grand courtyard of the Bai residence, but by Baijiji's deeply awkward expression. Cough. It's been a while since I last rode. Ran out of power. Could you hop off and push for a bit? Jean Fachin's drowsiness vanished, replaced by a profound, ineffable exhaustion. Wait, I'm baffled. You don't even have a license. Can't you drive at all? Why not just drive a car? Or at the very least ride an electric moped with charge? Baijiji scratched her head sheepishly. I have driven, got caught twice. 3 violations mean they won't let me sit the licensing exam. So, I stopped. But you're a sovereignty-year cultivator. Surely you command some privileges. Jean Fachin stared, incredulous. How could a figure of such legendary stature end up in this predicament? He certainly didn't. The mayor forbids it, Baijiji replied helplessly. Even the provincial governor would grant sovereignty-year exemptions. Surely he would. The provincial governor is my father. He issued the order himself. He has our family vehicles inspected relentlessly, just to keep me from driving. Jean Fachin's brow twitched. So parent official isn't just a hollow phrase after all. A heavy silence fell. Then, lighting a cigarette named helplessness, he sighed. So, what now? You push, I'll steer. Are you insane? I flew halfway across the country just to push your moped. Then should I push? Like hell I will. I could sprint past this junk heap 3 times over. Oh right. Baijiji brightened. We're fate weavers. We can run faster than this thing. And you can even fly. Much faster. Beep, beep, beep. As the two stood debating in the middle of the thoroughfare, a series of sharp horns, they looked up to see a gleaming white Mercedes-Benz G-Class idling nearby. Behind the wheel sat Bai Ling, sunglasses perched coolly on her nose, waving casually. Get in. Jean Fachin recognized the familiar silver strands, turned to Baijiji, and asked, You know her? My younger sister. Come on, let's go. Baijiji hoisted her electric moped onto her shoulder and called into the car. Bai Ling, open the trunk. I need to stow my noble steed. Once secured, they slid into the rear seats, one on the left, one on the right. Bai Ling flicked a glance at them, then spun the wheel. A smooth, elegant drift pivoted the vehicle 180 degrees. Inside the car, Baijiji turned to Bai Ling. Dad sent you? No, I guessed your battery died. That doesn't add up. Baijiji frowned. If Dad hasn't authorized it, how did you drive out without getting pulled over? You don't have a license either. Bai Ling raised a brow. Why should I be arrested? Dad's orders, every family vehicle must undergo inspection upon hitting the road. Then why not swap the plates? Why use such an unmistakably prominent set? Oh right. Baijiji gasped, struck by sudden profound clarity. How did I not think of that? 2 synchronized sighs drifted through the cabin, eloquent in their silence, saying everything and nothing at once. After a journey full of twists and turns, Jean Fachin finally reached Baijiji's home, a newly built Sihiyuan courtyard. Its construction and finishing materials both peerless in quality and craftsmanship. Its overall impression distilled into 2 words: understated elegance. Stepping inside, a slender stream greeted the eye, koi gliding gracefully beneath its surface, while beside it stood a massive ancient tree, its boughs cradling a rustic swing. The entire scene evoked a secluded paradise beyond worldly cares. It radiated grace and warmth, utterly devoid of the imposing aura typical of powerful clans. It was almost impossible to believe such a serene environment had birthed someone like Baijiji. Bai Jiji led Jean Feichen into the main hall, where Bai Shan sat calmly on the head seat, his face alight with warm, welcoming smiles. Uncle, my unannounced visit intrudes upon your peace. Jean Feichen bowed respectfully, then gently gestured. 2 packets of premium tea and 2 packs of elite cigarettes materialized neatly upon the table. A humble token of respect. Please do not disdain it. Please, sit down, sit down. No need for such formality, young man. Coming is enough. Bringing gifts is entirely unnecessary. Bai Shan beamed. Jean Feichen bowed again and took the side seat beside Bai Jiji. Well then, I'll call you Xiao Chun, shall I? Bai Shan stole a glance at the cigarettes on the table, his smile deepening. Xiao Chun, my daughter Jiji has long relied on your kindness and care. Ahem. Enough with the theatrics. Let's cut to the chase, and then eat, nap, and brawl. Bai Jiji swiftly interrupted the pair's polished pleasantries, steering straight to the heart of the matter. Ahem. Bai Shan cleared his throat deliberately. Xiao Chun, Jiji must have briefed you already. Your presence here signals your keen interest in the spirit-refined beast marrow. Indeed, it's a rarity beyond fortune. To claim no desire would be a lie. Jean Feichen replied with a quiet, knowing smile. As the 3 conversed, Bai Ling entered, Lightfoot bearing a wooden tray. She placed a cup of tea beside Jean Feichen's seat first. Jean Feichen inclined his head politely. Thank you. She returned his gesture with a gentle smile, then moved toward Bai Jiji. Before Bai Ling could set the cup down, Bai Jiji snatched it, drained it in one gulp, swished the liquid around her mouth twice, spat it out under the stunned gazes of everyone present, and immediately seized a 3rd cup, which she emptied just as swiftly. Having completed this ritual, she slumped back into her chair like a sovereign reclining on her throne and waved lazily at Bai Ling. Bai Ling stiffened, then approached Bai Shan, her tray now holding only one trembling cup of imported tea, and ventured hesitantly, Father, would you still like yours? Perhaps not. Upon receiving a response, Bai Ling placed the tray aside and quietly stood behind Bai Shan. The essence of the spirit beast, I believe you Xiao Chun should understand that every time a strange beast undergoes a transformation or breakthrough, there is a very small chance that some of its purest essence will be produced, which is of immense help to you newly embarked on the path of cultivation. After Bai Shan finished speaking, he took out a map from his ring. Bai Ling received it and walked over to Jean Feichen. This is a rough map of the Changbai mountain range. I have marked the caves of the strange beasts and several nearby paths at the top. Jean Feichen unfolded the map, looking at the detailed markings above, and nodded. Uncle, may I ask what kind of strange beast this is? A 6th-tier crimson poison ice emperor scorpion. Jean Feichen was taken aback. Good heavens, such a formidable being, no wonder no one dared to hunt it down after all these years. The crimson poison ice emperor scorpion is an extremely noble strange beast. True to its name, it only inhabits frigid regions and possesses an exceptionally strong ice attribute power. However, what is even more terrifying is its tail, which is as large as an anchor. The tail of the crimson poison ice emperor scorpion carries an extremely potent red poison that, once contaminated, has no antidote. This toxin grows anew every decade and cannot be stored, only residing within the tail of the scorpion. Otherwise, it is likely that such a toxin would be present in the market today. The 6th tier corresponds to the 6th realm of humanity, the ancient realm. Given that strange beasts have a natural advantage in physical strength and power, it is difficult for humans to win in the same realm, let alone against the 6th-tier Crimson Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion. Engaging in cross-realm combat could also be a possibility, and if it becomes enraged, it will unleash a plethora of toxins, leaving any who are contaminated with no good outcome. At that moment, Jean Feichen finally understood why Bai Zizi's father would join forces with the clan. If he were to face it alone, one slip could turn Bai Jiji into a fatherless child. I never expected such a strange beast to exist here, Jean Feichen said with some shock. Bai Shan nodded and replied, who says otherwise? This creature is extremely rare. Even if it exists, it should be in the far north. I don't know how it ended up here. Looking at Jean Feichen, he asked, have you gone through the map? Is there anything you don't understand? I have a general understanding. There are no issues. Good. Bai Shan nodded as if recalling something, suddenly said, by the way, the other few who will join me in confronting the Crimson Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion may very likely send their juniors as well, so be cautious. Jean Feichen couldn't help but chuckle at this. The whole family was engaged in mutual deception. Should we cover our faces then? Bai Shan waved his hand without a second thought. No use. With Jiji around, it won't matter whether you cover up or not, as she can expose you with a single word. All right, but it might be possible. After chatting for a while, it was time for dinner. After a hearty meal, Jean Feichen and Bai Jiji went to the rear courtyard, each finding a lounge chair in the shade, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Both were sleeping soundly. In the front hall, are they asleep? Yes, father, Bai Ling nodded. Bai Shan took a sip of tea and looked at his exceptionally intelligent daughter, asking, Jean Feichen, after seeing him, what are your first impressions? He can eat, he can sleep carefree, and can play with Bai Jiji. Bai Ling shook her head and said, I didn't notice anything special. he's an ordinary person. I think if he weren't at the universal level aside from his face, he has nothing of value to catch my attention. Have you seen his performance in the new students' competition? I haven't, but I've heard it was quite spectacular. Baishan shook his head and chuckled. That's why this kid is impressive in any environment. He can unconsciously relax people's vigilance and easily blend into any atmosphere. Even if you are fully aware that he is a dangerous character, you still find yourself lowering your guard under his words, which is what is called talking human to humans and talking ghost to ghosts. Are you saying that many of his words are lies? Bai Ling lightly frowned. Baishan waved his hand. There's truth in the falsehood. Some things, even if you know they're lies, you still enjoy listening to them. I can see that the words he speaks are spontaneous without the need for thought, yet they are airtight, just like the self-protection of a wild beast. Then is he worth befriending? Definitely. Why wouldn't he be worth it? He's a good kid. If your brother had even half of Jean Facian's brains, I would be at ease. Bai Ling tilted her head confused and said, then what is the meaning of saying these things? To warn you, what you can see is merely what Jean Facian wants you to see. Don't define a person based on your perspective, or you might suffer a great loss. I understand now. Baishan slowly stood up. Contact your uncles. The sky is getting late. It's time to set off. Okay. As the warm sun gradually dipped, the sunset illuminated the clouds with a golden hue as the divine being tore apart, the setting sun scattering specks of golden light onto the earth, a golden panorama beautiful beyond words. In the rear courtyard, two slugs slowly crawled up, looking around with extremely bewildered expressions. Their gazes met, both recognizing the confusion in the other's demeanor. Jean Facian pressed down his messy hair and with a dry throat said, morning. Let's go, Bai Gigi mumbled. Just as the two of them were blank in their minds, Bai Ling approached them with a book, saying, you two are finally awake. Father has already set out. Hurry up and go. Jean Facian's mind instantly cleared as he realized the purpose of his journey. With a shake of his shoulders and his wings appearing, he grabbed the drowsy Bai Gigi beside him and soared into the sky. Thank you. A white streak of light arced under the sunset, flying towards the distance. At the moment his words fell, a white rose magically bloomed on the book that Bai Ling held open. At the stem of the rose there was a string of words. When you cry for missing the sun, you will miss the stars again. When you cry for missing the sun, you will also miss the stars. I mean, you don't have to be too entangled by Zitzi's universal level. That will put you under pressure and make you forget the beauty of life. Look at the sunset, look at the corresponding beautiful lady. After a moment of silence, Bai Ling slowly closed her Tagore's poetry collection and gazed at the distant setting sun, faintly revealing a smile. I should thank you too, Mr. God of Sleep. In the sky of Fengtian, as the sun set and the evening glow painted the horizon, a silver streak of light swept across. Flying like this feels exhilarating, Bai Gigi remarked, gazing at the close-knit sunset. Jean Facian smirked slightly and teased, why not get a flying extreme weapon, Bai? With your family's wealth you can— Buddy, this is a flying extreme weapon, not an airplane. How can it be just a mere trifle in your eyes? Moreover, my dad says my current cultivation is not suitable. The lightning attribute itself consumes a lot of spiritual energy. If I add a flying extreme weapon, my delicate frame won't be able to handle it. Didn't President Wang say he wanted to get one? Jean Facian chuckled, recalling Wang Yi's resolute attitude. He's just messing around, even when he has nothing to do. He should focus on sharpening his big broken knife instead of trying to fly. Why doesn't he just cosplay as Erling Shun? At the mention of Wang Yi, Bai Gigi immediately expressed her disdain, showing no hesitation in her irritation. Seeing Bai Zitzi's attitude and remembering that they would have to carry out tasks together in the future, Jean Facian helplessly shook his head, realizing that things might get lively. After flying for a while, a striking white object entered their line of sight. Ahead, amidst an endless green ocean, a stark white appeared, seemingly covered in snow despite it being autumn. Indeed, it was the sixth-tier Chidu Ice Emperor Scorpion, which had completely altered the natural phenomena of its habitat. The two descended not far from the White Forest. Jean Facian took out the map Baishan had given him and checked their current location. We've arrived at the route your father planned in advance. Now we just need to wait for the sun to set, and your father and the others will start their operation. After speaking, Jean Facian walked over to a nearby large tree, tested its sturdiness, and then leaped onto a branch, lying comfortably as he took out a Qingling fruit to eat. Wow, you are really skilled at climbing trees, Bai Gigi exclaimed in surprise at Jean Facian's proficient movements. Jean Facian shot her a glance and remained silent, quietly enjoying his apple while waiting for the twilight to pass. Finally, just as he was about to doze off, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from within the White Forest. Boom! The two quickly looked up to see three purple beams of light swiftly shooting out from the forest, creating circles of explosive energy that burst continuously in the sky. Behind them was an even faster white light darting upward in an instant. A terrifying aura spread invisibly in the air, and two distinct colors of light surged into the sky before crashing violently against each other at an altitude of 1,000 meters, sending strong waves of air rippling out, shaking the forest below, which rustled and quaked. We need to go, Jean Feichen said, instantly alert and beckoning Bai Jiji to follow as he sprang up and began darting through the branches. Bai Jiji tucked her phone back into her pocket, crackling with electricity as she transformed into a streak of light dashing across the ground. The two hurriedly advanced, soon entering a white forest. As they continued to sneak deeper, an increasingly pungent smell of blood filled the air. Emerging from the white thicket, they were met with a massive cave surrounded by angular ice crystals, and at the same time, they discovered the source of the blood smell. Inside the cave, they found the remnants and shattered corpses of various bizarre beasts with copious amounts of blood frozen into ice, forming a natural floor and ice surface interwoven with blue and red, exhibiting a strange beauty. As they stepped into the cave, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Looking up, the cave was not as dark as imagined. Instead, it was quite bright, with surrounding blue ice crystals emanating a soft glow illuminating everything around. Bai Jiji shivered gazing at the wondrous cave, and said, "This place seems quite luxurious, clearly a refined space. Let's move quickly. That creature might return at any moment," Jean Feichen cautioned, glancing warily at their surroundings before hastily moving deeper. The two advanced one after the other, quickly reaching the innermost part of the cave. The vast and profound space was adorned with ice crystals and ghastly white bones. To their surprise, in this frigid realm, there was a gigantic hollow in the furthest corner of the cave, and looking down, the hollow revealed a vast blue lake. "There's no spiritual essence here. Could it have been eaten by the Chidu Ice Emperor Scorpion?" Bai Jiji looked around, moving about, but found nothing. Jean Feichen shook his head and replied, "Impossible. Spiritual essence is like excess energy expelled from their own bodies for these bizarre beasts. Unless they are starving, they would never touch it. But there's nothing here either." Jean Feichen pointed at the icy water below and suggested, "Could it be beneath? But isn't spiritual essence a liquid? Can it exist underwater?" Bai Jiji scratched her head, feeling a bit doubtful. "Do you want to check it out?" "I'm afraid of water. You should go instead," Bai Jiji said with a shiver, looking at the icy lake below. "All right, just keep an eye on me while I go take a look." Jean Feichen didn't hesitate to agree, as he believed, according to the laws of novels, that such places surely contain treasures. He was confident. "Leave it to me," Bai Jiji patted her chest. Jean Feichen nodded and jumped down the hollow. Splash! Ice water splattered everywhere, and Bai Jiji quickly stepped back, watching Jean Feichen's disappearing figure, clicking her tongue. Wow, what a tough guy. Underwater, the biting cold enveloped him, causing Jean Feichen to frown involuntarily. The water was quite clear, and through the ice crystals above, he could see his surroundings. He tried to use his spiritual energy to protect himself, blocking the cold. His gaze quickly darted around, spotting a glimmer of light in the depths of the lake. "Just as I thought, it's here." With a swift motion, Jean Feichen swam beside it and saw two ice spheres wrapping his hands in spiritual energy. Jean Feichen cautiously picked one up. Upon closer inspection, he found that the ice sphere contained a small amount of liquid. Jean Feichen smirked lightly, gently brushed the two ice spheres into his ring. After doing this, he had no intention of surfacing just yet and continued swimming at the bottom of the lake. He scanned around, seeking something that could be called a treasure. However, after searching extensively, he found not a single valuable item. Feeling slightly disappointed, Jean Feichen shook his head and sighed inwardly. He remembered a friend surnamed Xiao who was not like this. Whenever they arrived somewhere, treasures would appear. Why was it that he, despite trying so hard, saw nothing? Such was fate, lamentable indeed. Muttering to himself a couple of times, Jean Feichen abandoned the idea of striking it rich and swung his arm, preparing to swim upward. But at that moment, an extreme chill surged up from the bottom of the lake. Crack! The biting cold ice began to crystallize from the soles of his feet, instantly freezing Jean Feichen's legs completely. Jean Feichen reacted swiftly, hastily urging his celestial artifact to transform himself into a sea of flowers, dissipating from the ice and reappearing on the other side. A slender ice crystal shot up from the dark bottom of the lake, grazing Jean Feichen's neck, and the chill it carried instantly enveloped his neck in frost. Swish! The ice crystal flew past, changing direction, shooting towards him at high speed. Jean Feichen waved his hand, sending out petals sharp as blades to collide with it. But something unexpected happened. The ice crystal, barely the width of a finger, shattered the petals, effortlessly hurtling towards him. One must know that the petals refined through Wanmuyu Qi are comparable to dark iron in hardness, yet now they were easily crushed by a mere chunk of ice. The speed of the ice crystal was astonishing, and before Jean Feichen could react to transform into petals, it pierced through his arm in a flash. Crimson blood bloomed at the icy blue lake bottom. Jean Feichen winced in pain, furrowing his brow. He nonchalantly shook his arm, his gaze fixed on the eerie ice crystal. "You really think you can bully me, huh?" Jean Feichen clenched his fist tightly, and countless petals emerged from the wound on his arm. At the same time, with his other hand, he clasped and opened it, and a card appeared out of thin air. He pinched the card between Jean Feichen and gave it a gentle shake, transforming it into 3 cards. With another shake, it became a thick stack. Then he waved his hand and countless cards and petals shot out simultaneously, spreading across the entire lake bottom, dazzling like a blooming flower. Jean Fei-Chen stood at the center of the floral display, like a conductor orchestrating everything. The petals danced wildly, and the cards continuously collided with the ice crystal as if trying to direct its position. Jean Fei-Chen squinted at the scene before him, his fingers unconsciously tapping his thigh, as if waiting for something. Finally his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he exploded into a flurry of petals. In an instant, a hand unexpectedly condensed in front, grabbing the swiftly moving ice crystal. Spiritual energy, little trick appear. As the petals flowed, the severed arm began to extend and condense, and in the blink of an eye, Jean Fei-Chen casually with one hand in his pocket, and a faint smile appeared while the ice crystal struggled in his grasp. Let's go into my big ring, little thing. Jean Fei-Chen smiled, and with a flick of his finger the ring sparkled, causing the ice crystal to vanish. After shaking off the wound on his arm, Jean Fei-Chen's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow. Oh dear, this is serious. I'll need to rest in bed for at least half a month to recover properly. At that moment, Yu Ming-Yi's voice rang in his ear. I advise you to throw that ice block out, don't keep it in the ring. My. Bang. Before Jean Fei-Chen could even ponder, the ring on his finger suddenly exploded and hundreds of green apples scattered like rain. Jean Fei-Chen turned bright red like a bolt from the blue, his eyes wide open. Oh my apples. Bang. With a jolt beneath the water, his wings unfurled, and Jean Fei-Chen used his utmost speed to frantically weave through the water, collecting the scattered green apples back into another ring. In less than a minute, the scattered apples returned to Jean Fei-Chen's sanctuary. Exhausted, he glared. Calling mister. You are calling mister. You. Oh. What happened? Why did the storage ring explode? Is this thing that powerful? It's a special attribute called extreme Dao source ice, which generally only forms in extreme climates, and it shouldn't have been placed in a storage ring. Jean Fei-Chen looked puzzled. Why didn't you say that earlier? You didn't ask me. Haha, I knew it. Do you know what use this thing has? If it's useless, I don't want it. It enhances the corresponding attribute's power. For ice attribute Fate Masters, it's a supreme treasure, but it's not rare in the world, just hard to find a perfect match. This place must have been transformed because of this item, and the Scarlet Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion has long made it its home. I knew it, I truly am the protagonist. Jean Fei-Chen's eyes sparkled, thinking of how this could be a major breakthrough. However, he also pondered the difficulty. How to store this thing? Seeing Jean Fei-Chen's excited demeanor, Yu Ming-Yi asked, do you want it? Absolutely. Jean Fei-Chen nodded vigorously. What do you want it for? Jean Fei-Chen paused and said, is it possible that I am of all attributes, and thus include the ice attribute? Oh, Yu Ming-Yi finally realized. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted, and a black vortex appeared around the ice crystal, directly sucking it in. Oh, Yu Ming-Yi finally realized. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted, and a black vortex appeared. Silence sometimes can be polite, but more often it is helpless. Jean Fei-Chen sighed inwardly and began to swim upwards. Splash. Water splashed as Jean Fei-Chen emerged from the hollow, and upon looking up he found Bai Ji staring at her phone with a silly grin, completely unaware of his arrival. Off. Bai Ji was startled by the sudden shout, jumping up in place, hastily summoning her celestial artifact to scan the surroundings. Seeing Jean Fei-Chen's speechless expression, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, how is it? Is there any danger? If there was, I would be dead below. Jean Fei-Chen evaporated the water on his body with spiritual power, then took out an ice ball and handed it to Bai Ji. Here's Spirit Beast Essence 2, in total 1 for each of us. Bai Ji shook the ice ball in front of her, and with the light, she clearly saw the liquid inside. Why does it look like someone shot inside it? Saying this, she shot a suspicious glance at Jean Fei-Chen. You didn't do anything bad, did you? Stop, don't insult me. Bai Ji quickly admitted defeat, putting the ice ball back into her ring, adjusting her pants, and heading outside. Wrap it up, let's go home. Jean Fei-Chen lit a cigarette and followed her outside, glancing at the delighted Bai Ji. I said there are two, and there are two. Aren't you afraid I'll keep one for myself? Bai Ji casually scratched her nose, saying, people can often deceive those who trust themselves. If you can deceive me, it means I trust you. I believe that my warm heart will be met with a sincere one, and I don't think you're that petty, unlike Wang Yi. To give a peach for a plum, returned Jean Fei-Chen, raised his eyebrows in surprise at Bai Ji's nonchalant manner. After pondering for a moment, he genuinely smiled. Your understanding is quite high, Bai Xiao. Don't use flowery language, I don't understand. Just complimenting you. Then okay. The two of them retraced their steps through the cave. As they walked, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed ahead. Approaching, they discovered two young men with white hair. Your relatives? Bai Ji nodded yes. After saying this, he turned to Jean Fei-Chen. Give me some advice on what to do. What to do? The things are already in hand, let him come if he wants. Are we supposed to do something to them? Jean Fei, that's true. Bai Zhizhi nodded in agreement. The two groups quickly met, and without waiting for the other side to speak, Jin Feichen greeted them casually. Out for a stroll, huh? Yes, just strolling around. The two laughed and nodded as they brushed past each other. Wait a minute. Just a few steps away, they were stopped by the two relatives who had finally caught on. Upon seeing Bai Zhizhi, the other party exclaimed, "Nephew, what are you doing here?" "Oh, my friend came over to see the specialties of Feng Tian." "Really? This is the cave of the sixth-tier monster, the Scarlet Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion. You call this a specialty? What's wrong with that?" Bai Zhizhi replied, "Don't you think this thing exists elsewhere? Isn't it true that only in our Feng Tian do we have it? How can it not be considered a specialty?" That seems to make some sense. The other party rubbed his chin, momentarily unable to process the logic. A person beside him tapped his head and squinted, saying, "Bai Zhizhi, stop pretending to be confused. You know very well why we met here. You see, if we share, my father is also helping out outside. You should give me half of the spiritual essence of the beast. Well, according to our seniority, I am still your elder uncle. We are family, so no second thoughts. My father is also out there, so share some with me too." Seeing the two looking like they needed a beating, Bai Zhizhi rolled his eyes and smiled mischievously, saying, "Oh, my two uncles, the spiritual essence of the beast is underwater inside, but there is a third-tier monster, and I can't go down with my strength. I haven't retrieved it yet. How about you two go down?" "Really?" The two on the other side exchanged glances, skeptical. "Really, come on, you two, come over here." Bai Zhizhi led the two to the edge of the hole, pointing at the icy water below, saying, "If you don't believe me, just dip your head in and have a look. We are family, can I really deceive you?" Behind them, Jin Feichen followed, lighting a cigarette, watching the three not far away with great interest. From Bai Zhizi's false smile, he knew this kid was definitely up to no good. Under his gaze, the two knelt down, dipping their heads into the water. At that moment, a loud shout erupted. "Damn you two!" Bang! Bang! Bai Zhizhi rubbed his hands and kicked each of the two on their behinds. Two huge splashes instantly erupted. But that wasn't the end. Watching the two struggling in the water, Bai Zhizhi summoned the Tianzhao staff and plunged it into the water. "Bai Zhizhi, what are you doing?" "Nephew." Bai Zhizhi grinned wickedly and began to channel his spiritual power, unleashing electricity. Crackle, 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 crackle. The arcs of electricity splashed alongside the water, and the two real relatives convulsed briefly before sinking beneath the lake's surface. Jin Feichen, struck by the shock in his mind, walked forward, his expression one of morbid fascination. He clicked his tongue, saying, "I guess we really are a family. This time you really didn't hold back, huh? These two have lightning attributes. They will only be unconscious for a while, they won't die." Bai Zhizhi waved his hand and then began to loosen his belt. Seeing this, Jin Feichen froze, his mouth twitching involuntarily. That's a bit much, isn't it? If there's no spiritual essence from the beast, make them bring some spiritual herb pea. As he said this, Bai Zhizhi raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Soon the sound of splashing water could be heard. After a refreshing moment, Bai Zhizhi shivered. "Oh, that feels good." Having completed all of this, he waved to the helpless Jin Feichen. "Let's go quickly, they will wake up soon." The two hurriedly left, one in front and the other behind. Along the way, Jin Feichen looked at Bai Zhizhi, who wore a gleeful expression, and asked curiously, "Do you have a grudge against those two? When we were kids, we always fought. They bullied me because they were a year older until I awakened to Huan level, and then they stopped. After that, they began to use family ties to talk things over. Wouldn't you say they are foolish? They must have read too many moral kidnapping novels. I have already reached Huan level, why should I care about them? As long as I don't kill them, who would dare say anything against me? Even their father would have to say I've been a bit fiery lately, my pee is a bit yellow." Bai Zhizhi said disdainfully. Hearing this, Jin Feichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kid really believes in revenge after 10 years, but to be honest, it feels pretty good. After leaving the Changbai mountain range, the two did not head home immediately, but stopped by a barbecue restaurant to take some grilled skewers before returning home. At this moment, Bai Shan had not yet returned. After all, they had to put on a full show. Initially, they had agreed to take down the Scarlet Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion together, and then divide the spiritual essence of the beast. As for secretly sending their descendants to retrieve it, everyone knew, but they had not brought it to light. The several old foxes in their hearts all wished to keep everything for their own children. For Bai Shan, discussing this openly would mean giving all the spiritual essence of the beast to Bai Zhizhi, who was at the Huan level. The others would certainly have to endure it, not to mention Bai Shan's own strength and status. Just Bai Zhizi's high level of talent would force them to yield. But he refrained from doing so to maintain appearances. After all, whether or not he said it out loud, he could still get his hands on the goods. He could always clarify later when he hadn't secured them, yet what was meant to be his would always be his. The setting sun concealed itself while a full moon hung in the sky, casting a pale light upon the earth. The water in the pool rippled gently under the caress of the evening breeze. The golden campfire flickered softly. In the backyard of the Feng Tianbai residence, beside the open-air swimming pool, Jin Feichen and Bai Zhizhi lay on a single lounge chair with the swaying campfire in front of them. In the center between the two was a small table adorned with steaming skewers and a box of chilled green apple soda. A gust of evening wind blew by, and Jean Fei-chun relaxedly unfurled his brows, a contented smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "What does it mean to be alive? This is what it means to live. Here shall I have a grilled kidney." Jean Fei-chun offered a skewer while glancing sideways to see Bai Ji staring blankly at Bai Ling, who was reading not far away. "What are you so engrossed in?" Bai Ji came back to her senses, took a bite of the kidney, and muttered, "What's so interesting about books? Bai Ling picks up a book every day and gets lost in it. In books there are houses of gold. In books there are beauties like jade. Reading is good. If you study hard you can get a stable job and be taken care of." Jean Fei-chun said with a light laugh. "In this day and age, who doesn't rely on strength to speak? What value is there in reading a lot?" Bai Ji scratched her head in confusion. To her this world was merely a battleground between the seniors and juniors, between those who could fight and those who could not. Jean Fei-chun shook his finger and replied, "The meaning of studying is to broaden your horizons. The transmission of culture relies on words and knowledge. You may choose not to learn, but you should uphold respect. We are all ordinary people. Oh, let's not discuss lofty principles. Just take a simple example. If you like a girl, you can't just confess directly by saying, 'Ah, my dad is the one in charge here. I'm super awesome. Let's date. I can help you conquer the world.'" Bai Ji rarely pondered deeply and said, "That does make a bit of sense. But when I was in school, I was just playing League of Legends, and I never met a girl I liked. Just because you haven't met anyone now doesn't mean you won't in the future. Think about it. Oh, we'll be carrying out tasks everywhere in the world. What if you fall for a foreign girl? That's not okay. The bloodline of the Bai family must be pure-blooded to Xia. Why are you so stubborn? I was just using an analogy." Bai Ji scratched her head. Her CPU seemed overloaded. "No, don't educate me. We both graduated high school ages ago. I've heard you played a lot of League of Legends too, and you even made it into the top 10 in the national server. You can barely read, so why are you lecturing me? Do you really think I'm stupid? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Who knows when we might die?" Jean Fei-chun waved his hand, unwilling to continue the conversation with Bai Ji about matters requiring thought. "You can die if you want to. I, as a good person, am destined to live for 10,000 years. Jean Fei-chun shook his head with a smile, feeling the ease of life at the moment, and couldn't help but sigh. "Speaking of which, it seems we have only a few months left of this kind of life. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? I can't wait for the tasks to start. Every day I'm so bored that I treat going to the bathroom as a task." Bai Ji, with grease all over her mouth, couldn't hide her excitement. "By the way, has the last person been decided?" Suddenly remembering something, Jean Fei-chun asked. Bai Ji paused her eating. "I think it's Jiang Zhi. My friend Zheng Xing mentioned it to me." Jean Fei-chun was taken aback and was about to say he didn't know, but then thought that Zheng Xing was Yu Ming-yi, so he understood. The cold and aloof guy. How's his strength? Do you know? Bai Ji nodded. "Pretty strong. Their whole family are knife users, and Jiang Zhi has been training since childhood. It seems he even created a style called extreme martial arts." "Wow, a master!" Jean Fei-chun exclaimed with surprise. "It seems this task will be easier with the three of you masters around. I suppose I'll just cheer you on." "Of course. With me around, what Gao Yue, what Han Xian, they all have to kneel." Bai Ji shouted passionately, buoyed by the praise. Hearing the name Han Xian, Jean Fei-chun recalled the NPC who harbored resentment towards him. After a moment of thought, he said, "Han Xian, that guy's heavenly treasure seems quite interesting." "Indeed." Bai Ji said, "That guy may not be likable, but his strength is decent. Since the day he awakened that heavenly treasure, he has been learning various weapons. He can use knives, guns, and staffs. Plus his father has pulled some strings for him, securing him some body organizations of a batch of cosmic-level owners. In one battle, he can transform multiple times like a chameleon. Speaking of which, if anyone's cosmic-level heavenly treasure is somewhat lacking, it seems to be yours. Your strength may be impressive, but it seems your heavenly treasure only has transformation abilities." "Yes." Jean Fei-chun nodded without rebuttal. After all, Bai Ji didn't know the specifics of the end sequence garden, and even he, the owner, didn't know what the final eternal garden was for. To push limits, it depended on this unknown ability. The two continued to chat like this, moving from discussing books to tasks, and then from tasks to heavenly treasures, eventually even touching on the origins of the universe. Time flew by quickly, and the soda was finished. Satisfied and full, Bai Ji patted her belly and went back to rest, reminding Jean Fei-chun of the room he would be sleeping in. Night fell, bringing silence and solitude. After a brief period of lively chatter, there was now hollow quietude. The campfire crackled occasionally, emitting pops, as if it were the only music communicating with Jean Fei-chun in the night. With dark eyes fixed on the flames, Jean Fei-chun pondered the eternal garden, becoming lost in thought. At that moment, dark mist suddenly appeared, and Yu Ming-yi's figure manifested beside him. "If there's nothing else, you can absorb this extreme Dao source ice now." Jean Fei-chun came back to his senses. "Here. Yes, I will help you lock this space so that others won't notice." A bit reckless, but really convenient. Yu Ming-yi raised a hand and grasped at the void. Instantly, the surrounding space changed, as if the world had flipped upside down and the place they stood had folded up. Such astonishing power. Jin Feichen couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Ming-yi ignored him, waving his black robe, and a slender ice-blue diamond-shaped crystal appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, a terrifying cold swept through, and the temperature plummeted, even turning the nearby campfire into an exquisite ice sculpture. Jin Feichen quickly used his spiritual power to envelop himself to avoid the chilling air. Mister, what should we do now? Eat it. Okay. Jin Feichen replied with a strong voice, but the next moment, he halted his step abruptly. Huh, you want me to eat that? Pointing at the ice crystal, which was about the length of his arm, Jin Feichen looked completely puzzled. Yu Ming-yi said that's just its protective layer. I'll help you control it. You need to use your spiritual power to melt the ice layer, and the true form of the extreme Tao source ice will reveal itself. Then you can eat it. All right, mister. Can you not breathe so heavily when we talk in the future? Jin Feichen sighed in relief. You didn't ask. Yu Ming-yi unleashed a cloud of black mist-like spiritual power surrounding the extreme Tao source ice, and drawing it before Jin Feichen, saying, let's begin. Colorless spiritual energy surged from Jin Feichen's body as he sat cross-legged, his closed eyes and furrowed brows bearing traces of frost. In this moment, the spiritual energy flowed into the ice crystal, truly connecting the two. Instantly, the bone-chilling frost surged into Jin Feichen's body, along with the flow of spiritual energy. In an instant, he could distinctly feel the pace of his blood flow beginning to slow dramatically. Sparkling ice flowers bloomed within his meridians and blood vessels, rapidly freezing everything. Following the method taught by Yu Ming-yi, Jin Feichen tirelessly weakened the protective layer of the extreme Tao source ice. However, the time he spent stripping it away was far less than the time spent freezing within him. If this continued before he could even glimpse the true form of the extreme Tao source ice, he would be frozen solid from the inside out. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, this can only be absorbed in the Chun realm. Under Yu Ming-yi's indifferent gaze, Jin Feichen's frozen face twitched unexpectedly. But there's good news here. And the bad news is of no use. With Yu Ming-yi's assistance, they successfully brought Jin Feichen from the mountains into the depths of the forest. Jin Feichen's heart was as calm as autumn waters, utterly silent. The cold words of Yu Ming-yi were even chillier than the extreme Tao source ice. So what should I do? I can't lose my job, can I? Listening to Yu Ming-yi's sigh, Jin Feichen wanted to tell him, it's okay, you're losing a job, while I am losing my life, finger heart. Damn. Cursing inwardly, Jin Feichen devoted all his spiritual power to frantically stripping away the protective layer of the extreme Tao source ice. Yu Ming-yi's first lesson to him was that one must rely on oneself in all matters. Whoosh! The frost swept through like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing over and instantly freezing everything. The functions of his body deteriorated continually, his lower limbs, liver, spleen, each organ transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The intense pain caused Jin Feichen to furrow his brows. Nearby, Yu Ming-yi narrowed his eyes slightly, arms crossed while he sensed Jin Feichen's current condition, his fingers unconsciously tapping. The process of absorbing the extreme Tao source ice could be interrupted, but the consequence of interruption was that the extreme Tao source ice would dissipate into the heavens and earth. Unless it was the last moment, he would never intervene. Based on his calculations, Jin Feichen's current cultivation was at the Zhan realm 7th transformation. Although he had not reached the minimum standard for absorbing the extreme Tao source ice, the fact that Jin Feichen was at the Huan level made it reasonable that he was slightly exceptional, so waiting was still necessary. As time passed, second by second, the outer layer of the ice crystal finally faded away. However, at the same time, the extreme Tao source ice that had detached from the outer layer became even colder, and the released chill multiplied. Half of Jin Feichen's body had completely turned into an ice sculpture as he opened his eyes, gazing at the small flurry of snow in front of him, inwardly contemplating. This is the true form of the extreme Tao source ice. Come, let's see if you freeze me first, or if I devour you first, and let you witness the fiery heart of a long single man. With that, his thin lips parted, and the snowflakes flowed in. Boom! A storm of cold energy erupted within Jin Feichen, transforming everything around him into an icy world, and the icy blue sheen on his body surged rapidly. Yu Ming-yi frowned. Now it can't be interrupted, it should be fine. The extreme Tao source ice transformed into a cloud of white mist the moment it entered his throat, swirling recklessly within Jin Feichen's body, before finally merging with the heart that bore the heavenly essence. The cold ice enveloped Jin Feichen, his entire chest had turned into a frozen surface, and his hair followed suit. Now only his wrinkled eyes remained visible. Darkness, confusion, nothingness. In this unknown world, it seemed like flowers were gently swaying, accompanied by a rustling sound. This appeared to be a garden filled with flowers, but strangely, all the flowers were monochromatic in black and white. Various blossoms swayed, yet they lacked color, appearing solitary. Whoosh! Suddenly a gentle breeze arose, causing the colorless flowers to bow. In this moment a ray of light pierced through the dark world, revealing a peculiar flower that remained still amidst the wind. It had 4 petals, each with different patterns. Strangely, only one petal shone brightly, silver-white, with a heart-shaped red pattern. The petal that only partially glowed had a black heart pattern. It had shone about 2/3 bright, leaving just a hint of... The gentle breeze continued to blow, and at that moment beside the 4-petaled flower a glimmer of icy blue appeared. A small ice flower quietly bloomed in this vast garden. Dong dong, dong dong. The heart beat vigorously. In Minji's eyes, the completely frost-covered Jean Feichin suddenly burst forth with intense vitality. Whoosh! A warm breeze abruptly arose, striking Jean Feichin, and the ice that was as solid as gold melted into flying snow, scattering away. The wintry landscape began to thaw, reminiscent of winter, giving way to spring, as if all things were revived. The snowflakes twirled, transforming into small yellow flowers of spring with no trace of wind or snow in the sealed space, only the abundant peach blossoms of spring. Jean Feichin's momentum began to rise at the moment the flower buds bloomed. Is this a break? Minji, observing everything around him, was equally puzzled. He had never seen anyone absorb the extreme Tao source ice in such a manner, let alone break through from it. But the facts were right before his eyes. Minji's expression turned extremely serious as he slowly raised the book titled Swallowing My Cultivation with My Soul Body. I reverently call him master, nodding solemnly. The novel does not deceive me. Within its pages lies a house of gold. How wonderful! Under Jean Feichin's perception, once the cold energy fully entered his heart, it suddenly succeeded in devouring it after going through an unknown process. He distinctly felt a qualitative leap in his ice attribute, transforming into 2 entirely different concepts. Moreover, after thoroughly absorbing the extreme Tao source ice, his heart even expelled a multitude of spiritual energy, which flowed throughout his body, continuously cleansing his meridians. Vaguely, there were signs of a breakthrough. Could it be that I am truly the protagonist? Meanwhile, Minji let out a sigh of relief and withdrew the sealed space. Pung! A surge of momentum spread out. Genre Realm 8, turns achieved. Jean Feichin suddenly opened his eyes wide and quickly got up to check if he was missing any limbs. Pat! Before he could feel excited, a sound came from behind him. Jean Feichin then realized that the sealed space had returned to its original state, with only a few more flowers around, everything else remaining the same. He turned around to see Bai Zhizhi dressed in Ultraman pajamas staring at him with hollow eyes. At his feet lay a fallen mobile phone. This scene resembled that of a husband returning home early from a business trip, only to find his wife passionately involved. Bai Zhizhi stumbled over step by step to Jean Feichin's side, looking up with a wooden tone, saying, "Did we not agree to rest after finishing the skewers? How did you secretly cultivate and even break through a liar? You little cheat. Damn!" With a loud shout, Bai Zhizhi rolled and crawled back. Leaving Jean Feichin in a state of confusion, he spread his hands and shrugged. Is she an idiot? After cursing, Jean Feichin began to stretch his muscles. This feeling of breakthrough is truly captivating. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him along with the overwhelming power of ice, Jean Feichin smiled from the heart. I didn't feel much with all attributes before, but now that I suddenly have a top-notch one, it feels refreshing. He said, shaking his arms. It's got me wanting to shout mysterious ice dragon source. He took a puff of smoke, restoring the effects caused by devouring the extreme Tao source ice, and then returned to his bedroom to rest. At the same time, he was also studying the combination of cards, petals, and ice, as well as how to perfectly integrate ice into magic and card extreme martial arts. Perhaps he should learn a couple of ice attribute extreme martial arts, otherwise it would be a bit wasted on this ice attribute. Time flew by, and it was already October 1st, the much-anticipated 7-day holiday. In the Changhua Mountains, in front of a familiar waterfall, 2 figures were rapidly engaged in combat. Pung! One figure crashed into an ancient tree like a cannonball, and the tree shattered in response. Ding! The sound of swords clashing startled the surroundings. A flash of white light swept by towards the figure beside the ancient tree. Jean Feichin transformed into a flowing sea of flowers, quietly condensing in the air to the side. Swish, swish, swish. As Jean Feichin gathered his spiritual energy, small ice crystals formed in the air, shooting towards Hu Zhu like raindrops. With a 3-foot azure edge in hand, Hu Zhu held one hand behind him, swinging his long sword to scatter the flying ice crystals at will. I say, big brother, it's not easy to have a holiday during the festive season. Do you really have to drag me here to practice? Hu Zhu lamented. But just then, as his sword shattered an ice crystal, a silver card suddenly appeared. Hey, what the hell? Open. Pung. The card exploded and countless petals blocked the view ahead. Before Hu Zhu could regain his senses, Jean Feichin, with wings sprouting from his back, had already appeared before him like a ghost. Without time to think, Hu Zhu raised his sword horizontally, but as he swung he was stunned. Where the hell is my huge sword? Jin Feichen retracted his finger from a cluster of petals, clenched it into a fist, and struck out fiercely. Having lost his celestial object, Hu Zhu had no other choice. Summoning it now would surely be too late. Little brother, you don't actually think him useless without my celestial object, do you? I am in the U realm. With that terrifying spiritual energy suddenly surged forth, transforming into a light sword that pierced towards Jin Feichen. The latter faced the blinding light sword, not dodging or avoiding, merely curling his lips into a light smile. Watching the approaching light sword, Jin Feichen suddenly raised his head and softly recited, "Spiritual energy, little magic penetration." In the next moment, Jin Feichen suddenly began to disintegrate, transforming into countless petals that passed through Hu Zhu, instantly condensing behind him. Raising his hand imbued with ice elements, Jin Feichen aimed at Hu Zhu's lower back and struck out fiercely. Advanced Xian rank extreme martial arts, falling ice palm. Palm. On my waist. Hu Zhu, who was knocked away, quickly got up, clutching his waist with a pained expression as he said, "Jin Feichen, you really think I'm a Hello Kitty, just because the tiger doesn't roar?" After a roar, Hu Zhu stood with 2 fingers in front of him, and immediately golden light flickered with 9 long swords formed from condensed spiritual energy appearing beside him. Advanced Xian rank extreme martial arts, I'll stab you to death. Swish. With the shout, the spiritual sword instantly blurred in the air, and with a swish the sharp sword edge was already poised before Jin Feichen's face. Jin Feichen's pupils contracted slightly, trying to catch its trajectory, but he simply couldn't see it. In a split second, he reflexively leaned to the side. The humming spiritual sword whizzed past his ear, leaving a faint scar. Before he could think, another sword struck, this time targeting his chest, which was much larger than his head. Given the distance, it was already too late to dodge. Pat! Jin Feichen clasped his hands together firmly, trapping the sword edge in the center of his palms. The overwhelming force forced him to keep retreating. At the same time, he activated his celestial object ability. Pum! The spiritual sword exploded, transforming into petals, which Jin Feichen flung out like arrows. Clang! 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 However, such an attack was merely like leaves falling in the wind to Hu Zhu, bringing no substantial damage. He controlled the third spiritual sword to slice through all the petals. During this time, Jin Feichen leaped and landed on a nearby ancient tree, and with a vigorous stomp, charged down towards Hu Zhu. Hu Zhu simply raised a finger, and the third spiritual sword shot out. Jin Feichen transformed into petals again, passing through the spiritual sword, and then instantly condensed, brandishing his Tianjiao rod ready to strike down. Buzz! Hu Zhu chuckled lightly with an indifferent expression. Under his control, the previously pierced third spiritual sword suddenly shifted direction, piercing through the air, heading towards Jin Feichen's back. Let me guess, next you should transform into petals again and appear behind me, right? Everything unfolded just as he had predicted. Jin Feichen passed through him and condensed behind him. And Hu Zhu had also prepared the 4th, 5th, and 6th spiritual swords behind him. As soon as Jin Feichen condensed, those spiritual swords would mercilessly pierce him into a flower shower. Jin Feichen condensed, and the spiritual swords fell. However, Jin Feichen only condensed half of his body, still in the state of petals. The spiritual sword pierced through, scattering the petals. The real Jin Feichen appeared on a tree behind Hu Zhu. What's wrong? No way out. I've already figured out your 2 moves thoroughly. Hu Zhu put on a proud dragon expression. Oh, is that so? In contrast, Jin Feichen merely raised an eyebrow with interest, and then casually snapped his fingers. Pat! The crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed beneath the waterfall. At that instant, Hu Zhu's expression changed dramatically. We're doomed. A blinding light blossomed beneath his feet, and to his astonishment, silver cards appeared on the ground. In an instant, the cards exploded, unleashing familiar spiritual swords, arrows, blades, and weaving flames crashing towards him. Bang! Thick black smoke from the explosion surged into the sky. A powerful gust of wind rippled outward, causing the entire forest to sway and produce rustling sounds. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the slightly dirty Hu Zhu covered his mouth and nose as he walked out, fanning the dust in front of him and saying, "Why are you so sinister, kid? Can't you just fight properly?" Jin Feichen, perched on a branch, chuckled lightly while gnawing on a qingling fruit, replying, "I'm not a warrior. I must fight in a way that suits me, by leveraging my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses. No more fighting, no more fighting. It would be too much of a waste of time to use this good holiday for cultivation." Hu Zhu waved his hand and slumped down on the ground. "All right then." Jin Feichen nodded, then casually snapped his fingers. Clap! Hearing this sound, Hu Zhu instinctively protected himself. Under his vigilant gaze, 2 cards flew out from his back, one from the earth beneath his hand, and another from the pocket of his clothes. These cards returned to Jin Feichen's hand, then vanished as he flicked his wrist. Oh my gosh, wait, how could I have that C4 card in my pocket? Hu Zhu was dumbfounded, frantically rummaging through his shirt and pants pockets, finding no cards, and also realizing his cigarettes and lighter were missing. Huh. Jean Fei-Chen, observing Hu Zhu's bewilderment, smirked and pulled out a pack of Bai Li Kun from his pocket, lighting one for himself and tossing one to Hu Zhu before putting the pack back. Are you a magician or a thief, Jean Fei-Chen? This isn't right. Hu Zhu recalled the scene from the earlier battle, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't figure out when Jean Fei-Chen had slipped the card into his pocket and casually taken out the cigarettes. The most important thing for a magician is misdirection, and secondly, it's the skill. They are akin to thieves, inseparable. Jean Fei-Chen lazily leaned against the tree trunk, speaking. Hu Zhu scratched his head in disbelief. You're so damn scary, just casually placing bombs in my pocket, and I didn't even notice it. Are you kidding me? Simple techniques often yield unexpected results. Oh, why not become my disciple? Just offer me a pack of Xiao Xiong Mao daily, and it'll teach you everything. Jean Fei-Chen raised an eyebrow with a smile. Hu Zhu snorted lightly and waved his hand, saying, Cut it out, do you think I'm that easy to fool? I was just careless earlier. If I really get serious, you won't even be able to touch me, let alone steal my stuff. Oh really, that's impressive. So are you serious now? Jean Fei-Chen squinted. Of course, if you can still fool me now, I won't. Suddenly a cold sensation pressed against his throat, silencing Hu Zhu's words and causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Looking down, he saw a hand formed from petals that had quietly appeared, holding an 8-slashing knife, its back resting against his throat. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of flowing petals rang out, while Jean Fei-Chen on the tree maintained his posture, though his body had already dissipated by more than half. Behind him, Jean Fei-Chen, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, gently rested his chin on Hu Zhu's shoulder, tilting his head to look at him, and teasingly asked, What do you call me? What principle is this? Hu Zhu exclaimed in shock. As the petals dispersed, Jean Fei-Chen reappeared on the branch lazily, lying there slowly, saying, Misdirection and force. Speak plainly. Misdirection shifts your attention. Because Mr. Yu is nearby, you haven't maintained the necessary vigilance, stubbornly believing that nothing would happen after the battle ended. I took the opportunity to take out the cigarettes I had previously acquired from you. At that moment, your attention was completely drawn to the cigarettes. The sound of the flowing waterfall made the sound of the petals particularly faint, and without noticing, you couldn't possibly discover it. Although you are indeed in the control realm, you did not display the vigilance expected in the control realm. This is information utilization. It is precisely because I know you well enough that I could accomplish this. As for forced choice, you believe I am real now, because I want you to think that under my verbal guidance you unconsciously and forcibly believe that what just happened was the real Jean Fei-Chen. In reality, it was through my misdirection that you were forced to choose to believe that the previous. Alright, class dismissed. Hu Zhu was left utterly confused. Big brother, is this Chinese? Did you not understand? Hu Zhu nodded. Then let me make it simpler. Jean Fei-Chen lay on the branch, one hand behind his head, the other holding an apple, looking sideways at Hu Zhu and asking, Do you think I am real now, or just a temporary form created by the petals? Real. State your reason. After a moment of thought, Hu Zhu replied, Because your attack just now has ended, and there are no petals behind me. Wrong answer. Jean Fei-Chen threw the apple hard, and in an instant, he dissipated into petals. From the lake beneath the waterfall, a hand suddenly emerged, catching the apple, and soon after, Jean Fei-Chen, with his upper body bare, sprang out of the water, biting into the apple, and saying, This is misdirection and forced choice. The first time you were deceived was because you believed the battle had ended, so you focused your attention on the vanishing smoke. The second time was because you thought the assassination had concluded, thus focusing on my explanation. After the assassination ended, I, who held the 8-slashing knife, dissipated, with the one reappearing on the tree being my initial false form. In reality, the true me was the one who dissipated holding the 8-slashing knife. While you were seriously listening in class, the real me had already begun diving underwater in the lake. The second round of explanation concluded and Jean Fei-Chen finished his apple. He brushed back his soaked hair, smiled softly, and then submerged into the lake, beginning to swim. Onshore, Hu Zhu was left dazed, utterly puzzled. Hiss, tch. Hiss, tch. Why do I always feel something's off? Hu Zhu pondered repeatedly, but just couldn't figure it out. Mister, what did you understand? After thinking for a while, Hu Zhu couldn't help but ask the void for Yu Ming-yi. Yu Ming-yi, holding a novel, appeared from the void and said, In short, from the moment you sat on the ground, the real Jean Fei-Chen has never appeared before you. The so-called forced choice and misdirection are all nonsense meant to deceive you. Otherwise, do you think such a lazy person would bother explaining this to you? Hu Zhu, hearing Yu Ming-yi's words, was even more bewildered. But wait, what about the Jean Fei-Chen in the lake? Wasn't that real? Fake. Yu Ming-yi pointed to the nearby bushes, saying, The real Jean Fei-Chen had already gone over there to sleep after finishing the fight. Huh. Hu Zhu was confused beyond comprehension. Then how could he say all that while sleeping? I don't know. Then what was the point of tricking me? Maybe it was just for fun. At that moment, underwater, Jean Fei-Chen smiled as he listened to the conversation. It had been a long time since he last deceived anyone, or it seemed his skills hadn't regressed. Even Mr. Yue with his godlike perspective had been deceived. If Mr. You weren't fully immersed in the novel, he would indeed be hard to fool. Indeed, the ones who deceive themselves the most are always their own eyes. Jin Fei-chen smiled as he turned his head and swam deeper. Note as a righteous star Yu Ming, he will not use spiritual power to detect Jin Fei-chen. Thank you all for your companionship and for the gifts and positive reviews from all the big bosses. Here are 4 updates. Record New Era 2025 October 2nd, Haixing Luqing Qixing Private Martial Arts School Incident. Martial Institute Sports Field Center Alien Strange Fetus. Thousands of students trapped in the campus currently no danger situation is urgent dispatching Tian Su Academy's first-year swordsmanship instructor, Hu Zhu. Luqing Haixing. A convertible Porsche 918 is speeding along the coastline, which has been sealed off. What the hell, what kind of principle is this? I just wanted to take a vacation, but ended up working overtime. Hu Zhu wearing sunglasses cursed loudly while gripping the steering wheel. In the passenger seat, Jin Fei-chen, also wearing sunglasses, rested his hands behind his head, the sea breeze wildly tousling his hair, appearing much more relaxed than Hu Zhu. Coming to Luqing for overtime isn't so bad, let's get the work done quickly so we can enjoy ourselves. Not bad. I just want to lie at home and rest properly. Playing should be during work hours, isn't it a waste to play during vacation? Hu Zhu grimaced in annoyance, pressing harder on the gas pedal. Aren't I here because you dragged me along? It's not like I can rest either, let's balance it out. Hey, that was your own desire to come and play. Jin Fei-chen shrugged. By the way, what work are you doing so far from home? They say there's been a trace of aliens discovered here, and a child is acting strangely. The local experts have their own tasks, so they decided to send someone from the U realm to check it out. As the officially designated strongest in the U realm here, I am sent over like this. While Hu Zhu spoke, he sighed heavily. Sigh, being strong and handsome makes one easily targeted. Jin Fei-chen chose to ignore Hu Zhu's last words, glancing at the warning signs around, and said, see. Everything's sealed off. Turns out it has to do with aliens. These aliens, I really can't stand them. You've got quite the taste, Hu Zhu, I never noticed it before. Jin Fei-chen flipped a card in his hand and said with a smile, what kind of comprehension do you have? Hu Zhu mumbled something and then looked at the nearby building and said, we're here. Upon entering the city, the first thing they saw was a building named Qixing Private Martial Arts School. As they approached the entrance, more than 10 fully armed local experts quickly surrounded their vehicle. This area has been sealed off. Please exit immediately and cooperate. Hu Zhu took off his sunglasses and looked at the leader, saying, I am Hu Zhu from Tian Su Academy, here to assist on a mission. Please show your identification or any official documentation from Tian Su Academy. Hu Zhu turned to Jin Fei-chen, who was munching on an apple, and said, come on, Xiao Chun, show them something useful. Jin Fei-chen reached out of the window. With a flick of his finger, a card quietly appeared. With another flip, the card instantly transformed into a student ID from Tian Su Academy. The local expert took the student ID, first glancing at the information on it. Upon seeing the large character Huan and Jin Fei-chen's name, he gasped in surprise, quickly channeling spiritual energy to check it. After confirming there were no issues, he returned the ID and gave a standard salute. Mr. Jin, thank you for your hard work. After speaking, he turned to the others, open the door. The gate slowly opened, and Hu Zhu pressed the gas pedal to drive into the campus. As they entered, they were met with a complete purple barrier blocking everything. What is this? Hu Zhu got out of the car and approached the barrier, tentatively touching it with his finger. It's a special barrier, neither a type of extreme martial arts nor a heavenly ability. It's made from the spiritual energy of aliens. Jin Fei-chen, looking somewhat tired, walked over, glanced at Hu Zhu's serious expression, and asked, are we not allowed to enter? On the contrary, Hu Zhu shook his head. Looking at the distribution of spiritual energy from the outside, we should be able to enter, but not exit. Let's go in and see what's going on. The two first stuck one hand in, then stepped in fully. When they opened their eyes again, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not far away on the football field, a huge purple fleshy ball stood there, occasionally pulsating. Moreover, the entire playground and teaching building were completely surrounded by the barrier, and the sky was a dark purple devoid of sunlight. What the hell? Hu Zhu couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the fleshy ball. Who dragged this here? Jin Fei-chen, sensitive to sight, suddenly looked towards the teaching building and saw several students in uniforms watching them with trepidation. Still in school during the holidays. Jin Fei-chen thought to himself in confusion. Hu Zhu watched the fleshy ball in the center, turning his head to the surrounding void and asking, Mr. What do you know what this is? A strange fetus, the form of aliens not yet born. The voice of Yu Mingyi echoed in their ears. Jin Fei-chen was taken aback. Do aliens lay eggs? Doesn't that make them like livestock? Don't insult livestock, Hu Zhu replied. Cows are viviparous, horses are viviparous, any creature with a bit of brain is viviparous. Indeed, as cattle and horses we are too. But speaking of which, who dragged it here? How did it get tossed here? Yu Mingyi's figure appeared, slowly scanning the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on the strange fetus. It could be that something happened in the Dao strange battlefield, causing a spatial disturbance leading this thing to fly here. Mister, why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Hu Zhu asked, looking at Yu Mingyi, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. The latter looked at him with a puzzled expression. What should I be worried about? I've killed countless complete forms of this strange fetus. What is one egg to worry about? What an egg! Jean Feichen, who was eating an apple, couldn't help but laugh at this remark. Hu Zhu looked at these two who seemed to enjoy the chaos and sighed. Should I just chop this egg now? My suggestion is that you first check on that child in the teaching building. He has a connection with this egg, and the situation doesn't look good, Yu Mingyi said. All right, thank you, Mr. Yu. Saying this, he looked at Jean Feichen and nodded. Let's go. Yu Mingyi dispersed, and the two walked toward the nearby teaching building. Jean Feichen, with one hand in his pocket and scratching his head with the other, yawned and said, I wonder which unlucky guy is connected to the egg via Bluetooth. You'll find out once you look. Upon entering the teaching building, the head of the Martial Institute hurried over. Hello, I am Hu Zhu from Tiansu Academy. The director, with a somewhat desolate look atop his head and a large beer belly that swayed as he walked, quickly approached the two, extending a hand with a smile and saying, Lord Jean, thank you for your trouble. Oh, you know me. Jean Feichen casually remarked, curiously surveying the surroundings. The magician under the sea of flowers, who doesn't know Lord Jean Feichen? Huh. The director bowed, wearing a respectful smile. Where's your principal? Why isn't he here? The director's expression stiffened, quickly forcing a smile. While the principal has not been on campus for a long time, he has been in seclusion. What about the vice principal? Hu Zhu continued to ask. He's also not here. Please, don't misunderstand. The deputy principal is always present. He simply stepped out unexpectedly today. We traveled all the way from Shangjing to arrive here. And yet, with his own martial academy embroiled in crisis for so long, he still hasn't appeared. Hu Zhu narrowed his eyes. So he truly treats students as inconsequential. You, take us to see that child. Before the headmaster could utter a word, Jean Feichen issued the order, voice cold and unyielding. The headmaster wiped sweat from his brow, his expression strained, then turned and began ascending the staircase. Two figures followed closely behind. Hu Zhu glanced sidelong at Jean Feichen, relaxed, unhurried, utterly at ease, and silently asked him, What's wrong? You seem particularly displeased with this headmaster. He's lying. This martial academy harbors far more than just a ghastly fetus. It conceals something deeper. How do you know? Observation. Then what do you intend to do? You accompany him. I'll explore elsewhere. Don't concern yourself with safety. What Moon Master can resolve, he will. What he cannot, your presence would change nothing. Heh. Jean Feichen smiled faintly, then pivoted and strode off in another direction. The headmaster ahead, hearing the movement, swiftly turned, only to pale upon seeing Jean Feichen veer away. Master Jean, that direction leads to classrooms. The child has already been transferred to the infirmary on the 4th floor. Jean Feichen paused mid-step, glanced back, and said, I'm merely taking a stroll. You proceed with your inspection. But what? What? Jean Feichen arched a brow, smiling. I hold the rank of Huan level, an authority equivalent to provincial-level officials. At present, I am conducting an official inspection of your academy. Do you find my credentials insufficient? No, absolutely not. The headmaster frantically waved his hands, inwardly seething, this brat's insufferable. Yet power has inflated his head like a pompous upstart. Then what is it? Speak plainly. Do you fear I'll encounter danger here? Exactly. The headmaster, fingers nervously twisting his trousers, seized the opening with forced laughter. You're Huan level, the most vital pillar of Great Xia. This place is perilous. Should anything unforeseen occur, I'd gladly lay down my life to assist you. The moment those words left his lips, an overwhelming aura surged forth from behind Jean Feichen, suffocating absolute. Under the headmaster's trembling gaze, a towering figure draped in black robes materialized, flickering spectral, behind Jean Feichen. Its spiritual energy was so potent, it warped the very fabric of space. Jean Feichen stood there carefree and half-smiling, watching him, while the shadowy figure behind him seemed to lock its gaze upon the headmaster as well. A chill shot up his spine. The headmaster staggered, then collapsed onto the floor. Jean Feichen waved dismissively, unimpressed. Keep your life. I'll take my walk alone. With that, he turned and strolled away. The headmaster opened his mouth to speak, only to feel a large hand settle firmly on his shoulder. Up you get. Shall we walk? Hu Zhu lifted a brow. Faint ripples of sword chi shimmered in the air. Yes, right away. The headmaster swallowed hard, scrambling to his feet, thoughts racing. This is Jean Feichen, the legendary, most connected youth of Shangjing, a literal godsend. What the hell was I thinking, trying to stop him? Just pray nothing gets exposed. Elsewhere, Jean Feichen ambled leisurely toward the senior high corridor, selected a classroom at random, and pushed the door open. Hello? Students collectively flinched, turning toward the young man on the podium, calmly eating an apple, radiating effortless charisma. Jean Feichen scanned the room. Where's your homeroom, teacher? Out of the room came a timid reply from Jean Fachin nodded, closed the classroom door, and dropped into the teacher's chair. Propping his chin on one hand, he pointed casually toward the grotesque entity outside the window. How long has that been here? Since first period this morning, replied a boy in the front row sporting a mushroom cut. Jean Fachin looked down, then curved his lips into a wry smile. You again, answering my questions. Aren't you afraid of me? Your master Jean Fachin, Juan Level Magus, and humanity's future hero. I'm not afraid. No. Jean Fachin quickly raised a hand gesturing for the boy to sit, then added warmly, we're all ordinary folks' children. No need for such formalities. Hero, you too stiff. I'm only a year older than you. Just call me Jean Fachin. Come now, relax. Loosen up. I'm no alien invader. And even if I were, would any alien be this dashing? Right. A ripple of laughter spread through the class, easing the tension considerably. Mushroom cut, are you studying humanities or sciences? Jean Fachin pressed, gently turning back to the boy. Sciences. Gradually shedding his earlier timidity, the boy smiled and answered eagerly. After all, few people ever encountered a Juan-level cultivator in their lifetime, let alone conversed with one face-to-face. To have such a figure sitting before him, engaging him directly, filled him with quiet delight. Sciences, solve a quadratic equation for me. First, what's your League of Legends rank? You answered that fast. Ha. As the boy flushed slightly, the classroom erupted in Longo Verju heartfelt laughter. Jean Fachin nodded, satisfied. Only in such an atmosphere could he elicit the truths he sought. Through his wit and easy charm, he swiftly transformed the once lifeless classroom, students momentarily forgetting the looming ghastly fetus, savoring this rare precious exchange with a Juan-level master. A few bold girls even ventured to ask for his contact details. Brother Jean, could you perform a magic trick for a girl suddenly piped up. Jean Fachin simply smiled and agreed, of course. He picked up a coin from the podium and held it aloft before the class. Now, how many coins do I hold in my hand? 1. Students answered cheerfully, grinning. Bam! The door burst open violently. An enraged middle-aged man stormed in, ignoring Jean Fachin on the podium, and began shouting at the students, Do you want to die? Who gave you the nerve to speak freely? Think this martial academy is your living room. One more word, and I'll discipline you myself right here in front of the entire school. Having finished his tirade, he swiveled toward Jean Fachin. Seeing only his profile, and mistaking his youthful appearance for that of a student, he barked without restraint. And you, get back to your seat. Not even wearing your uniform. Want me to summon your father to dress you publicly? Jean Fachin acted as though he hadn't heard, continuing his trick. He flicked his wrist, sending the coins soaring high into the air. Every eye tracked its arc. What's your name, Which class? Didn't you hear me? The coin spun twice midair, then landed cleanly, unremarkably in his palm. Just as bewilderment rippled through the room, Jean Fachin turned, and with a subtle twist of his hand, the coin vanished, replaced by a student ID card held delicately between his fingers. Science Academy. Jean Fachin. The plain tone fell like a great bell, striking the man's heart. He instantly recalled the words of the director, but shouldn't Jean Fachin have been following the director to the 4th floor at this moment? How could he be here? Confusion turned to fear, and the man's complexion suddenly turned pale. Before he could explain, Jean Fachin issued an order. Get out, remember, it's get out. The disdainful voice echoed, and without a moment's hesitation, the man quickly crouched down and rolled out. I'm rolling, my lord. Close the door. Under the tense and excited gazes of the students, the man rolled out and finally closed the door. Looking at the silent classroom, Jean Fachin squinted and smiled gently. What's wrong? Wasn't the magic show exciting? Why is there no applause? Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, applause erupted, and the children clapped vigorously, unsure if they were applauding the magic or the man's rolling out. As the applause gradually subsided, Jean Fachin recalled the fearful expressions of the children earlier and casually asked, Do these people often insult you? No one answered. Come on, Mushroom Head, you speak up. It's fine, I allow it. After a moment's hesitation, the pointed out Mushroom Head nodded. Then why don't you resist? We would get beaten. Suddenly, Mushroom Head gasped heavily, his body trembling slightly. As if making a certain decision, he lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. My lord, this private martial arts academy is nothing but hell. Once you enter, you must complete their orders like a robot, meet learning and training quotas. If anyone fails, even by the slightest bit, they will be beaten in front of everyone, and we aren't allowed to drop out or transfer. Those words are taboo here. Whoever says them will be punished. Jean Fachin, hearing this, raised an eyebrow as expected. He was about to light a cigarette, but put it away upon seeing the students asking, What about your parents? What about the local education department? The principal here is called Wang Tianxuan, related to the Wang family in the capital. He wields tremendous power here. If anyone insists on dropping out, their parents will be arrested for various reasons. There have been parents who caused a scene before, but they were all arrested under the pretext of disturbing social order. We fear our parents being arrested, so no one dares to bring it up again. As for the education department, they are completely controlled by Wang Tianquan. Most officials here lack any background, and they do not dare to offend the Wang family in the capital. The Wang family, huh? Jean Feichen leaned slightly forward and asked again, what is their purpose in to amass wealth? Such private schools receive rewards from the government. The more students there are, the more money they get. Therefore, Wang Tianquan recruits a large number of students every year. When it comes time to report, he receives a substantial sum of money, which is why he doesn't allow us to drop out. Jean Feichen frowned, noticing the loophole. Doesn't he fear that you will awaken and leave the school to report him? The boy shook his head. It's useless. Not to mention that our parents are still here. The Wang family in the capital is an insurmountable mountain. Unless one of us emerges as a transcendent, but that is simply impossible. Jean Feichen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He really is a talent exploiting such loopholes without fail. The Wang family indeed has many capable individuals. Observing the solemn expressions of the children devoid of youthful vitality, he finally understood the source of the dissonance that was truly oppressive. Jean Feichen couldn't help but wonder if he had approached them with a superior attitude, would these children have spoken up? Would they have thought of him as the insurmountable mountain? It seems these children believed in him. As for the truthfulness of these words, in terms of deceit, Jean Feichen was not easily fooled by a group of young kids. I see why you all are still here during vacation. It turns out it's like this. Jean Feichen stood up and tapped the table with his finger. Pack your bags and get ready to go home. My lord. Just as Jean Feichen was about to leave, Mushroom Head suddenly called out to him. Jean Feichen turned to look and saw Mushroom Head rising from his seat, then kneeling straight down. The boy clutched his pants tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with tears and helplessness. Jean Feichen remained unmoved, waiting for the boy to continue. My lord, I know you are a good person. Please help Zhou Hua. He is the student who fainted. His parents have already been killed by Wang Tianquan. I beg you. A pleading voice choked with sobs lingered in the closed room. Jean Feichen knelt in front of him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smiled gently. I will. As he spoke, he extended a hand, and a white lily of the valley bloomed quietly in his palm. Jean Feichen placed the flower on the boy's chest, his thin lips parted slightly. Flowers may bloom again, but youth does not return. You should not kneel here in tears. Your life has just begun. Cherish the vibrant days ahead. This decaying world needs you. After saying this, Jean Feichen's figure dissipated, transforming into countless white lilies of the valley scattering over each student. The white lily of the valley symbolizes happiness is about to arrive. On the rooftop of the teaching building, the cold wind howled. Jean Feichen dialed a number. Wang Yi, shall we have a Hantian Academy? Inside a resplendent mansion adorned with gold and jade, Wang Yi sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion at the center, eyes closed in cultivation. His cultivation realm, Zhan Realm 5th rotation, radiated faintly around him. Finally broken through. At last I'm no longer inferior to that fool Bai Jiji. Ever since learning he lagged behind Bai Jiji in cultivation, Wang Yi had plunged into relentless day and night training within the academy, supplementing his practice with spirit fruits and spirit metals, until today when he finally ascended to the 5th rotation. Alas, he remained unaware that Bai Jiji, upon discovering Jean Feichen's breakthrough to the 8th rotation, had likewise intensified her own cultivation, reaching the 6th rotation without pause. Such an approach baffled even their senior star in principle. Martial refinement and spiritual cultivation should advance in tandem. Yet here they cultivated qi alone, neglecting martial arts entirely. Perhaps no one knew this truth. Jean Feichen, the laziest cultivator of all, had unwittingly forged 2 prodigious scroll kings. Wang Yi exhaled a thick breath of turbid qi, then reached to summon a celestial artifact for martial training, only to be interrupted by his waiting senior star. Young master. Wang Yi turned his head toward the newly assigned senior star. What is it? A call from Jean Feichen. The elderly senior star respectfully extended the phone. Wang Yi took it and answered immediately. Before he could utter a word, a voice devoid of warmth or inflection cut through the line. Wang Yi, shall we talk? Wang Yi froze. That tone, and the way Jean Feichen addressed him, sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. What is it? Do you know Wang Tianquan? At the question, Wang Yi glanced sideways at the elder beside him. Swiftly the elder replied, a clansman, but he left Shangjing years ago. His current whereabouts are unknown. Wang Yi nodded. He is of our clan. What about him? How shall I put it? He's done something extraordinary, something infuriating. Care to guess? The cryptic words hung in the air, and Wang Yi caught the unmistakable detachment in Jean Feichen's. His heart plummeted. From all he knew of Jean Feichen, only acts so monstrous as to erase humanity itself could stir such cold indifference. Wang Yi's dread did not stem from Jean Feichen's anger, but from its cause. A perfectionist to his core, Jean Feichen abhorred moral ambiguity. He never crossed legal or ethical boundaries. And now, precisely as Wang Yi was stepping into leadership of the Wang clan, If a clansman truly violated that absolute line, it would signal to the entire world Wang he could neither uphold the Wang banner nor command his own kin. He drew 2 slow, deep breaths, then asked, voice taut with suppressed fury. What exactly happened? Did Wang Tianquan betray the great Xia? Well, more or less. Friendly reminder, he's operating under the name of the Shangjing Wang clan. Location. At the precise answer, Wang, he slowly shut his eyes. His expression, once impassive, hardened into glacial stillness, cold radiating from him like frost from a blade. High Province. Lucheng. I have issued 3 stern warnings. Do not violate the law. Do not cross the line. It seems some truly believe my words hold no weight. He ended the call and turned to his senior star, voice colder than winter void. 10 minutes. Locate every direct blood relative of Wang Tianquan. Anyone tied to him by interest, favor, or obligation. Arrest them all. Bring them to Lucheng. Young master, this is murder. Wow, what? I said. Fury burned in Wang Yi's eyes. He yanked at his tie on the verge of eruption, each word carved with lethal clarity. I am going to kill. I am going to kill. Yes. Summon everyone. Everyone who can fly, within the clan. All of them. To High Province. Find out exactly what the hell is happening. Can you, goddamn it, understand me? Understood. A secret Wang clan decree surged forth. That day hundreds, then thousands, of radiant auroras erupted from the Wang estate in Shangjing, piercing the heavens. Countless figures shot skyward, hovering in unison, so many that Shangjing's sky blazed crimson as if flooded by a boundless sea of fire. The spectacle was staggering. The phenomenon reverberated across the Great Xia. Whispers ignited everywhere. What catastrophe could compel the Shangjing Wang clan to mobilize with such overwhelming force? Premier's office. Crimson Throne. The elder, having learned the full account, tilted his lips in a faint smile and shook his head. This generation of the Wang clan has produced a true standard-bearer. Arrogant perhaps, but his heart burns fiercely. Jin Feichen is there. Shall we dispatch envoys? The elder waved gently. With you, Mingyi, present, the heavens of High Province will not overturn. Let the young ones play. When else will they? Simultaneously, streams of luminous light burst forth from major academies, Fengtian, Linen, Longqing, and Shangjing, converging swiftly toward High Province. Across the Great Xia, forces assembled and departed, like guided missiles streaking across the horizon, tracing brilliant multi-hued rainbows ablaze with divine radiance. A glowing ember fell, a smoldering cigarette, but was crushed beneath a boot. Jin Feichen exhaled a plume of white smoke, his form dissolving gradually into petals that drifted upward into the violeting dusk. Broadcast room. Pushing open the vermilion wooden door, Jin Feichen strode to the school's broadcast control console. During his days studying stage magic, he'd spent time managing backstage systems, so calibrating the broadcast frequencies came effortlessly. BZZZ. 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 Testing. Chioya? No, sorry, it's Jin Feichen. Quick announcement, all non-students please gather on the athletic field within 10 minutes. Repeat, non-students only. 10 minutes. Latecomers beware, I do know a little martial art. His voice echoed across the entire campus, drawing every gaze like iron to magnet. 4th floor. Infirmary. At the broadcast's first syllable, the headmaster jolted upright, then turned to Hu Zhu beside him. Lord Hu, what is this? Hu Zhu stood beside a bed, channeling spiritual energy to examine the unconscious youth. Without looking up, he replied, Go. His senior star truly does know a little martial art. A profound unease coiled in the headmaster's gut, growing sharper, wilder. His thoughts scattered. What kind of martial academy is this? Has it all been exposed? Hu Zhu glanced sidelong at the headmaster and almost laughed at his pallor. Go now? Time's nearly up. The headmaster snapped back to himself. Enough. If the sky falls, let taller shoulders bear it. I'm just a conscripted foot soldier, no guilt, no gain. The money, not a single coin touched my hands. Besides, his lawyer had already assessed his culpability with his Chun realm cultivation, and considering his labor, however involuntary, his sentence would likely be mere years. Upon release, his hidden fortune would sustain lifetimes of leisure, and perhaps even fund enough resources to ascend to the next realm. Reassured, the headmaster marched downstairs, chest puffed, stride defiant. His appearance on the field triggered a chain reaction. Those still hesitating rushed forward the moment they saw him. Soon the field teemed with people. Perched on the broadcast room's windowsill, Jin Feichen watched the surging crowd below and chuckled over the speaker. Oh, how eager you are. Standing must be exhausting. Kneel for a moment, won't you? A wave of stunned murmurs swept the field. No one expected such a command. What does that mean? Could it be? Don't panic. The principal is of the Wang clan. Jin Feichen is at the Huan realm. Humph. The Wang clan's incoming patriarch is also Huan realm, and there are 2 of them. With the principal's authority and the Wang clan's backing, Jin Feichen won't dare harm us, not while honoring young Master Wang Yi's regard. So do we kneel? We kneel. Huh. We're not Wang clansmen. Neil, live. No shame in survival. But regardless of exposure, doesn't Gene Fachin lack jurisdiction over us? Can't we file an official What if the authorities you can complain to hold less power than Gene Fachin himself? In the infirmary. How is it? Gene Fachin leisurely walked in, glancing at Hu Zhu, who was holding a flickering light of spiritual energy in his hand. The situation is as it is, the specifics depend on the situation. The latter looked over, noticing Gene Fachin's drowsy demeanor, and asked, "What about you? Found anything? I feel like I'm about to kneel here." Gene Fachin sat in a nearby chair, crossing his legs, and said, "Made a big mistake. Wang Yi is rushing over here, urgently." Hu Zhu chuckled upon hearing this. "Those people are in for a tough time." "What do you mean?" "The head of the Wang family from a few hundred years ago was a founding elder, and the family has always prioritized protecting the great Xia. They haven't made a mistake in all these years. Now that Wang Yi is about to intervene in the family, this incident arises, they will likely be furious." Gene Fachin raised an eyebrow at this. "I didn't expect the Wang family to covet the highest position in Great Xia, like in a novel. If the Wang family truly had that intention, they wouldn't still be the Wang family of the capital. They might have been sent off somewhere else. That's just how the officials operate." Gene Fachin shook his head with a smile, then walked over to Hu Zhu and began to examine the young boy lying on. With a delicate face and a thin body, he appeared somewhat malnourished, bearing multiple bruises on his arms, and the heavy aura of death around him was even more pronounced. "What a fine child, how could he connect with that egg?" Gene Fachin sighed, and then addressed the air. "Mister, what do you know what's going on?" Swish. A dark mist rose, and Yu Mingyi appeared at the window, not lifting his head as he said, "This child most likely has developed a will to die, and that egg has taken advantage of the opening. It's no rare occurrence for alien races to parasitize in human bodies. There are many strange and diverse alien species. Some choose to parasitize in humans to enhance their abilities, and certain eggs will capture a human before hatching to aid in their survival. To use a human body to kill humans is a reversal of the heavens." Gene Fachin remarked, "Yet I've never heard of such things before. You will gradually come to understand. Matters concerning the Daos deceptive battlefield are mostly classified. It's normal not to be aware of them." Upon learning about the boy's condition, Hu Zhu spoke with a serious expression. "So that egg is currently parasitizing this boy." "Exactly. Is it irreversible? It can be changed. You just need to draw that egg into your body and compete for control over it, forcing it back into its own body." Yu Mingyi said, "Even I cannot assist in this process. If you forcefully use spiritual energy to pull out the egg, your consciousness will likely be affected, resulting in both of you dying." Hu Zhu fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Yu, do you think this boy can contend with that egg on his own?" "That question is akin to asking if you can defeat me. This boy's consciousness is on the brink of collapse. He's almost begging the egg to take over. It won't be long before this alien successfully parasitizes him, at which point killing him will suffice." Gene Fachin watched the two in silence, saying nothing, merely sitting there leisurely eating an apple. At that moment, Yu Mingyi suddenly turned his head, looking outside through the window. "Someone's coming. It should be Wang Yi. He's quite quick." "No, it's not just him. There are many people. He'll go take a look." Upon hearing this, Gene Fachin pressed one hand against the windowsill and leapt down. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of booming echoed heavily outside the barrier. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, two figures fell from above the barrier, like cannonballs, landing with a loud thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. People on the playground rushed over upon seeing the two figures. "Lord Wang. Who dared to attack Lord Wang? Do you know that Lord Wang is from the Wang family of the capital?" Clang. A crisp sound rang out as a pair of blood-red hands pierced through the violet barrier in the sky. Then those grotesque hands spread apart, and a sharp explosive sound resounded throughout the entire campus. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the barrier was forcibly torn apart, revealing two figures in red robes, each floating in the air as they entered. In the center of the two stood a young figure. With his hands clasped behind him and blood-red wings sprouting from his back, Wang Yi stepped forward before the two red-robed figures, unabashedly showing the fury in his eyes as he looked down on everyone and coldly declared, "Han Tian, Academy heir of the Wang family, Wang Yi." Swish. The barrier shattered like a mirror, the violet hue dissipated, replaced by a sea of blood-red. The red-robed figures hovered in the air like an army, dominating the entire horizon, their presence overwhelming. The overwhelming fluctuations of spiritual energy swept across the entire High Province. On this day, the fiery clouds of the capital spread to High Province. Below, Gene Fachin sat at the edge of the rooftop. The heat wave blowing past caused his clothes to flutter. He appeared indifferent, like an onlooker watching the scene unfold, continually popping Qingling fruits into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, looking quite like a grown-up little Wang. The red armored guards. Yu Mingyi suddenly appeared beside Gene Fachin, standing next to him, while gazing at the fiery clouds on the horizon. "Red armored guards. What is that?" Yu Mingyi pointed at the sky and said, It's this army that looks like a fiery cloud. They are called the Red Armored Guards, serving as both the wall of the Wang family and a wall of the Great Xia. Wang Yi's ability to mobilize so many Red Armored Guards in such a short time speaks volumes about his status within the clan. The news was received 10 minutes ago, and the Red Armored Guards will arrive in 10 minutes. Jin Feiqing weighed the apple in his hand and said with a smile, very efficient. Yu Mingyi glanced at Jin Feiqing below and asked, are you envious? Me? Jin Feiqing raised an eyebrow and smiled. I guess it's okay. Compared to wielding immense power and commanding thousands with a single word, I prefer the leisurely life of wandering like a cloud and a crane, doing some magic tricks from time to time and flirting with a few beautiful ladies. Yu Mingyi nodded slightly and suddenly said, wanting is one thing, having is another. I have a Luyu army in the Daoguai battlefield. Although it has only about 20 members, the lowest rank is at the Ancient Realm's 9th turn. If you need them, I can summon them at any time. In terms of combat power, they can swiftly conquer a small nation within an hour. Jin Feiqing felt a little embarrassed, thinking heaven rewards those who act tough. There's no way to refuse this. Mister, you is formidable. You can conquer a small nation in just an hour. That's impressive. Yu Mingyi fell silent for a moment, saying, I destroyed one. Oh, it should be noted in modern historical records. What? Is that true? Wasn't such a thing forbidden since the establishment of the Human Alliance? Jin Feiqing was dumbfounded. How had he never heard of such an event? Had it been hidden so deeply? At that time, a country proposed to cancel the Great Xia's council position, and the old man agreed. Then he casually picked a country that invaded the Great Xia centuries ago. Since it was no longer a council position, there was no need to worry about world peace. That night, I took some people over and wiped them out. Yu Mingyi said in a calm tone. Afterward, those countries were terrified of being named and convened a meeting overnight to return the council position to the Great Xia. Initially, the old man disagreed, saying to wait a while, but he couldn't resist the overwhelming offers from those countries. Eventually, he had no choice but to accept. Jin Feiqing was shocked, thinking the King of Hell's words aren't empty after all. He realized that the Great Xia was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. An hour. He had never completed a ranked match this quickly. At that moment, Jin Feiqing finally realized his worth was skyrocketing. First, he was a citizen of the Great Xia, then he was at the Huan level, and afterward his mentor was Yu Mingyi, who had a formidable team with verified accomplishments. This buff was stacking up. He suddenly remembered a thrilling novel he had read before making comparisons. Whenever you need them, just let me know and I will contact them. They can quickly cross the void and appear here. Yu Mingyi said again. Jin Feiqing hurriedly waved his hand. No, mister. I don't need them right now. They'll wait until I need to show off. All right. At this moment ahead of them, the continuous red fiery clouds stretched endlessly, while Wang Yi's hovering figure slowly descended. As Wang Tianquan fully realized the fury in his eyes, and the countless red armored guards above, a terror of death enveloped his nerves. Injured all over, he knelt down straight, trembling uncontrollably, his fingertips cold, and the tears mingled with dust blurred his cheeks. Wang Tianquan's eyes flickered uncertainly as he sobbed. Young Master Wang, I don't know what I did wrong to provoke such a huge response from you. What did you do? Take what, say what? Don't you know in your heart? Surveying the martial arts school, looking at the lifeless youths at the windows along with the information he had gathered on his journey, Wang Yi's voice trembled slightly. Although he saw others as monkeys, he had never taken a life or used power to coerce. He had been taught since childhood to protect those weaker than himself, to safeguard every citizen of the Great Xia. In Wang Yi's eyes, as a superior being, he was duty-bound to protect this group of fragile monkeys. This mission was ingrained in his blood. For centuries, the Wang family had raised heroes. He was the son of the Wang family, enjoying the best treatment in the world and the respect of the people since birth. Thus, he should return that favor. Wang Yi had never thought that someone in the Wang family would commit an act that violated the law, especially under his management. Why had such an event occurred only during his tenure? Wasn't this a contempt of him? Wang Yi's breath grew colder, and his fury seemed capable of burning everything to ashes. Wang Tianquan pressed his head to the ground, not daring to raise his gaze. I really don't know. Well, you don't know, huh? Then let me tell you why I'm here. Wang Yi laughed coldly, surveying the campus environment, and loudly declared, I came to Lu City to accomplish 3 things: justice. Justice. The third is still justice. With a bang, Wang Yi kicked Wang Tianquan away and walked toward him step by step. Aren't you supposed to be very clever? Bang. Wang Yi stood in front of the lying Wang Tianquan, delivering another fierce kick down. Whoosh. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Wang Tianquan glared at Wang Yi with a ghastly expression. Wang Yi's expression was even more ferocious than his. Aren't you fond of bullying others? With a burst of energy, Wang Tianquan's chest caved in slightly. Aren't you fond of amassing wealth? Aren't you fond of using your meager power? I haven't been as arrogant as you little insignificant thing, acting all bureaucratic. You are a member of the Wang family. You think you're special. You act all high and mighty under the Wang families. Let me remind you all your direct relatives are now corpses, so keep playing your little emperor act. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Wang Yi seemed to have lost his mind, his polished shoes ruthlessly stomping down one after another, the blood splattering from the force resembling ink splashed across his face. At this moment Wang Tianquan had nearly turned into a pile of mush, with only a faint breath remaining. Yet even so he never thought of retaliating. That red sky was no decoration. Jin Feiqing, who heard Wang Yi's words clearly from the terrace, couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking, "Oh dear, this is infuriating. I didn't say a single profanity when scolded by Baijiji back then, but now it's all about the mother." The Wang family has never had such an incident since its founding, yet it occurred during Wang Yi's management. This is no less than a slap across his face in front of the entire world. Hearing Eumingius' words, Jin Feiqing looked mournful, lit a cigarette, and continued to watch as if he were an outsider. Below, Wang Yi finally stopped his violence. The Jingxing behind him hurried over with a handkerchief. Wang Yi took it and wiped the blood from his face, coldly stating, "Don't let this guy die, you keep him alive and whip him 100 times every day. Yes. Compile a list of all students in this martial arts school, liquidate all of Wang Tianquan's assets, and distribute them among the students. Additionally, transfer 10 billion from my personal account to be shared. Yes. Make sure to investigate Wang Tianquan's entire direct lineage and friends involved in illicit transactions, no matter where they are, even abroad. Bring them to me. If any country has objections, let the Red Armored Guards handle it. Yes. Notify the official website to issue a statement acknowledging the mistake to the public and donating 50 schools that charge no fees as an apology. Yes. Make arrangements for the families of the students here, compensating them for both losses and emotional distress at 10 times the amount. Yes. Thoroughly investigate the Wang family for any signs of corruption or disciplinary violations. I execute anyone found guilty regardless of their cultivation level or position." At the moment when Wang Yi was continuously issuing commands in that brief span of time, no one noticed that a small purple bug silently emerged from the giant strange entity at the center and burrowed into the ground. Wang Yi's true star transformed into threads of red flames and vanished without a trace. As for Wang Yi's safety, he did not believe there would be any danger before so many red armored guards. Before leaving, he dragged the half-dead Wang Tianquan away as if he were carrying a rag. Now on the vast playground, only a group of kneeling students remained alongside Wang Yi, who stood there, the fiery clouds in the sky still rippling, and Yu Ming leaned lazily against the edge of the rooftop, resting his head on Jin Feiqing's lap, occasionally yawning as he looked down. "Dear students," Wang Yi began, his voice infused with spiritual power, ensuring that everyone in the school could hear him clearly. Gazing around at the students peering through the windows, Wang Yi took a deep breath, facing the entire teaching building, and spoke loudly. "My name is Wang Yi, the incompetent manager of the Wang family in Shanjing. Wang Tianquan is one of my kin, and I am aware of the situation. His faults will not be forgiven. I can assure you of this. Simultaneously, I have failed to manage my subordinates, causing you troubles and suffering. This is an undeniable fact, and I apologize to you all." His resonant voice lingered in the vast playground, and under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Wang Yi adjusted his suit and then bowed his proud waist towards the teaching building. Bang! At the same time, the endless red armored guards also punched their chests in unison, bowing together. In that moment, all was silent. The students watching this scene seemed to overturn the grievances in their hearts completely. Drop by drop, tears trickled down silently as they lowered their heads. "The harm you have suffered, I will give you an explanation. I, Wang Yi, guarantee this to you." Wang Yi stood up, his large hand waving downwards, and countless crimson chains fell from the fiery clouds, binding hundreds of elegantly dressed individuals. These are the relatives and accomplices of Wang Tianquan, as well as the thieves who have been at large with the hard-earned money of your parents. Kill! The roar was magnificent. Blood splattered amidst the tears. Blood mist erupted like fireworks in midair, and Wang Yi stood below, accepting the baptism of the vile blood rain. He did not shield himself, nor did he evade. He merely stood there, expressionless, upright, with countless thoughts swirling in his heart. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This was what his parents had told him. He was born at the pinnacle above all, enjoying the peak of power and status. However, inevitably, when faced with calamity, injustice, and destruction falling from the sky, he would also bear everything. Money is earned, but status and power are bestowed by the people. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. When Wang Yi could not withstand the injustice descending from above, there would be no need for others to protest. His parents would act on their own, personally, withdrawing the power that did not align with him. Born into a noble family, one must shoulder the responsibilities of that family. This blood rain lasted a long time, long enough for Wang Yi's heart to gradually calm. The barrier of the foreign tribes was broken. Under the guidance of the red armored guards, the students completed their registration and returned to the home they had longed for. Before leaving, they all took a deep look at Wang Yi. who should have been high and mighty, but now stood there in disarray. An indescribable aura, an innate sense of oppression. That was the impression the students held in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at this young man who seemed much more mature than they were. It seemed he bore a mountain upon his shoulders, a mountain more substantial than Taishan and taller than Mount Everest. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was responsibility. One by one, the students left, and the entire school district quickly became empty. The whole area fell silent. Wang Yi gradually came back to his senses, exhaling a breath and contemplating much in his heart. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living cannot escape. Send this group to prison for life. A calm voice emerged as a man in a red robe appeared beside Wang Yi, clasping his hands in agreement. The kneeling individuals panicked. Oh, life imprisonment meant a lifetime. How could they accept this? Young Master Wang, you can't do this. It's against the law. I consulted my lawyer. It's not supposed to be like this. The director was the first to protest. Yet these words fell on Wang Yi's ears like the buzzing of a mayfly. Is that so? Whatever. Wang Yi wearily waved his hand and said to the nearby red armored guards, he gets the death penalty, the other's life imprisonment. Understood. Upon hearing this, the director trembled, his face pale, as he desperately recited the laws of the Daxia. Wang Yi, feeling annoyed, walked away, leaving behind the words, then sue me. The people on the playground were taken away, and the fiery clouds in the sky gradually faded. With fiery wings spread open, Wang Yi flew to the rooftop. Lord Yu. He first cupped his hands towards Yu Ming, then looked at Jin Fei Chun, who was sitting there in a daze, shook his head, and sat beside him. You seem quite leisurely. Yehu told him not to be Jin Tianquan. Jin Fei Chun joked. Wang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. I have to thank you for this, otherwise I wouldn't have known that such a disgrace would arise in the Wang family. There's another trouble below, you handle it, as you see fit. Jin Fei Chun pointed downstairs. Wang Yi was taken aback. There's more. How much trouble had these few? That child's parents were killed by your relatives, leaving him with thoughts of death, and now he has been parasitized by a foreign tribe's strange fetus. It has been quite a while now. What? Wang Yi was taken aback, rushing towards the infirmary without looking back. Watching Wang Yi rush away in a hurry, Jin Fei Chun shook his head and smiled, then turned to Yu Ming, who was reading a comic, and said, what do you think Wang Yi will do about that boy? I don't know. He will probably absorb the foreign tribe into his body and resist. Is he not afraid of death? Don't forget that guy is so confident, he's almost arrogant. He views people as mere insects, let alone foreign tribes. Jin Fei Chun said with a smile. At that moment, several figures abruptly appeared in the clear blue sky. Bai Jiji, Taisher, Qingyi, Si Nanyu, Jiangzi, and Gao Yu had all come, with only Han Xian missing. The group was brought to the rooftop by Zheng Xing and then bowed together to Yu Ming. Lord Yu. The latter gave a faint nod, seeming to find the noise from these people disturbing his comic reading, and directly transformed into black mist and vanished. Jin Fei Chun, leaning against his leg, nearly fell off the rooftop due to this sudden disappearance. Could you at least say something before leaving? Muttering to himself, he turned to the group. It's a good thing you all came riding Zheng Xing to see the excitement. Riding my foot I flew here, Bai Jiji replied. Uncle Binga. The figures of several people disappeared, leaving the scene to these young individuals. Jin Fei Chun glanced at the group, and upon seeing Si Nanyu wearing headphones, he unexpectedly raised an eyebrow and teased. Oh, you're here too. I didn't expect you to be so nosy. I didn't want to come, Si Nanyu murmured, picking at her fingers. Zheng Xing brought me here. Taisher Qingyi approached, looking at the scene on the playground, and said, what a coincidence you actually stumbled upon this matter. Whoever arrives, I'm rushing to catch Conan, or wherever I go someone dies. Jin Fei Chun pulled Bai Jiji to his side, lazily leaning against him. It's not like you have bones, or anything, you lean on whoever is nearby. Bai Jiji cursed, but didn't move away, just allowing herself to lean. The lively Gao Yu from behind also walked over, extending a hand towards Jin Fei Chun with a cheerful smile, saying, hello, I'm Gao Yu. Last time you left too quickly, we didn't get a chance to greet each other. Jin Fei Chun stood up and gentlemanly shook her hand. Beautiful lady, greetings. I am Jin Fei Chun. In the moment their fingers parted, a rose quietly appeared in Gao Yu's hand. Ha ha ha, it's a real flower. Gao Yu was amused by the contrast of Jin Fei Chun and then sniffed the rose, smile. Jin Fei Chun raised an eyebrow with a smile. Of course, this freshly bloomed rose is as beautiful as Miss Gao Yu herself. Jin Fei Chun, you peacock, you spread your feathers whenever a lady is around. Due to Jin Fei Chun's sudden rise, Bai Jiji, with nowhere to lean, fell straight to the ground, getting up and brushing off the dust while cursing. Gao Yu looked at the two, laughing heartily, with two dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Jin Fei Chun, on the other hand, selectively ignored Bai Zizi's words. Seeing that Jin Fei Chun was ignoring her, Bai Jiji pouted and mumbled, fun magician. Beautiful lady, I have a request if I may. Upon hearing Jin Fei Chun's words, Gao Yu's heart raced with a possibility, and without thinking she blushed and agreed. Seeing the other party agree so readily, Jin Fei Chun excitedly rubbed his hands together while those around looked on with curiosity. 2 minutes later. The gentle breeze blew on the rooftop. Jean Feichen stood solemnly above. Suddenly, he began to form seals with his hands before slamming them down onto the ground. Earth Rebirth Technique. Gao Yue with a resentful face bit her teeth and unleashed her heavenly abilities. Crack. 3 wooden coffins rose upright from the ground. The lids of the coffins slammed down and 3 living dead with black cracks on their skin emerged. Bai Jiji dramatically recited her lines beside Jean Feichen. Yes, it's the esteemed Hokage of the past. Haha, this is thrilling you. I've wanted to try this for a long time. Jean Feichen grinned as he lit a cigarette. So this is your request. Gao Yue with a face of resentment returned the wooden coffins. Oh, Jean Feichen nodded nonchalantly. Gao Yu snorted coldly, turned her head, and went to chat with Tai Shichingi. Bai Jiji walked over and extended a hand payment. Here you go, here you go. Jean Feichen reluctantly handed over a Qingling fruit saying, you want payment just for saying a line. So stingy. Bai Jiji happily accepted it and took a bite. After completing his daily task of showing off, Jean Feichen stretched lazily saying, let's go see Wang Zhong. Let's go. Wang Ergo is looking somewhat handsome today, almost catching up to me. The group headed downstairs with Tai Shichingi and Gao Yu chatting, Sinan Yu doodling circles after passively saying that line, while Zhang Zi had not said a word from the beginning, simply watching. Just as they were about to open the iron door to the rooftop, the door suddenly swung open. Jean Feichen and Wang Yi, who had opened the door, stared at each other wide-eyed. How did you get up here? Wang Yi asked, looking confused. Am I not allowed up here? Aren't you supposed to help that kid drive away the foreign race? It's done. So fast. Otherwise it's just a foreign race. I, along with my body, would consider it an honor if he could stay for a second. How could he linger? You're really pretending. Jean Feichen awkwardly commented, then muttered, but isn't this thing supposed to be more complicated? You should see who I am. Humph. Wang Yi snorted, walking to the edge of the rooftop and looking down at the strange fetus. Next, just eliminate this thing. Then you go ahead, good luck. Wang Yi nodded and was about to jump down but paused just as he was about to. Realizing, he said, wait, isn't this your task? I came here to kill. Why am I helping you with your task? You can't say that. Jean Feichen walked over to Wang Yi, teasingly said, think about it, this is your Wang family's territory. This foreign egg dares to appear here. Don't you think this is a disrespect to your Wang family? He disrespects you, shouldn't you take strong action against him? Still not right. Oh, Wang Zhong, do you think I can't It has happened several times already. Tisk. Seeing Wang Yi's dazed expression, Jean Feichen directly pushed him down. Go on, stop dilly-dallying, bro. Wang Yi plummeted rapidly, and just a few centimeters from the ground his wings spread, suddenly hovering in mid. Really, let me handle this myself. Wang Yi shook his head, landed on the ground, and walked towards the strange fetus. Bang! Suddenly, an abnormality occurred. Just as Wang Yi took a few steps, the strange fetus exploded, and a dark shadow flashed across the ground, its sharp claws gleaming coldly towards Wang Yi's neck. In the blink of an eye, 6 streaks of light shot down from the rooftop. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Various blades pressed against the foreign race's neck, and 6 figures appeared beside him in an instant. A foreign race that resembled an enlarged, upright wild dog was thus frozen in place, its outstretched claws daring not to move a hair. Next to this beast-like foreign race, 6 figures quietly appeared beside him. A metal rod hung in front of its face, a gleaming knife pressed against its throat, flying blades like falling leaves surrounded its limbs, 2 blades at either side of its head, and 3 wooden coffins encircled it. But none of these were reasons to make the foreign race stop. What truly terrified it were the 6 elders hovering behind these 6 young individuals. 6 pairs of sharp eyes and an extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation made it feel that any movement would result in instant annihilation. The foreign race felt an immense sense of collapse within. It could clearly perceive a presence behind it that was like a demon god with an incredibly strong scent of blood from its own kin. Just born, and it's already at the top level. Jean Feichen exhaled a puff of white smoke, standing to the side of the foreign race, casting a glance at the moonlight hovering beside him, and patted the foreign race's shoulder. Kid, the sky is collapsing at the start. The red-armored guard stood in front of Wang Yi, 2 fingers pressed against the forehead of the alien. Step aside. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the red-armored guard withdrew his fingers and shifted position. Wang Yi calmly stepped forward and coldly addressed the surrounded alien. Trash, it seems you are not clear about your... The tearing star decree appeared as a virtual blade, unhesitatingly stabbing into the alien's abdomen. Purple blood dripped, and then the 3-pronged, double-edged knife suddenly twisted inside. Ah! The alien screamed in pain, its blood-red eyes fixed on Wang Yi, the harsh sound emanating from its chest. Kill. 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 With a thrust, the 3-pronged, double-edged knife shook, and a scorching flame erupted instantly, turning the alien to ashes. The newly born alien thus perished, and several of the Zhengxing saw that the crisis was averted and dispersed. Bai Jiji and others retrieved their celestial objects and stood aside. Jean Feichen looked at the blade, which was only a few millimeters away from his waist, his cheek twitching. That was close. I almost had to call the Liyue army. I know you're behind this trash holding back your strength. Retrieving the celestial object Wang Yi glanced at Jin Feichen and said. Bai Jiji recalled the appearance of the alien from earlier and said, why does this alien look like a malnourished dog? But judging by its speed, it seems to possess Zhan-level strength just after birth. It's a low-level alien, Wang Yi stated. This is the most inferior existence. Some higher-level aliens are born with Chun or even Lu-level strength. Isn't information about aliens supposed to be a secret? I am called Wang. Alright, you're impressive. Jin Feichen gave a thumbs up. The matter has been resolved. The alien has been dealt with. I shall take my leave now. Tai Shi Qingyi waved at the others. After saying this, he was taken away by Jingxing. The others did the same. Gao Yu, Si Nanyu, and Jiang Zi left one after another. Gao Yu and Si Nanyu exchanged a few words as they left, while Jiang Zi silently slipped away. No way, this isn't being aloof. Oh, it feels like you've lost your vocal cords. Bai Jiji scratched his head and said. Jin Feichen chuckled and then looked at Bai Jiji and Wang Yi saying, aren't you two leaving? Not in a hurry, since we're here we might as well have some fun. Bai Jiji grinned. Wang Yi nodded as well. I still need to wait for that child to wake up and ask if he wants to return to the capital with me. You plan to raise him? His parents were both 40 years old and at the Ming level. According to the average lifespan of a Ming master being 82, it means that the child lacks 42 years of parental companionship. During these 42 years, I will fulfill all his needs so he can receive better care in the capital. Wang Yi calculated in his mind. Bai Jiji scratched his head with clear eyes. Jin Feichen thought for a moment and said, the child is 17 this year, so you plan to raise him until he is 59. Damn, Wang Yi, will you even live until then? Bai Jiji exclaimed. Wang Yi shot him a glare. Before stepping into the Daos deceptive battlefield, I will make a will. There will be no problem until the child is 60. Wow, Wang Yi, you're such a good person. I never noticed before. Bai Jiji scrutinized Wang Yi. The latter snorted lightly and crossed his arms, saying, if a matter arises from me, I must acknowledge my mistake. If I am hit, I stand straight. This is just a trivial repayment. Old Sao wearing a bra, you have quite the routine. Are you trying to establish a persona? Are you planning to debut? Hearing Bai Zizi's words, Jin Feichen helplessly rubbed his forehead, wondering where this kid got so many strange phrases. That kid has Huzhu watching over him. He won't get into trouble. Let's go play by the seaside, Jin Feichen suggested. Wang Yi turned back to look at the teaching building and nodded, saying, all right, I'll accompany you to take a look. Under the azure sky, the three youths walked towards the campus exit. Upon reaching the school gate, the three looked at the Porsche 918, which could only seat two, caught in a dilemma. It only seats two. The car is mine. Who will sit? Let Bai Jiji sit. I can fly with extreme martial arts, so it's fine, Wang Yi generously said. That won't do. It sounds like you're yielding to me. Come on, let's keep it simple. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser goes, the winner rides in the car. 1 minute later. Well, go ahead, you hurry up. It's settled. You can't let Jingxing take you flying. Jin Feichen put on his sunglasses and waved to Bai Jiji, who was standing in the wind looking disheveled, and without regret hit the gas and sped off. Wang Yi sat in the passenger seat with his arms crossed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Listening to the receding sounds, Bai Jiji punched the air hard. What the hell, I'm playing with two guys who have wings and driver's licenses. Oh, why can't I just enjoy a ride? Sighing, Bai Jiji looked around at the air. Uncle Bing. Young master, you agreed not to rely on Jingxing for flying. Uncle Bing appeared, shrugging. I don't need you to fly me. Just carry me over. That car goes 800 or 900 miles an hour. I can't catch up. Bai Jiji rubbed his hands. Huh. Uncle Bing was confused. Was that even human language? But before he could respond, Bai Jiji jumped onto Uncle Bing's back and pointed forward, shouting, go. Let's go. Feeling the weight on his back, Uncle Bing suddenly recalled 10 years ago when he carried Bai Jiji, laughing and shaking his head. Let's go. In the infirmary, Huzhu lay on a chair with his mouth wide open, snoring, while a young boy beside him was also fast asleep. A white dove at the window bobbed its head, blinked, and flapped its wings, flying towards the azure sky. It skimmed low over the campus. Suddenly, a black tongue shot up from the ground, piercing through the dove's chest in an instant and pulling it underground. A splash of red spread on the ground, then gradually dissipated. At the seaside, the laughter of the youth resonated, complemented by the crashing waves. Wang Yi, check out my heavenly level extreme martial arts water dragon bullet. Bai Jiji, you asked for it. Wang Yi, with his hands in his pockets, was splashed directly by the sea water. He shouted, and then kicked the surface of the sea, sending a spray of water splashing all over Bai Jiji. Ha 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 ha. Laugh at your dad, Jin Feichen. This is for you. Wang Yi, you didn't curse him out. Why are you grinning? Eat my heavenly level extreme martial arts. Get him. Ha. Damn it, no teaming up. What do you care? Watch me 1v2. Heavenly level high extreme martial arts. Hasa go. The laughter of the youth echoed beneath the rippling waves. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. This was a fast and dangerous world where people grow up quickly, cultivate rapidly, and ultimately die quickly. Yet there are always those who pay attention to the little things in life. Clearly, they spend much time sleeping, but they are never in a hurry, living slowly, meeting slowly, and smiling slowly. In clear weather, the sea breeze gently blew, and the splashing water carried the laughter of youth. Some grow up quickly, while others meet slowly, and on this journey of life, slowly one often sees many unnoticed landscapes. On the coast, Yu Ming looked at the last 4 words, looking forward to it in the comic book, slowly flipping back to the first page. Read slowly, but seems like I've missed some little happiness.